When the end of the world comes, life becomes the only currency for survival. Amid endless fear and despair, the boundaries between countries and nations have long disappeared, and the survivors can only gather in cold and cruel shelters to survive. The rules of the game in this world are extremely simple. Kill monsters to level up, or use the rest of your life to draw lots. But the reality is far more cruel than the rules. Without sufficient combat power, you simply cannot defeat monsters and level up. The only way to improve your combat effectiveness is to use your life to draw a lottery and bet on an unknown future. As a result, human society instantly turned into a huge life millstone full of exploitation and oppression. Some people exchanged 10 years of their lifespan for 1,000 years of immortality and became legends. Some people spend 100 years of life only to suffer from a fatal illness and die in pain. There were even people who spent 1,000 years of their lifespans and eventually drew a disaster card, leading to the destruction of the entire city. My name is Chen Chuan. In my previous life, I gathered 1,000,000 years of life to spin the golden turntable, but was wiped out by a golden light and returned to the time before the end of the world. When I woke up again, it was pitch black in front of me. I slowly opened my eyes and found myself lying in a damp and dark underground parking lot with a foul smell in the air. I want it. The purple longevity pill. I can live another 1,000 years. Not far away, a man's wild laughter broke the silence. Who is this? Are you starving? There were a few mocking voices around, but no one really cared. In the apocalypse, there were many people who were starving. I moved my stiff body, trying to see the surroundings clearly. My stomach ached, and I felt like I was starving to death. Damn it, I was so hungry that I even started to hallucinate. I can't take it anymore. I'm gonna die. The man's voice became weaker and weaker, and finally, he collapsed to the ground. Almost no one paid any attention to him. I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and tried to stay awake. My mind recalled the last scene, the orange gold roulette, the torn sky, and the strange light. I shouldn't have died there. I'm still alive. Is this hell? Lottery. I want to draw a lottery too. Suddenly, another voice came from the parking lot, weak and powerless, but full of desire to survive. What do you want to smoke? Asked the bald man guarding the exit lazily. Yellow, yellow, the man replied. Yellow? Okay, you have a big gambling habit. Go get 2 people to carry him over here. Each person who carries him will get a jelly. The bald man said after stretching. Several starving people around immediately rushed to help. After all, in this doomsday, a piece of jelly could keep one alive a little longer. I watched all this quietly, my heart full of ridicule. This is the so-called doomsday. Human nature is as cheap as grass, and the only meaning of life is to linger on. About half an hour later, the bald man suddenly announced loudly. That guy just now was really lucky. He actually won the purple longevity pill from the yellow roulette. He won a lot of money. The people around me immediately became excited and talked about that person's good luck. What the hell? Purple longevity pill? I traded 10 years of life for 1,000 years. Isn't that a huge profit? How about I try my luck? Maybe I can win a career card and make a comeback and rise to prominence. I sneered in my heart. Counterattack? They are so naive. Even if they can live for 1,000 years, what use will it be in this apocalypse? In the end, it is just a way to survive. Not long after, the lucky guy returned to the parking lot. Although he still looked sloppy and skinny, his face was full of pride and glow. Brother Exine, this is really a huge profit. The people around him immediately surrounded him and flattered him. Wu Exine, I recognized him. He was once a nobody like me, but now he has become famous thanks to this longevity pill. Buy shit. Wu Exine waved his hand to interrupt their flattery, sneering. The longevity pill was not bought with my life. It was just a place to live. Even if I can live longer, it's just not having to worry about food and drink before I die. That's good too. It's already pretty good for us life-eating maggots to survive to this point. Someone said enviously. Ha ha. Wu Exin laughed loudly, waved his hand and said, From now on, when I Wu Exin eat a bite of meat, you brothers will drink a bite of soup. Brother Exin is so awesome. All the life-eating maggots cheered immediately, as if their fate had really changed because of it. I leaned against the corner and watched all this with a cold eye. The noise finally woke me up from my drowsiness, and there was only one thought in my mind. I was hungry, very hungry. Just when I was about to give up, Wu Xian's smug face appeared in front of me. Chen Chuan, I didn't expect you're not starving to death yet. Wu Xen stared at me maliciously. How about you kneel down and kowtow to me, and I'll give you some dinner. How about that? I stared at him. The anger and humiliation in my heart almost overwhelmed me, but my physical weakness forced me to lower my head and swallow my saliva unwillingly. I couldn't give in, but I knew I needed to live now because I had confirmed one thing. I was born again. Rebirth, or more accurately, like reloading the game. When I came to my senses, I immediately realized that I wasn't really dead. The mysterious crisis had just sent me back to the 21st day before the rise, when the Doomsday game came to Earth. When I came back to my senses from my memory, the life-eating maggots around me had already started to whisper. They had obviously noticed Wu Xian's hostility towards me. The feud between Brother Xian and me did indeed originate from a woman. I heard their whispers. That is exactly the truth. That woman is my sister. Wu Xian used to be a rich second generation. Before the end of the world, in order to pursue my sister, he used all means, even shamelessly pestering her. Unfortunately, my sister ignored him, and I beat Wu Xian up because of this. Then, the Doomsday game arrived, and everything changed. But these were just the beginning. What made me even more miserable was that my sister suffered from congenital heart disease. For her, I drew more than 60 white roulettes in a row, using up almost all of my lifespan, but in return I got a result that was almost impossible to turn around. At that time, I drew two treasures, a sword that could absorb life and a piece of mysterious cloth. That sword was originally my hope for a comeback, but the Liu family took a fancy to it and took it away by force, only giving me a pack of instant noodles as compensation. I can only place my last hope on that piece of cloth. That piece of cloth is actually the recipe for the longevity elixir. I hid it on my sister, hoping it could save our lives at a critical moment. But I never expected that my sister would give him the recipe just to please that shitty star Lu Yunlu. Her stupidity ruined our last chance. Thinking of this, I felt an indescribable anger and powerlessness. I could hear people talking about my fate and the opportunities and missed opportunities one had. I got the treasure from more than 60 roulettes, but it ended up like this. I heard someone muttering, "Yes, fate never seemed to favor me," and even mocked my every effort. At this moment, I suddenly uttered an angry curse. Fuck, God is blind. People around me looked at me strangely. They were obviously confused by my sudden action. Why did Chen Yichuang suddenly go crazy? Is he starving? I heard someone whispering. It's pitiful. It only has a year left to live, and the roulette wheel can only produce the worst results. It's normal for it to go crazy, said a man. Alas, how sad, life is full of ups and downs, said another man. Their discussions were buzzing in my ears, but I didn't care at all. I shouted heaven has no eyes because I finally confirmed a fact. I was reborn. Rebirth should have been a great thing, but God sent me back to the worst moment, the 21st day after the end of the world, the day I almost starved to death. If I could go back to an earlier time, before the apocalypse, or even before my sister needed to be hospitalized, I might be able to do something. But now, oh, fate really likes to play tricks on me. I smiled bitterly and opened my attribute panel. The data on the panel was exactly the same as I remembered. Lifespan, 1 year and 184 days. Looking at this short period of time, I felt so heavy that I could hardly breathe. It's time, I cursed in my heart. The hunger almost made me lose my mind, but I knew I couldn't fall down. I still had one way out, draw a lottery. In this apocalypse, the life roulette is the only way for me to survive. If I want to survive, I must win the life-extending pill or other survival resources through the roulette lottery. But my life is running out, and I can only fight hard to make a comeback. Memories of my past life came flooding back. At that time, I bowed my head in despair and kowtowed to Wu Xian in humiliation just to get a chance to survive. Fortunately, I won a top prize in the white roulette wheel and became a level 11 player for 7 days. These 7 days became the key to my development on the frontier, making me stronger step by step, and eventually becoming an existence that even the Liu family had to be wary of. But fate would not let me go. The Liu family gathered a large number of strong men and launched a fatal siege against me. I tried my best, but was still forced into a desperate situation. At the last moment, I chose to detonate the orange-gold roulette, vowing to die together with the enemy. You want it? I won't give it to you. That was my final declaration. But fate didn't favor me. I won the 0.12% mysterious crisis, and everything went dark. Waking up from my memories, I resisted the urge to get hungry and stood up with difficulty. Although the hope was slim, I was not going to give up. This time, I was going to take control of my own destiny. At least I had the experience of my past life, so even if the lottery didn't go well this time, I would still have other chances. I want to apply for the roulette draw. I shouted at the top of my lungs, my voice echoing in the dark underground parking lot. What color do you want to draw? The bald man in charge heard my shout, raised his eyebrows, and asked lazily. White. I managed to squeeze out the word. The bald man looked at me with contempt and shook his head. You are a handsome boy, but unfortunately, being handsome can't make a living. After he said that, he motioned for me to follow him. At this moment, another weak voice sounded. Brother, I want to smoke too. This sentence immediately stopped the discussion of the people around him, and they all looked at him. Brother Xin? Didn't he just win the purple longevity pill? Yes, with those few years left, you could just live a life of idleness and wait for death. Why would you draw a lottery? I don't understand. Everyone was confused. However, I know Xion's plan very well. Although he won the purple longevity pill and got a few years of good life, he knew in his heart that such a comfortable life would not last long. In the end times, only by constantly improving your strength can you survive better. Wu Xian was obviously not satisfied with the status quo, and he wanted to try again. If he succeeded, he would have more power, and if he failed, he could still use the rest of his life to enjoy his last days. The bald man was obviously impressed by Wu Xian's positive attitude, and his tone became a little kinder. What color do you want to draw? I smoke white too, Wu Xian replied. Okay, both of you come with me. The bald man nodded, then glanced at me and gestured to the two life-eating maggots next to him. As usual, carry him over here, and I'll give each of you a jelly later. Woohoo! Brother Zhang is so awesome. The two men responded with cheers and immediately took action. Although many people looked at me with contempt, I couldn't help swallowing when I heard that there was jelly to eat. These days, having extra food is a blessing. Women, as a scarce resource, can only be used as a reward and remain in the hands of those with power. After a while, we were taken to the Centennial Lottery area in the northwest of Shuiqing. This area is used to draw wheels with lifespans of 1 to 100 years, and the garrison is only enough to deal with the dangers that may be drawn from these wheels. This is a place most frequented by the life-eating maggots, as their lifespans are barely enough to draw these lowest-level roulette wheels. When the captain of the Northwest Centennial Lottery Zone, Cha Qingji, saw us being brought in, he glanced at us coldly and said, 2 life-eating maggots. What color do you want to draw? The bald man replied, white. Cha Qingji obviously didn't care and said calmly, you all know the rules, right? You can enjoy a bag of dry food and a bottle of water before the lottery. If there are no women, you don't have to take a shower. In addition, no matter what you win, you have to hand it over. Wu Xian and I responded in unison, yes. Cha Qingji didn't waste any more words. He flicked his finger lightly, and an iron ring flashed. Then a cardboard box full of white roulette wheels suddenly appeared in front of us. All the roulette wheels are low-quality white ones. Apparently, this is the best treatment for us life-eating maggots. Wu Xian began to flip the wheels and finally chose one. Captain Cha, I want this one. Cha Qingji glanced at it and said coldly, oh, the alchemist transfer card. He looked at the roulette wheel chosen by Wu Xian. The only positive reward was the alchemist transfer card, but the probability was pitifully low, less than 0.1%. Then, Cha Chung added coldly, good luck. The food is in the box over there. Do you want to eat it before you smoke, or just smoke it? Wu Xian obviously disdained the guaranteed food and said directly, come directly. Then Wu Xian glanced at me provocatively, put the roulette wheel on the ground, and made a prayer-like gesture. Amen puff puff. Wu Xian imitated the prayer movements of some Western religion, mumbling to himself, looking both funny and pious. Cha Qingji could hardly hold back his laughter, combining Chinese and Western styles of prayer. Oh, that's really unique. But Wu Xian ignored all this and pressed the roulette wheel with great anticipation. 1 year of his life was quietly deducted, and the white roulette wheel emitted a faint white light in his hand. The roulette wheel stopped spinning, and a mechanized voice announced the result. Congratulations on winning. 15 pairs of stinky socks that haven't been washed in 7 days. Wu Xian's face instantly turned livid. He angrily threw the reward in his hand to the ground and crushed the roulette wheel with his foot. Stinky socks. Damn it. Fuck. Why? Cha Qingji watched coldly and said calmly, okay, You are lucky that you didn't draw out the ferocious beast. Get out of here now. Although Wu Xian was filled with anger, he didn't dare to act rashly in front of Cha Qingji. He could only swallow his anger and step aside, but his eyes were fixed on me, obviously wanting to see what I could pull out. I took a deep breath, walked to the box where the food was stored, took out a pack of compressed biscuits, swallowed them in a few bites, and gulped down a bottle of mineral water. After filling my stomach, I finally recovered a little. Just smoke after you finish eating, Cha Qingji said coldly, his eyes full of indifference to this end of the world. I nodded and walked over to the carton, ready to look for the roulette wheel. Just as my fingers touched one of the roulette wheels, a cold reminder sounded in my mind. Please specify the prize you want. I was stunned. What was going on? 1. A cup of soil. 2. 10 pounds of scrap metal. 3. Global pretense license. 4. Magic sound mouse. 10. Yellow longevity pill. My mind went blank. Designate? I can designate the prize. This is unbelievable. Please specify the prize you want. The voice in my head sounded again, as if urging me to make a choice. Designated prizes? At first I thought I might be hallucinating from hunger, but the beep was so clear it was unbelievable. But what if this were true? If I could really choose the rewards I wanted, then everything could be back in my hands. Am I starving? I laughed at myself, but quickly dismissed my doubts. For such an opportunity, it is better to believe it exists than not. If I can really specify the prize, wouldn't it be easy to regain the power and resources that I once lost? Now everything seems to be in my hands. I can choose attribute bonuses, special physiques, and even bound job transfer cards. These are the only chances for the life-eating maggots to turn things around. But among a bunch of low-quality white life roulettes, the probability of drawing these is so small that it is almost negligible. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Cha Qingji was obviously impatient, and he sneered at my careful selection in the white roulette wheel. In his opinion, I was wasting time, and there was no way there was anything good in the white roulette wheel. But I ignored him and continued to search for the roulette wheel. However, I still couldn't find a roulette wheel that changed my destiny in my previous life. Does this mean that the butterfly effect occurred because of my different trajectory of action? Let's give it a try, I decided secretly in my mind, then pointed to a roulette wheel and said, I've chosen this one. Cha Qingji took a glance and smiled sarcastically. Longevity pills? It seems that you have accepted your fate. The roulette wheel in my hand is the same as the one Wu Xian chose. The only positive effect is the yellow longevity pill, which has a probability of increasing lifespan by 100 years, only 1.3%. But this time, I ignored his sarcasm and said to myself, I choose 8. The next moment, the roulette wheel emitted a dazzling white light, and a chilly yet blazing breath suddenly rushed out. Congratulations on winning. Fiery blood red snake. Shit. I immediately threw the roulette wheel away, and a small portal suddenly appeared in the air. It's a ferocious beast. It's a ferocious beast. Wu Xian shouted and stepped back in fear, but Cha Qingji remained expressionless. After a while, Cha Qing casually drew out the precious sword from his waist, and a cold light flashed. The fierce blood-red snake was broken and cut into 2 pieces at the 7-inch point. Okay, enjoy the remaining days you have left, Cha Qingji said coldly. He obviously didn't care about my upcoming fate. In his eyes, I was already a hopeless life-eating maggot. But at this moment, a new reminder sounded in my mind. Congratulations on winning the first prize. You can choose an additional one of the following prizes as a hidden reward. What? The first prize? I couldn't believe my ears. Not only could I specify the prize, but there were also hidden rewards? Could this be the real secret of Mysterious Crisis? I quickly looked at the hidden reward list that appeared in front of me. 1. Klee figurine, 30 centimeters tall. 2. Tang, sword 3. 1 box of Tongi Lautan, braised beef noodles 4. All attributes +7, 5 days 5. Yellow longevity, pill, asterisk 2. Each option made me excited. But in public, I could only choose those that others could not notice. I made a quick decision and said to myself, I choose 4. Rewards have been issued. A warm current instantly flowed into my body. The hunger gradually dissipated, and my body functions began to recover. Although it was only temporary strength, it gave me the courage to fight again. Why are you still standing there? Let's go, Cha Qingji urged. He was obviously annoyed with Wu Xian and I. He had another important person to meet today and didn't want to waste his time on us life-eating maggots. Captain Cha, can you give me the body of this snake? I asked, mustering up the courage. Oh, this is a fiery blood-red snake, and its meat has a strong fire poison. What? Are you so hungry? Cha Qingji looked at me with disdain. It's up to you. If you want it, just pick it up. It's easier if it's poisoned to death. Thank you, Captain Cha. I thanked him quickly, but in my mind I was thinking about how to use the snake's corpse. At this moment, Wu Exine spoke again. Team Cha, I want to smoke more. TSK, do you think this is a lottery? You could lose your life if you take it. Cha Qingji was obviously a little impatient. Wu Exine said quietly, I don't have many years left to live anyway. Smoke, 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 and get out of here right after you're done. Cha Qingji waved his hand. I still have 7 years to live. I'll exchange it for 6. Wu Exine was obviously ready to go all out. Next, the results of the 6 roulettes were announced one after another. Congratulations on winning. Defense. Congratulations on winning. A damaged antique cell phone. Congratulations on winning. 3 iron wires. Congratulations on winning. A screaming chicken. Congratulations on winning. A signed photo of Kobe. Congratulations on winning. A flower fairy of the king of base. Wu Exine's face became darker and darker from the first result, until the last Bawang flower fairy appeared. He could no longer hold back and exploded. Fuck! Again, he yelled, and Cha Qingji drew out his sword again and cut off the flower demon's roots with one stroke. I took the opportunity to step forward and picked up the flower demon's body. You can eat it too? Cha Qingji asked sarcastically. There's no way. I'm really hungry, I replied in a low voice. Cha Qingji sneered and tried to chase us away. At this time, a car slowly approached and a woman in red got out of the car. Cha Qingji immediately put on a flattering smile. I am Cha Qingji, respectfully welcoming Miss Liu. Yeah. The woman responded coldly, with an indifferent expression. When I heard the word Liu, my heart trembled and I subconsciously looked up. When I saw the appearance of the person coming, a strong, murderous intent suddenly surged in my heart. It turned out to be her, Lu Xinyu. Eh? Miss Liu, do you want to smoke now? Cha Qingji's tone instantly changed from contempt to flattery, and the wrinkles on his face were almost falling off with laughter. This change in attitude made me sneer in my heart. The Liu family is indeed a powerful family. Even such a cold-blooded person has to be treated with caution. Lu Xinyu did not respond to his compliment, but said coldly, Start when you are ready. There was a coldness in her voice, without a trace of emotion, a typical iceberg beauty. Don't worry, there will be absolutely no problem. Even if a beast tide is drawn, my lottery area can handle it properly, Cha Qingji made a boast. But before he finished speaking, Lu Xinyu suddenly shouted coldly, Shut your crow mouth. Cha Qingji immediately broke out in a cold sweat, and the smile on his face froze instantly. He quickly stepped aside, signaling his men to be on guard, and the flattering smile on his face looked even more ridiculous. I huddled under the stairs, observing everything in silence, fiddling with the corpse of the fierce red snake I had just drawn. Unexpectedly, the purple roulette draw attracted everyone's attention, and no one noticed an insignificant person like me. Lu Xinyu took a deep breath, a light flashed between her fingers, and a purple roulette wheel appeared in her hand. Then Lu Xinyu did not hesitate, and directly turned the roulette wheel outwards and shouted softly, Draw. The purple roulette wheel spun rapidly, and the flowing purple light swept across the prizes. One of the prizes was particularly eye-catching, the life extension pill recipe. This was a treasure that could change the entire end-time situation. Mastering the recipe for the life extension pill was like owning a money printing machine. No wonder the Liu family was so powerful. However, the probability of winning the longevity pill formula was pitifully low, and Lu Xinyu's expression became increasingly solemn. When the roulette wheel stopped, the result finally appeared. Congratulations on winning. Level 5 Ferocious Beast Scaled Sea Clam. Damn it. Lu Xinyu jumped back instantly. Her movements were so fast that they were almost invisible. Although she was wearing high heels, it did not affect her speed at all. In less than half a second, she had already opened up a distance of more than 10 meters. At the same time, a portal opened in front of the roulette wheel, and a giant leech emerged from it. It was 2 meters tall, and its rugged shell suddenly opened in the air, making a silent, strange cry. It was an extremely high-frequency infrasound wave. Although it would not kill people, dizziness and the urge to vomit were inevitable. The defense line set up by Cha Qingji paused for a moment at this moment. Fu! Fu! Two water arrows suddenly shot out from the tentacles of the scaly sea clam. One of them directly blasted through the thick fortifications, and the other, "Ali!" one of Cha Qingji's men shouted, watching the water arrow pierce his companion's head. Facing a ferocious beast, life and death are only a matter of a second, and human life is worthless in this apocalypse. "Calm down," Cha Qingji shouted, grabbed the spear beside him, and threw it at the scaly sea clam. The spear pierced the sea clam's shell, and although it did not break the defense, it forced it to close its shell for defense. "Military crossbows, load them." Cha Qingji ordered his men to prepare for a volley, hoping to eliminate the scaly sea clam before it launched another attack. "Shoot!" With the order, dozens of crossbow arrows shot rapidly at the scaly sea clams. With a slight sound, the hard shell of the scaly sea clams finally broke open a small piece. "There's hope! Another round," Cha Qingji urged, but Lu Xinyu interrupted coldly. "Wait, try to keep the shell intact, and the software inside must not be damaged." Cha Qingji cursed in his heart. This woman wants the material from the scaly sea clams, right? The shells are excellent materials for making shields. However, this is a 100-year lottery zone. If you're facing a level 5 beast, it's good enough if you can kill it. Why are there so many requirements? But Cha Qingji had no choice but to accept the order and ordered his men to aim at the damaged areas before attacking. In this gap, the scaly razor clam suddenly opened its scales and emitted infrasound again. Cha Qingji's men felt dizzy and their movements stopped instantly. I watched all this nervously, knowing in my heart that although the range of this wave of infrasound was limited, Cha Qingji and his men would most likely pay the price with their lives once again. At this critical moment, I silently gripped the slingshot in my hand, picked up a small stone, and aimed at the open shell of the scaly razor clam. Puff! The stone flew past Cha Qingji's defense line with a whistling sound and accurately hit the broken shell of the scaly sea clam. The huge impact force made it shake violently and almost fall down. This sudden change instantly reversed the situation on the field. Although Cha Qingji didn't know who launched the attack, he didn't hesitate, grabbed the spear behind him, and threw it out again. The spear broke through the air and fiercely pierced into the soft body of the scaly sea clam. With a long and lingering sound, the scaly sea clam's shell broke into two halves under the impact of internal and external forces. The level 5 beast died on the spot. Cha Qingji breathed a sigh of relief and ordered his men to decompose the body of the scaly sea clam. Then he turned back to look for the source of the stone. When Cha Qingji's eyes fell on me and saw the slingshot in my hand, an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. Question mark. Cha Qingji was stunned, his eyes full of shock and confusion. The stone just now was shot out by a slingshot from a humble life-eating maggot like me? No, it's impossible. Cha Qingji quickly dismissed the ridiculous guess in his mind. In his opinion, how could an ordinary person, whose attributes were all 1, or even less than 1, cause any harm to a level 5 beast? What's more, I'm just a life-eating maggot, not even an official player. However, when I saw Cha Qingji staring at me, I consciously pretended to be innocent and stammered. I was wrong, Captain Cha. I was just in a spur of the moment. When I spoke, I deliberately put on an attitude of letting myself be dealt with, as if I had really done something wrong. But in Cha Qingji's eyes, my performance was just pretentious, as if I was deliberately showing off. However, before Cha Qingji could speak, Lu Xinyu suddenly interrupted him and asked coldly, "What's the matter with the slingshot in your hand?" This sentence made me secretly proud. This is why I chose to take action at this time. Attracting Lu Xinyu's attention is exactly my purpose. I had started laying out the plan long before I was brought to this century-old lottery area, and now, the chess pieces are finally starting to fall. I felt that the snake's tendons were very elastic, so I pulled them out to try. I deliberately showed a hesitant look, and there was a bit of gambling in my words. I couldn't say it too bluntly, otherwise I would expose myself. So I could only bet that Lu Xinyu was not a stupid woman. As expected, Lu Xinyu then asked, "The handle of the slingshot, is it the vine of the Bawan Hua Yao?" When I heard this, a hint of excitement flashed across my eyes. The bet was right. Lu Xinyu really realized the value of it. Well, use local materials. This sentence is true. The handle of this slingshot is indeed made of the vines of the Bawanhua demon. Although this was not my original plan, unexpected gains are also part of the plan. Lu Xinyu pondered for a moment, then said in a commanding tone, "Show me the slingshot." Although I was a little helpless, I still handed the slingshot over. I knew in my heart that I had to obey the Liu family, even if she didn't snatch it directly. The moment Liu Xinyu took the slingshot, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he blurted out, "This, strength +5?" As soon as Liu Xinyu finished speaking, everyone around heard it. Zha Qingji's eyes widened, and Wu Xan was even more stunned, with a look of disbelief on his face. It turned out that this seemingly inconspicuous slingshot actually had such a hidden ability. Liu Xinyu was obviously more interested in me, and her tone slowed down. "What's your name?" "Chen Yichuan." I answered directly without hiding anything. It would be easy for the Liu family to investigate me anyway, so I might as well be frank. Hearing this name, Liu Xinyu's expression changed subtly, and he said with a hint of amusement, "So it's you. It seems that you have hidden something in those 62 consecutive draws." Liu Xinyu had obviously heard about my previous sensational lottery event, in which I drew the roulette wheel 62 times. Although most of the prizes were rubbish, I also got a lot of good things. I just lowered my head and didn't respond because I knew that nothing I said would help. Facing the power of the Liu family, I must be cautious. Even if she decides to kill me on the spot, I have already prepared a backup plan, but this is not the result I most want to see. After a moment of silence, Liu Xinyu seemed to have made a decision. She said coldly, "Come with me. You know, I can let you live." A strong desire to kill surged in my heart, but I quickly suppressed it and pretended to be hesitant and asked, "Really?" Liu Xinyu did not give me any clear promise, but just said, "Believe it or not, if you want to live, follow me." After that, she turned and left, leaving me standing there. People around me looked at me, some with envy. Being connected to the Liu family, although not rich, but in this end times, at least I can have food to eat, not lingering like a life-eating maggot. Wu Xian's eyes were full of jealousy, and he clenched his fists. I followed Liu Xinyu a few steps and caught up with her, then asked cautiously, "Can you return the slingshot to me?" Upon hearing this, Liu Xinyu threw the slingshot back without caring whether I could catch it or not. Although I felt humiliated, I still caught the slingshot and swallowed all my dissatisfaction. After getting in the car, I found that there was only one seat left. Liu Xinyu originally planned to come in a low profile and only brought 2 men with him, so the car was naturally not spacious. Liu Xinyu was obviously not willing to sit with me. A trace of confusion flashed in her eyes, but she finally said, "Get in the car." Liu Xinyu added, "If you dare to leave any dirt on the car, humph." I smiled bitterly in my heart. This woman is really arrogant. It seems that she is always on guard against me doing something wrong. "I can sit on the roof," I suggested tentatively, the resistance in my heart making the air heavy at this moment. "Stop talking nonsense." Liu Xinyu interrupted me coldly. Finally, I had no choice but to give in and get in the car. Despite the humiliation in my heart, I knew I had to endure it temporarily. At this time, although I had a powerful plug-in, the biggest problem was that my life was running out and I didn't even have the chance to draw the white roulette again. Now, I'm like a general without the troops to fight. Therefore, I can only temporarily submit to my enemies and get rid of the identity of life-eating maggot before I can make subsequent plans. "Drive," Liu Xinyu ordered. Liu Xinyu's car shuttled through the broken walls and ruins at high speed, like a gust of wind, and finally arrived at the destination she mentioned after more than half an hour, Zhenjiang Defense Zone. I didn't want to stay any longer, so I got out of the car as soon as it stopped. Looking around, I immediately felt that this place was different from the outside world. In short, this place was like a huge fence, with barbed wire connecting the broken building fragments together and high-voltage electricity to resist the impact of ferocious beasts. Why are the places where the life-eating maggots live always dark and damp? Because most of the electricity is used in these defense areas. Even those high-rise buildings with better environments would have power outages from time to time. The maintenance of these electricity was the result of the strong people fighting to protect several power stations. But even so, the energy was still not enough to support production, let alone improve the living environment. I remember the scenes in my previous life. At that time, humans had built towering barriers and used the shields drawn out by the roulette wheel to establish base cities. Productivity gradually recovered, and a class like the life-eating maggots also disappeared. However, that was 100 days after the Doomsday game began. Now everything is still in the initial chaotic stage. This is the defense zone that my Liu family is responsible for. "You will stay here from today," Liu Xinyu said coldly. "He will take you to the guard team." If you are still alive after 3 days, I will give you a longevity pill. After saying that, Lu Xinyu left without looking back. The one left behind was Wu Qiu, his subordinate who was originally sitting in the passenger seat. I raised my eyes slightly and looked at Wu Qiu, thinking to myself, does the Lu family want me to show my value? This coincides with my plan. In my previous life, I was weak and could only fight on the border to accumulate strength. Because the Lu family didn't care, I had the perfect time to develop. However, as I grew up, the Lu family also continued to develop and eventually became a behemoth that I could not shake. In the end, because of an orange-gold roulette, they joined forces with other forces to encircle and kill me. This kind of ending must never happen again in this life. The reason why I exposed my abilities in front of the Lu family was to take advantage of them. Corrupting them from the inside is much easier than attacking them from the outside. Let the Lu family think that they are using me, but in fact, I am plotting against them in secret. Just wait. Everything you took away, I will take it back sooner or later. I swore secretly in my heart. Wu Qiu didn't know what I was thinking. Seeing that I was standing still, he reminded me, let's go. It's just ahead. The direction he pointed to was exactly where the guard team was. We walked along the dilapidated street for about 3 minutes, and in front of us appeared a dilapidated building that was 30% destroyed. Fortunately, the main part of the building was still there. At least it would not collapse at any time. Wu Qiu took a few steps forward, gently pushed open the door on the first floor, and said directly, Hao Zhao, the lady asked me to bring someone over. Before he finished speaking, he was answered by a series of indescribable noises that were not suitable for children. I scratched my nose awkwardly, thinking that this guy might have ruined someone else's good deed. But Wu Qiu was obviously impatient. His face darkened, and he shouted loudly, How? Get the hell out here. Hey, I'm coming. A man behind the screen hurriedly responded and rushed out from the back without even fastening his belt. When he saw Wu Qiu, his cerebellum shrank immediately and his expression became extremely nervous. Boss Qiu, Hao Zhao greeted cautiously. Wu Qiu's face was as cold as ice, and he said coldly, I asked you to lead the team to guard this defense zone, and this is how you look at it? You ate too much, and you were full of energy, right? Hao Zhao was caught in the act and could not find any excuse to explain, so he could only admit his mistake helplessly. When can't you have sex with a woman? Have you ever thought about what kind of turmoil the Lu family will face if the defense line goes wrong because of your negligence? By then, you'll even lose your life. This is the first time I'll punish you with 2 days of food. If you do it again, humph, Wu Qiu said with a cold face. Hao Zhao could only agree with a bitter face. Yes, boss. The defense team's duty is to guard the defense line 24 hours a day and resist the attacks of ferocious beasts. Once the beast breaks through the defense line, the consequences will be disastrous. In this doomsday, human life and coin are almost equivalent and are not worth anything at all. Seeing Hao Zhao accept the punishment, Wu Qiu's expression eased a little, and then he shouted to the outside of the door, Who is that? Come in. I knew he was calling me, so I walked into the house without hesitation. The young lady asked me to bring this man here. He will be placed in the Zhenjiang defense zone. You can find a place for him. I'm leaving first. After Wu Qiu finished giving his instructions, he left without looking back. Okay, Hao Zhao agreed hurriedly. He finally breathed a sigh of relief when Wu Qiu disappeared from his sight. I remained silent from beginning to end, but Hao Zhao seemed to have misunderstood something from Wu Qiu's words. The lady asked me to bring it. He rolled his eyes and suddenly asked, Little brother, what's your name? How could I, who had lived 2 lives, not understand what he meant? These guys who normally didn't regard life-eating maggots as human beings were now being kind to me. It was obvious that they had misunderstood something. Chun Yichuang. I answered directly. Oh, it's Brother Chun. From now on, I will call you Brother Chuan. There was a hint of sarcasm in Hao Zhao's tone, and it was obvious that he had imagined something that he shouldn't have imagined. I suppressed my nausea and responded, Whatever, you can call me anything. Brother Chuan, I didn't expect that you could catch the eye of that woman Lu Xinyu. You're not simple. Hao Zhao teased, with speculation in his tone. Don't think too much. Can I call you Brother Zhao? I gave him a way out. Hey, no problem. Hao Zhao seemed very satisfied with the title. At this moment, the woman behind the screen suddenly poked half of her head out and called out weakly, Captain Hao Yu? Wait a minute. Hao Zhao's face turned cold. Can't you see I'm busy? Go play by yourself. Then he put on a smiling face again and said to me, Brother Chuan, the smell in my room is not very good. Can we talk outside? Yeah. I nodded and followed him out of the house. After a few pleasantries, Hao Zhao began to introduce the situation of this defense zone to me. Brother Chuan, you're new here. Let me first tell you the origin of our defense zone. Thank you, I replied calmly. In the next few minutes, Hao Zhao briefly introduced to me the changes in the world after the advent of the Doomsday game. Although I knew everything he said, I still listened patiently. It has been 21 days since the Doomsday game arrived. The initial mutation caused animals and plants to mutate into ferocious beasts, wreaking havoc everywhere, causing the rapid collapse of national structures around the world. According to statistics, in just a few hours, the death rate of the global population reached 37%, and nearly 3 billion people died. After 7 days of struggle, and after the population dropped by nearly a billion again, all of humanity finally figured out the rules of this new world. This is a game. A cruel game with a background of doomsday and survival as the goal. All humans are players, and the mutated plants and animals are NPCs. The core rule is life roulette. There are no so-called levels. Killing monsters will drop loot, but the main quest is unclear, and the official has no way of knowing. And the server is the Earth itself. Later, players gave this game a name called Life Eater. Although humans have figured out the rules of Life Eater, the sudden impact in the early stages has shattered the original social organization. Faced with the threat of countless ferocious beasts, humans were forced to gather into settlements scattered around the world, living among the ruins and struggling to survive. The sharp decline in population directly led to a stagnation of productivity, and the whole world seemed to have returned to a primitive state. Although the technology still exists and aircraft, tanks, and thermal weapons are still effective, the productivity that these technologies rely on has collapsed. Every bullet is precious, and these resources will not be used easily unless facing a large-scale beast tide. As players gradually upgrade their levels, people begin to realize that Life Eater brings not only disasters, but also countless opportunities. When personal ability exceeds the lethality of thermal weapons, a society belonging to the strong begins to gradually take shape. All these changes began on the 12th day after the advent of Life Eater. 9 days ago, I pretended not to understand and asked in surprise. Yes, Hao Zhao sighed and continued. In just 21 days, less than a month, the world has completely changed. As someone who was lucky enough to become an official player in the early stage, Hao Zhao was naturally qualified to sympathize with the world. And those people at the bottom, their only thought was to survive. The Liu family status was also established 9 days ago. He continued, south of the Jiangnan settlement, that is, Suicheng, the Liu family was originally only a second-rate force, but with the life-sucking sword and the longevity pill formula, it is only a matter of time before they become first-rate. When I heard the words life-sucking sword and life-extending pill recipe, hatred surged in my heart. These two things once belonged to me, but now they were seized by the Liu family, and my hatred for the Liu family deepened. By the way, Brother Zhao, when did you become a formal player? I continued to ask. The most special thing about Life Eater is that not everyone can become a formal player, and this process has a flavor of survival of the fittest. Hey, good luck, Hao Zhao said complacently. Our defense zone experienced a small-scale beast tide a while ago, and I happened to get a life card. What is a destiny card? I pretended not to understand and continued to ask. Hao Zhao obviously enjoyed explaining it to me. The so-called life card is also called lifespan card. You can think of it as the network access license for the game Life Eater. You can draw it in the roulette wheel, or get it when you kill monsters. Through his introduction, I relearned the basics of life cards. In short, only those who hold the life card can become official players, and only by killing monsters can they gain experience, level up, and become stronger. This is not only about improving combat capabilities, but also includes cross-region forums, item trading, and all the core functions of Life Eater. Brother Zhao, what level are you now? I asked. Hao Zhao raised his head proudly. Not high, level 4. I pretended to understand something and responded, I see. Although level 4 seemed impressive to him, I knew that in this small border area, level 4 was indeed considered high. Even the strongest players would not stay in such a place. Unless they encountered a large-scale beast tide, they would be able to resist. Okay, Brother Chuan, I'll take you to find a place to live first. We'll hang out outside the defense zone when we have a chance in the future. Maybe we can find a life card, Hao Zhao said to me proudly. Okay, then thank you, Brother Zhao. I responded. He obviously misunderstood the relationship between Lu Xinyu and me. I didn't intend to clarify it. Anyway, this misunderstanding was in my favor. In the Zhenjiang Defense Zone, the so-called residences are nothing more than those houses that have not completely collapsed. I ended up choosing a pre-apocalyptic hotel room, which was still filthy, but at least better than the underground parking lot. In the room, I sat down on the dusty sofa, and my mood became more relaxed. The tension and pressure of this period of time were finally relieved a little. Life card, lifespan, I have to get these two things first, I said to myself, and pointed in the air to bring up the attribute panel. Then, a screen appeared in front of me, showing name, Chen Yichuan level, 0 lifespan, 184 days blood, 100 out of 100 strength, 1 plus 7 spirit, 1 plus 7 defense, 1 plus 7 speed, 1 plus 7. Looking at the data on the panel that returned to the pre-liberation era, I couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was like a game account that I had worked hard to cultivate, but the data was suddenly reset. It was heartbreaking, but helpless. It would be nice if I could bring my old faceplate with me after rebirth. I sighed self-deprecatingly. Forget it, just take a good sleep. Dreams can bring you anything. I lie down on the sofa while mumbling, and I use the unique skill of young people. I fall asleep immediately. In my two lives, my spirit finally relaxes for a moment until this moment, and the soothing snoring begins. However, God didn't seem to intend to let me sleep peacefully. A shrill alarm suddenly sounded, pulling me out of my sleep. Fuck you. I couldn't help but burst out in anger, but even so, I could only turn over and sit up. Although I was full of complaints, I quickly got up, walked out of the room, and walked towards the crowd. As a veteran who had fought in the border area, I knew what this alarm meant. Soon, hundreds of people gathered in front of the fence of the defense zone. Hao Zhao stood on a deliberately raised pile of rubble, with an expression of wanting more than he had hoped for. It was obvious that he was quite unhappy about the activity that had just been interrupted. Listen up, Hao Zhao shouted. The radar detected a group of ferocious beasts gathering 500 meters upstream. The size is about 30% of the white beast tide. If nothing unexpected happens, the end of the path is our defense zone. The white beast tide meant that the number of ferocious beasts was less than 500, but even if it was 30%, there would still be hundreds of ferocious beasts. This was enough to make people nervous. A man on the makeshift watchtower reported loudly. Captain Hao, look at the heads. They should be level 1 to 3, and they are all swimming in the water. Really? Did you hear that, brothers? Cheer up, we might get extra meals tonight. Hao Zhao jumped off the pile of rocks, the long sword in his hand already unsheathed. After determining the level of the beast, Hao Zhao ordered, pull the power switch, the first team will follow me outside, and the rest of you will clean up the fish that have escaped. It is not easy to build an electric grid for a defense zone. Unless faced with an unstoppable herd of beasts, most defense zones will choose to extend the battle line outside the protective net. As the sound of the electric current gradually weakened, Hao Zhao jumped lightly and was the first to jump out of the protective net. The long sword in his hand flashed coldly. Butcher team, get ready. Brothers in logistics, start the seafood pot. Hao Zhao shouted to his men. Chapter 10-2 Top Quality Roulette Wheels. Chen Yichuan did not rush out with Hao Zhao. Instead, he grabbed a handful of stones nearby, grabbed an exposed steel bar, and used the force to throw himself onto a rubble about 5 meters high. Although he has a temporary bonus of all attributes plus 7, but engaging in close combat with a ferocious beast without a weapon is like running barefoot on a road full of steel nails. I'll go. What the hell just swiped past? It's a person. The sudden scene made many people nearby feel dizzy. Fuck, he jumped so high in just one move? Newcomer, you must be joking, but he jumped so high. How is he going to fight the beast? Outside the defense zone, the herd of ferocious beasts moved at a steady pace, just in time for Chen Yichuan to stand firmly on the ruins. At this time, the long knife in Hao Zhao's hand had already cut a giant eel that jumped out of the water in half, which also meant that the conflict between the defense zone and the beast herd had officially begun. No one in the defense zone had the time to care about Chen Yichuan's plan. After all, when dealing with a herd of beasts, carelessness could cost you your life. The reason why the Zhenjiang defense zone is named Zhenjiang is because less than 5 meters away from the outer edge of the defense zone is the largest river in Sui City, Suijiang River. 70% of the protective electric grid in the entire defense zone was built around the former riverside promenade. Since the advent of Life Eater, Suijiang has become the main channel for ferocious beasts from the water to invade the inland. The original Mother River has turned into a source of disaster. In the Sui River, ferocious beasts leaped up one after another. Those with higher levels can either leave the water for a short period of time or possess long-range attack capabilities. Hao Zhao's attack power is enough to seriously injure or even kill them directly. But as the number increased, he was overwhelmed. Fortunately, the Butcher Squad arrived quickly to provide support, either in teams of 2 or 3, and they selected a ferocious beast and began to fight. There are all kinds of attack methods, including knife slashing, axe chopping, and gun stabbing. Only, oh no, Captain Hao, it's the bone-winged flying fish. Of course, Hao Zhao in front of the formation heard the shout, but before he could react, a stone flew over and knocked the bone-winged flying fish to the ground. It died before it had even fluttered twice. Flash sale. An absolute instant kill. Damn it, who did this? No way. That fish died before it even flew 3 meters. Struck by lightning? Brother, it's sunny now. What the members of the defense team didn't expect was that the bone-winged flying fish was just the beginning. After that, more and more ferocious beasts that had come ashore were inexplicably killed on the way to the defense zone. Even the crab-like ferocious beasts, which are famous for their defense, could not withstand a blow. Finally, stone? Damn it, it's a stone. The member who had seen the murder weapon clearly turned his head and looked in Chen Yichuan's direction almost subconsciously shortly after his shouting. Before he surrendered to the battle, he witnessed with his own eyes the scene where Chen Yichuan rolled upstairs. Holy shit, is it really him? The two loud noises finally made many people focus their attention on a young man holding a slingshot in the defense area. One stone after another kept shooting out from the slingshot, and each time the stone landed at an extremely precise point. It is no exaggeration to say that every shot hits its target. He holds in his hand S slingshot. Suddenly I feel that this machete in my hand is not so good anymore. Who is he anyway? Who knows? Could it be that they are scattered players who have just found an organization? Hao Zhao was also stunned at this moment, but this directly deepened his self-degradation. No wonder Miss Liu took a fancy to him. Then he shouted loudly, "Ha ha! Our snipers are in position. Brothers, hurry up. Oh, what is it like to have a sniper on our side? No worries at all." In the early days of Life Eater, most players mainly engaged in close combat. It was not that they did not want to play long-range combat, but that there was simply no way to play it. Humans have a lot of long-range thermal weapons, cold weapons, bow and arrow, crossbow, javelin. Compared with swords, spears, swords, and halberds, these long-range cold weapons have long become history, and the only ones left are the bows used in sports games. But there is only a bow. No one is going to produce a bunch of arrows and have them piled up in a warehouse. Furthermore, the lethality of a crossbow mainly comes from the tension of the bow and the elasticity of the string. Even if players upgrade their attributes to strength, the power will not increase much, unless it is a weapon drawn from the roulette wheel or exploded after killing a ferocious beast. As for the javelin, its lethality depends on the strength of the weapon. But just like arrows, no one is going to produce a lot of them. This is why Chen Yichuan chose the slingshot. In the early days, when there was a lack of long-range professions, the impact force of this slingshot was definitely not small. The ferocious beasts that attack the defense zone do not charge in without thinking. After discovering that most of their compatriots had died, retreat was inevitable. The beasts that came with such a strong momentum were defeated in less than 10 minutes after the battle began. But if it weren't for Chen Yichuan, this small-scale beast tide would definitely not be stopped in an hour or so, and there might even be casualties. Clear the battlefield, bring in all the bodies, and keep an eye out for roulette wheels and fake cards. After confirming that the group of ferocious beasts had retreated, Hao Zhao immediately shouted, "Captain Hao, we found a white roulette wheel here. I have one here too. Hey, we have this too. The shipment rate is not low." After final statistics, the 84 ferocious beasts killed dropped a total of 9 white roulette wheels, 7 iron swords, 5 broadswords, and a bucket of coins. The roulette wheels and weapons were put away together, except for the bucket of coins which was thrown aside. Chen Yichuan jumped down from the ruins and instantly became the focus of everyone's attention. After all, his slingshot was beyond everyone's imagination. Dude, man, what the hell is wrong with your slingshot? Yeah, he's a cutie. Every time he sends one out, so cool. Is it drawn from the roulette wheel? Chen Yichuan was overwhelmed by the questions. And in the end, Hao Zhao pushed through the crowd to help him out and said with some regret, "Brother Chuan, it's a pity that the life card didn't come out. It's okay, just go with the flow. But there are two top-quality white roulette wheels here. How about you pick one?" The defense zone guards could freely distribute the roulette wheels, except for a portion that was handed in. Considering Chen Yichuang's military achievements, it was completely reasonable for him to get a share. Apparently, no one had any objection. Chen Yichuang was not prepared to be polite when he heard this, but after a quick look, he found that neither of the two roulette wheels had the option of the longevity pill he needed, and the other rewards were dispensable. They are all average. What about the other roulette wheels? Can I see them too? Hao Zhao was slightly stunned when he heard this. Brother Chuan, besides these two, there is only one medium-quality piece and 6 low-quality pieces left. The winning rate is not high. It's okay, just take a look. That's fine. Chapter 11 Roulette Wheel in Hand. Rough Iron Bone Crab Fist. Bring me the rest of the roulette wheels. Following Hao Zhao's order, the remaining 7 roulette wheels were quickly placed in front of Chen Yichuang. 1 piece is of medium quality and 6 pieces are of low quality. The latter will most likely be thrown into various lottery areas and drawn by the life-eating maggots. After all, the winning rate is not high, and rash drawing can easily get you into trouble. Chen Yichuan glanced at it. Huh? Space Ring. There is such an option on the medium-quality roulette wheel. Hey, that's just a small percentage, less than 1%. It would be a miracle if they could extract it. That's true. Upon hearing this, Chen Yichuang was too lazy to refute Hao Zhao's words and just continued to check on his own. Unfortunately, as the hard currency of Life Eater, the option of longevity pills is not so easy to appear. On the remaining 6 roulette wheels, the best reward is only 1 pill of Babincane. As the name suggests, it is a pill used to treat diseases. Of course, this is just on the surface. I want this one. Chen Yichuang pointed to the low-quality roulette wheel with the only positive option being Fine Iron Spear. Huh. Hao Zhao was obviously puzzled. Brother? Are you sure? Don't even mention whether you can pull it out. Even if you can pull it out, can this broken iron gun still be as useful as your slingshot? I am sure. This. Hao Zhao was a little bit overwhelmed, but he had no reason to refuse. After all, it was just a low-quality roulette wheel and had no value at all. Well, if you insist on choosing this one, I'll give you the middle-quality one as well. It won't be hard for you, will it? Chen Yichuang asked with some surprise. In his previous life, he had little interaction with the subordinates of the Liu family, and he had never heard of what kind of person Hao Zhao was. Hey, what's this? It's just a bunch of white roulette wheels. There's no high-quality option. Even if I draw all of them, they won't say anything. Then I am being disrespectful. Take it, take it. Chen Yichuan is not polite. Just because you can't draw it doesn't mean I can't draw it, right? As for the lack of high-quality options, that's just because you don't know, even though he doesn't have much life left now. But you can't have rice but no pot to cook it in, right? By the way, Brother Chuan, what's the matter with your slingshot? After dividing the spoils, Hao Zhao finally asked the question that everyone present was willing to listen to. Did you also draw it from the roulette wheel? I guess so. Chen Yichuang smiled faintly, but Hao Zhao was confused. What do you mean by count as? The materials are all from the roulette wheel. Chen Yichuang had no intention of keeping it to himself. Since Lu Xinyu had done this, she must be the kind of person who would not give up until she saw the rabbit. He had to let her get something sweet. It's simple. Just use the tendons of the fiery red snake and the roots of the Bawan flower demon and tie them together. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. That's all? What else? But how did you know? What Hao Zhao asked was obviously, how do you know this operation? However, Chen Yichuang just smiled and said nothing. He simply walked around him and went to the pile of beast carcasses that the defense team had brought in. After pondering for a moment in full view of everyone, he pulled out a relatively intact crab. He broke its giant claws effortlessly and threw it to Hao Zhao after some operations. Have a look. At first, Hao Zhao was still confused, but the next moment, an attribute panel popped up. Rough Iron Crab Fist. A casually made glove, strength +5. Level requirement, level 1. Production process, white rough. Fuck, this is... Hao Zhao couldn't help but twitch his lips. This is a bit too outrageous. A bunch of smacking, and then a pair of boxing gloves? As for the rough part nonsense, it's just broken off from a beast, fiddled with it a few times, and that's it. How can it not be rough? But that's not the point. The point is, how did Chen Yichuang know? Brother, where did you learn all this? Upon hearing this, Chen Yichuan shook his head and said, everyone has secrets. Brother Zhao, you'd better not ask. Not keeping anything to oneself does not mean being selfless. Everything he knows comes from his experience in his past life. If he reveals it all, what advantage is there in that? All right. In fact, Hao Zhao had no intention of forcing it. He just asked casually. Chen Yichuan would not lose anything whether he said it or not. But then he settled for the next best thing. Then how many useful materials are there from these beasts? There are quite a few. Chen Yichuan raised his eyebrows. But Brother Zhao, you can't let me show everything in public, right? If you do that, the secret will no longer be a secret. Hearing what he said, Hao Zhao could only feel helpless. He was not stupid. At this moment, he finally understood why Lu Xinyu took a fancy to Chen Yichuan. If he were Lu Xinyu, he would do the same. And this is where Chen Yichuan feels confident. Everything is in his head. Can it be stolen? How else to say? The power of knowledge is infinite. Hao Zhao took a deep breath and said, "How about this, Brother Chuan? I'll find you a place, and you can deal with the corpse of the beast. I only want the final result. How do you think?" He did not change his attitude towards Chen Yichuan because of the facts. Because whether based on Lu Xinyu or Chen Yichuan's abilities, his attitude is understandable. Even if the Lu family came to ask, there was nothing wrong with what he did. Hao Zhao had already made such concessions, so there was no reason for Chen Yichuan not to respond. Not long after, all the corpses of the ferocious beasts were transported to the Zhenjiang Defense Zone, a place with the best environment that looked like a logistics warehouse before Doomsday. Although this is not a hard requirement, it is better than being dirty and messy. Afterwards, Chen Yichuan said that he needed time to deal with the body and simply close the door. And then, fall asleep as soon as you lie down. More than an hour later, outside the door, "Do you think we can still have our seafood dinner tonight?" You ask us. Who should we ask? On the other hand, Hao Zhao reported everything about Chen Yichuan to Wu Qiu, and after some twists and turns, it finally reached Lu Xinyu's ears. Lu family mansion. After listening to Wu Qiu's report, Lu Xinyu's calm face revealed an extremely weird smile. This Chen Yichuan must have won something in the last lottery, so he knows everything about the materials on the beast. "Miss, what should we do then?" "What to do?" After a brief silence, Lu Xinyu clasped his fingers together and said softly, "Unless there is a way to dig those things out of his mind. Otherwise, we can only cooperate. Pay close attention to the roulette wheel that the family has recently obtained. Once there is a relevant option, I must get it for me." "Yes." Wu Qiu responded and left Lu Xinyu's room. Seeing him leave, the latter slowly raised her hand to support her chin and gently rubbed her right cheek with her slender jade fingers for a while. In the end, the man's eyes, which had been calm as a well, revealed a trace of incomprehensible sadness. Is there such a thing? Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 12. See you again, my friend from my previous life. Zhenjiang Defense Zone. Late at night, the young man finally woke up and calmed down. He sat up and took a deep breath. "I'm still alive and still here. This is not a dream." As a human being, it always takes some time to accept an incomprehensible fact. After Chen Yichuan sat up, he did not forget his business. Among the 84 ferocious beasts, almost none of them are useless. After all, those who can actively attack human defense zones are not good guys and have some materials on their bodies. In order to help him dismember the beast better, Hao Zhao also had people prepare several sharp blades of different sizes. Very thoughtful. Although he can tear it apart directly with brute force, this violent disassembly method is not suitable for all scenarios. At least when separating useful flesh and blood, a sharp blade is needed. Unfortunately, they are all swimming in the water, and the materials are not enough to refine the longevity pill. In his previous life, Chen Yichuan had obtained another recipe for longevity elixir, so he was naturally familiar with the ingredients listed in it. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to live for 1,000,000 years. It was then that he understood that several medicinal ingredients in the pill recipe had to be bound by blood in order to fully manifest, and only the holder himself could see them. Unfortunately, it was pointless to regret it then. Forget it, collect some first and figure out the rest later. Huh? You're lucky, you even have this. Materials for the purple longevity pill. Unfortunately, the grade is a bit low. There were usable materials from each of the 84 ferocious beasts, so the entire dismantling work did not finish until the next morning. When a ray of sunlight came in through the gap, Chen Yichuan stretched hard. "Hey, finally done?" "Not long." Kala. The door of the logistics warehouse was pushed open a little from the inside, and the dazzling sunlight made Qin Yichuang's eyes a little dizzy, but it was quickly blocked. Brother Chuan, are you done? You. My name is Dongfang Yinyan. If you find it troublesome, you can just call me Sanhua. You. How about Xiao Yinzi? You're blocking my son. I'm sorry. Dongfang Yinyan quickly dodged, but she didn't know that Qin Yichuan's eyes revealed a look of nostalgia. This little Yinzi was originally a member of the Liu family guards. As expected, he was so familiar from the beginning. That's right, Qin Yichuang knew this Dongfang Yinyan, who was a precious good friend of his in his previous life. Unfortunately, he died during a mission in an out-of-bounds battlefield. In his previous life, Qin Yichuan didn't know the reason. He only heard that he seemed to have died a violent death. Outside battlefield, places outside human settlements. Apart from the Liu family and that ungrateful sister, there are not many people left that Qin Yichuan cares about, and Dongfang Yinyan is one of them. But the meaning of this thought about you before and after is completely different. Besides, I don't know if she's still alive. When he thought of this, Qin Yichuang couldn't help but shake his head and temporarily put aside the unnecessary thoughts. If the fate is not broken, they will meet each other eventually. And now, since we are destined to meet again, let me make up for the shortcomings of my previous life. Thinking of this, Qin Yichuang stepped out of the logistics warehouse, and his eyes were fixed on where Dongfang Yinyan was. Dianzi. Why? Go find Hao Zhao. Oh. After the response, Dongfang Yinyan turned around and walked towards Hao Zhao's residence, holding up his cheek, as if thinking about something. Dianzi, yes, I'm so angry. I should be called Dianzi. You can't call me Xiao Yinzi. A few minutes later, Hao Zhao, with dark circles under his eyes, came over with a woman in his arms. She was quite pretty. Even with some dirt on her face, her beauty was still there. In today's world, people at the bottom of society can't afford cosmetics, and East Asian witchcraft has long been a thing of the past. Brother Chuan, you're calling me brother so early in the morning. Is there any good news? Hao Zhao went straight to the point. Originally, he wanted to wait until Qin Yichuang produced results, but he couldn't resist the sleepiness and went back to take a nap in the early morning. Otherwise, there won't be a dark circle on my face. Of course, there is good news. Really, Hao Zhao instantly became alert, but Qin Yichuang's next words calmed him down a little. But Brother Zhao, if I were you and didn't want to run away, I would notify the people above immediately. This, after hearing what Qin Yichuang said, Hao Zhao's throat just stopped, and he thought of a possibility. He felt a little grateful to the former in his heart. Brother, Hao Zhao swallowed his saliva. What on earth did you come up with? Qin Yichuan avoided the question and said something else. Remember to ask them to bring the longevity pills. Hao Zhao hesitated to speak, and after a moment he chose not to ask further. Okay. Then he stretched out his hand and swiped from the side. A card as big as a mobile phone popped out immediately and expanded into a window the same size as a person. This is one of the functions of the life card. Communication. All official players who have a life card can use the life card to connect to the server of the Earth and can initiate a session at any time no matter where they are. It is equivalent to the World Channel of online games. After sending a few messages, Hao Zhao also closed the chat window. After all, he couldn't resist his curiosity. Brother, can you tell me? Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Qin Yichuang pretended to be helpless and took out a piece of fish skin from his pocket and handed it over. What is this? The skin of a water swordfish, with some serum from a magic octopus applied on it. Hearing this, Hao Zhao couldn't help but open the item details. Magic octopus serum patch. A patch coated with the magic octopus serum for external use. When the blood is not full, it restores 30 points per second, lasting for 30 seconds. Level requirement, level 1. Production process, white rough. Oh my god, a Band-Aid? As soon as the complaints fell, Hao Zhao reacted. No, this is unprecedented. The defense team members around us all looked at each other. Hao Zhao did not publish the item attribute panel, so they only heard the words Band-Aid and unprecedented, which made them feel itchy. And Hao Zhao did not exaggerate. Since the advent of Life Eater, there are two ways to restore blood and energy. One is to recover naturally through rest and eating after leaving the battle, and the other is to take elixirs. Of course, the elixir is only available in the roulette wheel. Therefore, the way most players restore their blood and energy is to eat and rest. Not only is it slow, it also has no endurance during high-intensity combat. When the beast tide comes, The human warriors have to organize combat teams in advance and take turns to fight, otherwise the casualties will only increase. The appearance of Chen Yichuang's Band-Aid is truly unprecedented. No wonder. Hao Zhao finally understood that with this thing, he could indeed choose to fly away. But that also meant he would betray the Lu family. But if he knew about this thing in advance, he might have weighed the pros and cons. Brother, you're going to make a lot of money this time. Chen Yichuang just shrugged when he heard that. It is hard to say whether he made money or not, because from a certain perspective, his actions were somewhat aiding the enemy. But in order to achieve the goal, this is a necessary process. Chapter 13, Time Currency. The sun rises in the east, and the sky casts a golden glow on the earth. If the situation was not so unstable, this would be a beautiful sight worth appreciating. Speaking of which, Brother Zhao, I've been a little curious since last night. What are you going to use that bucket of coins for? You mean that? Hao Zhao glanced away, but couldn't help thinking. Could it be that he even knows the function of those iron lumps? Hao Zhao was definitely smart enough to be chosen by Wu Qiu as the captain of the guard of the Zhenjiang Defense Zone. After he realized what was happening, he knew in his heart. Chen Yichuang did it on purpose, since it was intentional. It's just a bunch of broken iron lumps. They pop up every time I kill a ferocious beast. Unfortunately, no one knows what they can be used for. I collect them because they are scattered on the ground and get in the way. Can I see it? What's the big deal? Someone bring that bucket of coins over here. Upon hearing this, Chen Yichuang looked at Hao Zhao but just smiled. Everything was said without words. Of course, Chen Yichuang knew what this coin was, but if he had said it yesterday, or before Hao Zhao changed his attitude towards him, it would not have been appropriate. Some things don't need too many people to know. By waiting until now to bring it up, didn't Hao Zhao consciously help him cover it up? The reason is that the Band-Aid just now took the lead. Otherwise, it would be difficult to achieve such an effect. While he was thinking, the bucket of coins was already placed in front of Chen Yichuang. He squatted down, pretending to be curious, and took out a coin. Interesting. There's also a word time engraved on it. Could it be a commemorative coin of the time it took to kill the beast? That should be it. Hearing what Chen Yichuan said, Hao Zhao quickly agreed. But this thing has no effect at present, except that it is a little harder than a coin. In addition to the hour coins, there are also two types of coins, minute and second, and the latter two are the most common, with the hour being one of the only few. But it is also true that for a low-level beast to produce a time coin is already the maximum. Currencies like this are collectively called time currencies and are divided into year coins, month coins, day coins, hour coins, minute coins, and second coins from high to low. The exchange system is consistent with the time system. Chen Yichuan still remembers his past life. In the early stages of the game, because time currency has almost no place to be used, it is usually ignored by players, and they only regret it when they put it to use. However, although it is called time currency, it cannot buy time at all. In other words, you can't buy time directly. Its status is similar to that of gold coins and silver coins in most online games. It is only used for transactions. After all, no one can use their own life as money to buy things, right? Of course, the longevity pill is an exception. For things that are truly of great value, longevity pills are always hard currency. If no one wants it, I'll keep it. It should be good as a slingshot bullet. Hi. Hao Zhao seemed nonchalant. If you don't mind the wait, I have several more buckets. It won't take that much. Chen Yichuang waved his hand. He was not a greedy person, and he knew that Hao Zhao just wanted to emphasize the useless attribute of time currency in front of everyone. About an hour later, Lu Xinyu's car slowly stopped outside the Zhenjiang Defense Zone. 2 men and 1 woman got out of the car. The configuration was exactly the same as when she went to draw the lottery yesterday. Among the 3, Wu Qiu took a few more steps than the other 2 and came directly in front of Hao Zhao. You'd better be in trouble. Otherwise, you know the consequences. I understand. Facing Wu Qiu, Hao Zhao was still somewhat intimidated, for no other reason than that Wu Qiu represented the Lu family, and secondly, he was already a level 8 player. The gap doubled. If he wanted to, Wu Qiu could kill him without any effort. Not long after, Lu Xinyu also came up. The difference was that her eyes were directly locked on Chen Yichuan's position. She opened her red lips slightly and said, "This is faster than I expected." "Didn't you say it would be 3 days later?" Chen Yichuan chuckled. "I was just lucky. I encountered a small-scale beast tide right after I arrived." The conversation between the two seemed irrelevant, but from the moment Lu Xinyu opened his mouth, Chen Yichuan knew that Hao Zhao must have reported it. Or maybe someone else in the defense zone reported it to their superiors. So Lu Xinyu knew what Chen Yichuan was doing, and her purpose was to make Chen Yichuan show his value and use him. Faster than expected naturally refers to the speed at which he demonstrated his value. Seeing that Chen Yichuan had exposed his purpose in disguise, Lu Xinyu simply became open-minded and said, "Show us your value." The boy didn't waste any words and directly handed her a piece of magic octopus serum patch. Lu Xinyu took the patch, still expressionless, so much so that Chen Yichuan thought she had facial paralysis. But his eyes shrank in shock. The recipe for this stuff, compared with Hao Zhao, the direction and function that Lu Xinyu thought were obviously more comprehensive. If he could get the formula, although its value would not be as great as the longevity pill, it would only be inferior to it. When most games are just starting out, the value of recovery potions is high. But how could Chen Yichuan be so stupid? You know that's impossible. Chen Yichuan spoke calmly, and without waiting for Lu Xinyu's response, he continued, "If I give you the formula, I will be worthless, right?" Of course he has the formula. If it's just a matter of getting a piece of fish skin and applying the serum on it, who doesn't know how to do it? All of this knowledge came from a reward that Chen Yichuan had drawn in his previous life. Secondary occupation card * alchemist. Just as he finished speaking, Chen Yichuan, Wu Qiu fiercely shouted, "Please don't forget who gave you the chance to escape the fate of being a life-eating maggot." But his words undoubtedly touched a sensitive chord. Then please don't forget who it was. The one who forced me to become a so-called life-eating maggot. You think I dare not kill you? Oh, if you could do it, try it. Without confidence, would Chen Yichuan dare to speak frankly about the grievances between him and the Lu family at this time? Maybe he couldn't take revenge yet, but he had already protected himself. "You." Wu Qiu was about to speak, but was stopped by Lu Xinyu's angry voice. "That's enough." Then she looked at Chen Yichuan. "Just tell me what you want. I don't have time to waste with you." Life-extending pill. Chen Yichuan's voice was unquestionable. "This is impossible." Lu Xinyu's answer was also decisive. As the hard currency of Life Eater, how can it be so easy to trade? Is it impossible? What if I give you $100 for this patch? Unless it's a recipe. Your Lu family's appetite is always so big. Lu Xinyu just sneered when he heard this. It means that there is no way to dig out all the things in your head. Otherwise, you would be qualified to trade with me? This serum patch is unique, but if there is no formula and it needs to be traded with Chen Yichuan continuously, its value is far less than the longevity pill. After all, the feeling of being constrained is not good. Chen Yichuan obviously realized this now. If the Earth's economy recovers, this patch can indeed be used to make money. Unfortunately, there is no if. Then he settled for the next best thing. "I can't give you the formula, but I have something else." Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 14. Weren't you the one who started the joke first? Really? Then show us your chips. And one more thing. Lu Xinyu said, looking at the young man, and said, "Chen Yichuan, even though my Lu family has taken your things, you have to understand one thing. This world is a world where the strong prey on the weak. A weak person can never keep what does not belong to him, let alone get what he wants." How could Chen Yichuan not know what she said? As long as your fist is not big enough, you will always be bullied. Even without the Lu family, there is still the Wang family, the Li family, the Zhou family. There is never a shortage of greedy people in this world. After the advent of Life Eater, all human beings on Earth have long been divided into two parts, but not men and women, but useful people and useless people. Chen Yichuan is not strong enough now, so if he wants to fight for a way out, he must be useful enough. Just a Band-Aid is not enough. The medication needs to be more aggressive. That makes sense, but I'm stubborn and I just don't believe it. As soon as he finished speaking, a glass bottle was thrown over from Chen Yichuan's hand. He found it in the logistics warehouse, and inside it were a dozen meatballs. As for what? After Lu Xinyu took it, she tapped it with her jade finger and opened its property panel. Fierce sea cloud powder. The raw material is taken from the divine sea dog, and its flesh and blood are mixed with a variety of auxiliary materials and tanned. After taking it, it can temporarily increase all attributes by 10 points, and the effect lasts for 12 hours. When taken again, the duration is 50% of the previous time. Level requirement, level 2. Production process, white rough. This, if the previous Band-Aid touched Lu Xinyu's psychological defenses, then this one simply crushed her psychological defenses. Although continuous recovery medicine is practical, it is far from affecting the battle situation. Sometimes you can't win the battle, and more blood only delays death. But this fierce sea and dispersing clouds is something that can truly change the situation of the battle. What did you draw in roulette? There is no sound prompt for roulette drawings, and the prizes are not announced. So, unless it is a physical prize that appears out of thin air, no one knows who has drawn what. Chen Yichuang's situation was even more extreme at that time. Although the 62 white roulette wheels are all of low quality and medium quality, there are also some relatively rare rewards. However, because the probability is so shockingly low, no one cares about it. So, besides the life-sucking sword and the life-extending pill recipe, what else did he draw? No one knows. I guess I don't need to tell you. Lu Xinyu suppressed his anger and said, "If you have such an opportunity, why do you have to suffer the pain of those life-eating maggots and end up with less than a year left to live? Yeah, why bother?" But some questions will only take endless time to explain. Could it be that this is something I drew in my previous life? That's a good question. Why bother? I enjoy it. Happy. Lu Xinyu's complaint got stuck in her throat, and she also understood the meaning of Chen Yichuang's words that he didn't want to explain. But there was no other way. Just like her previous plan, before she found a way to dig out what was in Chen Yichuang's mind, she had no choice but to cooperate. The mode of cooperation always depends on the party with the advantage. The serum patch plus this will give you a life-extending pill. Is that enough? Lu Xinyu heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. Some things are not something I can decide on my own. Just wait. After saying that, Lu Xinyu reached out and pulled up a chat window from the side. Apparently, she is also a formal player. A few minutes later, 3 bottles like this, plus 100 serum patches, can be exchanged for a white life-extending pill. Chen Yichuang smiled sarcastically when he heard this. You really are asking for too much, aren't you? We have done our best. Do you think that other forces besides us would be willing to trade these things for the longevity pill? Hearing this, Chen Yichuang felt somewhat helpless. Although it is cruel, this is the reality. Compared with the Lu family, who have already obtained the life-extending elixir, other forces would probably treasure it very much if they got it. How could it be traded? Unfortunately, there are indeed no 3 bottles. You have no bargaining power. Hearing her words, Chen Yichuan smiled and said, "Don't say it too early. Let's see what happens first." After saying that, he took out another pill from his pocket and threw it over, just like Tinker Bell. Lu Xinyu took it in astonishment, but after seeing the attributes, she was a little confused. Golden Tuna Dragon Fish Muscle Activating Capsule. The raw material is taken from the fierce beast Golden Tuna Dragon Fish. After taking it, it can temporarily improve physical fitness, strength and defense plus 15, and the effect lasts for 8 hours. When taken again, the duration is 80% of the previous time. Level requirement, level 3. Production process, white rough. Although she still had no expression on her face, her heart was shaken as if thunder had exploded. Indeed, the Lu family has a lot of high-quality roulettes, and there are elixirs that can improve physical attributes, but without exception, they are all obtained from the roulette wheels. Although the effects of what Chen Yichuang took out were not as good as those drawn from the roulette wheel, judging from his appearance, he could make almost unlimited copies. Just like the longevity elixir, he must have a systematic, refining method. Lu Xinyu thought with full confidence. Are these really extracted from a group of fierce beasts whose highest level is less than level 3? The attributes of a level 3 ferocious beast might not be that high, but after being tanned into pills, the effect is far better than before? You can understand it that way. Upon hearing this, Chen Yichuang neither admitted it nor denied it. The rest depends on Lu Xinyu's own consideration. If it still doesn't work, he can only settle for the second best. After all, it will only harm him if he uses something with better effects. After a while, make an offer. I'll make these specifically for my Lu family. We can negotiate how many longevity pills you want. Chen Yichuang was startled. Obviously, he didn't expect her to say that, recruiting an enemy, or to say, recruiting someone who had a grudge against his actions. This is no less than playing with fire. But since she said so, okay, then give me back the life-sucking sword and the recipe for the longevity pill. Are you kidding me? Ha, it really doesn't work. I laughed. Didn't you make the joke first? Lu Xinyu felt helpless. Although the sword and the pill recipe were not hers, she still felt like she was shooting herself in the foot. But at this time, I gave you at least 20 capsules just now. Add the one Xinyu already has, and I'll give you a white longevity pill. If you're still not satisfied, go find someone else. This sentence came from Lu Xinyu's chat window. Obviously, she did not turn it off completely, and Chen Yichuan was very familiar with this voice. The head of the Lu family, Lu Tianyuan. As the head of the family, the courage in his words is not comparable to Lu Xinyu's. After hearing this, Chen Yichuan knew that it would be difficult to bargain, so he had to nod. Can. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 15, The Longevity Pill, is obtained. New language, let's trade. After hearing this, Lu Tianyuan didn't even bother to pay attention to Chen Yichuan. Obviously, although his things were useful to the Lu family, they were not a necessity. On the contrary, the recruitment just now was actually Lu Tianyuan's idea. Yes, father. As the transaction was completed, Chen Yichuan had an extra pill in his hand. White longevity pill. A secret pill that can directly increase lifespan, but due to poor craftsmanship, it can only randomly increase lifespan by 1 to 9 years after taking it. Level requirement, level 0. Production technology, white, excellent. Finally, I got it. Even if it's inferior, all items in Life Eater have a craftsmanship level, which ranges from low to high, rough, excellent, fine, and flawless. On Lu Xinyu's side, with the flash of light between her fingers, she collected all the things into the space ring. But before leaving, she said to Chen Yichuan, I heard that you are pretty good at slingshot. There will be an operation in the family tomorrow. If you are not afraid of death, you can follow. Of course, if you're worried that someone might use this to harm you, you don't have to come. Chen Yichuan was stunned when he heard this, wondering what the Lu family was planning to do. Turning enemies into friends? Interesting, you're going too? Lu Xinyu paused for a moment. Does it matter? Of course, for me. If you don't go, then the people who go with you will only be enemies, right? As he spoke, Chen Yichuan chuckled and added, maybe there will be a lot of people when we set out, but I will be the only one left when we come back. Her expressionless face suddenly smiled, but it was unclear whether it was a faint smile or a sneer. If you can do it, it's up to you. Brother Chuan, I didn't expect you. After watching Lu Xinyu's car leave, Hao Zhao couldn't help but speak, but before he could finish his words, Chen Yichuan took over with a smile. It's a bad fate, isn't it? Why? Hao Zhao shook his head and then reminded, it is not a wise move to offend the Lu family. From the very beginning, the contradictions have been irreconcilable. So, they really... What he asked was obviously about the life-absorbing sword and the longevity pill recipe. Chen Yichuan smiled and said, the reason I came here is because Lu Xinyu thought I was still useful. Otherwise, do you think they would bother with a level 0 life-eating maggot? This? Okay, Brother Zhao, I have to go back and prepare for tomorrow. If any ferocious beast attacks, come find me. After saying that, Chen Yichuan walked back to the logistics warehouse, where he dealt with the corpses of the ferocious beasts without looking back. Hao Zhao stood there in a daze for a moment, until the iron door slammed shut, and then he suddenly remembered something. That's not right. My seafood dinner is still with you. Wu Qiu cut off his food supply for 2 days, so he has to take care of his meals by himself during these 2 days. But just as he finished speaking, a sound of sudden enlightenment rang in his ears. Yes, I can't call you little Yinzi anymore. I have to call you Big Yinzi instead. Hao Zhao. Fuck you. What the hell does big or small have to do with me? Here's my seafood feast. Brother Chuan, open the door. After entering the logistics warehouse, Chen Yichuan immediately locked the latch. The main focus is privacy and security. Then the white longevity pill appeared in his hand. From this moment on, Chen Yichuan's life of defying the will of heaven will begin. There is no special scene involved in taking the longevity pill. After the pill entered his throat, it immediately turned into a warm current that flowed through his entire body. And then, properties panel. Name, Tinya Quinn. Level 0. Lifespan, 1 year and 183 days. Blood, 100/100. Strength, 1 + 7. Defense. Oh my god. What the hell? Just 1 year? It would be nice if this thing could be chosen. Originally, Chen Yichuan was planning to take out both roulette wheels if it could last more than 2 years. Now you can only choose one of the two. Moreover, he didn't even have room for choice. It can only be you. He took out the middle-grade roulette wheel from yesterday's 2 pieces, which contained 2 positive rewards, Space Ring and Beast Repelling Incense. Space Ring, as the name suggests, is used for storage. The beast-repelling incense is used when there is a need to drive away ferocious beasts on the battlefield outside the boundary, and because it is produced by roulette, it has not yet become ineffective. However, for Chun Yi-chuang, the most important thing now is the space ring. After all, the ferocious beast products he made were all rare items, and no matter how many pockets he had, they were not enough to hold them all, so having a space ring would be perfect. After Chun Yi-chuan picked up the roulette wheel, please specify the prize you want. 1. Cold. 2. Small-scale locust plague. 3. Blind for 3 days. 4. Lifespan reduced by 3 days. 9. Space ring. 10. Beast-repelling incense. The familiar designated reminder tone came again. I choose 9. Soon after the thought came to his mind, a plain-looking ring appeared on the index finger of Chun Yi-chuang's right hand. Alas, the 1 year of life I just gained is gone already. But the next moment, Chun Yi-chuan reacted suddenly. The space ring is not the first prize. The beast-repelling incense is. What a bad decision. Depend on? But things have come to this, and there is nothing he can do. Fortunately, he still has 183 days to live, and he will be able to get another longevity pill in another 6 months. Let's take it one step at a time. I want to see what the Lu family is up to. In his previous life, although Chun Yi-chuang was eager to seek justice from the Lu family, he neglected the other party's growth while concentrating on improving himself. If I had known there would be a rebirth, I would have paid close attention to it. Lu family mansion. Backyard. Father, why did you ask me to invite him along? Sinew, I know you want to squeeze out the most out of him, but don't you think that a life and death crisis can more easily bring out a person's abilities? The two people in the conversation were Lu family's patriarch Lu Tianyuan and his little daughter Lu Sinew. You wanna? Just wait and see. It's not that easy to take advantage of the Lu family. While the father and daughter were talking, Dad! A young man suddenly walked in, but was greeted with a scolding. How many times have I told you to call me father? The man had a blockage in his throat. Father. What's up? Yes, it's like this, father. The Qin family in Qinsheng wants to cooperate with us tomorrow. They also have targets in the battlefield outside the boundary, and they are willing to give us 30% of the spoils. Lu Tinyuan frowned as he listened. 30%? Is it the Qin family that is engaged to the swordsman Mo Huaizhu? Yes, he is among those traveling with us. When Lu Yinlu said this, there was more or less some jealousy and resentment in his eyes. He doesn't think he is much worse than the guy named Qin. But we have to find an opportunity to deal with the kid from the Qin family. After all, Mo Huaizhu is one of the few professionals left. I can't control him, nor can I give him to others. I know. Chapter 16. Money can be used to buy things, of course. With the space ring in hand, some drugs with more exaggerated effects that existed in Chun Yi-chuang's mind were also born one by one in the logistics warehouse. What was given to the Lu family were just the common stuff in the previous life. How could he really aid the enemy? In the early stages, those pills and capsules can indeed change the situation of the battle to a certain extent, but once the player's levels are raised, that little improvement will be negligible. The game Life Eater has no level restrictions. You can be promoted as high as you can. Although there are many ferocious beasts in the warehouse, their types are limited, and what Chun Yi-chuan can make is also limited to a few types. But what can he do about the large quantity? Unfortunately, he is not a true alchemist in this life. The finished products he makes based on his experience are of crude craftsmanship and the effects are inferior. This makes sense. If anyone could do something without the need for a profession, wouldn't the world be in chaos? From morning to afternoon, it took nearly 7 hours before the tightly closed door of the logistics warehouse slowly opened. Chun Yi-chuan, who came out, could be described as unkempt and dirty, with a unique fishy smell of the ocean on his body. Compared with him, the fishmongers in the market are nothing. What the hell? What does that smell like? Seafood. Seafood. Boss, Brother Chuan is here. Your seafood dinner is here. Listening to the shouts of the people around him, Chun Yi-chuan couldn't help but scratch his nose. Well, sorry, I forgot about this. Everyone present was speechless. Are you deaf? The noise we made when we banged on the door was too quiet, right? I said just fry it. Cough. Seeing that something was not right, Chun Yi-chuan quickly coughed, then pushed the warehouse door a little further and pulled out a small cart piled with Band-Aids. It's my fault. 2 Band-Aids per person. No one can take more. Damn it. Wow. Is this true or false? Brother Chuan V587. Not long after, Hao Zhao came over. He hadn't eaten for nearly 2 days. Although he wasn't starving to death, he was definitely very thin. Brother Zhao. Hao Zhao raised his hand and said, "Don't say anything. Get the pot ready and boil some water. I'm so hungry that my voice trembles." Honestly, Chen Chuang felt a little embarrassed by this attitude. However, in an era where the strong are respected, this is not surprising. Long-range sniping during small-scale beast tides, coupled with a thorough understanding of the materials of ferocious beasts and the courage to toughen the Liu family. Even this group of defense zone guards under the Liu family could not help but admire the strong. But who would have thought that this was just a misunderstanding? I'm sorry, everyone. The edible parts on the left side of the warehouse are all separated by me. There are also unexpected surprises when you eat them together. This is my way of making up for it. Chen Chuang is such a person. If you do me good, I will repay you 100 times. But if you do me evil, I will repay you 1,000 times. Of course, you could also say that he holds a grudge, but it doesn't matter. People who are overly kind-hearted will not live long in this life-eating world. Hearing about the surprise, the guy in charge of boiling water moved faster, and many people rushed into the warehouse to carry out the pieces of meat that Chen Chuang had divided. They waited anxiously for the water to boil, then threw the food into the pot without even washing it. Soon, the fragrance filled the air from more than a dozen large iron pots. This fragrance was almost a killer for Hao Zhao, who was already in a desperate situation. "Damn it, I'm almost starving to death. You guys wait, I'll try first." After saying that, he stretched out his hand to take the meat from the boiling pot. It was hot, of course, but because of his status, he didn't get burned. And because he remembered what Chen Chuang said, "Eat them together," he grabbed the meat of two different ferocious beasts at once. "Open your mouth and take a bite." This fish is really chewy, and it has to be cooked medium rare. After eating the fish, Hao Zhao then bit off a piece of octopus tentacles. Seeing his rough eating, many people were eager to eat. "Fuck it. I won't wait any longer. It won't kill anyone, so fuck it. Fuck. Leave me a piece of dragon fish meat." This big pot of boiled meat does not even need any seasoning to make it fragrant. Salt and MSG will only taint its original taste. At this time, Hao Zhao had already completely swallowed the magic octopus tentacles in his mouth. Oh my god! An exclamation attracted the attention of many people. Official players have a strong sense of the changes in themselves. After exclaiming in amazement, Hao Zhao quickly opened his attribute panel. Name: Hao Zhao. Occupation: none. Level 4. Lifespan: 67 years and 1 day. Blood: 1,358. Strength: 11 plus 5. Spirit: 1. Defense: 8 plus 5. Speed: 4. Skill: Violent Chopping, LV1. Combat Power: 179. Strength and Defense both increase by 5 points, and it can last for 4 hours. Wow! After Hao Zhao, other people who had eaten the meat of various ferocious beasts also found that they had 1 or 2 temporary attributes added to their attribute panels. Brother Chuan, what is going on? It's very simple. You can think of it as a medicinal diet or a chemical reaction. The meat of different beasts has an impact on each other, which eventually feeds back to the body. Hao Zhao was stunned when he heard this. He understands the principle, but isn't this a reason to accept it calmly? Damn it. The meat you had before is all gone to the dogs. Don't waste it, brothers. Don't leave even a single piece. Of course. It's packed. Captain Hao, you must finish it. Is there anyone who wants to team up and go out and hunt ferocious beasts? I feel like I have endless energy. How about killing a few more and bringing them back to eat? Yes, we can't waste the attributes on our body. Together. Seeing that some people had already left, Hao Zhao reminded them. You can go out, but if you find a life card, remember to bring it back to your brother Chuan. Remember? Oh, got it. After this incident, the people in the Zhenjiang defense zone have even more respect for Chen Chuang, okay? The seafood feast facing the sunset continued, and Hao Zhao, who was full and satisfied, called Chen Chuang to the ruins not far away. After asking him to sit down, he took out a pack of crumpled cigarettes from his pocket and asked, "Want one? This thing is out of print." Chen Chuang was not polite and stretched out his hand to take it. "Brother Zhao, you are so generous. Let me guess, you want to ask about the coin, right?" I knew I couldn't hide it from you. What can those coins do?" Normally, Hao Zhao is a rough guy. He never beats around the bush when it comes to things he wants to know, but he won't be rash when it comes to being smart. Coins are made of money, so of course they can be used to buy things. Buying things? Hao Zhao simply didn't understand. The key is who is selling it? But Chun Ichuan smiled mysteriously and said, I can't tell you now. When I become an official player, we will go buy it together. You can collect more during this period. It won't be wrong. Hey, you're still playing charades with me. Chapter 17, The Eldest Son, Lu Yunluo. A whole night of waiting was in vain. Although the drop rate of the life card in Life Eater is slightly higher than that of the Life Roulette, it is not something that can be easily obtained. After all, you still have to work hard on your own. After a brief sigh, Chen Yichuang fell into a deep sleep in the hotel room he had chosen. The next day, early morning, when the sun rose in the east, Chen Yichuang woke up naturally. After he stood up, he slowly let out a long breath, which brought him good energy for the whole day. After rinsing his mouth with the river water that had been left there all night, he opened the door and walked out. A wisp of river breeze suddenly blew in the morning, bringing with it the faint aroma of meat from last night's seafood pot. The feeling of hunger came instantly. However, he saw his right index finger flash, and he took out a pill and swallowed it. The pill was made of the tail fin meat of the golden tuna dragonfish mixed with the flesh and blood of many water beasts. It has only one function: to fill your stomach. In later generations, it was often used as dry food for expeditions. One fish could replace 3 meals. After all, the golden tuna dragonfish was famous for its vitality. Eating it alone can provide enough food for 2 days. But the consumption is far beyond the reach of pills. The bigger your appetite, the greater your consumption. And when Chen Yichuan approached the defense line, "Good morning, Brother Chuan." The one who spoke was his good friend from previous life, Dongfang Yinyan. Hey, Dianzi. At last night's seafood dinner, he became friends with Dongfang Yinyan in this life. Due to the latter's honest character, the two of them quickly became familiar with each other. After some pleasantries, the two were simultaneously attracted by the sound of an engine. As far as the eye could see, a shabby pickup truck with a bed full of people was speeding towards the defense zone, leaving a trail of smoke and dust. In less than half a minute, it stopped with a tisk. There were 8 people in the cart, some fatter than others, 6 men and 2 women. Some were holding fine steel spears, and some had knives on their waists. What was more eye-catching was that one of the 2 women was holding a rope with a dagger tied to it. Chen Yichuang knew this woman. Her name is Shi Xiao Yu, and she is one of the only few professionals in the early stage of the game, and her profession is assassin. She was originally the contemporary inheritor of the intangible cultural heritage martial art rope dart. When the game came, she drew a job transfer card by chance. It happened that the major powers had not yet risen at that time, so naturally she used that card herself. Later, this woman grew to a very high level, but I heard that she left the Liu family for some reason. This was also one of the few pieces of news about the Liu family that Chen Yichuang heard in his previous life. I didn't expect that she had been under the command of the Liu family so early. But why did she leave the Liu family? In her previous life, this was a mystery that was not small, but also a mystery that people dug deep into. Hey, over there, go find someone named Chen Yichuan and tell him to get ready to leave. A man in a pickup truck looked down and said, without mentioning anyone by name, but his attitude was full of the feeling of a superior. But the words just fell. No need to look for him. He is right here. This voice came from the man sitting in the passenger seat of the pickup truck. Chen Yichuan frowned in the back. This voice. Click. Just then the car door opened. A man with a stab back and forth between his ribs jumped out of the car. On his left was a sword, and on his right was a knife, but the sword was obviously of a more exquisite design. When he saw him, Chen Yichuang felt an impulse of anger surge in his head. Lu Yinpangpan. Lu Tianyuan of the Lu family has 3 sons, 2 boys, and 1 girl. The eldest son is Lu Yunlu. The popular young actor Lu Yunlu is the second son, and Lu Xinyu is the youngest girl. On that day, the person who hosted the lottery and took away his life-sucking sword was none other than Lu Yunluo. That's why Chen Yichuan said yesterday that if Lu Xinyu didn't go, the only people who would go with him would be his enemies. Or rather, a direct enemy. Long time no see. I didn't expect you to be alive. When Lu Yunlu saw Chen Yichuang, he looked up to him and half raised his head. Thanks to you. Hee, if you want to change your fate, then come with me. Of course, I won't be responsible if you die. Chen Yichuang gritted his teeth when he heard that. Deep down in his heart, he was unwilling to go, but his reason told him that now was not the time to completely break up with the Liu family. Why would the Liu family invite him to join this so-called operation? Either they really need him, or they want to test him. But no matter which one it is, this so-called action will do him more good than harm, because he is now short of life and has no confidence. If he continues to struggle in the border area, the results will be minimal. If you want to make rapid progress, you must seize every opportunity. Of course, all this is based on the premise of self-protection. It's okay. I didn't die after not eating or drinking for 3 days. I have a very strong life. Then get in the car. After saying that, Lu Yunluo wanted to sit back in the passenger seat, but a voice interrupted him. Wait a minute. Master, can I come with you? The only person who could speak so promptly was naturally Dongfang Yinyan, who was following Chen Yichuan. Lu Yunluo frowned upon hearing this, and then said in a cold voice, We are not going on vacation. Our destination is the battlefield outside the boundary. Show your attribute panel. Good. Dongfang Yinyan unfolded his panel without hesitation. Name, Dongfang Yinyan. Occupation none. Level 4. Lifespan, 103 years and 60 days. Blood, 1,669. Strength, 7 plus 7. Spirit 1. Defense, 4 plus 5. Speed, 12 plus 4. Skill, Phantom 3 Swords, LV2. Combat power, 232. Oh, a lifespan of more than 100 years, a level 4 but combat power of over 200, and temporary attributes. Okay, follow me. Seeing Dongfang Yinyan's panel, Lu Yunluo directly let her go. On this trip, the more people who can fight, the better. Hearing that she could go, Dongfang Yinyan climbed into the car and squeezed in next to Chen Yichuan. She didn't say anything, but just stayed there quietly. The car started quickly, and while the rising sun was still far from the sea level, it sped inland. On the way, a black MPV with 7 seats drove alongside the pickup truck. Through the window, one could see that there were more than 7 people sitting inside. But these days, there are no traffic police officers who will jump out to catch overloading. In the car, Chen Yichuan became idle because he didn't know where to go, and his main attention was focused on Shi Xiaoyu. The other party did not show any reaction due to his staring. Until, my name is Chen Yichuan, what's yours? Oh, I'm asking you. Oh, what the hell? Is this girl so cool? Forget it, just pretend I didn't ask. Chen Yichuan was a little frustrated. Although he hasn't taken a shower for a long time, his face is still relatively clean, right? However, in response to his approach, the other people in the car all laughed. Ha, give up, kid. If this iceberg could answer you, God would give you US dollars. Why not pounds? Euros are useless. Can you buy a longevity pill? Who would have thought that after the chattering, Shi Xiaoyu actually raised her head, glanced at Chen Yichuan, and then slowly spoke. Shi Xiaoyu. Others, hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 18, Ultrasonic Beast Repelling Tower. While it sounds pretty good, as he spoke, Chen Yichuan raised his head and looked up at the sky without leaving any trace. Today's weather is really nice, with clear skies and no clouds. There's no rain at all. Although the truck bed was very quiet, the engine noise of the pickup truck seemed to be mixed with some strange noises. Why? Just because he's handsome? Compared to before, being handsome now really can't be used to make a living. Not even spiritual food. Although Shi Xiaoyu spoke up to Chen Yichuan, she did not respond afterwards. The latter actually approached the conversation with the idea of the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Although it is not the case now, the gears of fate will eventually turn. This is also a discovery made by Chen Yichuan in the past 3 days. As long as it has nothing to do with him directly, what is supposed to happen will still happen, and the people he is supposed to meet will still meet. It cannot be said that the butterfly effect does not exist. It's just not as outrageous as imagined. Since this is the case, Chen Yichuan can only make himself the wings of the butterfly. Otherwise, if he allows the Lu family to develop to the same level as in his previous life, it will be too much trouble for him to deal with it. Become a formal player first. Chen Yichuan thought to himself, this is the premise of everything. The shabby pickup truck and black MPV drove at a constant speed on the dilapidated road, and occasionally had to avoid the damaged road surface. This undoubtedly makes the journey time longer. In the middle, the pickup truck found an abandoned gas station because of insufficient fuel. Fortunately, there was still one usable gas pump, otherwise the Lu family might not have reached their destination. Strange, we've been driving for so long, but there's not even a flying beast coming over? We clearly saw one in the sky. Perhaps because the journey was too monotonous and boring. Dongfang Yinyan couldn't help but ask. He opened his mouth. Why do you think a settlement is called a settlement? If humans have to be on guard against dangerous beasts in the sky 24 hours a day, can they survive? Is it because of those tall towers? Chen Yichuang naturally knew why, and he spoke up to help. That's right. Another person answered. That tower is also called the Ultrasonic Beast Repelling Tower. It was remodeled based on the TV tower before the apocalypse. It is also the reason why all the major settlements exist. In short, the ultrasonic beast repelling tower uses sound waves to disperse the ferocious beasts around. It can release an extremely high-frequency ultrasonic wave within a certain height range, and flying beasts within the coverage area are unwilling to approach at all. This was the 9th day after the advent of Life Eater, and humans discovered it during a resistance. At that time, a superconducting technology base was attacked. The researchers had no weapons to fight back, so they could only aim the sonic weapons that were still in the experimental stage at the beast. Unexpectedly, this test actually forced back most of the ferocious beasts. Those that still refused to retreat were extremely repulsive to sound waves, which allowed the group of scientific researchers to hold on until the nearby army arrived. After analysis, it was found that it was not the sonic weapons that worked. Instead, the ultra-high-frequency sound waves it releases will temporarily make some ferocious beasts with underdeveloped brains lose their ability to move, thus forcing them to retreat. Once discovered, humans immediately took action to use the overclocked sound waves and sonic weapons and spread them using TV towers, with truly remarkable results. Since then, humans have built settlements based on cities where TV towers exist. At least the threat from the sky can be avoided. So that's how it is. Dongfang Yinyan suddenly realized that he really had never understood this aspect. The two cars shuttled quickly through the towns and cities, and except for taking detours or when there were many obstacles, they had to slow down, and then they almost went at full speed. But even so, it still took nearly 3 hours on the road. The general direction is heading north. When the cars stopped, the group had arrived at the western part of the Jiangnan settlement, which was the border between Suidong Province and Xiangnan Province in the original world. Because the forest vegetation area is large and the population density is not high, it only lasted less than an hour after the arrival of Life Eater before it was reduced to ruins. Nowadays, many of the ruins are covered with moss. A defense zone was also set up here, named Longxi, but it was not under the jurisdiction of the Liu family. Bang! At this moment, there was a muffled sound from the front door, and the 4 people who were originally in the car got out. The 3 siblings of the Liu family were all there, as well as a bald man whom Chen Yichuang did not recognize. The next moment, Lu Yunluo walked straight towards the defense zone's fence, and when he saw a man approaching him, he introduced himself. "Brother, I'm from the Liu family in the south. Please give me a favor." As he spoke, he took out a cigarette. But when he heard it was from the Liu family, how could the man dare to answer? He quickly responded, "You're welcome. Who are you?" At this time, nearly 10 people came out of the Black MPV, 8 men and 1 woman, 5 fewer than the Liu family. However, the man in the lead did not look as if anything was wrong. Going to the battlefield outside the boundary is considered an adventure. Go through this door. I'm afraid it's not very convenient. What do you mean? Lu Yunluo's expression turned a little unfriendly. The man was a little nervous when he saw this and quickly explained. It's like this, Mr. Lu. We all know what's going on outside now, and the higher-ups require us to collect tolls. Lu Yunxie suddenly understood. Oh, Suishan Pavilion is still good at doing business. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xinyu walked up to him, looked at him with a frosty face, and said, "A white life-extending pill. You know this is the limit." Well, the man was stunned when he heard this. He thought the other party would give him some materials, weapons, or stored food or something. I almost forgot that the other party is the Liu family, who would take it out if they got it. Only they have the ability to trade it now. They are really rich. Even though it is only white and there is only one, the beneficiary is definitely dead. But who makes the longevity elixir so valuable? After handing over a white life-extending pill, the fence of the Longxi defense zone was temporarily closed, allowing the group of more than 20 people to enter the battlefield outside the boundary. But I had only walked less than 10 meters. Brother Qin, according to what we agreed beforehand, whoever pays more in this business will receive more. You guys are just one step away from buying a longevity pill. The one who spoke was Lu Yunluo, and the Brother Qin he was talking to was the one in charge of the Black MPV. Brother Lu, there is no need to say more. Qin Chong has made note of it. Ah, that's good. After responding with a smile, Lu Yunluo turned around and shouted, "Listen carefully, We are now in the battlefield outside the boundary. Our goal this time is to kill a Lord-level beast, and it's the first kill. Be smart, everyone. Do you hear me? Yes. Everyone in the Lu family camp shouted loudly, but only two people looked calm. One of them was naturally Chen Yichuan, and the other was Shi Xiaoyu. After hearing what Lu Yunluo said, Chen Yichuan also understood why they called him. Chapter 19: Entering the forest area and being attacked. When Life Eater comes, ferocious beasts and humans become natural hostile camps. Humans are divided into high and low levels, and so are ferocious beasts, and the hierarchy is even more strict and cruel. The known levels include ordinary, elite, and lord, but they are only known. To deal with ordinary and elite beasts, normal players can defeat them either alone or in groups of 3 or 5. But against the lord, it is like the leader of a wolf pack, able to summon a large number of ferocious beasts below the lord level to protect itself from all directions. There is not much difference between beating one and beating a group. In addition, the self-healing ability of the lord-level beasts is extremely strong. It is possible that when you are dealing with the peripheral beasts and have no time to take care of it, as soon as you turn your head, its injuries have almost recovered. The feeling of fighting for a long time and finding out that it was all in vain is definitely not a pleasant one. Therefore, when dealing with the ferocious beasts outside, someone must be able to restrain the Lord and not give it a chance to recover. If I wasn't there, this mission should have been Shi Xiaoyu's, right? Chen Yichuan thought so. Rope darts are versatile and can be used for both near and far distances. If you play well, you can take care of both near and far distances at the same time, but if you play badly, you may lose yourself at any time. But no matter how you can take both into account, it is not as good as having a pure long-range person pulling the Lord. But if you do this, there will be hatred value. It's impossible for a village butcher to smile at the pigs in the pen. Are you trying to force me to reveal all my cards? Humph! It's impossible for you to get everything you want. Let the Lu family have a taste of what it feels like to steal Kuan, but end up losing the rice. After more than 20 people walked out of the fence of the Longxi defense zone, they entered the nearby wooded area in just 15 minutes, but did not gather in groups. Crowding together would only increase the probability of being attacked by ferocious beasts. Their target is not ordinary ferocious beasts, so naturally they want to avoid excessive conflicts and conserve their energy. Although they were far away, all the official players could communicate with each other through the fake cards, except Chen Yichuan, who was not an official player yet, so he could only walk with Lu Xinyu. And this is what Lu Xinyu meant. Are you afraid that I might kill one of your brothers? After walking a distance, Chen Yichuan suddenly smiled sinisterly. That expression made people believe. If he was given the chance, he would definitely do it. I find that you always have a kind of inexplicable self-confidence. After taking a quick glance at him, Lu Xinyu said, Lu Yunlu is level 13, and Lu Yunlu is a little behind, but he is also level 9. You are level 0, so why do you think you can kill them? You are very dissatisfied with your two brothers. Lu Xinyu paused for a moment when he heard this, but did not refute. In a world where the strong are respected, why should the capable obey the incapable? Chen Yichuan smiled, unable to deny it, but suddenly said grimly, Yeah then, aren't you afraid of death? The creepy tone made Lu Xinyu's heart skip a beat. After taking a breath, he said, Killing me will do you no good. Really? If you're relying on the longevity pill, you're wrong. As long as there's a formula, anyone can make it, right? Lu Xinyu clenched his fists suddenly and took 2 deep breaths. I have no grudge against you, but I swore to make sure that not a single piece of your Lu family will be left alive. He just teasing you. Boring. The team continued to advance into the forest for another 5 or 6 kilometers. During the period, there were some ferocious beasts that came to disturb them, but their levels were not high, and they were either killed instantly or driven away. Until what I met was no longer a ferocious beast. Puff! A quick, light sound suddenly rang out from the west side of the team. Then, wah! The scream of pain immediately alarmed everyone, and for a moment, everyone was on high alert. 13! How are you? Undoubtedly, 13 was the injured person. After hearing the shouting, he endured the pain and shouted, There's Lao Lu, be careful. The darts are poisonous. Not long after, a lavender entry also appeared on his body. Poisoned, minus 206. Before that, there was a red injury entry. Lu Yunluo at the back of the team narrowed his eyes and said, Friend, hiding in the dark and being a coin eater is not a glorious thing. Come out. But the man did not respond. Instead, in a flash, puff, 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 three sounds rang out in rapid succession. But this time the team was on guard. So how could it be so easy to hit them? In the Liu family camp, three men turned around and jumped, blocking the incoming darts with the shields behind them, leaving only a slight ding-ling sound. The next moment, tisk, swoosh, pong. It all happened too fast, too fast. Almost at the moment when the attacker smacked his lips, a flash of cold light flashed past like a shuttle. What followed was the sound of the man being killed, breaking some branches as he fell, and finally hitting the mud. All in less than a second. Oh my God! Somewhere in the forest, a slight sound of fear was heard, but when the cold light followed it, it found nothing. You run really fast. From the 5-meter-tall camphor tree, a graceful figure suddenly jumped down, crushing a few dead leaves when landing. It was Shi Xiaoyu, and that cold light was actually the rope dart in her hand. Lu Yunluo in the back cast a look, but said nothing and turned to 13's position. 13, how long will the poisoning last? Can you bear it? 13 is the code name of the man in the Liu family Vanguard team. The so-called Vanguard, to put it bluntly, is a death squad with a limited lifespan and a high rank. These people are often those who can no longer obtain longevity from other channels and can only rely on a certain family to make contributions in exchange for longevity pills. To put it more bluntly, we are just tools. There are still 7 seconds left. I can hold on. 13 reached out and wiped the sweat from his forehead due to the severe pain and nodded. Lu Yuna nodded. You still have 82 points. Do you want to exchange them for a Band-Aid? Chun Yichuang, who was not far away, couldn't help laughing. The Band-Aid that he had just exchanged from him was used to bully the Vanguard team. The Liu family is indeed the Liu family. How many points? 13 obviously knew about the existence of Band-Aids. Although their effects were not as good as healing pills, it was said that the higher-ups had quite a few in stock. 50 points per ticket. Well, let's just forget it. 50 points for one, I might as well kill him. The white longevity pill is 188 points, and I only have half of it. I have to spend most of it to buy a Band-Aid. I would be crazy to do that. But if I don't change my blood volume. Chun Yichuan was watching coldly from the sidelines. Although he also had a Band-Aid, what did it have to do with him? Lu Yunluo was clearly treating people differently. The total of the 13 points was 82, but he asked for more than half of it. What good would it do to offend him and ruin his good deeds? Besides, in this world, hugging Jesus will lead to a miserable death. Well, then we'll set off once your poisoning condition is over. 13. Okay. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 20. Such behavior, Lu also. The team's advance did not slow down because 13 was injured. Instead, it gradually accelerated while maintaining the same speed. Obviously, Lu Yunluo was anxious. The people who attacked them previously must also be targeting that Lord-level creature. Shi Xiaoyu only killed the sentry as a sacrifice. If she doesn't hurry up, she might not even have a mouthful of soup when she gets there. 10 minutes later, the team went about 3 miles deeper into the woods. There was already a faint smell of blood in the air here, and it was hard to tell whether it was from human or beast, but one thing was certain, it was not far away. The team gathers together and adapts to circumstances. Following Lu Yunluo's order, the 20 or so people scattered around quickly shortened their distance to about 3 meters. Only Shi Xiaoyu still stayed on the tree. After all, she is an assassin, and only by staying in the dark can she exert her combat power to the fullest. After feeling the unpleasant aura approaching, Chun Yichuang frowned slightly, then jumped onto the tree branch. His speed plus temporary attributes were as high as 8 points. Just climb a tree, be alone. Whispering sound. Below, Lu Yunlu curled his lips when he saw this, and secretly said in his heart, if you play with personality in the battlefield outside the boundary, be careful to die in a more unique way. Lu Yunluo also cast a glance, but quickly came to his senses and said, everyone be careful. From now on, anyone who enters our exploration range, whether it is a ferocious beast or a human, will be killed. Oh! The others had no objection to his order. In the battlefield outside the boundary, let alone the target is a Lord-level ferocious beast, even a precious roulette wheel will attract red eyes, and killing people for treasures is normal. Compared to the oppression of the lower classes in the settlements, the battlefield outside the boundary is the place where real fear gathers. The darkness of human nature is happening every day, just when everyone was on guard. "Master, there is someone in front." The one who spoke was the bald man who was driving the pickup truck at the time. His status in the Liu family was obviously much higher than that of the others. After hearing this, the Qin family also became alert. Standing beside Qin Chong was a thin man who looked to be in his 40s or 50s. His short, neat hair was streaked with silver. He seemed to be of high rank. Qin Chong slowly took out 2 boxing gloves and put them on his hands. Boxer? Chen Chuang above was thinking so. Could it be that this guy is also a professional? Otherwise, the lethality of fists is relatively low compared to swords, spears, and halberds. I still remember that in my previous life there was a very famous boxer. It was a bit exaggerated to say that he could collapse mountains and rivers with his punch, but it was true that he could punch a bloody path through a tide of beasts with one punch. But is that person Qin Chong? Chen Chuang didn't investigate further, but just looked away out of curiosity. At this time, Lu Yunluo also made a decision. Touch it! Everyone understood and slowed down their pace. When they got closer, they finally realized that this was already the periphery of the battle zone. Ahead was a 3-man team of unknown power, fighting with a giant wolf that was over 3 meters long. The giant wolf was already injured, but the 3 men were also in poor health. Judging from the situation, the giant wolf had the upper hand. The Liu and Qin families had no intention of showing up to help. But suddenly, ugh! The giant wolf howled, and wherever the sound waves passed, root-like spikes emerged and poked upwards. It was actually a forest thorn wolf with wood attribute. Among the 3-man team, the most seriously injured man had no time to dodge and was pierced through the heart by a wooden splinter. Ah, damn it! Seeing his companion hanging beside him, the other man suddenly jumped several meters high in fear and slashed down with the sword in his hand. Chop the mountain with a heavy sword. This should be his skill. The sword's falling speed obviously exceeds the basic principles of physics, and the overall look is like it jumps high and then chops down instantly. It's fast, but the forest wolf is faster. A pair of front paws had just left the ground to avoid the attack, and in the instant they turned into a forward pounce and bite, with the basin-sized claws suddenly hitting the side of the man's head. Ah! At the same time, the wood thorns created by the forest thorn wolf just happened to reach the feet of Lu Qin and his family. Everyone had to evade them, but in doing so, they exposed themselves. The man who was slapped away by the forest thorn wolf ran headfirst into the Qin family camp. It was a subordinate of the Qin family who helped him to relieve the force. Unfortunately, the claw of the forest wolf directly knocked half of his face crooked. Even if he was rescued, he would probably not live for many days. If the Liu and Qin families had helped from the beginning, things wouldn't have come to this. But where do suches come from in this world? Since he had been exposed, Lu Yunluo did not want to hide any longer and simply took over the remaining battle. Your companion won't live much longer. Aren't you going to take him away? The meaning of this is very simple. We want the prey, you can go away. Of course the opponent was unwilling. The wolf only had half blood left. But when Lu Yunluo finished speaking, 3 people from his own camp jumped out and surrounded the forest thorn wolf that was trying to escape. Even if you don't want to, you have to be willing. Their fists are bigger and there are more people than you, so you can only admit it. Even if he kills the forest wolf, can he take away the spoils? The answer is no. Chi. Before leaving, all he could do was express his indignation. But just as he passed by the Liu family camp and wanted to pick up his companions, a cold light flashed behind his head, separating his head from his body. The one who did it was the bald man. Your mouth isn't very clean. Be more careful in your next life. Plop. He fell to the ground and died with his eyes open. Qin Chong on the other side frowned slightly and looked at Lu Yunluo. He's already ready to leave. Why do we need to kill him? Lu Yunhe laughed sinisterly. Brother Qin is really compassionate. Qin Chong turned his head away and responded, I just think you did something unnecessary, that's all. Above, Shi Xiaoyu squeezed the rope in her hand. An inexplicable impulse was suppressed by her. She just stared at Lu Yunluo with a cold look. Chen Yichuang's expression was indifferent. After all, he had experienced a lot. He could only say, such behavior is typical of the Liu family. Kill the puppy and move on. The forest thorn wolf only had half of its health left. How could it withstand the nearly full-strength members of the Liu family vanguard? He was defeated after only 10 rounds of fighting and could not get up again. Master, a yellow roulette wheel appeared. After the player kills the ferocious beast, the server of the earth will bounce the spoils away in the form of an explosion, so it is called explosive equipment by the players. This time, a yellow roulette wheel, and some scattered time currencies exploded from the forest wolf. "Bring it here," Lu Yunha said, but when he took it, he couldn't help wanting to throw it away. Sure, there is only one positive option: garbage among garbage. Put it away and throw it to the life-eating maggots to beat you up later. Yes. A moment later, when the team was about to set off again, something suddenly happened in the forest ahead. Hashtag. Chapter 21, He is Worth the Price. Wolves are carnivorous animals of the family Canidae. Even if it transforms into a ferocious beast, this habit cannot be changed easily. The coming of Life Eater is both a disaster and an opportunity for mankind. But for animals, it's just an opportunity. Instead, it is humans who must regain their position at the top of the food chain. But is it possible? At least when facing the wolf pack in front of them, they can only fight in close combat like primitive people. It seems that the Lord was also transformed from a cat or a dog. Lu Yunha frowned. Everyone formed the Bagua resistance formation. There is no need to fight too long. Focus on defense and keep pushing forward. As the shout came, the members who had been keeping a certain distance from each other hurriedly started running. Soon they gathered into a circle with a radius of about 8 meters. They all held their weapons tightly, and some of them had already come into conflict with the forest thorn wolves. The overall strategy was to fight and retreat at the same time, but the appearance of the wolf pack seemed to be intended to stop them from moving forward. "Brother, the Lord must have dealt with the last group of people and is recovering now." Lu Yunlu, who discovered this, immediately spoke out. Lu Yunluo also reacted quickly. When he was thinking about what to do, he caught a glimpse of a man and a woman sitting on the tree. Just when Chen Yichuan thought to himself, "No way, Shi Xiaoyu. Chen Yichuan, use long-range attacks to attract aggro and cover us as we go find the Lord." This is so. But before he could open his mouth, Shi Xiaoyu responded first. 2 longevity pills. Okay. The voice came from Lu Yunha. It seems that there is still a kind of employment relationship between Shi Xiaoyu and the Lu family, and things like this are outside the scope. It's another price. I have 2 too. After realizing this, Chen Yichuan also shouted, it would be a waste if he didn't want them. But as soon as the voice fell, Lu Yunlu raised his head and said subconsciously, "Who do you think you are? Don't you know your own weight?" Shi Xiaoyu wanted 2 longevity pills because of her strength and because she was a professional. But why did Chen Yichuan do that? Lu Yunlu took it for granted and started to mock. When Chen Yichuan heard what he said, he was about to speak, but unexpectedly. "Can. New language, you." Lu Xinyu didn't give his second brother a chance to finish his words. He has temporary attributes. At least he is worth the price now. Although she didn't know Chen Yichuan's specific attributes. But if we can help repel a small-scale beast tide in the Zhenjiang defense zone, dealing with the wolf pack here will not be a problem. There's no time to worry about this. Let's get going. After hearing what his elder brother said, Lu Yunlu could only stare at Chen Yichuan and said nothing more. At this time, Shi Xiaoyu had already taken action. The rope dart in her hand flew downwards like a cold light, and in a moment, it pierced the head of a forest thorn wolf. The material of the dart head is very good. Chen Yichuan smiled when he saw this, and then said no more. The ring on his right index finger flashed slightly, and a sharp tooth immediately shot out from the slingshot. Bang! The downward impact force, coupled with the piercing force of the fangs and the elastic force of the slingshot, combined with the 3 layers of force, caused a forest wolf to be tragically bent into a V shape from the waist. Oh no! The forest thorn wolf lay on the ground screaming in pain, maybe not dead, but unable to move. This operation is more impactful than Shi Xiaoyu's dart piercing the head. Without enough strength, even if you aim at the weak points of canine beasts, it would be difficult to have such an effect, right? He does deserve 2 life-extending pills. After saying that, Lu Yunxu withdrew his gaze and said, "Everyone, stand out and be surrounded by wolves." Teeth. Unlike Lu Yunxiu, Shi Xiaoyu was closer, so much so that she saw the bullets shot by Chen Yichuan. They were unusual, like the teeth of a ferocious beast. "Hey, let's go head-to-head and let them experience the bite from the sea. You're more interesting than I thought." After saying this, Shi Xiaoyu had already moved her position and jumped to another tree with a slight jump, and the rope dart in her hand flew downwards in the process. He failed to hit the head again, but he did manage to stab a forest wolf. When he was pulling it back, he used the momentum to fire another dart, hitting the target accurately. The attack of the rope dart is indeed elusive, worthy of being called a ghost soldier. Of course, this effect is entirely dependent on Shi Xiaoyu's profession of assassin, which has a specific bonus to this type of small weapon. You have to be a professional. Chun Yi-chuang sighed softly. It would be a lie to say he wasn't envious. In his previous life, he only officially changed his job to a warrior after entering the big job change version on the 46th day of the game. The assassin is a profession derived from the warrior and is a short-range and cunning weapon. Although he was praised, Chun Yi-chuang's hands were not slow at all. One tooth after another kept shooting out from the slingshot in his hand, and every time it hit, a forest wolf would lose its combat effectiveness. His strength plus temporary attributes are 8 points, and including the slingshot attributes, it is 13 points, which is not low. At least it's not much different from Shi Xiaoyu. Under the cover of the two, Lu Yunluo has led the team to break through the encirclement of the wolf pack. Even though some people were injured, their combat effectiveness is still more than 90%. After getting rid of the wolves, the remaining 21 people took advantage of the window of opportunity and ran through the forest at the fastest speed. As for the direction, with that bald man here, there's no way we can make a mistake. Sure enough, after walking about 5 miles, Master, the Lord is just ahead. Lu Yunhe grinned. Afu, as long as you can kill the Lord first, you can go to my father to claim the reward when you return. Thank you, Master. Lu Yunlu, who was running in the front, suddenly passed through a bush about 2 meters high. He felt that the smell of blood in the air became several times stronger. It was not until he stepped on a piece of a regularly cut, black, red, and white, disgusting object that he stopped. Stop now. In the woods. As the number of casualties among the forest thorn wolves reached more than 10, the elites in the wolf pack could no longer sit still. Ouch! A long howl was heard suddenly, and the scattered wolves immediately gathered around the elite wolf leader. From the player's perspective, the hatred value had accumulated to a threshold, and the wolf pack was about to attack. In addition to killing and biting, the forest thorn wolf also has an innate skill, Forest Thorn. That was the move that forced the Liu and Qin families out in the first place. But then there was only one wolf alone, but this time it was a group. Shi Xiaoyu returned to a tree trunk and took a breath. The reward will be less. It's better to find a way to save your life first. If your life is gone, no amount of reward will be of any use. After Chun Yi-chuan said that, a light brown pill also appeared in his hand. I can kill the biggest one before they attack. Can I leave the rest to you? Hearing this, although Shi Xiaoyu was confused about how Chun Yi-chuan would do it, it was too late to think about it now. If you can do it, I have no problem. Chapter 22, Level 0, 1000 damage. On the other side, deep in the woods, hiss! A long, rustling sound spreads to all around in a clearing in the forest. Lu Yunlu, who had jumped out, could never have imagined that what they were about to face was actually such a monster. A giant worm that was at least more than 10 meters long. Not only is it tall, but its body is also sturdy, just a little thinner than the readers here. Hearing his shout, the following personnel also slowed down. Even Lu Yunluo, a level 13 regular player, felt a little cold sweat when he saw this long worm. Don't tell me this is what the radar detected. The bald man Afu also looked a little ugly at this time. Judging from the strength of the mental power, this is it. There is nothing else within a few kilometers nearby. Lu Yunhe took a deep breath. No choice, fight. After that, he drew out the sword on his right waist, and his left hand touched the beautifully made long sword. Afu, figure out the attributes of this guy and put it in the team channel. Okay, Afu responded quickly. The attributes of the ferocious beast are not always revealed. They can only be revealed when a player has a connection with it. It can cause damage or impose control skills. Even if you throw a stone and hit it, even if no damage is done, you can still see the panel. After saying this, Afu also tapped his brows and said, Spiritual detection. Obviously, this is the skill of Afu, a skill that focuses on spiritual attributes. That is why he was able to confirm the direction of the Lord all the way. The next moment, the giant worm seemed to sense being watched and suddenly let out a hissing sound. Afu quickly interrupted the detection, but the goal had been achieved. Name, Earth-Shattering Python. Rank Lord. Level 12. Blood, 2984/5211. Strength, 39. Spirit, 4. Defense, 27. Speed, 14. Skills, Earthquake Wave, Giant Tail, Earth Shatter. Combat Power, 472. This guy. In the team, Lu Yunluo couldn't help but twitch his lips. With 39 points of strength and such an exaggerated body, The previous group of people must have died miserably. Why? Brother Liu has no confidence. Qin Chong seemed like a different person after putting on the boxing gloves. His originally slightly humble attitude was immediately replaced by a combative look, full of confidence. That's what your Qin family relies on, Beng Tian, right? Lu Yunxia smiled. Confidence is not something you can just say. Everyone, while this big guy doesn't know anything about us, let's add some gunpowder to it first. Facing the 20 or so people from the two families, although the earth-splitting python had the advantage in size, it was not overly blind. It deeply understands that some prey can cause harm to itself. Although he gave the order, Lu Yunluo did not launch the attack first. After all, he had brought so many cannon fodders and tools, so why should he take action first? This is not a master who can kill instantly. I went first. The person who spoke was a member of the Lu family's vanguard team. Zhao Ji, level 6, strength 29 points, combat power 251. The reason why I call out the level and main attributes is to provide reference for others. But when everyone heard about this attribute, they knew after a little calculation in their minds, this guy's upgrade attribute points are basically added to strength. When Zhao Ji ran towards the earth-splitting giant python, this guess was completely confirmed. Speed? Not at all. But the next moment, Zhao Ji's actions shocked everyone present for a moment. Invincible. When he shouted the first 3 words, Zhao Ji was holding a big sword and spinning his body forward. When he turned to the 5th circle, whirlpool. Chant. The big sword shot out of the air in an instant, flying with incomparable precision towards the head of the earth-splitting python. But how could the giant python be in a daze? The snake turned its head sideways to avoid it. But who would have thought that the big sword whirlpool suddenly turned around at this moment? Base. Just like the sound of a sharp blade entering flesh, the python's body was suddenly cut open. The wound was more than 10 centimeters deep, but it was a pity that it was too thick. This little depth is just a skin injury. -11. Additional. -77. The first entry is pure basic damage. The second entry is obviously the additional damage of Zhao Ji's invincible maelstrom skill. The reason why a skill is, of course, not just actions. Normally, 1 point of strength can cause 10 points of damage, and 1 point of defense can offset 10 points of damage. However, Life Eater also has a setting of combat power. Even if the power of a person with low combat power exceeds the defense of a person with high combat power, the damage will still be to be cut. On the contrary, it is an increase. Well done. I'll be next. The person shouting was Dongfang Yinyan, level 4, strength 7 points. As soon as his attributes were shouted out, someone couldn't help it anymore. 7 o'clock? Damn, brother. You are so funny. Are you kidding me? Zhao Ji can only do 11 points of basic damage at 29 points. Find a tree and hide yourself. But Dongfang Yinyan is not the one who listens to advice. Temporary strength is 7 points. Combat strength is 232. I'm on board. His temporary attributes were obtained from the seafood breakfast he had before departure. The bonus was about to end at this point, so how could he have time to hesitate? But since he dared to take action, he certainly wasn't really crazy. He ran suddenly and reached the front of the earth-splitting python in just a few seconds. At this time, the big worm had not yet recovered from the previous attack. Dongfang Yinyan is getting closer again. It's too late to stop it. Swish. -5. With one sword, it slashed across the giant python's side. Swoosh. -5. A sword returns, making the existing wounds deeper. Swish. -5. With one slash of the sword, a cross-shaped mark was left with blood. Dongfang Yinyan's figure completed the attack as quickly as a phantom, and finally stepped on the ground and jumped back, creating a distance of more than 10 meters and landed lightly. This is his skill, Phantom 3 Swords. Even so, it was still hard for everyone to believe that this was actually done by a rough guy who looked clumsy. Additional, -31. Bleeding, -140. When the damage entry popped up, not only did the earth-splitting python twist its body in anger, but the people around were also shocked. A level 4 player dealt more damage than a level 6 pure strength player. What a beast. However, if he was a beast, then what was Chen Yichuang, who was an informal level 0 player in the forest and killed an elite forest wolf with a slingshot? Swoosh. Critical hit. -1,360. Beads of sweat the size of beans flowed down from Chen Yichuang's forehead, and he looked as if he had lost weight. Shi Xiaoyu was stunned. 1,000 damage. What are you still standing there for? Are you waiting for the wolves to react? This roar almost exhausted all of Chun Ichuang's strength. Oh! After that, he was half hanging on the tree, without any strength left. If someone stabbed him at this time, he would definitely die. Hey, this feeling is still so good. Chapter 23, I Am Too Kind. How did Chun Ichuang, who was only level 0, deal more than 1,000 damage? The answer is the light brown pill he held in his hand before the fight. Bloodthirsty magic potion of the twin fin shark. The raw material is taken from the vicious beast bloodthirsty shark. After taking it, 30 days of life will be consumed immediately, and the strength will be increased by 10 times, making the first 3 attacks ignore the difference in combat power and will inevitably be critical hits. The effect lasts for 1 second, and after it ends, the person will be weak for 3 seconds. Weakness. All attributes reduced to 10%. Level limit, 0 to 10. Production process, white rough. This pill was called 1 second of real manliness in the previous life. Chun Ichuang regretted that he was not a real alchemist now. Otherwise, if he improved the craftsmanship of the bloodthirsty magic potion to excellent level, the weakness time would be only 1 second. 3 seconds, neither long nor short. Sometimes it passes in the blink of an eye. Sometimes it seems like a year. If someone from the Lu family was here, Chun Ichuang would never use it. Even if there were ferocious beasts around him, he would not use it rashly, as that would be tantamount to sending his life. Compared to the 3 types given to the Lu family, the bloodthirsty magic potion is the one that can truly save lives. When he argued with Lu Xinyu for the longevity elixir yesterday, he was ready to explode at any time, but fortunately, it did not have to be used. After 3 seconds of weakness, call! Chun Ichuang took a deep breath, and below, a dozen forest wolves were already dead or injured and were no match for them. Seeing this, he smiled bitterly again. The potion is powerful, but the price is a bit high. I had half a year left to live, and I lost a month in an instant. Chun Ichuan. Just as he was thinking about it, Shi Xiaoyu called him. You don't need help? He replied with a smile. Who knows the next second? A fate card has been issued. Do you want one? Damn, it was effortless to get it. It just cost me some life. What? When Chun Ichuan jumped down from the tree, Shi Xiaoyu pinched the life card between 2 fingers and gave Chun Ichuan another look. You want it? The boy reacted immediately. If she didn't give it, she wouldn't have asked. Since she asked but didn't give it right away, it was obvious that she was putting forward conditions. What do you want to know? Shi Xiaoyu rarely smiled. Tell me, how did you do it just now? Can that situation be replicated? If it can be, why? Do you still have national hatred and family feuds to avenge? Chun Ichuan had just been joking when he interrupted her. But unexpectedly, she really has it, but I can't tell you who. So dishonest. I'm afraid you'll betray me. Then I promise not to betray you? I don't believe it. Chun Ichuan. This girl is really honest. Wait a minute. Where did this fake card come from? Elite. This time, Shi Xiaoyu reacted as soon as she opened her mouth and quickly changed her words. I don't know either. I saw it on the ground. Chun Ichuan simply folded his arms. I didn't lie to you. Oh, I know. I really didn't lie to you. Yes, I know. At this moment, Shi Xiaoyu had already drooped down. Well, this life card was given by that elite level. It was originally your trophy. Give it to me then. Can't you just? I don't have any more either. No more. Shi Xiaoyu seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. So it is possible? Tell me what to do. Chun Ichuan couldn't help but twitch his lips. You little girl, are you the representative of the Chinese class? Such a good at finding loopholes. But, no. Why? What does it have to do with me if you want to kill someone? This was actually just Chun Ichuan's excuse. The reason why he didn't give it was that he just wanted to find out Shi Xiaoyu's background and see if they could cooperate. After all, the fact that she was able to leave the Lu family for some reason meant that there was some incompatibility between her and the Lu family. Only by using all available resources can we defeat them as quickly as possible. After hearing what Chun Ichuan said, Shi Xiaoyu finally fell silent. His worries are not without reason. As soon as this thought came to her mind, she seemed to have made up her mind. Okay, I'll tell you, but even if it has something to do with you, I won't give up unless you kill me afterwards. Chun Ichuan was slightly stunned. Is the situation so complicated? Who is it? Mo Huaizhu. The swordsman Mo Huaizhu from the eastern force of the Jiangnan settlement, Nahai Tower. Her? That's okay. When asked this answer, Chun Ichuan was a little disappointed, What deep hatred could there be between you and her? Of course, Chen Yichuang knew this, and Mo Huaizhu. He was also a famous figure in his previous life. He never expected that such a thing would happen behind the scenes. Shi Xiaoyu gritted her teeth upon hearing this. Revenge for my father's murder. Hearing this, Chen Yichuan knew that he had asked about someone's sad story, and hurriedly said, I'm sorry. It doesn't matter. It might just make me more determined to get revenge. After a brief response, Shi Xiaoyu immediately asked, so are you going to give it to me or not? Let's exchange. Give me the life card. Since the enemies are different, and the whole matter has nothing to do with me, why not do Shi Xiaoyu a favor? Maybe it will come in handy in the future. In any case, it is an indisputable fact that she left the Lu family. It was not until she had a light brown pill in her hand that Shi Xiaoyu glanced away from him. You men are really born to lie. Chen Yichuang's mouth twitched, but he was too lazy to pay attention to her sarcasm. Have you seen the properties of this thing? Think before you eat it. If I can get revenge, 30 days is nothing. 3 years, 30 years, even 300 years, I will not hesitate. After carefully storing it away, Shi Xiaoyu also asked, by the way, did you make this thing yourself? Yes. Thanks. No need. I'm not sure if I can help. After the matter was settled, Chen Yichuang activated the life card in his hand without hesitation. The next moment, a cold reminder sound came from my ears. Congratulations. Activation successful. All permissions have been enabled for ID Chen Yichuan. Life remaining. 150 days, 7 hours, 12 minutes. This is the whole process of becoming an official player. There are no earth-shattering special effects, no newbie gift pack, and no upgrades at all. Only experience, 0 out of 100. Yes, only after becoming an official player will an experience bar appear on the panel. And only then can you level up, learn skills, and become stronger. Almost everything in Life Eater relies on the life card. After a short pause, Chen Yichuang's fingers produced another piece of animal bone the size of a pigeon egg. He pulled the bowstring to its full extent and shot it towards the nearest dying forest wolf. Oh, kill. Experience plus 20, Shi Xiaoyu. It only has 1 breath left. Why? Chen Yichuan sighed. I am too kind-hearted. I cannot bear to see Wolf suffer. Look at the holes on his body. How painful must it be? It won't hurt if you die completely, right? You are a devil. Hashtag Chapter 24 to be honest. Why don't you just change your surname to Lu? Except for the life card. This group of forest thorn wolves also exploded with a piece of high-quality white roulette. Chen Yichuang took a look and saw a total of 6 positive options. But only one thing is useful. Experience plus 300. The others are all useless, such as instant noodles, sticky rice, inflatable baby nose. It is a white roulette wheel after all, and even if there are many positive options, the best rewards are still rare. You want it? Shi Xiaoyu handed the roulette wheel to Chen Yichuang, and her eyes subconsciously focused on the largest area, the life-size doll, Boa Hancock. Accounting for 67%, Chen Yichuan couldn't help but twitch his lips. I don't need it. Real? Real. I don't believe it. To be honest, why don't you just change your last name to Lu? Seriously. I don't have time to argue with you. There should be a fight going on up ahead. Let's go over and take a look. You really don't want it? Don't want. You have to believe it even if you don't want to. Deep in the woods, where the Lord resides. After the previous rounds of tests, the Earth-splitting python has become sufficiently alert to the Lu and Qin family's team. No matter who attacks, it will no longer be so easy. Gradually, the roars of beasts could be heard from all directions. Lu Yunluo also understood that he had to end the battle quickly before the beasts arrived, but the giant worm was not in its best condition, and it was sure that they posed a threat, so it sometimes swept horizontally and sometimes chopped vertically with its giant tail. Not even close. Even if you get close and hit its tail, or use your speed to roam and attack quickly, the damage caused is very limited. This is not a solution. Qin Chong jumped back to avoid the snake's tail sweep, his forehead already covered with sweat. He did not lose his fighting ability, but it was definitely not a pleasant feeling to be towed around by the earth-splitting python. Lu Yunxuan glanced over. Then don't hide it. Your sky collapse must have some skills, right? Use them. You can only use it once. If you miss, it will be wasted. Qin Chong knew that this guy was waiting for him to make the first move, so he had to use this as an excuse to explain, if you have a way to make this giant beast unable to dodge, I will just use my ultimate move. If I had a way, why would I be so passive? What's the point of that? Qin Chong, after wearing Bangtian, seemed like a completely different person. If you have the ability, come. Then don't complain that the first kill was taken away by my Qin family. After saying that, Qin Chong smashed his fists together, as if he was gathering strength. Ping and Shilo, find a way to restrict that guy's actions and create an opportunity for me. Yes. At a response, for figures holding shields quickly approached from the southeast, northwest, and northeast directions. For the first time, the earth-shattering python's tail swing was caught by a shield. Seeing this, Lu Yunluo frowned slightly, feeling that he had been fooled by the Qin family. If he had such ability, why didn't he use it earlier instead of following them and jumping rope? He fiercely grasped the hilt of the knife and quietly contacted his brother through the life card. Yunlu, when you have the chance, you must act before Qin Chong. No, Lu Yunlu responded. He also understood that his father agreed to go with the Qin family in order to ensure that there were enough people to kill the Lord, not to hand over the treasure. After all, the rewards are quite a lot. In the meantime, if there is a chance, although the peace and joy sent by Qin Chong was able to withstand the attack of the earth-splitting python, it was not easy to completely restrain it. At this time, two figures were half-crouching on the trees not far away. It was Chun Yichuang and Shi Xiaoyu. Why are you stopping? Why don't you go up and help? Shi Xiaoyu asked, her right hand already grabbing the end of the rope dart, which was her starting move for the attack. The initial attack of the rope dart is nothing more than swinging and throwing. The real trick is that after inertia is generated, the rope is manipulated by stretching out with both hands and hooking with both feet, thus achieving its mysterious characteristics. Sometimes, before you know it, the dart tip is already in front of you. Therefore, even without Chun Yichuang, the Lu and Qin families would be able to break the impasse this time. But, you go if you want to go. I'll watch the show first. Chun Yichuang said so. If he had not intended to disintegrate the Lu family from within and take back what belonged to him, he would have taken this opportunity to leave long ago. Why would he come to the rescue now when he is not needed and there is no benefit in taking action? The Lu family is comfortable, but he is uncomfortable. That makes sense. That big guy doesn't look easy to fight. You're not going either? I do what I am paid for. This is my principle. They only told me to contain the Lord when the beast came out. They didn't ask me to fight a confrontation. Chun Yichuan's eyes turned slightly when he heard this. Are you in an employment relationship with the Lu family? No. The next moment, Chun Yichuan heard an answer that left him speechless. That Lu Yunluo is my ex-boyfriend. Chun Yichuan, Sigma, surprise face, huh? Why are you staring so wide-eyed? I'm just lazy and don't want to go to places I'm not familiar with. I just happen to know Lu Yunluo, so I stayed at Lu's house. Perhaps because of the bloodthirsty potion, Shi Xiaoyu was not the so-called iceberg when she was with him. Obviously, whether one is iceberg or not depends on the person. Besides, I'm still a virgin. Who asked you this? This girl really has something to say. The main goal is to have no scruples. However, since the relationship is not deep, there is a possibility of prying. At the very least, the relationship between the two is not good, and they are just using each other. While the two were talking, The herd is coming. The sentry in charge of alert in the team shouted, and then the bald man, Afu, also put 2 fingers on his forehead and spread out his mental power. Master, the size of the beast group is about 60% of the white beast tide. That is about 300. People on the periphery, buy us some time. How could Lu Yunluo let Qin Chong deal with the Lord on his own? If he really got the first kill, the Lu family would suffer a great loss. The numbers are still increasing. Ah Fu, who did not stop the mental detection, shouted again. Among the 4 basic attributes, spiritual improvement is mainly manifested in idea and consciousness. In terms of auxiliary, it can be used for detection and interference with related skills. In terms of combat, the improvement of spirit can improve reaction speed to a certain extent. Things like visual capture, danger perception, physical reactions, all have significant effects. It also allows players to stay relatively calm in desperate situations. However, since this attribute has the least obvious effect on improving combat power, and its role is relatively limited when fighting against ferocious beasts, few players focus on adding points. This Afu is just a special case. Damn it! The speed and magnitude of the beast herd's arrival were somewhat beyond Lu Yunshu's initial expectations. It was not that he had never fought at the Lord level before, and that was why he knew. Now the priority is to save your life. Everyone, form the Bagua attack formation and prepare to resist the beast tide. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 25. I often sleepwalk. The purpose of the Bagua attack formation is to inward, surround the target in the middle and block the target's escape route as much as possible. Outward, resist the inevitable interference that comes. This is similar to the Bagua anti-fighting formation at the beginning. However, one is about attack, and the other is about defense. The subject matter is different. 1 minute. Everyone keep your distance. Be careful of the giant bug's counterattack. Give priority to fighting the beast tide. Quick, quick, quick. The price of being slow is death. Chun Yichuang on the tree trunk raised his eyebrows slightly. Such an ancient formation is only needed in the early stages of the game. However, it is useful. In the later stages, when individual combat power becomes stronger, the formation only serves as a decoration. The beast tide did not leave the two families much time to react. When the formation was just taking shape, countless ferocious beasts of all kinds emerged from the forest. Giant rodents, wolves, lynx, bears. These animals, which originally did not live in the Jiangnan area, were transformed into ferocious beasts due to the coming of Life Eater and migrated back from the southern part of the country. There were even traces of tigers and leopards. But this area, this territory, is obviously dominated by the earth-splitting python. Lu Yunluo is such a self-centered person. Seeing that the dozen people from the Lu family had already dispersed, Qin Chong couldn't help but curse inwardly. Although it was an 8 trigrams attack formation, the Lu family only cared about their own 5 gates and simply ignored the Qin family's position. Qin Chong had no choice but to play it safe first. Peace and joy, come back. Next, he had been planning his ultimate move for several minutes, but he could only turn around and rush towards the forest area. Oh my god, you're such a ferocious beast. With one punch, a terrifying gust of air uprooted many trees from the ground. There was also a faint smell of blood floating in the mud and sand. In the direction of his bombardment, at least a dozen ferocious beasts died directly. There are even a large number of kill entries popping up. Bang Tian is indeed powerful. Oh. Chun Yichuang, who was watching the show, smiled. This guy is just making indirect accusations? But what a good scolding. But before long, the tree was no longer a safe area. What is most abundant in the forests of the south? It is undoubtedly snakes, rats, insects, and ants. After watching the show for a short while, Chun Yichuang felt a chilling sensation at the back of his head, which was a dangerous signal sent back by his mental power. The boy didn't dare to delay. He hooked his right foot and stuck it on the tree trunk. While throwing his body towards Mother Earth, he pulled the bowstring to its full extent and shot out a finger bone. Bang! With a slight sound, the mutant green snake that attacked quickly was hit directly in the vital spot. Chun Yichuang hooked the tree trunk with his toes, turned around like a hula hoop, and returned to the trunk. Kill. Experience +5. When he saw the experience value pop up in front of him, he realized that this was a green pit viper that didn't even have a level. It's not considered a ferocious beast. The basic experience points that players can obtain by killing ferocious beasts are normally 10 times the level of the ferocious beast. If it is elite or lord level, there will be additional increases. If there is no level, 5 experience points will be added. You're quite flexible. Have you practiced before? Shi Xiuyu, who was not far away, asked after seeing what had just happened. The rope dart in her hand had flown out countless times, and she had accumulated dozens of experiences. I often sleepwalk, so you can be speechless too. Nonsense. Of course, Chun Yichuang's skills were acquired in his previous life. It was something deep in his consciousness, and it was still his own body. What was so difficult about it, being able to reproduce it again? But how do you explain this kind of thing? It's better to answer a question that is not related to the question and just get away with it. After a little teasing, Chun Yichuang's expression became serious. He had no interest in helping the Lu family fight the Lord, but to gain experience for himself, he had to be diligent, right? At that moment, the young man took out a handful of bones, and the slingshot in his hand even burst out an illusion. As for aiming, there are so many live targets below. Do you need to aim? If you aim at them, you will be disrespecting them. Kill. Experience +20. Kill. Experience +10. Kill. One after another, kill entries and experience entries appeared in front of Chun Yichuang, and soon, congratulations on your upgrade. Level 1. Free attribute points +5. Yes, every time you upgrade in Life Eater, you are given free attribute points. You can choose whichever point you want. This also leads to the fact that in the early stage of the game, many people who don't know how to play just randomly add points. Even Chen Yichuan was slow to realize it in his previous life. Now that I have started over again in this life, how can I make the same mistake again? 5 free attributes, 3 points of strength, 1 point of spirit, and 1 point of speed. The attack power is insufficient in the early stage, so of course strength is the main focus, with spirit and speed as supplementary. Many players feel that adding spirit has no effect on attack power, so they simply don't click on it. Increase attack or assist with attack speed. But in fact, if you regard the body as a computer, then the spirit is equivalent to the CPU. If the computing power is not high enough, everything else is in vain. You can't not add it, but you can't add it all either. Therefore, it is most reasonable and effective to allow the body to adapt to the changes in attributes little by little as an aid. After adding the points, the boy felt like he was reborn. Then he glanced at the experience points he needed to reach the next level. Experience, 10 out of 1,000. After the level is no longer 0, the experience required for upgrading will skyrocket. Before level 10, each level up will add 1,000 experience points. Furthermore, the greater the level difference between the two sides, the less experience points will be gained from the kill. When you reach a higher level, the experience gain will be reduced by 10%, and the base number remains unchanged. In other words, if your level is over 10, even if you're level 20 killing a level 10 player, or level 100 killing a level 90 player, you will get no experience. On the contrary, if you kill an enemy of a higher level, the experience points will double for every level you surpass. Formula X plus X asterisk Y. It sounds like a lot, but if you think about it carefully, if Chen Yichuan wants to upgrade directly, he needs to kill a level 11 beast to do it. Even if you were trying to save your life, there is only a slight chance. There is no room for negotiation in the rules of the digital world. Even if there is just a 1-point difference in power, if you can't kill him, you can't kill him. Removing the panel in front of him, Chen Yichuan couldn't help but grin. It's time to upgrade. Swoosh. Puff. Kill. Experience plus 90. Seeing this experience, Chen Yichuan raised his lips in surprise. Hey, I'm lucky. I managed to kill a squishy level 3 monster. Compared with rope darts, slingshots are more difficult to defend against. After all, who would have thought that a stone could become a murderous creature that could take one's life? Rope darts also have a distance limit. The length of the rope is how long your hand is. However, slingshots can be replaced with more resilient and elastic materials to further increase their lethality. The ceiling is higher. Continue. But this time, before Chen Yichuan could pull the rubber band of the slingshot, a voice came over rudely. Chen Yichuan, Shi Xiaoyu is here too, right? You two are so slow. What are you waiting for? Hold on to the Lord, and once the team drives back the beast tide, we can start harvesting. Chen Yichuan. Underscore. In other words, I really hate people who have no sense of boundaries. Hashtag. Chapter 26. You don't think I'm really calculating, do you? Without asking, one could tell that this impolite voice came from Lu Yunluo. Although this was the plan made before departure, one still felt unhappy. Pull the monster? Just pull it. Chen Yichuan laughed strangely in his heart. But where should I pull it to? He pulled out a tooth bullet, turned around, and aimed it at the direction of the earth-shattering python. Distance, 514 meters, wind speed, 3 meters per second, humidity unknown. According to y equals ax superscript 2 plus bx plus c, the inclination angle of the parabola should be 47 degrees upwards, full bow. Hey, Shi Xiaoyu next to him. You are not a bullet. Why do you care about humidity? Chen Yichuan, who happened to let go, tilted his head and twitched his mouth. You don't think I'm really calculating, do you? Isn't there? Are you kidding me? Can people learn mathematics? Hiss. Oh, the parabola was calculated correctly. It hurts bugs. After making Shi Xiaoyu speechless twice, Chen Yichuan became more serious. With his level 1, it would be no problem for him to hit the target, but he might not be able to break the defense. However, beast teeth have a special piercing effect. It hurts even if it doesn't hurt. Especially Chen Yichuan's tip is facing forward. But the next moment, the boy held in his hand a meatball. If I take this from Grandpa again, I'll have some hatred points, right? Go! 2 seconds later, bong. The sound of the explosion spread throughout the forest. Soon, the ground began to shake frequently, but that was not caused by the explosion. Instead, it was the vibration caused by the constant twisting of the giant earth-splitting python. Like a black bear rubbing against a tree, like a crocodile rolling over. The sudden situation made everyone stunned. They were busy dealing with the beast, but their mouths were busy. What the hell is going on? What the hell? What exploded? Who brought the gunpowder? Come on, gunpowder can work on a level 13 Lord Beast? That? Something's wrong. The vibration seems to be getting closer. Could that giant worm be coming this way? Don't worry, it's already here. Nah. Lu Yunluo, who was fighting in the beast group, felt his ears move, and the voices of the people around him entered his ears. Then he raised his head and looked behind him. The look in his eyes was indifferent at first, then shrank and became doubtful, and finally suddenly widened. I'm gonna give you a lung. You idiot, do you know how to play? Why are you pulling such a weird trick? Chen Yichuan had an innocent look on his face, and he looked at Lu Yunluo with a bit of guilt. I just reached level 1. His silence was deafening, but the reality didn't give him time to say even a word. The earth-splitting python couldn't tell who attacked it, so after rushing over, its tail smashed forward. Giant tail, earth shatter. One of the Lord's skills. The terrifying force smashed the ground in front of him in an instant, and the long and narrow crack extended for more than 10 meters before stopping. The shock waves caused by this skill are also reflected on all the people and beasts around. Minus 312. Stunned. Last 3 seconds. Minus 312. Dizzy. A large number of damage and dizziness entries, like the splashes of water on the ground during a heavy rain, dense but orderly. Everyone took the same amount of damage, which showed that this was a fixed damage value that ignored defense. Then, the giant snake's tail swept over. No matter whether it is a ferocious beast or a human, no one is spared. Fortunately, the distribution of personnel in the Bagua counterattack formation was not dense, and the attack of the earth-splitting python only affected Lu Yunlu and Lu Yunlu. The damage of this sweep can be high or low, but it is pure physical damage. Under the heavy blow, Lu Yunlu flew backwards and hit a tree, with blood pouring out of the corners of his mouth. It's all your fault. Chen Yichuan. Compared with his elder brother Lu Yunlu is more vindictive. He was already somewhat unhappy with Chen Yichuan, and now this emotion simply exploded. After he stood firm, he rushed towards the former in one step. Yunlu. Lu Yunhe wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, Master, please be quick. Some things can be put aside for the time being. Can't you tell which is more important? Lu Yunlu clenched his fists and glared at Chen Yichuan fiercely. Just wait. After this, you will see what happens. Chen Yichuan didn't care. If a dog glares at you, would you glare back? Are you too satisfied with this wave of strange pull? Upon hearing this, Lu Yunluo almost exploded. Pull it back. Pull it in a circle, as long as you don't let the bug recover health. Who the hell told you to pull it over here? How can I, a newbie, know so much? Chen Yichuan muttered. Lu Yunluo was so angry that he was half dead, and he also had internal injuries, so he couldn't help but cough up some blood and phlegm. If Chen Yichuan was not still valuable to the Lu family, and if they needed to save their strength to deal with the Lord, even he would have wanted to kill the former. In today's world, strength always comes first. Chen Yichuan's ability is a double-edged sword. If we restrain his prejudice against the Lu family and keep him, it will help improve the strength of the Lu family. On the contrary, if we let him run to another force, it would be tantamount to aiding the enemy. The latter is what the Lu family does not want to see at all. If it has to come to that, even if I am ruined, I cannot be a scapegoat for others. Lu Yunluo took a deep breath and punched the earth-splitting python hard, creating hatred with it. In addition, since both parties were at the same level, the latter was also wary of the former. The combination of the two finally stopped the earth-splitting python from moving. Taking advantage of this gap, Lu Yunluo also stared at Chen Yichuan and said, Now you know it, right? Chen Yichuan raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and he also understood that this wave of disgust was enough, and it would be more trouble than it would take to cause more trouble. So he said, I know, leave it to me. After saying that, another meatball bullet appeared in his hand. As for what this thing is, rough blood heat bullet, made from the highly toxic flesh and blood of the fiery blood red snake, mixed with other auxiliary materials for tanning. The blood heat toxin can cause a small-scale blood explosion, causing a manic state that lasts for 5 seconds. Mania, extremely itchy, unable to attack normally, and unable to control the release of other skills. Level restriction, only effective for targets below level 15. Production process, white rough. Hey, Big Bud, look here. Chen Yichuan pulled the bowstring to its full extent, and in an instant he fired the blood-hot bullet. However, in the blink of an eye, the earth-splitting python exploded with a bang sound. Hiss! The earth-splitting python has finally found its nemesis. It twisted its body and ran towards Chen Yichuan. Rather than using its skills, it wanted to swallow him alive. It's so itchy. I can't even scratch it. Who can tolerate this? What on earth did you do to it? Shi Xiaoyu was also a little confused when she saw this scene. Chen Yichuan smiled and said, I'm just a level 1 rookie. How can I deal with the Lord without some unique tricks? Do you expect me to break its defense? Shi Xiaoyu. Chapter 27. Oh my god. You old fool. Level 1. How can you be like a level 1 rookie? By now, Shi Xiaoyu was already a little unsure about the man next to her. Which level 1 rookie could have so many little secrets? Forget about the bloodthirsty potion, but his tricks can even affect a level 13 lord? And the slingshot in his hand is not simple either. Hey, I don't have time to chat with you anymore. The big bug is here to play with me. After saying that, Chen Yichuan did not stay any longer. He jumped onto another tree. Now with the temporary attributes, his speed has reached 9 points. With the leg power brought by the strength attribute, the speed of moving through the woods is also much faster. But if the earth-splitting python wanted to chase him, it needed to move left and right. So no matter how fast it would be useless, even if it directly broke the tree trunk. Can a fallen tree be used as a leverage point? Besides, this forest is its home. Hitting a tree, isn't that the same as destroying the house? Under such circumstances, within a minute, Chen Yichuan had opened up a distance of nearly 100 meters. He did this on purpose. Otherwise, if he ran too far, wouldn't all his efforts to pull the monster be in vain once the giant python gave up? You have to keep a distance where it can't catch up with you, but can still see you. Aquaman has a spare tire. Who doesn't do that these days? Next, let the Liu family's action of stealing Kuan, but losing the rice begin. They came to this forest with such great force. Didn't they just want the reward for being the first to kill the Lord? I just won't let you get what you want. Of course, it is still unrealistic for him to fight against level 13 at level 1. The bloodthirsty potion can fill the gap between the two, but the earth-splitting python still has more than 2,000 health left. What can it do in 1 second? Temporary attributes are not within the amplification range, so taking drugs is considered 40 points of strength. Ignoring the difference in combat power is 400 points of damage, and after a critical hit, it is 800 points. You can't kill him. You can't kill him at all. The ensuing consequence is death in a state of weakness that lasts for 3 seconds. Therefore, this plan can only be passed. No matter how powerful he is or how many cheats he has, he can't do it. We have to find another way. Looking at the overall situation, the only family that can do this is the Qin family. In addition, you have to think of a way out. Lu Yunlu really wanted to tear him apart, so without absolute leverage, appearing in front of him would be no different from asking for trouble. Now that you are an official player, it is time to move on to the second stage. After Chen Yichuan pulled the earth-splitting python away, Lu Yunluo, who was directing the fight against the beast tide, also frowned and stared at the direction he left. How much is there in that guy's head? Obviously, the thing that could affect the level 13 Lord Beast really caught Lu Yunluo's attention. If this kind of thing was in the hands of other people, brother, we can't just let him go like this. Lu Yunlu also spoke up. Between us and him, whether it's the life-sucking sword or the pill formula. Unlike other life-eating maggots, which were just robbed of a life-extending pill or something, this knot is probably unsolvable. When he said this, he was actually considering his supporter before the end of the world. Of course, there are also some dissatisfactions with Chen Yichuan. That guy's behavior reminded him of his previous Black Fan group. Although he took the opportunity to deal with some of them after the Liu family came to power, he also humiliated quite a few. But with such a personality as his, how could he just give up? So, it is impossible for us to completely control him, no matter what. I know this, Lu Yunluo said. Not only do I know, my father knows it too, so from the beginning, our decision is to destroy it if we can't get it. Just squeeze out the last bit of value from this guy. Where are his things? That's not difficult. Just lock him up. If he's willing to make the medicine for us, then give him something to eat. Otherwise, if he starves to death, what does it have to do with me? Lu Xinyu, who was listening to the conspiracy all the time, suddenly curled her lips and said, You are still so sinister. Sinister? Lu Yunluo glanced over and said, My dear sister, this world doesn't need kind people. Lu Xinyu didn't comment on this, but he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. She didn't behave like this from the beginning. After responding to Lu Xinyu, Lu Yunluo spoke again. The level of the beast tide is not high, so we should deal with it as soon as possible and take down the Lord. If the first kill is not announced, more and more people will come. While the Lu brothers were plotting something, the protagonist of the plot noticed something amiss while slowly pulling the monsters. No, something's wrong. The reason is simple. The Jiangnan settlement is very large. The forces among them are complicated, with varying strengths, and they compete with each other for interests. Based on this, why did the birth of a lord in the northwest be known to the Lu family in the south? Moreover, he is a newly born lord whose first kill is still ongoing. Once this kind of existence appears, it will be covered up by all major forces in less than half a moment. How could it be discovered by the Lu family's radar? Not to mention the emergence of the Qin family. Could it be that the northern forces have had enough and are willing to give up their interests on their own initiative? If you think about it, you will know that the possibility is not high. Therefore, it doesn't make sense that the news of a new lord's appearance would be leaked to the Lu family in the south, unless it was spread intentionally by the forces in the north. This is almost the only possibility. But why? Chen Yichuang kept thinking about his past life. What happened in the north that would cause them to give up even the first kill of the Lord? Or it was thrown out as a bait to divert attention. At least the value must exceed. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he thought at this point in time, on the 24th day of the advent of Life Eater, the answer was no. At this point, we can only take one step at a time. After moving again, Chen Yichuang saw a stronghold for fighting against the beast tide in front of him. This was the location that the Qin family was responsible for. What on earth is this guy planning? Shi Xiuyu, who was following behind, tilted her head, trying to figure out Chen Yichuang's intention. Hey, isn't that the Qin family's base? Could it be that he wants to? Shi Xiaoyu hurriedly followed. In just a few breaths of time, the earth-splitting python had already arrived behind the Qin family's base. How could the movements of that behemoth be hidden? Master Qin, something is wrong. This thing's hatred value is not on our side. The one who spoke was the man in his 40s or 50s. He was not very strong, but he had seen many beast actions. It was obvious that the giant python's goal was not their base, but above. That is, above, Chen Yichuang had already pulled the bowstring and fired another blood-hot bullet. But how could the earth-splitting python, which had already suffered 2 losses in a row, be hit again? The huge snakehead suddenly moved to the side, narrowly avoiding the bullets fired by the boy. But just as it turned around angrily and glared at the young man, a black spot appeared in the center of its vertical eye at a speed that was hard to avoid. If the earth-shattering python could speak, it would definitely be, "Oh my God, you idiot." Chapter 28, People Can't Be So Shameless. Bang! A ball of purple mist suddenly exploded above the huge snake's head, and 2 lines of entries also jumped out of the giant earth-shattering python. Highly poisonous, lasts for 3 seconds. Poisonous. Unable to move, health value decreases by 12% per second, can be fatal. The middle-aged man who witnessed the whole moment suddenly felt his heart skip a beat, and then his eyes instantly turned cold. Mr. Qin, what a great opportunity. Qin Chang knew it, of course, and he didn't even need to be reminded. He had already rushed out. Heaven-shattering punch. There is no doubt that this is a skill that comes with the sky-breaking gloves in his hands, and it is an instant skill that does not require a countdown or charging. The earth-splitting python, unable to move, could only watch the fist coming towards him, unable to dodge. From the moment it became a lord, it had been thinking about how it would die, but it could never have imagined that it would die in such a way. There is still one skill that has not been released. In the poisonous state, the earth-splitting python, which already had unhealthy health, was reduced to 0 health in a second. It was also hit by a heavy punch from Qin Chang. How could it still be alive? The bright red kill entry formed a sharp contrast with the boneless body that fell to the ground. The next moment, congratulations to player Qin Chang for achieving the first kill of the regional lord earth-shattering python. Rewards: 100 years of lifespan, a purple lifespan roulette, and a first kill gift pack. Congratulations to player Qin Chang. Congratulations. 3 consecutive broadcasts will be made on the World Channel that all official players can receive. No matter what you are doing, the broadcasts will be forced. Of course, this also includes the Lu brothers who are dealing with the beast tide. Lu Yunluo's hand that was swinging the knife stopped in midair with a click because of the sound beside his ear. The corners of his eyes twitched as if he had some serious illness. How could this be? How could this be? Brother, the Lord was... I'm not deaf. Lu Yunluo wanted to kill someone. What a great Qin Chong. What a great Qin Chong. The Lord's first kill was stolen, so their action this time was in vain. Not long after, Lu Tianyuan, who was far away in the southern part of Jiangnan settlement, also sent a message. What's going on? How come the first kill was taken by that kid from the Qin family? Didn't I tell you to find a chance to kill him? Waste. Waste. You are waste. Lu Yunluo couldn't help but scream. Waste. Good for nothings. You useless things. When the members of the vanguard heard this, they were all angry but dared not say anything. Look at what you said. It was you who asked us to resist the beast tide? Because we got the first kill, you blame us for being useless? What's the difference between this and your wife blaming you for asking her to get sterilized when she can't have a baby? People can't be so shameless. Of course, they dare not say this. Everyone follow me. Lu Yunluo couldn't bear it any longer. How could he not cause trouble for the Qin family? The other side, Shi Xiaoyu, who witnessed the whole process, opened her mouth wide, her heart in turmoil. She could no longer imagine how many secrets this man had. A slingshot shot was fired, and even a level 13 lord couldn't move? What an interstellar joke. But at this moment, Chen Yichuan's face was filled with pain and a hint of doubt. The pain in the flesh is because he only had 2 bullets of that kind just now. Its name, Fiery Blood Snake Gallbladder Bullet, made from the gallbladder of the fiery blood red snake as the core material, mixed with other auxiliary materials for tanning. After the snake gallbladder toxin hits, it will cause the target to be in a highly toxic state for 3 seconds. Toxic. Unable to move, health value decreases by 12% per second, can be fatal. Level restriction. Only effective for targets below level 15. Production process. White rough. This is why, when Chen Yichuan chose Fiery Blood Red Snake as the designated reward, it was judged as the first prize. In terms of its effectiveness, it is far better than a yellow longevity pill. The whole body of the Fiery Blood Red Snake is a treasure. Snake meat and blood can be used to make blood heat bullets, projectiles, arrowheads, poison pills, or paint, which can be used as an addition to a variety of weapons. Snake tendons are extremely tough and have varying amounts of elastic force depending on their level, making them an excellent material for making strings, but they are generally used to make bowstrings. Slingshot. Who in their right mind would go out with a slingshot? I thought it was when I was a kid shooting birds. The last snake gallbladder is ranked in the top 5 in terms of toxicity among low-level ferocious beasts. It treats both humans and beasts equally below level 15. Its effects are so wide-ranging that it is much better than a simple longevity pill. Deserves the first prize. Everyone thought that what Chen Yichuan pulled out was a ferocious snake, but no one expected that what he pulled out was, a treasure snake. As for the suspicion, it was because, no, this is the feeling. It should be like this. At the moment when the earth-splitting python fell to the ground dead, in addition to the broadcast in his ears, Chen Yichuan also felt another movement. At first he was just suspicious, but now he was sure of it. It must be over there. Hey, where are you going? Shi Xiaoyu, whose eyes were always fixed on Chen Yichuan, couldn't help but shout when she saw the former suddenly move. She didn't expect that Chen Yichuan would actually rely on her to allow the Qin family, which didn't have much of an advantage, to snatch the first lord kill from the Lu family. That thing doesn't rely on first come, first served. The key factor that enabled Qin Chong to get the first kill was that even a fool could see it was because of the extremely poisonous state of the earth-splitting python. Even if he had heaven collapse, he still had to hit it, right? Without an output environment, even the Lu family would have to spend a long time. I must find out. Unfortunately, the boy who had already left didn't even turn his head back, and ignored her voice and ran forward. Seeing this, Shi Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, but finally chose to chase after him. However, behind her, there was a pair of eyes staring at her closely. How many secrets do you have? As the voice fell, she followed suit. As soon as she left, the Lu family followed closely. Their figures stayed and left in just a moment. Where's Newspeak? At the front of the team, Lu Yunluo suddenly asked a question. That woman, Lu Yunlu seemed to have lost his temper because his first kill was taken away from him. However, before he could finish his words, Lu Yunlu shouted, Yunlu, I. Lu Yunlu quickly changed the topic. What I meant is, why is Xinyu missing? Anyone will do. Go find the young lady, and the family will reward her with points. Unfortunately, they are now in a dense forest where ferocious beasts may appear anywhere, and it is dangerous to act alone. You can imagine. But when everyone was silent, how about I go? A voice attracted everyone's attention. Where did this brave warrior come from who dared to act alone? Chapter 29, Mysterious Stone Altar. You? A level 4 Xiao Saikun. When everyone's eyes were fixed on him, they discovered that the person who spoke was the lowest-ranking one in the team, Dongfang Yinyan. However, as soon as the mocking voice started, Lu Yinlu spoke up and interrupted. Okay, it's you. His purpose is just to attract other people's attention. As for who goes and whether they will die, what does it matter to him? Isn't it enough that someone goes? Lu Yinlu nodded slightly with satisfaction. The family can promise you 100 points, and then you can exchange points for anything you want. When they heard that there were 100 points, the Vanguard team members who had not spoken just now became envious. Some of them are just 100 away from getting the longevity elixir. Young master, no need to say more. If you didn't go just now, it's too late. Dongfang Yinyan, hey, thank you, young master. Well, go ahead. Yes. After watching Dongfang Yinyan leave, Lu Yinluo turned his gaze back to the Qin family. After pondering for a moment, let's go. The northern part of the forest. About 10 miles away from the place where the earth-splitting python died, Chen Yichuang, who was running at full speed, suddenly stopped on a tree. In front of him was a stone altar that looked quite old. Its shape is an equilateral geometric shape, but it has so many lines that it is almost circular. There is also the same shape in the middle of the outer ring, but it is not completely copied, but is partially offset. Similar to a crossed six-pointed star, the inner circle rotates half a circle more than the outer circle. Looking from a distance, there is some moss crawling on the stone altar, and there are ivy around it, which is completely unlike what the original world should have. Even the Mayan civilization, which is famous for its mystery, has no buildings like this. What's more, this place was originally China's territory. At this time, there was still a faint blue light on the stone altar. That's right, it is indeed. Chen Yichuan had seen that kind of stone altar in his previous life, so he was extremely sure. Although he had never been in there himself, he knew about his past life. The reason why Life Eater was updated and entered the big job change version was because of the appearance of a relic. That's right, it's the ruins. The stone altar in front of us is a relic. It is a relic that does not belong to Chinese civilization, let alone Earth civilization. Its origin was still a mystery even in the previous life. But if you think back carefully to the traces of the previous life, the remains of the big job change version should have appeared on the 46th day of the game. This time, this is why. Moreover, this relic was actually opened because of the death of the earth-splitting python. That snake, could it be the guardian beast of the ruins? Chen Yichuang had to think so, and at this moment, a number of figures holding weapons suddenly appeared on the east side of the stone altar ruins. There were swords, spears, swords, and halberds, and there were about 30 people. The news about the earth-shattering python was released by them, right? Chen Yichuan thought so, but unfortunately the distance was too far, and without mental skills he couldn't hear the conversation over there. He could only see the leaders with excitement on their faces, and some cunning and half-inch complacency. Obviously, they at least knew of the existence of the ruins. And he knew a lot. Otherwise, how could he take the initiative to leak the information of the earth-splitting python? And how could he appear near the ruins immediately after the giant python died? Among the group of people, the leader had already walked to the top of the stone altar, holding an object similar to a compass in his hand. Just as he arrived, the blue light on the stone altar suddenly became brighter. If it were at night, this light would probably be able to illuminate the night sky. A moment later, the smaller inner circle of the stone altar began to vibrate slightly, and a dark, downward passage slowly emerged. It's like an underground passage, but it was far away, and Chen Yichuang couldn't see clearly. Soon after the passage appeared, the group took out their flashlights and entered one by one. The passage was not closed until the last person entered. Only then did Chen Yichuang stand up, jump down from the tree, and head towards the stone altar. But as soon as his feet touched the ground, the boy turned around and laughed. Have you seen enough of the show? Come out now. His mental power could not detect the stone altar, but if it was only by his side, he would feel no pressure at all. If the people who followed him had no intention of killing, he would have taken the initiative to attack them. I didn't mean to hide. It was just not appropriate to show up just now. You two left the team without permission. It's my duty to follow and check, isn't it? Brother Chuan, I'm here to take Miss Lu back. Chen Yichuan didn't expect that there were 3 followers behind him, and they were following him very closely. But now that things have come to this, I have no choice but to accept this fact. If it was someone else, he would just kill them. But here, one of them would be helpful to him in dealing with the Lu family in the future, and the other was a good friend from his previous life. There is another one whose last name is Lu, but he doesn't seem to get along well with the Lu family. Now that you're all here and have seen everything, what are you going to do next? Chen Yichuan folded his arms, pointing at the ruins that had suddenly appeared. But there was a kind of, it feels like I will kill anyone who dares to report it. He is obviously just a level 1 rookie, but he can bring such an oppressive feeling to people. It is bizarre and puzzling, but it is the fact. Shi Xiaoyu and Dongfang Yinyan were both stunned, but Lu Xinyu said stiffly, "But the passages are already closed. What can you do?" She was curious about this stone altar, which looked nothing like anything from Earth civilization, and subconsciously ignored the oppression brought by Chen Yichuan. The latter heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Yeah, what can we do? If it were in his previous life, he would probably hesitate and let the opportunity slip away, but in this life, come with me. Hearing this, everyone did not refute and just followed him to the top of the stone altar. The circle of faint blue light was still flashing, but the stone stairs leading downwards are gone. That compass they had just now should be a key to get in or something like that. How are you going to open the door without that? After looking around, Shi Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask. But Chen Yichuan smiled and took out a 3-foot-long, sword-like bone from his space ring. Who said that this door can only be opened with a key? Brother Chuan, you wouldn't... As soon as Dongfang Yinyan finished speaking, Chen Yichuan poked the bones in his hand fiercely towards the center of the stone altar. Bang! A sudden dull sound was heard, and a hole was actually made in the middle of the stone altar by his bones. No, do you dare to be more careless? That's all. Lu Xinyu stared in amazement at the stone stairs that slowly appeared in front of him. It was almost the same as the one that the group of people just opened with the compass, right? Brother Chuan, you are awesome. Chen Yichuan smiled and took back the long sword bone, saying, Little relic, can this old-fashioned buckle lock still block my swordfish spine bone? A relic? An old-fashioned snap lock? Upon hearing this, the other 3 were all dumbfounded. What I mean is there really a connection between these 2 words? Relics sounds high-end. Old-fashioned snap lock sounds so lowbrow. Is it really reasonable for both of them to appear at the same time? In fact, Chen Yichuan knew this thanks to an experience in his previous life. Let's go down together. But we're making such a big noise. We must be ready for battle at any time. After saying that, Chen Yichuan had already grabbed the slingshot and pulled a toothed bullet to half the string. If there is any trouble, it can be launched in just one breath and hit the target. Don't ask him why he is so accurate with a slingshot. When he was a kid, he was very naughty. Whenever he saw a bird's nest, he would shoot it down with the whole slingshot. Over time, he became able to hit the target every time. Practice makes perfect. The 3 people following behind were a little surprised, but they all gripped their weapons tightly, ready to respond to attacks at any time. The stone path leading down was very narrow, only wide enough for one person to pass through. The steps were covered with moss, probably because of the humidity, and were very slippery. Moreover, there was only a faint light source to identify the direction, and the whole process could not be fast at all. Even if you have 20 or 30 points of speed, you can only go down step by step. There were countless steps like this. Chen Yichuan only knew that the whole process took more than 30 minutes. Just when the 2 girls at the back were a little scared, the light at the corner in front finally became bright. However, just as the boy in front of him stuck his head out, a cold wind whistled towards him. Ding! A wooden-handled spear just brushed past his face and stabbed directly into the cracks in the tunnel. The end of the spear trembled due to inertia. Immediately afterwards, before the tremor subsided, the spear was pulled back. It turned out that there was a rope tied to the end of the spear, which was used to retrieve the thrown spear. However, before the action was completed, a slight sound of the spear entering the flesh was heard, and it was vibrated in the narrow passage. Because the environment is closed and somewhat empty, even breathing can produce a faint echo. Not long after the slight vibration, there was a dong sound, the sound of someone kneeling on the ground, and then there was the remnant sound of the spear clanging on the ground. The whole process happened in less than a blink of an eye. The speed was so fast that even Shi Xiaoyu, a fast attacker, was unable to react in time. She thought that if it were her, it would be difficult for her to counterattack so quickly. Let's go. There's only one sentry post. While the three of them were stunned, Chen Chuang in front of them had already greeted them. It seemed that to him, killing a person was no different from stepping on an ant. It was even less exciting than killing a Kuan. Is he really a newbie who just became a formal player? Shi Xiaoyu thought so, whether it was the hidden means or the calmness when killing just now. Not like that. Not like that at all. Lu Xinyu felt like he was being played, and recalled the timid look on his face when he was brought to the Zhenjiang defense zone. Now it seems that he was just pretending, right? Because the chips in hand are still unclear and the effect has not yet been reflected, so the performance is relatively low-key. Dongfang Yin, Brother Chuan is awesome. After the four of them got out of the dark and damp path, the view in front of them finally opened up. There were some splattered blood, broken arrows, and some bloody wood chips on the ground. At a quick glance, you could tell that they were all traces left by the old-fashioned mechanism. Could this place really be left behind by the ancients? After taking a quick look, Shi Xiaoyu sighed slightly. Lu Xinyu stepped forward to check the identity of the man killed by Chen Chuan. After a moment, he was slightly surprised. It's someone from the Jing family. Jing family? Chen Chuan was also a little surprised when he heard this. Which Jing family? Although he asked this, his mind was as clear as a mirror. The Jing family is known as the Tiger of South China, and their fame was earned in the early stages of Life Eater, and they are known for their bravery and fighting skills. Even a level 1 novice can use his skills to fight and defeat ferocious beasts that are 3 or 4 levels lower than him. As a result, the strength of the Jing family increased extremely rapidly. However, in his previous life, Chen Chuang didn't know much about the Jing family except for the title Tiger of South China. He didn't even know which members of their family were the stronger ones. Not to mention until they explore the ruins. But one thing is certain, the Jing family, dubbed the Tiger of South China, is a truly first-class force. Next, Lu Xinyu's introduction was exactly the same as what he knew. Brother Chuan, what should we do? Should we continue to move forward? Dongfang Yin is a relatively honest person. He was a good guy before the end of the world. Now that he knows that he has offended the Jing family, he subconsciously backs off. But now that things have come to this, if I back out, I won't be able to drink even a sip of the soup. Since I'm here, I won't be willing to come here without taking something away. It feels quite fun, I'll stay. Shi Xiaoyu expressed her opinion. She was originally relying on the Lu family casually, and she could make a living anywhere anyway. The Jing family's presence here is not shallow. I want to stay and take a look too. Although Lu Xinyu said this from the perspective of the family, her tone did not sound that way. Hearing the two women say this, Dongfang Yin couldn't help but look a little depressed. Finally, a firm look ignited on that huge face. Okay, then I'll stay too. Chen Chuang knew his character very well. Perhaps it was for this reason that he in his previous life, if you are not afraid of death, follow me. After saying this, Chen Chuang walked directly ahead. This underground environment looks a bit like the Tomb Corridor in Tomb Raiding movies. It is about 2 meters wide and less than 3 meters high, enough for 4 people to pass side by side. But for safety reasons, the 4 of them still advanced carefully in a 1-2-1 formation. The corridor was covered with moss on all sides, and a scent of dampness always lingered at the tip of my nose, difficult to dissipate. However, as we went deeper into the tunnel, problems soon arose. Oh, God is really considerate. 1 for each of us. Who will choose first? In front of the 4 people were 4 separate forks in the road. The environments were obviously different. Some were as dry as yellow sand. Some were as wet as puddles all over the ground. Some were dark, and some were blazingly hot. This is really underground? Dongfang Yin looked ahead, confusion written all over her little eyes. Well, I believe this is not left by the ancients. Shi Xiaoyu frowned slightly. Underground, the difference in environment. Not to mention the ancients. Even in modern times we need VR to achieve this, okay? But where did it come from? Lu Xinyu was puzzled. What will be the end of the passage? Who knows? Chen Chuang turned his head and smiled. It was just a guess, but it was just a guess in his previous life. Choose one and go in, and you'll know. Who's going first? Chapter 31. Unknown Ruins Number 1 Assessment. As soon as Chen Chuang finished speaking, the other 3 people looked at each other in surprise. The passage in front of them looked like this, so the Jing family must have entered it as well. Only one person was left as sentry. But whether it is dangerous or not is still unknown. Forget it. My life is the least valuable. Let me go first. Seeing that the 3 people were hesitating, Chen Yichuang simply walked to the middle of the 4 passages. See you again if we're lucky. I'll choose this one. After saying this, without waiting for anyone to respond, he walked directly into the dark and gloomy lane. As the light faded, the young man's shadow disappeared. After that, the passage disappeared, leaving only a brick wall in its place. Is this a portal? No wonder there are all kinds of environments. The 2 girls suddenly realized something, and then they heard a burst of cursing from behind. Oh my god, I'm already here. It's over. Seeing Chen Yichuan taking the lead, Dongfang Yin seemed to be inspired. He howled and advanced into the desert-like passage alone, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Which one do you choose? Seeing that there were only 2 passages left, Shi Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask. The big guy's right, just do it. I'm afraid of the dark, so I'll choose this one. Lu Xinyu said, and walked directly to the fork in the road where there was a puddle of water, and the environment was dark and gloomy. After hesitating for a few seconds, he stepped in. Seeing this, Shi Xiaoyu raised her eyebrows and said, I am not afraid of the dark. Dark is my cover color. After saying that, she also walked into the last remaining fork in the road with a blazing sky. The black these 2 women mentioned probably means tanned. In the dark and lightless passage, the young man walked slowly forward, trying his best not to make any noise with his footsteps. The only sound around him was the stalactites dripping water above his head, which made a slightly pleasant dong-dong sound. If you ask, why did he choose this path? Others might really be selecting blindly, but not Chen Yichuang, because after entering the corridor, he was certain of his guess. The choice of the fork in the road, as well as the clip lock at the entrance to the stone altar, all came from a so-called interview program in the previous life. It was the 63rd day of the game's arrival. On the eve of the establishment of the first Bay City on Earth, Kawakita Bay City, a program was created in the Kawakita Bay City in order to disintegrate the class of life-eating maggots and ignite the hope of all mankind. Posted to the World Chat channel of Life Eater by some official players. Its name, Encounter. The content is to interview some people who have experienced various circumstances and eventually became strong and became decision-makers. By publicizing their experiences, the whole nation is encouraged to explore the new Earth. Unfortunately, not all official players want this. The show was discontinued after only a few episodes. After all, no one wants the number of people who compete with him for opportunities to increase for no reason. Many people also realize that the purpose of broadcasting GU is to break down the level of life-eating maggots, who would still want equal human rights when they're used to being superior. Unknown relics. Number 1. Chen Yichuang was certain that everything here was very similar to the unknown ruins number 1 that he had learned about in Encounter in his previous life. The gap in time can even be ignored. And he also clearly remembered that it was that dark and gloomy passage that gave the interviewer a great opportunity. The same channel appears. Hey, I wonder if that lucky guy is in there now. Chen Yichuang thought to himself, and his footsteps kept getting closer. Finally, he saw a distant beam of light deep in the passage. Very light, but extremely bright. Contradiction, but reasonable. Sure enough, the young man was slightly startled, but made up his mind the next moment. The slingshot in his hand was pulled to its limit, and what was wrapped in the rubber band was an animal tooth. In his mouth, a tuna dragonfish muscle-activating capsule gurgled into his stomach. The moment he felt the power surge up, he let go of his hand. Shoo! Perhaps because the space in the passage was very limited, the animal tooth bullet caused extremely slight air vibrations during flight, thus producing an echo. But it was only for a brief moment. By the time the figure in front reacted, the fang had already penetrated into the back of his neck and shattered his entire jaw. The death was extremely tragic. Call! Having robbed someone of their opportunity, Chen Yichuan suddenly felt a pang of conscience. So he heaved a sigh of relief. Although he has no conscience, Chen Yichuan never considered himself a selfless person. In comparison, he was a little selfish. Of course, he was not extremely selfish. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for telling everyone about the opportunities you had in the past, and then someone happened to be reborn and bumped into you. Chen Yichuan said shamelessly, the probability is very low, isn't it? Maybe one day in the future, someone will come and knock me down from behind. The young man walked to the source of the light, stopped for a moment, and then leaned over to take a look. Everything is normal at the deceased's grave. Jingzhe, it's true. As for why he was sitting here, exposing his back to him, it was because, welcome, challenger. when Chen Yichuang stretched out his right hand and pressed on the stone wall in front of him. A pleasant and ethereal female voice came from the narrow space. I am the examiner of Channel 03 of the Thousand Star Trial Field. You will be taking a mental strength test. That's it. Upon hearing this, Chen Yichuang suddenly felt secretly delighted. Jingza, the first fire mage after the big job change version. The first true range profession since the advent of Life Eater. The root cause is that he had once undergone this mental strength test, which laid a solid foundation. It was also him who made humans rediscover the game Life Eater. Recognizing the core of global digitization. Thousand Star, Trial Field, Channel 01, Desert. Welcome, Challenger. I am the examiner of Channel 0, one of the Thousand Star Trial Field. You will be taking a strength test. There was no one else in the passage where Dongfang Yin was. Thousand Star Trial Field, Channel 17, blazing. You. The woman covered her peer's chest with her hands, her eyes full of resentment. How did he get in? Upon hearing this, Shi Xiaoyu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth under the scorching sun. Walked in. The woman in front of her caused her a little trouble, but not much. The advantage of professionals is that they can exert their strength more completely. With this advantage, they can win the battle even if their attributes are slightly lower. A normal player can only exert 7 or 8 points out of 10 points of strength, but a professional can fully exert it, even exceptionally. The gap between the two can be imagined. The Jing family will never let you go. After saying this, the woman still felt unwilling. Die with eyes wide open. ##. Chapter 32 Hidden Career Change Card. After dealing with the enemy, Shi Xiaoyu also stretched out her hand and pressed on the stone wall in front of her. A light female voice came. Welcome, Challenger. I am the examiner of Channel 17 of the Thousand Star Trial Field. You will be taking an agility test. Assessment. Thousand Star Trial Field, Passage 14, Wetland. Compared to Chen Yichuang's decisiveness, Dongfang Yinyan's luck, and Shi Xiaoyu's quick resolution of the battle, Lu Xinyu was in a tough battle. There are actually 3 opponents in this wetland at the same time. She tightened her sword, and after several moments of fierce fighting, she finally severely injured 2 of them. But she herself was also injured. How did you know this place? When the battle came to an end, the opponent asked the same question as Shi Xiaoyu's opponent. Obviously, this place was discovered by the Jing family, and they had never told anyone about it, so they were extremely confused about the situation where there were other people following them. I found it by accident. Isn't it okay? Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyu subconsciously concealed the existence of Chen Yichuang. That's impossible. The stone altar is right there. How can it be impossible? My Jing family has spent so much. At this point, the man stopped talking. In short, this is impossible. Apart from my Jing family, there is no way anyone else knows about this place. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyu swung his sword. Whether it's possible or not, go ask the king of hell yourself. As soon as she finished speaking, she stepped on the wet ground and leaped up. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? The sound of clanging and banging continued here. If we talk about Lu Xinyu's advantage, it is probably that his level is slightly higher than the 3 people on the opposite side, although the overall strength of the Jing family is stronger than that of the Lu family. But not everyone in the Jing family is strong. There will always be relatively weaker members. After a few more moments, the 2 of them were now in a standoff. The 2 seriously injured ones had been killed by Lu Xinyu's sword one after another, but the other one was able to match her with his skills, fighting left and right. But at this moment, an indescribable feeling directly pressed down on the 2 of them, making them completely unable to move. Congratulations, challengers. I am the examiner of Channel 14 of the Thousand Star Trial Field. You have passed the initial test of the skills assessment and will enter the retest in 3 minutes. Skills assessment? The voice in their ears made both of them look confused. Unfortunately, the pressure still weighs heavily on them. Channel 03, Mental Strength Assessment. The young man just sat cross-legged on the ground, watching the entrance of the passage with a trace of vigilance, while on the other side, he continued to complete the assessment of the ruins. The so-called mental power assessment, to put it simply, is the application of mental power. From a subjective point of view, mental power is also called activity, but here, mental power is mainly reflected in intention. Countless building blocks were placed in Chen Yichuang's mind, and he could only move them by thinking. The goal is to put the blocks together into the shape given by the so-called examiner. There can't be any mistakes. Chen Yichuang started with 8 blocks, stacking them up again and again. Now, the number of blocks that need to be moved has reached 512, and he adds one more block each time he completes it. There doesn't seem to be a finale yet. And when he put the 512th building block of the current level in the right place. Past the level. Enter difficulty 7. Please stack the blocks into the given shape. But please note that this level must be completed within 32 minutes. The boy raised his eyebrows slightly. The number has doubled, and there's a time limit. How far will this crappy test go before it ends? Of course, no matter how much we complain, the assessment has already come, so we have to complete it. 1024 building blocks may be a little difficult for others because they may not even be familiar with the use of mental power. But for Chen Yichuang, it was not difficult at all. It's not that he is strong, just familiar. For anyone who has developed mental power in the previous life, doing this is not a difficult task. It is just a matter of time. The 32 minutes of difficulty 7 are not even necessary. Sure enough, within 10 minutes, the assessment was completed again. Past the level. Entering difficulty 8. Please move the blocks. But please note, this level must be completed within 30 minutes. It's not over yet? Chen Yichuan couldn't help but scream in his heart. He was beginning to wonder how many levels Jingza had passed. Was it really that difficult to become a fire mage? I'll just keep playing with the slingshot. Next, difficulty 9, difficulty 10, difficulty 11. It was not until the difficulty level 12, when the number of building blocks reached 32,768 and there was only 22 minutes left, that Chen Yichuan passed the test on time. Then, passed. Entered difficulty 13. Chen Yichuan. WW. Over 65,000 yuan, 20 minutes. This crappy test is really endless, right? This time, after going through the previous 12 assessments, Chen Yichuan, who was already mentally exhausted, finally tasted the bitterness of failure. But for some reason, as he breathed a sigh of relief, his mental strength instantly recovered to full strength. All the fatigue is gone, and I feel as energetic as if I had slept for 8 hours. Congratulations, Challenger. I am the examiner of Channel 03 of the 1,000-star trial field. You have passed the mental strength test. The overall quality rating is SSS+. Before Chen Yichuan could come to his senses, the voice came to his ears again. Due to your outstanding performance, the 1,000-star trial field will award you a special reward. This time, after the voice fell, the stone wall in front of the boy collapsed, and a faint light soon reflected the 2 floating balls. Special rewards? Recalling the words he had just heard, Chen Yichuan no longer hesitated. He stretched out his hand and pressed the one on the left. A detailed panel immediately appeared in front of him. Hidden Career Transfer Card * ID Binding. Already bound to ID Chen Yichuan. Use this card to randomly transfer to one of the special hidden professions and gain related abilities. Level limit. Level 0. Craftsmanship. Gold Flawless. Job change card. Chen Yichuan stared at the information panel in front of him and couldn't help but be stunned. Was this how Jingza became a fire wizard in his previous life? But that's not right. Didn't he become a fire mage and appear in public after the big job change version? Could it be that? Is that guy hiding his abilities? Suddenly, the boy felt that he must have killed a great person. This guy is either a cunning freak or an old coin. A hidden profession. I didn't say whether it was good or bad, but judging from the sound next to my ear, it shouldn't be something that's common on the street. This time, I made a profit. And there's another ball. Job change alter. The right to update the Chapter 33 version is in your hands. Job change alter. Use this item to set up a job change alter at any location within the service area for players to use when changing jobs. Note 1. When using this item, the game will be updated. Note 2. The job transfers included are Warrior, Shield Soldier, Ranged Attack. Level limit 0. After looking at the attribute panel in front of him, Chen Yichuan had only one thought in his mind. Oh my god! Isn't this something that appeared in the previous life? Life Eater on the 46th day? It also entered the big job change version, the version update of Note 1. Is it the big job change version? Oh my god, it's only the 25th day. But no matter what, these 2 things already belong to him, and they have been successfully stored in the space ring. In other words, the right to update the version is in his hands. Chen Yichuan took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. At least now, this place is not a safe place. Let's talk about it later. But now that I think about it carefully, after the big job change in the previous life, the Jing family was the first to rise. Could it be that after obtaining the job change altar in this unknown ruins number 1, they kept it in their hands for a while? It's not impossible. After collecting this special reward, the boy heard a voice in his mind again. Special rewards have been issued. Basic rewards are now issued. Please check. As the voice fell, 3 balls reappeared in the hole in the stone wall in front of Chen Yichuan. On the first ball, it was clearly marked EXP plus 2,500. Hey, I've been busy for so long, and finally my time was not wasted. The second ball, purple roulette. Exquisite. Chen Yichuan picked it up and took a look. Huh, all 10 options are positive. The ultimate life roulette. And the ultimate reward is all attributes plus 127 days. It is worthy of being a roulette wheel that can only be drawn once in 100 years of life. The rewards are simply incomparable to those of a white roulette wheel. As for the best reward, even Chen Yichuan gasped when he saw it, but he couldn't afford it without 100 years of life. Next, the last ball. Long-range attack job transfer card *ID binding. Already bound to ID Chen Yichuan. Use this card to specify a job transfer to one of the professions that are good at long-range attack and gain related ability upgrades. Level limit. Level 0. Production technology. Red fine. Another job transfer card, but it's ID bound again. He already has a job transfer card for a hidden profession, and now he has another one for a designated profession. Does he have to choose between the two? It's a pity that such a relic doesn't even have a longevity pill as a reward. Stingy. Please note, the assessment has ended. You will be teleported to the entrance in 3 seconds and will not be able to enter again. Damn. Are you unhappy? 1000-star trial field, channel 01. I almost pressed 02 earlier. I'm guilty T to the power of T. I've changed it. Congratulations, challenger. I am the examiner of channel 0, one of the 1000-star trial field. You have passed the strength test. Overall quality rating, A+. The assessment reward has been issued. Please check. In front of Dongfang Yinyan, a sand dune that was originally more than half a meter high suddenly sank and turned into quicksand. Not long after, a stone pillar slowly rose up, containing 2 round balls. One is experience plus 1,250, and the other is a non-binding warrior career change card, strength type. Oh my god! 1000-star trial field, channel 17. Congratulations, challenger. I am the examiner of channel 17 of the 1000-star trial field. You have passed the agility test. Overall quality rating S. The assessment reward has been issued. Please check. A ray of light shone down from the blazing sky, right in front of Shi Xiaoyu, who was sweating profusely. There were also 3 balls of light floating in that beam of light. Ha ha ha, what kind of agility test? Hiding from the sun. It's amazing that this place could come up with this. Although she complained, Shi Xiaoyu did not forget to check the reward in front of her. 3 balls of light. The first one is also for experience. Experience plus 1,500. The second one is exquisite yellow roulette. The third one is warrior career change card, speed type. Unfortunately, I'm already a professional. When she saw the third reward, Shi Xiaoyu couldn't help but raise her brows. Fortunately, this job transfer card is not bound, so you can keep it and exchange it for what you need later. By the way, this 1000-star trial field actually gives out job transfer cards as rewards, and it's in the form of an assessment. What on earth is going on here? 1000-star trial field, channel 14. Congratulations, challengers. You have passed the retest of the skills assessment. In 1 minute, you will enter the final test. Kill the enemy in front of you. To put it simply, the re-examination of wetland channel number 14 is to deal with a ferocious beast of the same level as oneself. And then the so-called examiners will judge the skills and score you. Its purpose can also be inferred. Certain skills can improve combat efficiency. But 1 minute later, the so-called enemy did not appear. But Lu Xinyu and the other person could clearly understand that the assessment had begun. In other words, the enemy is the other party. We are back to the beginning. Only one of us can survive, right? Stop talking nonsense. When the goal is single, the so-called skill is to attack at the vital points with every move. However, Life Eater has only been around for 25 days, so where do players get all the skills? Everyone starts with a stick or a machete, and it's good enough if they don't swing them randomly. The Liu and Jing families were able to quickly establish their power under such circumstances, and it was obvious that they were not easy to deal with. Before the end of the world, everyone had come into contact with cold weapons to some extent. For example, the Liu family simply ran a martial arts school. Only Liu Yinlu was a bit rebellious. He ran away to become a star, and even became a top star at that time. Lu Xinyu chose to use a sword because he had a certain foundation. Coincidentally, the other party is also on the wide wetland, the sound of footsteps on water, accompanied by the clanging of swords from both sides, gradually outlined a beautiful battle scene. Obviously, there is a gap in level, but at this moment, the two seem to only be competing in skills. The battle lasted for nearly 2/4 of an hour before it ended with Lu Xinyu's slight advantage. Congratulations, challenger. I am the examiner of Channel 14 of the 1,000-star trial field. You have passed the skill assessment. Overall quality rating, A. The assessment rewards have been issued. Please check. In the wetland, a stone platform slowly rises. 2 balls of light, experience plus 1,000, and warrior career transfer card skill type were suspended in front of Lu Xinyu. Finally, it's over. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 34. Hug a little, my hand slipped and I missed the target. Outside the 1,000-star trial field. Stone altar. As soon as Chen Yichuan was teleported here, the prompt sound of the Life Eater game system came to his mind. Congratulations on your upgrade. Level 2. Free attribute points plus 5. 2,500 experience points may seem like a lot, but in reality, it was only enough for Chen Yichuan to level up. After this, his experience bar became 1,600/2,000. Yes, after upgrading from level 1 to level 2, the required experience points increased from 1,000 points to 2,000 points. Chen Yichuan still distributed the 5 free attributes he obtained into 3 points of strength, 1 point of spirit, and 1 point of speed. Taking into account the temporary attributes for 5 days, his strength has reached 14 points. However, before he could start to think about his next plan, he heard a whistling sound. The young man suddenly squatted sideways and just managed to avoid the attack. The next moment, the slingshot in his hand was fully drawn, and at the moment of the explosion, a bone stone was caught in the bowstring, and a rapid sound was played. The attacker has not yet recovered from the rhythm of his attack. The leg that was kicked up was still off the ground, standing on one foot like a Bien character, and Chen Yichuan, who was squatting sideways, happened to be in the middle of the dot below the Bien character and the vertical line. Puff! Oh, Ruo! A painful roar from the soul resounded throughout the area surrounding the stone altar. It's a thing that makes the listeners gasp and the readers feel cold. Due to the rapid shooting and the moving target, Chen Yichuan's bullet only grazed the target diagonally. But considering where he was aiming, it would be worse to hit the bull's eye and send the person away than to graze it diagonally. The people who witnessed this scene just wanted to say, it turns out that the phrase, "be careful or I'll shoot you with a slingshot," is not just a saying. There are really people who do this. Oh who, oh who, oh who. Chen Yichuan. Hiss. I was holding onto my hand, but my hand slipped and I missed the target. I'll fucking kill you. Boom. The attacker was about to stand up despite the pain when his head was smashed by another stone. Well, it hit the mark this time. You're so arrogant. Everything happened in an instant, and seeing one of his men die at the hands of Chen Yichuan, a big man swung his fist and hit him viciously. His movements were as fast as wind and thunder. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the young man and punched him on the head. Chen Yichuan's brows suddenly furrowed, thinking that this man's attack power was quite strong. If he was hit head-on, he would be crippled if not killed. There is no other way. He can only rely on drugs to temporarily improve his attributes. But just at this moment, when the attacker's punch hit the blade of a big sword directly, and the impact force alone knocked the suddenly appearing figure and Chen Yichuan back more than 10 meters. Dianzi, after stabilizing his body, Chen Yichuan couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Brother Chuan, I saved your life? Dongfang Yinyin poked the sword in his hand directly into the ground, which managed to relieve all the force of the punch that hit his sword. He only felt his arm numb from the vibration. It was obvious that the man was extremely strong. Ah, thanks, Chen Yichuan responded, then frowned and looked at the situation around him. At this time, there were more than 20 people surrounding the stone altar. The leader had an imposing look on his face and looked to be about 50 years old. Not long after, Shi Xiaoyu and Lu Xinyu were also teleported to the vicinity of the stone altar one after another along with a flash of light. At this time, the light blue light on the stone altar was completely extinguished. A man from the other side walked up to the stone altar again with a compass in his hand, but he could no longer open it. Count the number of people. The 50 men in the lead could not help but speak in a deep voice upon seeing this. After a while, go back to the master. Jingze, Jingli, Jingyan, Jingsang, Jingya are all gone. Every time a name appeared in his subordinate's words, Jing Cheng's brows furrowed a little deeper. When the last two words, Jingya, appeared, he directly chopped the ground under his feet. Good, good, very good. Jing Cheng was furious. What a mantis stalking a cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. But do you understand that there is an eagle above the oriole? At this moment, he knew that these 5 people were most likely in danger. Among them, Jingya is his youngest daughter. Kill them all, leaving no one alive. Upon hearing this, Shi Luyin and the other 2 tightened their weapons, but facing more than 20 people, how could they be a match? But sitting and waiting for death is not Chen Yichuan's character. Kill me. He pulled the slingshot in his hand to its full pull. I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Before firing the bullet, he also shouted in a low voice. We will evacuate separately later. As soon as he finished speaking, the bullet in his hand fell directly to the ground. Ink-black smoke suddenly scattered in all directions, spreading at a speed no less than a nuclear bomb explosion. With Chen Yichuan's previous reminder, the other 3, although surprised, quickly chose a direction and escaped. That is, why are you following me? When the young man rushed out of the thick smoke, a dark figure was obviously following him, but one could still vaguely tell who it was. Lu Xinyu. It's just a coincidence. Even with half of her face black, she still had no expression at all. Chen Yichuan wanted to say something after hearing this, but before he could finish his words, a shout came from behind him. Stop. You're just standing there like an idiot. If you have the guts, why don't you just stop chasing me? Chen Yichuan, with a speed of 10 points, moved through the woods with high efficiency, which caused the people following behind him to be left behind soon. Only Lu Xinyu seems to be impossible to get rid of. Just now it was a coincidence. What about now? Chen Yichuan was somewhat angry when he said this. Do you have to follow me? Why? Do you still want to escape from the control of the Lu family? You're an Aries? You're so possessive. Chen Yichuan didn't want to leave the Lu family right now. After all, his plan to corrupt the family from within had not yet been fully launched, and the Lu family was still doing well. He was unwilling to let it go like this. But now, he needs a personal space that is absolutely safe for a short period of time. Is it not possible? You really are. Bang! You dare to flirt with me even when you're being chased. You really don't take my Jing family seriously, do you? With a loud bang, the vigorous old man landed in front of Chen Yichuan. Where he landed, a small pit appeared on the ground, with smoke and dust flying all around. It was so majestic. The person who came was the head of the Jing family, Jing Cheng. After running for hundreds of meters at top speed, he was still caught up. Chen Yichuan's heart sank. This old guy's level is not low. It seems that we don't have time to discuss what your zodiac sign is. This old guy is very strong. We can only deal with him together. You don't need to tell me. Chapter 35. Collect, collect, collect. Why don't you collect the junk? It's a good thing for young people to have confidence. Jing Cheng slowly stood up, his joints creaking, but blind confidence is not a good thing. Neither of you can leave. You think you are Conan. What Nan? I really can't have a conversation with you, old man. You'll be shot through the head if you take 100 steps. Swoosh. A beast fang bullet suddenly smashed through the air and burst out. Compared to before entering the 1,000-star trial field, Chen Yichuan's current strength is 14 points. Even if it cannot be exerted at 100%, the power of this attack is at least 10 points. Add to that the 5 points of strength of the fiery red snake, S tendons, and the damage is enough to instantly kill most players without any defense, including Jing Cheng. With such power, the firing speed is also extremely terrifying. But even so, Jing Cheng still dodged slingshot. You are really unconventional. No wonder Zaire died in your hands. The beast fang bullet that flew past just brushed the end of Jing Cheng's hair, causing 0 damage and full hatred. I can't keep you here. As soon as the shout fell, Jing Cheng immediately put 2 fingers together and attacked Chen Yichuan from bottom to top. Finger sword, hold the sword. If it had been someone else, this sudden attack would have probably gotten them hit and had their head chopped off by Jing Cheng. But Chen Yichuan was not like that, because he had seen this method in his previous life. Strictly speaking, this belongs to the Boxer series, but it is not a win-win situation. But the 5 fingers each have their own strengths. The index and middle fingers are swords, the thumb is a cone, all 5 fingers are claws, and a single finger is a gun. The key lies in 2 words: inch power. The advantages are obvious and the lethality is considerable, but the flaws are also significant. The attack distance is too short. After dodging Jing Cheng's sword, the young man suddenly kicked out towards the former's waist, and his speed was no less fast than Jing Cheng's. Seeing this, Jing Cheng also frowned, knowing in his heart, why is this young man's fighting skills so proficient? I thought it would happen in a blink of an eye. Jing Cheng only had a split second to react, and he had to use his 5 fingers to block his waist in an attempt to block Chen Yichuan's kick. However, the boy seemed to be just trying to force him to defend himself. When he saw this, he simply ignored the kick and directly pulled the slingshot in his hand without charging it and directly shot it over with the rubber band. Bang! Wow! Minus 134. Chen Yichuan's elastic force hit Jing Cheng's face directly. While the damage was inflicted, his body also used the force of the palm that was blocking his waist to retreat several meters. Little old man, your defense is not high. His strength plus the 5 points of the slingshot elastic only add up to 19, but he can deal 130 points of damage, and this is not even 100% of his strength. This shows his strength. Upon hearing this, Jing Cheng couldn't help but clench his fists and grit his teeth. How could he save his face when a junior spoke to him like that? But now that Life Eater has arrived, everyone's starting line is level 0, and there is no such thing as seniors and juniors. The most is that the older generation has a shorter starting lifespan. This is still a disadvantage. You're just a good talker. You may not have much defense, but your strength and speed can crush you. Chen Yichuan could figure out that his defense was not high, so he could also calculate the former strength. I was just careless just now. Next, I will kill you. As a villain, it's not good to talk too much. Bang! Just as the boy finished speaking, another black smoke bomb exploded on the ground, and he took the opportunity to escape again. This black smoke bomb was refined by him using the ink sac of the magic octopus. It was originally used for escaping, so it was easy to block the line of sight. Jing Cheng obviously didn't expect Chen Yichuan to use the same trick again. The next moment, 2 swish sounds were heard not far away, which were obviously the sound of 2 people escaping at high speed. Jing Cheng had to calm himself down and search for the tracking location again. But on the other side, oh my god! You expressionless girl, don't say this is another coincidence. Lu Xinyu, who was following behind, was about to respond, but when the 3 words expression-paralyzed woman entered her eardrums, a sense of grief immediately surged into her heart. Kill you! Fu! Lu Xinyu's sword, perhaps because of the anger, was much faster. By the time the boy in front of him reacted, he could only use the force to pull away a little. The sword whizzed past his crotch. Are you fucking crazy? Lu Xinyu said nothing and used his sword again. Chen Yichuan hides again. She stabbed again. He hides again. That's enough. That's enough. Swoosh. Chen Yichuan only heard a more violent sound of air disturbance. The 2 swords on the left and right almost attacked him at the same time. There was only a split second left, so he had no choice but to avoid the heavy attack. Swish! The iron sword scratched across his left leg, and blood immediately mixed with mud and dirt flowed onto his trouser leg. Tread tap. The young man took 2 steps forward, and his face immediately turned pale. Minus 190. The damage value popped up, and waves of pain came from his left leg. Chen Yichuan looked at Lu Xinyu with a strong look of anger. Why did this woman have to go crazy at this time when there are so many other times? Seeing this, Lu Xinyu calmed down and quickly jumped back to distance himself from Jing Cheng, but he did not dare to get close to Chen Yichuan. But her expressionless face showed no guilt or anything else. Only the slight confusion in his eyes could allow others to recognize his emotions. Boy die. Jing Cheng knew that the night was long and dreams were many. So without waiting for the 2 to rest, he put his 2 fingers together again and rushed forward. This time, his ferocity was much greater than before. Chen Yichuan's left leg was injured, and he wanted to dodge, but the severe pain made his reaction slow down. Who knows what will happen next? His life belongs to me. Lu Xinyu's speed seemed to have increased a lot in a short period of time. There was a light breeze under his feet, and in the blink of an eye, he had the sword blocking in front of Chen Yichuan. Jing Cheng's 2-finger sword had no choice but to collide with it. Bite! They were clearly flesh and bones, but when they collided, there was a sound of metal clashing. It was obvious that Jing Cheng's 5 fingers had been specially trained, or maybe he is a professional. Little girl, don't you want to kill him too? I think our goals are the same. Yes, Lu Xinyu said coldly. But he must die in my hands. But during the conversation between the 2, you 2 can take your time to earn your living. I will leave first. Although Chan Yi Chuang didn't know why Lu Xinyu wanted to kill him, and why he drew his sword to block the attack for him at this moment, wouldn't it be a waste if he didn't take this great opportunity? Don't run away, kid. Go. I'll take your life later. Chen Yi Chuan. What a ridiculous plot of Kunba. My fate is in my own hands. So why don't you collect the junk? Never again. Hashtag. Chapter 36. Successful job change. Your job is... Swoosh. The young man finally emerged from the dense forest in the mountains with a slight sound, and a broad river immediately came into view. The cool smell of the water, accompanied by the roar of animals, filled his ears and nose. Although the process was a bit tortuous, the final result was good. As for that woman Lu Xinyu, what will happen? You idiot, just die. Isn't it just a phrase like expression paralysis girl? If she doesn't have any expression all day long, what else can she be called expression paralysis? Are you afraid of what people say? Let's find a safe place first. With this thought in mind, Chen Yi Chuang went straight down the slope of the mountain towards the wide river. Generally speaking, there would be some caves between the river and the forest. It may be caused by soil erosion, or it may be dug out by ferocious beasts. No matter which one, as long as the danger is resolved, it will be a temporary safe residence. This was also the experience Chen Yi Chuang had accumulated from his previous life. A few minutes later, the sun sets. Hiss! The young man pushed aside some vegetation and finally found a cave hidden inside. At this moment, he was holding several plants of different shapes in his hands. Even though it has left the soil, there is still a faint spiritual energy floating around. A light flashed between Chen Yi Chuang's fingers, and he collected all the herbs in his hand. Then he observed the current environment. At the entrance of the cave, there were some giant footprints scattered regularly, and it looked like, hey, are these footprints of a bear-like beast? Chen Yi Chuang grabbed the slingshot, pulled a beast tooth bullet tightly, and began to probe inside. With the temporary attribute of 11 points of spirit, he could clearly feel the slightest movement around him. Even if a mosquito flew by, he could sense it clearly. Finally, when they were about to reach the bottom of the cave, a low roar suddenly came. The young man stared straight ahead, not daring to relax for a moment with the slingshot in his hand. Suddenly, a green light suddenly came into view, followed by 2 red dots. Chen Yi Chuan knew that the red dots were probably the eyes of a bear-like beast, but the green light... Full! Yes, right next to the giant monster. A frog only the size of a palm, but with extremely beautiful patterns, was lying there quietly. Roar! As if he noticed Chen Yi Chuang's eyes, he suddenly roared at the boy with a threatening tone. The pungent fishy smell suddenly makes people feel nauseous. Hey big guy, how many days haven't you brushed your teeth? You have quite a bad breath. After saying that, Chen Yi Chuang released the elastic band in his hand, and the animal tooth bullet burst out directly. But when it hit the big bear, -57. Oh my god, is this a broken iron? Chen Yi Chuan quickly checked the attribute panel. Name, Iron-Toothed Warbear. Level, Elite. Level 4. Blood, 1657/1714. Strength, 24. Spirit 1. Defense, 6. Speed 3. Skill, Mountain Smash and Earth Shattering. Combat Power, 187. Oh my god! This attribute is a bit bullying, isn't it? As soon as the thought came to his mind, Chen Yi Chuang immediately distanced himself. He didn't have the means for close combat yet. Even if he had experience in his previous life, he still needed a weapon that suited him, right? The reason why the ferocious beasts swept through human society and caused huge disasters when they first appeared was because their physical attributes were far superior to those of humans. Just like ferocious beasts like the Iron-Toothed Warbear, they're not only naturally strong, but also have extremely strong defense. Moreover, as the level increases, these already advantageous attributes can be further improved, and elite level and above beasts even have special skills. All these things seemed as if the server of the earth had given all the ferocious beasts a cheat. Roar! The Iron-Toothed Warbear roared in pain after being hit on the head by a beast tooth bullet, but its body did not move at all. It only moved its front paws away a little. It looks like it's protecting something. Could it be some rare medicinal herb? Chen Yi Chuang thought to himself. Or maybe that frog? Roar! While the young man was thinking, the Iron-Toothed Warbear let out a long roar, followed by a violent vibration, smashed the mountain and cracked the earth. The rapid shock wave forced Chen Yi Chuang to retreat to the corner of the cave. If he was hit by the shock wave, he would lose blood, You're not even at level 10 yet, and you can already use spiritual power. When it comes to cheating, you beasts are the best. After the young man stood firm, he exhaled violently. The slingshot in his hand could no longer give him much sense of security. To deal with this big guy, even if the beast tooth bullet has a certain degree of penetrating power, based on the damage it causes, how long will it take to kill it completely? No way. In an emergency, I have to use it first. As he thought about it, an exquisite card appeared in Chun Ichuang's hand. It was Hidden Career Transfer Card. Although there is also a long-range attack career transfer card, which is also bound to the ID, everyone can understand that hidden professions are always better than common professions, right? With professional bonuses, your chances of winning are always higher than starting from scratch now. Originally, he didn't have to rush to use it, but now, at this moment, Chun Ichuan has only two choices. 1. Kill the bear. 2. Let's kill that bear. As for the reason, would you allow someone who already knows your secret to leave safely and then go to get help? Others don't know, but Chun Ichuan can't do it. And this iron-toothed warbear obviously can't do it either. Ding! Do you want to use the Hidden Career Change card? Yes. The boy didn't hesitate. The next moment, the card turned into a stream of light and flowed into his body. A mysterious feeling made the time around him seem to have stopped. The career that this Hidden Career Transfer card can transfer to is completely random, and Chun Ichuan cannot choose it. I don't even know what I will become. Maybe it's a spearman or a warrior, or maybe it's a magician or a wizard. Hidden, to put it bluntly, means all professions other than the common ones. All are possible, but he never expected it to be. Job transfer successful. Random job. Special breeder. Feeder breeder? What the hell is this, son? What kind of hidden profession is a breeder? Can this be considered a profession? However, before Chun Ichuan could say anything, the voice in his head sounded again. Occupation type. Secondary occupation. That means I can use another job transfer card. The young man reacted suddenly and jumped several meters away. At this moment, he had no time to care what a special breeder was. Another card appeared in his hand. Long-range attack class transfer card. After using it, you can choose to switch to a profession that is good at long-range attacks. Ding! Do you want to use the long-range attack job change card? Yes. Chapter 37 Ranger. Penetrator. Please choose one of the following professions as your profession. 1. Mage. Apprentice Mage. A profession that can use spiritual power in advance. Good at single-element or multi-element attacks. High damage. The profession level can be upgraded as the level increases. 2. Archer. Crossbow Archer. A profession that is good at using bows and crossbows and other arrow weapons, with strong attack penetration ability. The penetration ability can be improved as the level increases. 3. Pitcher. War Pitcher. A profession that excels at attacking with projectiles. Although the damage depends on the projectiles, the flexibility is high. 4. Ranger. Swift Attack Ranger. A profession that uses long-range weapons, including bows and crossbows projectiles, as the main means of attack. Good at guerrilla warfare, swift attacks, and cruising in the woods. Long-range weapons have special strength bonuses. For options were placed in front of Chun Ichuan for him to choose from. In his previous life, Chun Ichuan was just a warrior without any specialization. He was just stronger, and he suffered a lot in this regard. Now, for specialized professions are right in front of us. I think only he can understand the gap and regret I felt during that period. However, time is pressing now, and he does not have much time to consider the pros and cons of the 4 professions in front of him, as well as their future development. He can only choose the best one based on his own situation. That is to say, 4. Ranger. Job change successful. Occupation. Ranger. As soon as this voice passed, Chun Ichuan heard it again. Ranger class-specific attributes. Your strength can be exerted to the limit. The effect of physical skills is increased by 30%, and the damage of long-range physical attacks is increased by 50%. This attribute can be evolved. Good fellow. Hearing this reminder, Chun Ichuan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. You have to be a professional. The damage is directly increased by half. This is not the end. Unique skill Piercer has been activated. Piercer. When your attack causes penetrating damage to the target, an additional 10% of the target's health value will be added. Fuck. Boom. Chun Ichuan only felt a loud noise in his ears, and the surrounding environment returned to its original state. As time passed, the iron-toothed war bear gradually approached. But this time, puff! The first bullet fired by the boy after he changed his job to a ranger went through the Iron-Tooth War Bear's chest. -85. Penetrate. -171. Two lines of entries popped up, and Chinichuan couldn't help but smile. This damage was simply incomparable to before the job change, especially the extra damage of Piercer. Even more terrifying, being so seriously injured, the Iron-Tooth War Bear roared in anger, gave up protecting the important things, and rushed towards Chinichuan. Its advantageous attribute is strength, and its mountain-smashing and earth-splitting ability has already been used, so it cannot be used a second time in a short period of time. There is no other way except to get close and defeat the enemy. Want to get close? Wishful thinking. As soon as he finished speaking, Chinichuan grabbed 5 bone bullets in a row. Full bow bullets, shotgun, self-selected. He held these 5 bone bullets in his hands, and the snake tendons could not bear the weight at all. Therefore, when they burst out, he could only determine the direction forward, and the attack frame was close to that of a shotgun. Hence the name, shotgun. Bang! In the narrow cave, the sound of 2 of the bone bullets hitting the ground echoed everywhere, and the other 3 hit the iron-toothed warbear, stopping it. -85. -85. -85. The 3 lines of entries popped up almost at the same time. Unfortunately, none of them caused penetrating injuries, but the damage was still considerable. After this incident, the Iron-Tooth Warbear's health was reduced to just over 1,000. Hey, are you coming again? Chinichuan pulled the bow to its full length again and aimed a beast-tooth bullet at the head of the Iron-Toothed Warbear. This cave environment is not conducive to the ranger profession, but it is also not conducive to the Iron-Tooth Warbear. In this situation, whoever has longer hands has a greater chance of winning. Upon seeing this, the Iron-Tooth Warbear couldn't help but growl in a deep voice, obviously being on guard against Chinichuan. Oh, you still don't give up? Then I'll let you taste something cruel. Thinking of this, the boy's fingers flashed, and a light black projectile covered with spikes immediately embedded into the elastic band. Okay, aim. Swoosh. Roar. The Iron-Tooth Warbear had no time to dodge, so it simply roared and used its head to take Chinichuan's bullet, because its head was the part with the strongest defense. Unfortunately, at the moment when the bullet touched the bear's head, bang! Black smoke exploded directly on its head, and countless black spikes immediately pierced everywhere like steel needles, including its eyes. -85. -9. Asterisken. In this scene, the 85-foot is the damage of the projectile itself, and those 9 are the damage of the spikes caused by the projectile. In addition to this, poison. -137. Poisoning. Blood gas value decreases by 8% per second, which can be fatal. With basic damage, diffraction damage, and abnormal status, this bullet is undoubtedly Chinichuan's best stock. Poisonous Sea Urchin Spike Bullet. Made from the spikes of the poisonous sea urchin, using a special technique, it is extremely unstable and explodes upon collision. The spikes can cause 10% of the bullet's own damage and poison the target for 3 seconds. Level limit. Level 1. Production process. White rough. The spines of a whole stinging sea urchin are only enough to make this one. Although the stock is very small, the effect is immediate. After this incident, the Iron-Tooth Warbear's health was reduced to only 700 points. Of course, this is also related to the benefits of the ranger profession. Otherwise, the maximum damage this bullet can cause is 100 points. 2 seconds later, blood, 470/1714. With less than 1/3 of its health left, the Iron-Tooth Warbear's vigilance towards Chinichuan finally escalated to fear. The bear's paw that was patting the ground has shown a tendency to retreat. It is obvious. It wants to escape. Pity. It has come to this. Even if you want to leave, I won't let you do that. 85 points per shot, 470 is 6 shots. Accept your fate. The narrow cave passage, like the road to the underworld, leaves the Iron-Tooth Warbear with nowhere to escape. There are 6 bullets. Even if you dodge 1 or 2, the outcome will not change. Final kill. Experience plus 1,200. Congratulations on your upgrade. Level 3. Free attribute points plus 5. Hey, when you're at a low level, the experience points gained from killing elite monsters are really cool. The experience gained from killing an elite monster is 10 times that of an ordinary beast. Taking into account the bonus for killing a higher level monster, others can only get 400 experience points, but for Chinichuan, it becomes 1,200 points. For the 5 free attributes, Chen Yichuang still followed the old formula and added them to strength, spirit, and speed. At the same time, when Iron-Tooth Warbear died, a yellow roulette wheel appeared on the ground. Chapter 38. It's so ugly, so ugly, so ugly. Hey, it's shipped. The boy bent down and prepared to pick up the yellow roulette wheel. But at this moment, the frog with beautiful patterns that was originally beside the iron-toothed warbear happened to jump onto his finger and hugged it tightly with its 4 limbs. Chen Yichuang subconsciously wanted to shake it off. After all, most frog-like beasts are highly poisonous. However, a voice in his mind made him freeze in his tracks. Deputy, a special creature has been detected. Do you want to take it as a pet? This is the news from the deputy, the special breeder. This frog, looking closely, it is indeed somewhat different from ordinary beasts, so it is defined as a special creature. Perhaps sensing that Chen Yichuang was considering him, the little frog tilted its head and blinked its large eyes, which were covered with a thin film. For some reason, the boy's mind also automatically added the special sound of blinking. Cartoon Spring Sound.mp3. Then somehow, yes. The next moment after answering, some bright red liquid automatically condensed from all parts of Chen Yichuang's body and formed a drop of blood, which floated to the little frog's head. With a dong sound, it melted in. The little frog blinked again. Cartoon Spring Sound.mp3. Asterisk 2, and then the emerald green pattern all over its body flashed a blood red color like an animation rendering. Collected successfully. Individual name, Elemental Spirit Frog. You can redefine your ID. Fuck, really? Chen Yichuang quickly swiped the Elemental Spirit Frog and unfolded its panel. In his previous life, he had heard of people who could control ferocious beasts or pets. He never thought that now he would become one of them. Name, Elemental Frog. Nickname, none, click to change. Master, Chen Yichuang. Level 0. Blood, 100. Strength 1. Spirit 5. Defense 1. Speed 2. Skill, Element Transformation, LV1. Combat Power, 46. Seeing this attribute panel, as a human being, Chen Yichuang admitted that he was jealous. Level 0. 5 points of spirit. What happened to the equality of all beings? God, who the hell told you that? Elemental Spirit Frog. That doesn't sound like a name. Let's change it. As he spoke, the boy reached out and clicked on the nickname and typed in the pop-up text box, the Scheming Frog. In order to get close to the thigh, this little guy jumped onto the finger. He is so scheming. It's weird to call him Scheming Frog, right? It's unpleasant, unpleasant, unpleasant. A young voice suddenly sounded in the boy's mind. It turned out to be an auditory hallucination. Shaking his head, Chen Yichuang reached out again and clicked the confirm button. It's so ugly, so ugly, so ugly. Okay. The young man raised his hand and placed the elemental frog in front of his eyes. It's you after all. Can you speak? The elemental frog blinked. It's unpleasant, unpleasant, unpleasant. How about just call it ugly? Unexpectedly, as soon as Chen Yichuang said this, the elemental spirit frog on his finger turned over, opened its mouth wide, and bit his finger. Gah! It's unpleasant, unpleasant, unpleasant. At this point, the boy has realized that his elemental frog is quite intelligent, but its ability to express itself needs to be improved. After all, it's your own pet, so you should give it a good name. Thinking of this, Chen Yichuang reached out and pressed the OK button. Oh shit, my hand slipped. Change successful. The next moment, the voice in my mind sounded, "Hey, bad master, stupid master, stinky master. What a name! It sounds terrible." The scheming frog flipped onto the back of Chen Yichuang's palm, slapping and smashing with its emerald green claws, and its big eyes were full of, well, at least in the latter's opinion, it was grief and anger. So you little thing can talk? Of course. The scheming frog put his hands on his hips in anger and said, "What a lousy name your evil master gave me." Chen Yichuang was so stunned that his mouth twitched. What kind of pet beast is this? It's not enough to drip blood to recognize the owner, but you also need to give it a nickname before you can communicate normally? It's inexplicable. That can't be helped. My hand slipped. Nonsense. The scheming frog didn't believe it at all. Damn, master, you did it on purpose. Okay, I'll change it for you, okay? After that, Chen Yichuang called up the elemental frog's attribute panel again and tapped the nickname item, but this time a pop-up appeared. To change your nickname again, you need to pay 100 year coins. Your balance is insufficient. The young man looked at the scheming frog, his eyes clearly meaning, "See, this broken system has stumped your poor and stinky handsome master." Scheming frog? Oh, I don't care. I don't want to be called scheming frog. What's your name then? Chunichuan admitted that he was bad at naming, so he simply threw the decision-making power back to him. "I'll change it for you when the master has money in the future." Call! Call! The voice of the scheming frog became longer and longer, as if there was a name stuck in its throat, but it couldn't utter it, as if it was stuck somewhere. Chunichuan's mouth twitched. "It's over. It must be because of that drop of blood. This is all a waste of name. Call frog. Is this a female frog? How about calling her Shinji Jua? Not as good as the scheming frog. Okay, then I'll be the scheming frog, and I won't change." Upon hearing this, the scheming frog rolled its eyes and turned its belly upwards, probably choosing death. Okay, just call me Frog, okay? Frog immediately turned over. "It's a deal." 'Cause sure enough, it's still not as good as the scheming frog. Under the threat of dying to prove his integrity from the elemental frog, Chen Yichuang finally chose to compromise. His nickname is Frog, and his real name is Scheming Frog. Next, he also roughly understood the abilities of the elemental frog. This is indeed a special creature. It has 5 spiritual attributes just after birth and possesses unique skills. This is an elite feature in the world of ferocious beasts. The elemental spirit frog is a long-range ferocious beast, or in other words, a spiritual beast. She has certain elemental attack capabilities, but they will only gradually manifest after she levels up. As for her current skill, element transformation, it is just a survival skill. Moreover, it is better to say assimilation rather than transformation. Previously, the reason why Chun Yichuang mistakenly thought that the Iron-Tooth Warbear was protecting her was because she assimilated her elemental information points into the bear cub. How can I not protect my kid? In fact, what the Iron-Toothed Warbear is guarding is what is behind it. Yugu Temple : Ha! I finally found it! Chapter 39. Refining the Longevity Elixir. Yugu Jalan, a spiritual plant. Taking it regularly can prolong life, and is an auxiliary ingredient in refining longevity pills. Quality: yellow. Year: 34. What is in front of you is the spiritual plant guarded by the Iron-Tooth Warbear. In the game context of Life Eater, lifespan is also very important for ferocious beasts. Of course, they don't require a lottery, they just simply increase their lifespan. This process is similar to improving your strength. The age of a spiritual plant is also directly increased after it absorbs a certain amount of nutrients. It does not refer to how many years it has actually grown, but how many years its attributes appear. The materials are finally complete. Before entering the cave, the plants that Chen Yichuang was holding in his hand were also materials for refining longevity pills, but they were slightly less important than the Jade Bone Gallon. Whether there are ferocious beasts watching directly determines the rarity of the spiritual plant. On the damp surface of the cave, animal meat and spiritual plants were neatly laid out, and the young man's mind quickly recalled the method of refining the longevity elixir. In Life Devourer, the refining of elixirs does not require an elixir furnace or anything like that. As long as you have the recipe and follow the correct steps, you can make it. Of course, someone like Chen Yichuan who doesn't have an actual formula is most likely the only one who made him have a good memory. After recalling it several times and kneading it into a ball according to the amount and order of the ingredients in the steps, the boy took out a pile of dry grass and branches, as well as 2 inky black bones from his space ring. This was also decomposed from the corpses of the ferocious beasts in the beast tide a few days ago. Its owner is the devil-horned swordfish. Yes, the spine that opened the gate of the stone altar of the unknown ruins, number 1, came from the same ferocious beast. The most well-known feature of this devil-horned swordfish is hard bones. The 2 bones that Chen Yichuang took out this time were not flat, but because they were hard enough, sparks could be produced when the 2 were rubbed against each other, which was similar to the effect of flint. Click! A spark fell on the pile of dry grass and branches, and instantly a flame started. As soon as the sparks ignited, he threw in a few semi-finished longevity pills. Yes, they were just that crude. The process for all the previous things is basically the same as this one. Otherwise, the production process would not appear rough. This is not because Chen Yichuang can only be rough, but he has no special tools and jobs that meet the requirements, so it is difficult for him to be rough. Slow fire, refined for 30 minutes. The young man always kept this last step in mind, as his success depended on it. Under his control, only a small part of the haystack would burn, and the fire would remain at a low flame. On the side, the lines on the frog's body have turned light red. In this state, even if she jumps into the fire, it will not have much impact. This is the perverted part of the elemental frog. Unfortunately, this was all she could do before she had any skills. By the way, frog, do you need to stay outside all the time? What Chen Chuang wanted to ask was whether there was some place like a pet space. Then, what else? Asked Frog. Well, I don't even know this little thing myself. But there is no need to worry so much now. The elemental frog is not big, so if you want to hide, you could just hide in his hair, cuffs, or pockets. The conversation between the two did not hinder the boy's hand movements. Whenever the dry grass and branches were about to burn out, he would always add more in time. In this way, after half an hour of simmering on a low fire, a faint fragrance finally filled the air. Chen Chuang took out a brush like grass, took out the pills from the grass ash one by one, and brushed off the ashes on them. Of the 5 semi-finished products, only 3 were considered successful in the end. The other 2 cracked during the refining process. He held up one of the white longevity pill, a secret pill that can directly increase lifespan, but due to its crude craftsmanship, it can only randomly increase lifespan by 1 to 5 years after taking it. Level requirement, level 0. Production process, white rough. 3 white longevity pills, all with exactly the same effect. This is all because of the yellow jade bone gallon. Otherwise, whether it would be possible to truly refine the longevity elixir is still unclear. What a delicious meatball. Frog blinked his big, lively eyes. Master, can you give me one? Hearing this, Chen Chuan subconsciously wanted to say no, but when the words came to his lips, they turned into, your master only has these 3, and I can't make any more. If you are unlucky, these 3 can only extend your lifespan by 3 years. I can find that kind of grass. Are you sure? Yes. Wawan nodded very solemnly, and it seemed that he was not trying to deceive him about the longevity elixir. Chen Chuan handed over one with a half-believing look, but said, okay, but if you can't find it. As he spoke, he looked up at the dusk outside. I'm having roasted frog for dinner tonight. Babble. For the sake of his own safety, Frog nodded frantically. I can find it. I can find it. I will definitely find it. She suddenly had a feeling that she had found the wrong master. It should be an illusion, right? Yes, here you go. The boy took out a pill and put it to the frog's mouth. The little guy's eyes rolled around and he opened his cherry mouth to cover the whole pill. The next moment, the medicinal power turned into a pure energy, which expanded the frog's small body. The pattern on the back flashes with rounds of light. Finally, it actually expanded a circle. And then Chen Chuang was genuinely stunned. Could it be that eating the longevity elixir really had a special effect on the ferocious beast? Thinking of this, the boy quickly opened the frog's attribute panel. Name, Elemental Frog. Nickname, Scheming Frog. Master, Chen Chuan. Level 3. Blood, 1000. Strength, 2. Spirit, 14. Defense, 2. Speed, 5. Skill, Element Transformation, LV1. Combat Power, 130. A rough white longevity pill that directly upgrades from level 0 to level 3. This is indeed unexpected. From this we can see that for ferocious beasts, lifespan is equal to experience and strength, and directly eating life-extending materials is also a shortcut to improving strength. Master, there is still some energy left. After the transformation was over, Frog sent back this thought. In other words, this longevity pill can not only increase the level by 3 levels, but the reason why it can only reach level 3 is because Chen Chuang is already level 3, and the level of a pet cannot surpass that of its master. Can it be saved? Cannot. Then how? As soon as the boy finished speaking, a thought immediately came to his mind. Because of Pet's return of favor, experience plus 200. Is this even possible? Although it was a bit of a loss that the energy that increased lifespan was converted into experience points, it was not wasted anyway, right? And now it seems that this pet should still have many uses. Chapter 40. Oh my god, you finally opened your eyes. After removing the frog's panel, Chen Chuan turned his attention back to the 2 remaining life-extending pills in his hand and took a deep breath. Behold, the heavens above, and the thick earth as my witness. I swear today that I am willing to exchange the Liu family's prosperity for 100 years in exchange for 2 pills that will give me 10 years of longevity. After saying that, The young man opened his mouth and swallowed 2 pills into his stomach. Then opened the properties panel directly. Name, Tinya Quinn. Profession, ranged attack, * ranger. Deputy position, hidden * special breeder. Level 3. Experience, 1000/3000. Lifespan, 10 years and 150 days. Liu family, I am. No. Oh my God. You finally opened your eyes. Now that he had 10 years of life in his grasp, Chen Yichuang finally had the courage to look squarely at the yellow life roulette that the iron-toothed warbear had exploded. It took exactly 10 years to draw the yellow roulette. This roulette wheel is undoubtedly of inferior quality, as it only has one positive option. Top-grade alchemy furnace. A furnace is not needed to refine elixirs and pills, but it is not impossible to use it. This alchemy furnace is a special tool. With it, you are only one title away from becoming a real alchemist or a pill refiner. With the experience from the previous life, the necessity of this alchemy furnace increased sharply. At least it can improve the craftsmanship of the things you refine to a higher level, right? Chen Yichuan held the yellow roulette wheel in his hand and silently said lottery in his heart. Please specify the prize you want. 1. Severe cold. 2. Top-grade alchemy furnace. 3. Tide of beasts. 7. Advanced stage cancer. 10. Erase all two-dimensional things. Fuck, that last option is so vicious. Fortunately, I can choose. If someone else draws the roulette wheel and is unlucky enough to draw this, wouldn't countless people cry to death? I choose too. At the moment of choice, 10 years of life are gone again. But compared to the top-grade alchemy furnace, what is a 10-year lifespan? This time, there is only one positive option on the yellow wheel, so congratulations on winning the first prize. You can choose an additional item from the following prizes as a hidden reward. 1. Mysterious skeleton dragon roar spear. 2. Highly Lao self-eating hot pot * 1 box/10 boxes. 3. All attributes plus 18, 3 days. 4. All attributes plus 5, 15 days. 5. White longevity pill * 7. Hey, the hidden rewards are pretty good, but it's a pity that you can only choose one at a time. Oh yes, Chen Greedy Yichuang is talking about our male protagonist comrade Chun. These 5 rewards. Originally, the most urgent thing was 5, but the white longevity pill. It's not that Chen Yichuang was arrogant, but it was indeed not enough. Even if you stack 7 of them together, there's still not enough to draw a purple roulette wheel. The good props are basically concentrated in the purple and above roulette wheels, similar to the life-sucking sword in the previous white roulette, which is purely an exception. If the odds weren't so low and there weren't a lot of unpleasant low-quality options, the roulette wheel probably wouldn't have appeared in Chen Yichuang's hands. Therefore, option 5 is ruled out. 2 is ignored directly. Although 3 and 4 can improve combat effectiveness to a certain extent, to put it bluntly, if you get used to this temporary attribute, it will cause corresponding discomfort to your physical attributes. It's nothing in daily life, but when it comes to battle, therefore, the biggest improvement for him is 1. Spear. The king of weapons, the cold weapon with the most obvious advantages in actual combat. In his previous life, Chen Yichuan held a kind of long weapon, but it was not a spear but a halberd. The difference from the spear was that the halberd was heavier and more domineering, but it also had something in common. It was long. However, the spear has more advantages than the halberd. If you are proficient with the spear, you will be safe with the halberd. Choose 1. Rewards have been distributed. Huho Kong. When it suddenly appeared, the spear seemed to spin around in midair, and then struck the ground, like a dragon roaring. The young man took a step forward and pulled it up. Xian Hai Longyin Spear. It is made of the skeleton of an earth dragon and iron from outer space, and has undergone 99 and 81 tempering processes. When it is wielded, there seems to be a dragon's roar. Level limit. Level 1. Basic attributes. Strength plus 12, attack speed plus 10%. Production technology. Yellow. Excellent. Not bad. Chen Yichuang waved his spear, and when he swung it to his side, it broke the side wall of the cave and broke some stones. Very good. After putting away the Xianhai Longyin spear, Chen Yichuang stripped off all the useful materials from the iron-toothed warbear. The bear paws and bear skin were both good materials for refining weapons. And then, Wawa, it's time for you to perform. Whether it's the jade bone gallon or the washing marrow willow spike, if you can't find it, I'll stew Tian Kuan tonight. Frog suddenly became alert and asked, Master, what is Tian Kuan? It's a frog. Humans are really good at giving nicknames. Is there any connection between these two words? Just work, why bother so much? Oh. In fact, Frog was not exaggerating. Elemental frogs are very sensitive to spiritual power, so it is not a problem for them to find spiritual plants that contain spiritual power. That's it. Fire Core Linghua, a fire attribute spiritual plant that can be used as a raw material for fire attribute affinity enhancement potions. Quality white. Year, 11 years. As you can see, it's easy to get crooked. Chen Yichuan suppressed his volcanic eruption and looked at Wah Wah with a devilish smile. Wah Wah, is this what you said you could find? Frog shuddered. Frog family didn't say they would find the right answer 100%. Chen Yichuan's mouth twitched wildly. Okay, I can find it, but I may not find the right one, right? At this point, he was close to exploding. Not only can you not find it, but you also brought all these ferocious beasts to me. It's just a fire lingua, but it can actually attract a fire leopard and a group of flame mountain cats. Master, come on. Master, you're the best. Master, you're the best. After shouting like that, Frog turned over and crawled into Chen Yichuan's collar. It was a bit smelly, but it was safe enough. Great. I'm almost giving you a lung bump. Complaints aside, it's impossible not to deal with such a group of big cats attacking us. The young man jumped back fiercely, took out the mysterious skeleton dragon roar spear in his hand, danced with the spear, and jumped into it. Compared to the halberd, the spear is indeed much lighter. Light but not harmful. Blood flowers spread out like mist one after another. Whether it was the fire leopard or the flame mountain cat, they all died under his gun, and large amounts of damage entries were like heavy rain. Such a landscape deserves the word spectacular. Oh, the master is so awesome. If you have the time to flatter me, you might as well find me some jade bone gallon or something. Otherwise, aren't there these big cats? But cat meat is sour. Frog. Chapter 41, it's okay. Just sprinkle more cumin. Frog said solemnly. My flesh is bitter. It's okay. I'm your master, a starving ghost. Just sprinkle more cumin. I can accept it. Scheming frog. Sigma degree. Then why can't cat meat be used? Okay, let's change the reason. God, I don't eat cat meat. Frog hugged herself and tightened her body. She was really grateful to have met such a master who wanted to kill her at any time. But thank you so much. The blood has been shed and the Lord has acknowledged it. So what else can I do? The master's thoughtful treasure-hunting little frog is online immediately. Nightfall. Deep in the forest, the roars of beasts gradually increased. Logically, the night should be more populated by ferocious beasts. But as long as there aren't large crowds, the difference between humans and ferocious beasts isn't that big. After all, we are all hunters. The silver spear in Chen Yichuan's hand was already covered in blood. After nearly 3 hours, her efforts finally paid off, and she successfully found 2 jade bone galances plants that were more than 20 years old, as well as several willow spikes for cleansing marrow. Although willow spikes for cleansing marrow is also a material for prolonging life, it is an auxiliary ingredient for refining yellow longevity pills. The most important ones are the 2 jade bone gallon, one for 23 years and the other for 28 years. It is enough for Chen Yichuan to refine a batch of white longevity pills. After solving the trouble in front of him, Chen Yichuan was thinking about finding a place to rest, but unexpectedly, he heard a long beast roar. Roar! Then the human woman screamed in pain. Don't get me wrong, it's the kind of scream that sounds like it really hurts. The young man threw his gun aside and looked over. After a moment, he frowned. Why does this voice sound familiar? Who is it? Forget it, do my thing. Although this place cannot be considered a true, out-of-bounds battlefield, it is also the territory of ferocious beasts. Here, killing happens all the time. People who like to meddle in other people's affairs usually end up in a bad way. Find a river, take a bath, and end the day beautifully. While humming, Chen Yichuan also took out the scheming frog from his collar. Frog, do you like swimming? Yeah, I like it. Then she added, but there are a lot of unreasonable big guys in the river. What's there to be afraid of? Just kill them cleanly. Master is mighty. Unfortunately, the reality is that the more you don't want to deal with something, the more you have to deal with it. A fairly mature law can be cited here. Murphy's Law. Amid the roar, a slender shadow suddenly passed over Chen Yichuan's head. When it landed, the young man looked at it with a slightly cold gaze. You must have installed a camera on me, right? You can always find me here. When the woman who had landed saw him speak, a hint of astonishment flashed across her eyes. She originally just wanted to lure the monster to where there were other people to share the pressure. But who knew that she would meet Qin Chuang? But in just a moment, her eyes immediately returned to their original state, with a hint of murderous intent in her calmness. So what? You. The boy was about to speak, but a beast roared from behind him. Roar! He swung his spear sideways helplessly. First take care of this big guy, then I'll talk to you. Along with the roar, a black shadow suddenly rushed past under the moonlight and slid back several meters when it fell to the ground, which showed how fast it came. When he saw it, even Qin Chuan, a well-informed wall hanger, couldn't help but twitch his lips. While he was sighing, the huge guy had already pounced towards him. The boy had no choice but to block it with his gun. Bang! The double claws and the silver spear collided with a loud bang. Block! The entry popped up, and the boy retreated more than 10 meters. In Life Eater, a successful block will not cause damage, and it will also be related to the opponent's attribute panel. Name: Moon Pattern Silver Tiger. Level: Elite Mutation. Level 6. Blood: 3133/3489. Strength: 37. Spirit 5. Defense: 14. Speed: 23. Skills: Silver Moon Roar. Domain: *Moon Lake Silver Thunder. Combat Power: 429. After reading this attribute panel, Qin Chuang just wanted to shout, WTF, there's a cheat. Isn't he a male protagonist treated this way? Damn it, paralyzed girl, where did you bring this damn guy here from? Lu Xinyu paused. I'm warning you. Take back what you just said. It's already this hour. Why are you still caring about these trivial things? Qin Chuan was shocked when he heard the voice and used his spear to pick up some dirt to block the opponent's sight, and then said, if you have the ability, you can deal with this guy yourself. If you don't have the ability, just answer the question obediently. A mutated elite beast, the Moon Pattern Silver Tiger. This woman really knows how to attract monsters. The so-called mutants can be understood as professionals among humans, or as geniuses among ferocious beasts. The origin of this kind of ferocious beast must be clarified. Otherwise, after the small one is beaten, the big one will come, and the big ones will keep getting older and older, and there will be no end. Call! Lu Xinyu suppressed the anger in his eyes and finally calmed down. I don't know, this guy came here on his own. The corners of the boy's mouth trembled slightly. That means they are starving and have come out to look for food. This is actually the most difficult thing to do. But at least one thing is certain. No old ones will come here in a short time. No time to hesitate. Get rid of it. After saying that, Qin Chuang moved for a moment, and the Xianhai Longyin spear fell like a crescent moon in the next moment. But just before it was about to hit him, the Moon Pattern Silver Tiger suddenly jumped back to avoid the attack, as if playing with him. It could have avoided it earlier and more smoothly. But I just want to have fun. You like excitement, right? Be careful. Don't let yourself get too excited. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold light immediately shot towards the Moon Pattern Silver Tiger. It was the spear thrown from the young man's hand. Swoosh! Faced with this sudden attack, the Moon Pattern Silver Tiger's subconscious reaction was to dodge, but it didn't know that Qin Chuang was waiting for this moment. The moment it jumped, pong! -45. Although the sharp animal fangs had strong penetrating power, before they could penetrate the Moon Pattern Silver Tiger, the animal fang bullet was burned into ashes by the electric current all over its body and scattered in the air. The last bit of damage is not worth mentioning for the big cat's health of more than 3,000. But as the saying goes, the damage is not high, but the insult is extremely strong. The Moon Pattern Silver Tiger was originally teasing the human in front of it with a playful mentality, but it didn't expect that the human would bite it back. How could it tolerate this? Abrupt. Roar. Silver Moon Roar. The sudden feeling of dizziness hit the boy's head like a sledgehammer. Pill. Hashtag. Chapter 42. Vomiting a roasted frog in my clothes. Dizziness. Lasts 2 seconds. Oh, this pill. After receiving the abnormal status alert from the system, it was too late for Qin Chuang to change his tactics. The only option was to take the next attack. However, before the Moon Pattern Silver Tiger could attack, a sword strike came from behind. But within half a second, she couldn't withstand the terrible force and was knocked back. Roar! Amidst the roar, Qin Chuang could not escape the palm strike. He was slapped dozens of meters away and slammed against the tree. Seriously injured, minus 1,157. Attention, your health is below 25%. Puff. A mouthful of blood gushed out of the boy's mouth. This palm took more than 1,000 bloods, which was really scary. The difference in combat power between the two sides, the difference in attack and defense attributes, was too big. If it weren't for his all attributes +7 with some time left, he would have been killed instantly with only 1 point of defense. Combat power damage calculation method. Basic damage * own combat power / opponent's combat power. Oh my god! With only 300 points of health left, Chen Yichuang didn't dare to attack at close range no matter what. Although the core of Life Eater is similar to an online game, it is a game that actually exists in reality. If you die, you really die. Moreover, although the injury is presented as a numerical value, physical pain is inevitable. After being hit against the tree trunk by the moon-patterned silver tiger, Chen Yichuang felt as if his body was about to fall apart. "You're not dead?" Lu Xinyu asked from not far away. Puff! The young man turned his head and spat out a mouthful of blood foam. "It's all because of the big cat you attracted. If the mutated elite monsters were so easy to fight, all of humanity would have rushed here, right?" Lu Xinyu wanted to refute, but she couldn't find any excuse. Although she was also a victim, it was indeed her actions that dragged Chen Yichuang into this. This responsibility cannot be avoided or escaped. In this case, she was not going to say anything more. "I'll give you 2 life-extending pills, help me." "You are very generous." There was some sarcasm in Chen Yichuang's words, but he took out a pill and put it into his mouth. His previous injuries were almost healed in an instant. This effect is much better than the Magic Octopus Serum Patch. What kind of Band-Aid can have this effect? Isn't it selling like hotcakes? As for what this is, Magic Octopus Serum Pill. A gelatinous pill mixed with Magic Octopus Serum. After taking it, it can restore 50% of the blood value per second, which lasts for 2 seconds. Level restriction, available below level 5. Production process, white rough. Compared with this serum capsule, the Band-Aid is simply a scrap. Of course, the output of the two is definitely different. The serum from a Magic Octopus can either be mixed into 10 capsules or nearly 100 patches. You can also mix them, but the total amount will not differ too much. You really have a lot of hidden things? Chen Yichuan turned around and chuckled. "What do you mean? Can I tell my enemy everything I know and pour out all my shame? What's the difference between that and Jesus' mother?" After recovering from his condition, the boy picked up his gun and went into battle again. No, the gun was thrown away, and he went into battle with a slingshot. Before he arrived, a handful of gravel in his hand blasted towards the moon-patterned silver tiger. Facing the mutated elite monsters, this crudely made slingshot can no longer do much damage. But it is still very good for raiding. The stones that were shooting like shotgun shells finally forced the moon-patterned silver tiger to jump back and dodge. Even though it knew the damage was not high, it would still hurt if it was hit, right? Why get hit if you can dodge it? Chen Yichuang did not waste this opportunity. He took a quick step and tightened his grip on the Xian Hai Long Yin spear again. The damage from the slingshot was not enough, so he could only use the Xian Hai Long Yin spear to block it. But with such a huge difference in attributes, he couldn't just go forward and stab, chop, and sweep. He had to make full use of his Ranger class advantage. Shoot the gun! The young man picked up some sand and gravel again to block the moon-patterned silver tiger's sight, and then immediately distanced himself. "Hey, find a way to help me restrict the big cat's movements. Even 1 second will be enough. I'm not saying hi." Lu Xinyu responded directly. There were only her and Chen Yichuang in this area, so she would not call anyone else when she said hello. "That paralyzed girl, help me. You should just say hello." Lu Xinyu spoke in a very cold tone, and she could no longer hide the look in her eyes that wanted to kill Chen Yichuang with a knife. What she hated most was people pointing fingers at her face. The last person who did this had grass growing on his grave. If there weren't other things getting in the way every time. "Hey, hurry up!" Chen Yichuang was holding a spear and was already in a bit of a mess after being attacked by the moon-patterned silver tiger. Seeing this, Lu Xinyu gritted his teeth and finally succumbed to his own hesitation. "My method needs some time to prepare. You wait a little longer." The moon-patterned silver tiger is a mutant elite. With the Lu family's current information, they certainly know of its existence. The guaranteed profit from killing a mutant elite is not even lower than that from a Lord-level monster, and it will not be reported to the entire server by the Life Eater system. This is a make a fortune in silence operation. If there is a chance, why not? It is also based on this that Lu Xinyu is willing to use her methods. Hurry up! Chen Yichuan couldn't help but urge him on when he heard that. His total speed was 11 points. If he hadn't relied on his experience from his previous life, he would have been caught by the moon-patterned silver tiger and almost killed, right? Cats are not very friendly to their prey. It's fine for others to eat, but they will only eat after they have had enough fun. Not fast wait. Oh my god! Knowing that urging was useless, Chen Yichuan simply put away his spear, grabbed a slingshot, and took out one inky black bullet after another from his space ring. With a bang sound, a ball of black mist hit the moon-patterned silver tiger and lingered for a long time. This is not a refined product. It's just the excrement from the intestines of that aquatic beast. One word, stinky. When kneading these things, Chen Yichuan destroyed at least 10 pieces of intestinal membranes. Animal intestines are cut into small pieces and used as gloves. It was so disgusting. Finally, the outer layer is still wrapped with some useless fish skin. Otherwise, it is still unclear whether he would use it. After the explosion with a bang, a stench that made everything sick and withered all the grass instantly became a huge stain on the moonlit night. If it were daytime, this place would have been pitch black. Not only stinky, minus 45. There is still harm. Lu Xinyu, who was preparing something, couldn't hold it anymore. Ah, it stinks. What the hell did you do? The frog in Chen Yichuan's sleeve was also foaming at the mouth. It stinks worse than the stinky master. Ugh, ugh. Spit a roasted frog into my clothes. Gulp. Swallowing sound. Chapter 43. I've lived for so long, but this is the first time I've met such a filthy human being. Whoa. The horrible stench made the moon-patterned silver tiger furious. But before it could finish its roar, a strong urge to vomit swept over it. This was simply not something that any living creature could bear. A single type is fine, and it can even be used as a pheromone to identify the same type. But once mixed together, what kind of hybrid is this? What's even more hateful is, Big Cat, you're so big, I guess the demand is not low, right? Come again. Pong. However, regardless of whether the sting bomb hit him or not, the black fog would disperse and the stench would spread, and it could not be stopped at all. Ugh! Chen Yichuan couldn't help but pinch his nose. 2 pills is a bit too much. Even you can't stand it, master. Frog protested repeatedly. I want to go out for some fresh air. Don't come out, the young man shouted in his mind. Even if you spit in there, you can't come out. Hide it. No. No more roasting frogs. Chen Yichuan temporarily ignored Tianjin Wawa. Now that Lu Xinyu was outside, it would be better for Wawa's affairs to be exposed later. After firing 2 sting bombs, the boy immediately drew his gun and retreated. Due to the power emanating from the moon-patterned silver tiger itself, coupled with the terrible stench, there were not even any ferocious snakes or insects lurking around. Otherwise, how could Chen Yichuan be so at ease? Hey, how long will it take you? This question was obviously directed at Lu Xinyu. Give me 10 more seconds. Please pray that I have 10 seconds to live. The boy's mouth twitched slightly. He had no choice but to close the distance again. The moon-patterned silver tiger is just disgustingly smelly. It's not unable to move, so now is not the best time. If you want to exert the effect of Penner, you must ensure that it cannot dodge. Seeing Chen Yichuan approaching again, moon-patterned silver tiger's eyes turned red. Roar! However, Pong! A sting bomb just popped into its mouth. Hey, this mouth is much bigger than a bird's nest. Moon-patterned silver tiger. Convex, fuck dish fuck. It has lived for so long, evolving from a little tiger cub to a mutant elite, but this is the first time it has encountered such a dirty human. Throwing shit into a cat's mouth? You could do something useful. The key point is that the shit exploded. Ugh. Huh. Chen Yichuan couldn't help it. Ha. Ha. Just when the laughter faded. Squeak. A silver lightning suddenly appeared in front of Chen Yichuan, blasting the ground black. If the silver lightning hit him, the end is unimaginable. I guess moon-patterned silver tiger has lost his aim due to the bad smell. Otherwise, the next moment, under the moonlight, the silver-black circular area suddenly expanded, and dense lightning currents flickered in it like ripples in the water. The radius of the field is about 6 meters. Undoubtedly, this is another skill of the moon-patterned silver tiger besides Silver Moon Roar. Domain * Moon Lake Silver Thunder. Rather than saying it is a skill, it is better to say, it is a field. Is it a mutated beast? when other fierce beasts are below level 10. At most, they can use their spiritual power to create a shockwave or spray a fireball, but at the mutation level, the current situation is much more exaggerated than any fireball shockwave. Facial paralysis, girl. Hurry up. That's it. Lu Xinyu clenched his fists, but it's very likely that there won't even be 1 second. Stop complaining and hurry up. Chen Yichuang knew that this was her signal that she was ready, so he immediately retreated more than 10 meters away, holding the Xian Hai Long Yin spear to the tip of the spear in his hand and leaning back slightly. On the other side, Lu Xinyu was also ready. In her hand, a metal hoop was suspended in her palm, and then Lu Xinyu's palm suddenly turned over. At the same time, the hoop was immediately pulled by the traction and suddenly rotated, and it quickly grew larger. After getting started, she maintained the gesture and turned forward in a clockwise direction. The hoop was pulled up by one force after another and began to perform outward expanding circular motion around Lu Xinyu, the moving center of the circle. The radius increased from half a meter at the beginning to 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. This process was not slow. It took Lu Xinyu less than 3 breaths to reach the front of the moon-patterned Silver Tiger, but in the end, he still had to step into the range of the Moon Lake Silver Thunder. A moment of confusion flashed across her eyes, but was then dispelled. Then, he took a step into the realm. An electric current brought about a terrible burning sensation that spread all over Lu Xinyu's body. But at the same time, the metal hoop also touched the moon-patterned Silver Tiger. She suddenly lowered her head and cried out. Now! Chen Yichuan didn't wait for her to speak. When he saw the metal hoop falling on the moon-patterned Silver Tiger, he swallowed a pill in his mouth. At the same time, swoosh! Tongue! The gap between the two sounds was only a split second, but the silver lightning on the moon-patterned Silver Tiger suddenly stopped. The next moment, a shocking value popped up. Minus 4,140. Chen Yichuang's original strength was 10 points, plus 7 points for temporary attributes and 12 points for the Xianhai Dragon Roar Spear, which is 29 points in total. But even so, he can't inflict more than 4,000 damage, right? Why is it possible? There is no doubt that it was the Double-Fin Shark's Bloodthirsty Potion that he had taken before. Previously it was level 0, now it is level 3, the damage is totally different. After multiplying it tenfold, it reaches 290 points of strength. If it can penetrate the moon-patterned Silver Tiger head-on with only 14 points of defense, the basic damage will be 2,760 points. Add in the bonus of the pinner, and you will get the final value. As for Lu Xinyu, who was clearly eyeing him, why would he risk enduring 3 seconds of weakness? It is because... Kill. Experience plus 2,400. Congratulations on your upgrade. The current abnormal status has been cleared. Current level 4. Free attribute points plus 5. The sudden feeling of weakness that came over him disappeared in just a moment. After all, Chen Yichuang had experienced a lot in life and knew some of the hidden settings of Life Eater. Upgrading can remove abnormal status at any time. He had calculated this accurately, knowing that he didn't need to endure the 3 seconds of weakness. Otherwise, he would never choose to take the Bloodthirsty Potion. No matter how great the benefits of killing the moon-patterned Silver Tiger are, you can't joke with your own life, right? Chen Yichuang still distributed the 5 upgraded attributes according to the ratio of 3:1:1. Call! The young man swooped down from the tree and turned his gaze towards Lu Xinyu's position. Well done, facial paralysis. When these last 2 words came out, Lu Xinyu just raised his head. At that moment, the word fuck was held back by Chen Yichuang and got stuck in his throat. What's wrong with your face? Chapter 44. Oh my goodness. There's a big melon here. Face? Oh, isn't it facial paralysis? After laughing somewhat self-deprecatingly, Lu Xinyu raised his hand and touched his right face. The stratum corneum covered with ravines was like a continuous mountain range, mainly light yellow and black. The most exaggerated thing was a claw mark that ran across the bridge of the nose and 1/3 of the lips, almost tearing the face in half. Ugly? No, perhaps horrible would be a more appropriate word. In comparison, the left face looks like a fairy. Such a face is indeed too cruel for her. And all of this stems from the first year of the life-eating era, June 30th, 2028. And on the 10th day of Advent, that was a purple roulette lottery organized by the Lu family before the settlement was established. Unfortunately, the result of the lottery was Beast Tide. The tide of beasts drawn by the purple roulette was almost a disaster for the humans at that time. It is no less than the volcanic eruption before Doomsday. Although the beast tide was calmed down by the joint efforts of the only group of strong men at that time, all members of the Liu family, who were the first to bear the brunt of the attack, were injured. In the most serious cases, the patient may die on the same day. And it was at that time that half of Lu Xinyu's face was completely disfigured. Originally, she was a pretty angel, as beautiful as a lotus emerging from the water. After being seriously injured, although there was recovery potion to stop the bleeding, the scar remained on her face forever. The gap between before and after even made her want to die, until her father Lu Tianyuan handed her a silicone mask and said, "The system of this world has just been established. There will always be a way to change your face and survive." Lu Xinyu. Perhaps on a roulette wheel in the future. We need you, the Liu family. Needs you even more. Finally, she reached out and took the mask. From then on, there was no more expression on Lu Xinyu's face. Let me first state that I didn't know about this before I called you. Although Chen Yichuan considers himself not to be a good person, he would not do anything to rub salt into other people's wounds. It has nothing to do with conscience or not, it's just basic morality. How? Lu Xinyu raised the left corner of her mouth because she couldn't raise the right corner. You want to apologize? That's an explanation. Hearing this, she clenched her fist lightly, but then loosened it, because she realized that she couldn't kill Chen Yichuan, no matter how angry she was or how strong her murderous intent was. If you don't have the strength, you can't kill him. Moon Pattern Silver Tiger died in his hands, so why should I do the same? Whatever. Sorry for scaring you. The young man did not reply immediately, but walked to the body of Moon Pattern Silver Tiger and took out the spear that had pierced it. Yes, he just used the mysterious skeleton dragon roar spear as a javelin and pierced the big cat, causing more than 4,000 damage and killing it instantly. After pulling out the spear, he smashed its head, quickly put a dark blue round bead into the space ring, and then dealt with the rest of the flesh and blood. As an elite mutant, the Moon Pattern Silver Tiger naturally has treasures all over its body. The tiger skin with silver and green moon patterns is an excellent material for making lightning-resistant equipment. The legs and spine meat can be used to make medicine, and the bones can be used to make tools or stewed into soup cakes that increase temporary properties. There are even tiger tail tendons with excellent toughness. After pulling out the whole thing, Chen Yichuan flicked it in his hand and said, this is a great material for making a slingshot. We can just find a handle to replace the root of the Ba Wan Hua Yao." Unfortunately, no roulette wheel was played. "Are you familiar with the materials of the ferocious beasts?" Lu Xinyu asked behind him. The boy paused. Hey, guess what? Looking at her expression, Chen Yichuan finally let out a sigh of relief. "Don't be such a nagging woman. You also have a share of the ingredients of this big cat. You can choose any of the tiger skin, tiger meat, or tiger bones. The main force is you just give me some." Lu Xinyu said this, but she didn't seem to want to say it. It also seems like it has a hidden meaning? Well, there is such a thing. Real? At this moment, she seemed to suddenly come alive. "I haven't even said what it is yet, but you know what I'm asking. You also said there is such a thing." The young man was speechless for a moment. Women are indeed the most attentive to details. When she is serious, no words can escape your notice. That's all. It won't do me any good to help an enemy. Hearing this, Lu Xinyu fell silent again, with some confusion in her eyes. But before she could speak again, Chen Yichuan put away his spear and said, "Let's leave first. Now that a mutant elite has died, this place will soon be bustling." After saying that, he had already left this place with a light jump, halfway up the mountain. In fact, when Chen Yichuan said this, there was already a faint roar of beasts approaching this side. In the early days of the advent of Life Eater, the mutated beasts were as rare as professionals among humans. If one died, there would be one less, which would of course cause a commotion. Although Lu Xinyu wanted to say something, she knew that what Chen Yichuan said was true, so she had to leave first and make plans later. After running for more than 10 kilometers, the two men finally found a place to stay in a cave in a mountain stream. The one guarding the cave was a sharp-clawed platypus, but it was only level 3 and was killed by Lu Xinyu with one sword. It probably didn't have much experience. "Go ahead." "What?" Lu Xinyu was suddenly unable to react. Chen Yichuan didn't mind helping her recall. He just stared at her with a sharp gaze and asked, "What good will it do me to help an enemy?" When she heard this, she was silent for a moment. But the boy next to her seemed to be waiting for her with great interest, and from his eyes one could guess the answer he wanted. But that answer, while she was thinking, The itchiness on her cheek made her raise her right hand again. The hardened cuticle-like ravine shouldn't exist, but it's a bit prickly, just like the attitude of the Liu brothers towards me, stiff and unfamiliar like dead skin. I am nothing more than a tool. Chun Yichuan was stunned for a moment, but smiled and said, "Oh, things are suddenly a little interesting. Go on. My last name is Luo." Wow, there's a big melon in here? Surname Luo? Luo Xinyu, Luo Shiyu? The founder of Chuanbei Bay City, daughter of Chuanbei King Luo Beichuan, Luo Shiyu. Rumor has it that Luo Shiyu was traveling in the south when Life Eater came. Later, after the Sichuan North Bay City was established, her father Luo Beichuan finally found his daughter, but because of an inconvenience, he never showed his daughter to anyone. Could this Luo Shiyu and Lu Xinyu be the same person? Chun Yichuan's mind was full of storms until, when the world became like this, I happened to be traveling with my friends and was trapped in Jiangnan. It was Lu Tianyuan who took me in. Chun Yichuan. I'm Nima. Chapter 45. My name is Luo Shiyu. Lu Xinyu's surname is not Lu, but Luo. She was given the surname Lu because she was taken in by Lu Tianyuan. So, she is most likely the daughter of Luo Beichuan, Luo Shiyu. The only uncertainty is it because of the injury on her face that Luo Beichuan doesn't show his daughter to others? But there can't be such a coincidence in this world, right? Chun Yichuan had a lot on his mind, but he remained relatively calm on his face and asked calmly, "Oh, take me in? I'll believe whatever you say." "You don't believe it? Why should I believe it?" the boy asked bluntly. Lu Xinyu was also stunned when he heard this. Yes, why should he believe it? Now, at this moment, she was the one convincing him to help an enemy. This excuse to exonerate the Lu family is totally untenable. At least in the eyes of others, the probability of it being made up is almost 100%. Only Chun Yichuan would think so much. But there was no other way. All she could do was to increase the bargaining chips. At least in her opinion, this was the bargaining chip. The person who made the longevity pill was not me, but your sister. Hearing this, Chun Yichuan's mouth twitched slightly. He was just guessing at first, but he didn't expect it was actually true. You were so good, Fang Yining. But, honestly, it's very shocking. But let's not talk nonsense. With her love-brain mind, no one will come to collect her body if she dies one day. Implied disbelief. Lu Xinyu obviously heard it. But other than that, how else could she distance herself from the Lu family? She was anxious and simply, "Then how do you want me to prove it? You have to tell me your real name, right?" After talking for so long, he finally found the opportunity to ask this question. She really didn't expect that Chun Yichuan would come up with such a method. "What's the point of telling me? Even if I knew, what can you do? You can't know me, right? You're overthinking it, but if you ask for help, you should introduce yourself, right?" Lu Xinyu couldn't help but tremble the corners of her mouth. It was indeed because she was anxious and confused. "My name is Luo Shiyu." Chun Yichuan's heart was in turmoil, and he almost asked, "Which she and which you?" At this moment, he was 90% sure of her identity. Even the name is the same. Same name, same experience. This can't be a coincidence, right? But even so, he still pretended to be calm and asked, "Since you said that Lu Tianyuan took you in, why did he do that?" "I don't think Lu Tianyuan would take in a useless person. Simply because I am useful." "Oh." The boy was slightly surprised, but also had a hint of doubt. "Nothing, it's just a hoop just now. It's quite effective when dealing with beast tides." The Lu family survived several beast tides this way. After hearing this, Chun Yichuan finally felt relieved. The beast tide is certainly a disaster, but it is also a disaster for ordinary people who have no fighting ability. Forces like the Lu family, if they have the means to deal with it, they would even want to withdraw from the beast tide. The ones drawn from the roulette wheel are much easier to deal with than the naturally organized ferocious beasts. A large number of ferocious beasts represent a huge amount of profit. After all, one of the main ways to obtain the Wheel of Life is to kill ferocious beasts. Lu Xinyu. No, after Luo Shiyu's metal hoop starts to spin, it's no less than a high-speed saw blade. How about just a beast harvester? No wonder Lu Tianyuan looked at her with a sidelong glance. "I hope what you said is true." "What's the meaning?" Luo Shiyu was stunned for a moment and asked. "Wait." Chun Yichuan didn't explain much. He just took out a piece of slightly smelly bass from the space ring, scraped off the inner layer of fat with a scraper, and handed it to her. The fish skin mask won't look the same as your original one. but it will be no problem to stretch it to cover half of your face. But I don't want. The boy didn't let her finish her words and took over the conversation. I know, but do you think those materials are easy to find? I'm not Doryman. Luo Shiyu was stunned for a moment. Then he stretched out the fish skin mask in his hand and stuck it on his right cheek. Its excellent toughness quickly covered every rough spot on his face. It doesn't look as realistic as a silicone mask, and instead seems to reveal the scars. But the color of the fish skin made the scar on the right face look more like a half mask, allowing Luo Shiyu's left face to return to normal. No more expressionless face. She glanced at herself through the puddles under the moonlight. Looks pretty good. At least it's not so hideous anymore. It's like walking on the stage of a masquerade ball that belongs to you forever. It's cool, isn't it? The boy smiled and said so. Luo Shiyu raised the left corner of his mouth. You must have lied to many girls with this mouth before the end of the world, right? Chen Yichuan shrugged and did not answer. But then I heard, what materials do you need to completely heal my face? After hesitating for a moment, Chen Yichuan finally spoke and said clearly, 1 ounce of bell quench milk that is over 100 years old, a piece of tender meat from the tail of a frost earth dragon, and a magic willow heart. I'll prepare the auxiliary ingredients. The more Luo Shiyu listened, the more confused he became. How come I've never heard of this before? What a coincidence. I haven't heard of it either. At this moment, Luo Shiyu was certain of his earlier guess. Chen Yichuan must have obtained a relatively complete atlas of ferocious beast materials. Or even worse, a complete analysis of the materials of the vicious beast. Otherwise, how to explain his full knowledge of the materials of the ferocious beast? Moreover, several of the materials mentioned were things he himself had never heard of, which further proved that they did exist, but he hadn't seen them yet. I will find it. Good luck to you. After he finished speaking, Chen Yichuan stretched his body and said, I've rested enough. I'm leaving now. Where are you going? Of course he went back to the Jiangnan settlement. Did he stay out there like a savage? Return to the Zhenjiang defense zone? Hearing this, Chen Yichuan laughed. Do you think Lu Yinlu will let me go? Or Lu Yinlu will let me go? Or Lu Tianyuan? Luo Shiyu was speechless for a while, because what Chen Yichuan said was the truth. So what are your plans? Why? Do you still want to track me? I'm already a formal player, so I'll leave you a friend status. When you have collected all the materials, come find me. After hearing what Chen Yichuan said, Luo Shiyu realized that he had asked too many questions. All right, that's it. After adding the friend, Chen Yichuan left the temporary resting cave without looking back and headed towards the Jiangnan settlement under the moonlight. The jungle at night is more dangerous than during the day. Whether it's humans or beasts, they are all hunters, but they're also prey. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 46 New Skill, Domain Moon Lake Silver Thunder. Jiangnan Settlement. Lu Family Mansion. The head of the family, Lu Tianyuan, was filled with anger, and below him were the 2 brothers, Lu Yinlu and Lu Yinlu. 2 pieces of trash. A solemn atmosphere instantly spread along with the angry voice. It seemed that Lu Tianyuan's level was not too low. The only drawback is that I don't have a job. Not only did he fail to get the first kill of the Lord, but he even lost his sister. It's not a kiss. Lu Yinlu couldn't help but mutter. Who knows what will happen next? Bang! A sudden strong gust of wind blew Lu Yinlu away. He rolled several times in the air before falling to the ground, with his head touching the ground and moving nearly 1 meter away. It hurts just looking at it. I've told you so many times. She's very useful to us. We should treat her like our own sister. Dad! Lu Yinlu raised his head and shouted with tears of grievance in his eyes. Call me father. Lu Yinlu felt his eyelids twitch, and he didn't know how helpless he was. His father must have read too many novels when he was young. He just made a comeback, but he thought he was the protagonist every day. No matter what, he's still a supporting actor, right? The counterattack of waste materials has long been out of fashion. Where's Chen Yichuan? After venting his anger, Lu Tianyuan temporarily shifted his attention away. If he continued to dwell on it, there would be no good results, and it would only add to his troubles. Run, run, run away. In less than a second, Lu Yinluo followed in his brother's footsteps. Nothing can be done. What use do I have for you 2 brothers? Facing his father in this state, Lu Yinluo has become accustomed to keeping silent. After all, he will not give up until you let him finish number 2 middle school. Use all your connections to help me. If my Lu family can't get Chen Yichuan, then no one else can either. Yes, that's a done. When Chen Yichuan returned to the edge of the Jiangnan settlement, it was already early the next morning, when the numbers on the life card timer all returned to 0. Life Eater has arrived and has entered the 26th day. All attributes +7. There are only 6 hours left after that. The young man looked at the fence in front of him, and after exerting all his strength with his feet, he used a higher piece of ruins to jump over it. Bang! And landed in a cloud of dust. Originally, he could choose not to return to this Jiangnan settlement. But the Lu family had not yet been eradicated, and the life-sucking sword was still in the enemy's hands. It was too early to leave now. Revenge on Lu is one of them, and taking back the life-sucking sword is the other. No matter what, it is a divine artifact. How can I feel at ease if I don't take it back? Now, there are 2 paths before him. 1. Stay at home and don't go out to play. 2. Start pretending. Which one to choose? Chen Yichuan did not rush to make a decision, but instead checked the surrounding environment. Zhenjiang Defense Zone. It should be in that direction. Dianzi don't die so easily. Due to his personality, he didn't have many good friends in his previous life, and Dongfang Yinyan was a rare one. If it can be kept, it should be kept. It's a pity that I forgot to add him as a friend before. Otherwise, there would be no need for this trouble. But when the thoughts came to this, the scheming frog in the collar poked his head out, his big watery eyes looking straight at the sky. Master, why is it so weird here? I feel a little uncomfortable. Just a little uncomfortable? Chen Yichuan was surprised and couldn't help but ask. He understood that Wawa was probably talking about the ultrasonic beast-repelling tower, but that thing was only effective against ferocious beasts with underdeveloped brains. Frog is just a little uncomfortable, obviously not included in this list. This is a place where humans gather. Just be patient for now. You won't feel uncomfortable after a while. Well, after determining the direction of the Zhenjiang defense area, Chen Yichuan also set off for it. But the journey was far away, and he could not rely on walking all the way. The only thing we can do is walk along the main road and see if we can come across any abandoned cars. Although he has a speed of 12 points, including temporary attributes, without body movement and footwork, his speed limit can only be 10 points. That is 10 meters per second. It sounds fast, but the converted speed is only 36 kilometers per hour. According to the game map of the life card, Chen Yichuan's location is about 154 kilometers away from the destination. Even if we don't eat or drink, we still have to travel for more than 4 hours. But this is only the theoretical maximum speed. In reality, maintaining the maximum speed consumes a lot of energy, and it is impossible to sustain it for a long time. Rest and eating are essential. Life Eater is a good game, but the environment is realistic. People feel pain, their energy is depleted, they feel hungry, and they can get exhausted. Unless you have a special physique or take medication, you can't avoid these. Half an hour later, Chen Yichuan finally found a Wuling van stuck in the guardrail on the side of a collapsed highway. On the car window, a claw mark was clearly visible, and in the driver's seat there were only some torn clothes and dried blood. But, buzz. Haha, the young man laughed out loud. Is this a magical car? Awesome. The entire passenger seat was stuck in the guardrail, but it can still be driven. With transportation, it only takes more than 2 hours to reach the Zhenjiang defense zone. He pulled the car door and suddenly burst out with his backward strength, and in an instant he pulled the van stuck in the guardrail out. With such a big move, the engine did not turn off. However, the car was not turned off, and the noise attracted the ferocious beasts nearby. Although the Chen Yichuan people are in the settlement, who says there are no ferocious beasts? Settlement, to put it simply, the area covered by the ultrasonic beast repelling tower, is at least as large as several large cities before the end of the world combined. How could humans, who were capable of moving freely, cover the entire settlement? Where there are no people, there must be ferocious beasts. Furthermore, most highways were originally built in wilderness forests, and the ultrasonic beast-repelling towers are mainly used to repel ferocious beasts in the air. Those on the ground will mostly be like frogs and will only feel uncomfortable. You can't drive them away. Come on, it's a good time to try out my new skills. Domain Moon Lake Silver Thunder. How did it come from? Of course, it was given by the good big cat in front. Do you still remember the dark blue bead that Chen Yichuan picked out from the head of the moon pattern silver tiger? That thing can only be produced by mutant beasts, and later generations call it Skill Spirit Bead. It is one of the main channels for players to acquire skills. Generally speaking, The skill orb will record all the skills mastered by the corresponding beast, but the only ones that can be learned by players are those without biological characteristics. What's the meaning? For example, the two skills of Moon Pattern Silver Tiger, Silver Moon Roar, and Domain Moon Lake Silver Thunder. The former is a tiger roar, so it is a skill with biological characteristics and cannot be learned. Therefore, the only thing that can be learned is Domain Moon Lake Silver Thunder. This is also the reason why Chun Ichuang secretly hid the bead. Some secrets are better left to him alone for a short period of time. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 47, Hidden Effects of Skills. Time goes back to 2 hours ago. Chun Ichuan had not yet arrived at the Jiangnan settlement. Because he was a little tired from running all the way, he had to find a safe area somewhere in the wild. After taking a breath, the boy held a dark blue, round bead in his hand. Domain, Moon Lake Silver Thunder. Array skill. Establishes a circular movable lightning array with a radius of 3 meters, evolvable, with itself as the center. Enemies that enter the array will be constantly attacked by lightning, and there will be random lightning strikes in the array. Individuals attacked by lightning enter the paralysis state every 3 seconds. Paralysis, restricted movement, and unable to perform normal attacks. The damage of lightning attack is 3 times the mental attribute of the caster of the array. The damage of random lightning is 10 times the mental attribute. When the lightning array exists, it consumes 10 spiritual power of the caster every 1 second. Skill cooling time, 30 seconds after the array is closed. Because Silver Moon Roar cannot be learned, the only attribute of this skill spirit pearl is Domain Moon Lake Silver Thunder. The young man tightly grasped the spirit pearl and silently chanted in his heart. Study. Learning skills can improve combat power and increase damage in battle. As long as they are available and meet the needs, they must be learned. The next moment, a confirmation box popped up in front of Chun Ichuan. You are about to learn Domain Moon Lake Silver Thunder. Due to this skill, you will unlock the spiritual power attribute in advance and classify it as Thunder. Are you sure? Confirm. There are 8 categories of spiritual power attributes, namely wind, fire, earth, wood, water, thunder, ice, and darkness, each of which has different characteristics and is interconnected. The thunder attribute has strong destructive power, inherent penetration, and a paralyzing effect, making it the perfect attribute for a ranger. What is there to hesitate about? Soon after he thought confirmed, the spirit pearl turned into a stream of light and penetrated into Chun Ichuang's body. A progress bar also appeared on the panel in front of me, moving slowly forward. Normally, players need to reach level 10 to unlock the spiritual power attribute. But it is only unlocked. If you want to use it, you must successfully learn the skills that require spiritual power to exert its effect, but there are exceptions. Just like Chun Ichuang, learning skills that require spiritual power in advance. But in the early stage of Life Eater, this situation is extremely rare. After all, the existence of skill orbs is still unknown to humans, and there is only one channel to obtain skills: roulette. Yes, it's pure luck. However, no matter whether it is white or yellow, most of the skills drawn are fighting skills, which do not require spiritual power and can be mastered as long as the physical conditions meet the requirements. Skills that require spiritual power can only be drawn with a purple roulette. How many players can afford to draw the purple roulette in the early stage? About half an hour passed. Learning completed. The spiritual power attribute has been activated. Category: Thunder. Call. Feeling the new power surging in his body, Chun Ichuang couldn't help but take a deep breath. Then gently pull from the side with your right hand. Properties panel. Name: Tinya Quinn. Profession: Ranged attack * ranger. Deputy position: Hidden * special breeder. Level 4. Experience: 1180/4000. Lifespan: 120 days. Blood: 1748. Spiritual power: 900. Section Thunder. Strength: 13 plus 7. Spirit: 5 plus 7. Defense: 1 plus 7. Speed: 5 plus 7. Skills: Penetrator LV1. Domain Moon Lake Silver Thunder LV1. Combat power: 346. 900 points of spiritual power, which means that Domain Moon Lake Silver Thunder can last for up to 90 seconds. That's enough. Time goes back to the present. After confirming that he cannot avoid a fight, the young man decisively shouted, "Array, Moon Lake, Silver Thunder!" As soon as the words fell, a silver lightning flashed in the young eyes, and then, using his body as a conductor, he sank into the ground in just a moment. Squeak! As soon as the thunder pool was completed, Chen Yichuang felt a stream of energy quietly dissipating from his body. That is the feeling of spiritual power slipping away. During this process, his whole spirit was a little probably, it can be described as open-minded. It's like the broad-minded feeling when facing the sea. In fact, this is the state where mental power is running at full power. The attribute of spiritual power does not belong to all attributes, but is linked to one of them, which is spirit. To put it bluntly, this is a kind of potential energy. Do you remember the setting of spirit? Yes, it is consciousness. Without spiritual power, the spirit is not visible or unclear. With spiritual power, the spirit becomes visible. Professions such as magicians and sorcerers also rely on spiritual power. To put it bluntly, spiritual power is the external manifestation of spirit. As for the value, it can be simply expressed by the formula x plus y asterisk 100, where x is spirit and y is level. Therefore, it is said that it is not attributed to all attributes, but is also linked to it. Come on, boys! The young man took a step forward, and the minefield under his feet began to move with him. In fact, this domain Moon Lake Silver Thunder is more of a raiding formation. After all, Chen Yichuang's main attack method is long-range attack. Opening the formation can prevent ferocious beasts from close attacks. This is your only life. There is no way to resurrect once you die. Of course, be cautious. Just 3 seconds after the formation was opened, the surrounding ferocious beasts rushed over. In the past, this kind of area was mainly inhabited by wild boars and small animals, accompanied by wild monkeys, birds, snakes, and rats. Their individual combat power is average, and their only advantage is there are many of them. Guhehe. As it approached, a giant tusked wild boar that was over 2 meters tall suddenly let out a roar, and when its front paws hit the ground, a piece of concrete slab on the highway was directly lifted up by it. And Chen Yichuan was right at the end that was tilted up. Fortunately, he was not a fool. The moment he raised his head, he pulled the slingshot to its full extent and slammed it downwards. Minus 562. Paralysis. The first bullet did not kill the tusk wild boar, but Chen Yichuan was not in a hurry. While it was still in the air, a spear appeared in his hand, and he fired fiercely. Minus 780. Kill. Experience plus 40. As soon as the entry came out, the young man's figure fell at the same time. He stepped lightly on the wild boar's back and pulled out the spear that had pierced through it. The slightly scarlet eyes are like the god of death returning from hell. The normal attack actually has thunder attribute. The young man was a little surprised. Could it be a hidden effect of Moon Lake Silver Thunder? After all, the attribute of spiritual power is thunder, and humans are conductors. When the thunder array is activated, the thunder-attributed spiritual power is conducted through the body to the slingshot and then fired out through the bullet. If this is the case, it would explain why the bullets fired from the slingshot have thunder attributes. Reality has its advantages. At the very least, it still follows the most basic principles of physics. Oh, let's begin. It's hunting time. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. It's just chapter 48. Let's just roast it and eat it. The ferocious beasts living inside human settlements will be besieged from time to time, so their highest level is only around level 6 to 7. Moreover, there are not even elite monsters, which is very difficult for Chen Yichuang, who has temporary attributes and is a professional. It's simply a hunting ground. As he shuttled back and forth with his body covered in blood, more than 100 ferocious beasts died from his gun in just 1 minute. Until, Master, wait, there's something good over there. This sound naturally came from the frog in the collar. The master and the pet communicated through brain waves. So even if Chen Yichuang was going crazy at this moment, the sound transmission was unimpeded. It even made him feel a little more clear-headed. What good stuff? It's very good stuff? Chen Yichuang was full of questions, but after spending half a day with him, he had some understanding of the abilities of Wawa, the little treasure hunter. If she said it was a good thing, then it must be a good thing. At least it was something that could emit strong spiritual energy fluctuations. Whether it was good or not depended on the angle from which one looked at it. Well, you've managed to get my attention. As soon as he finished thinking about it, Chen Yichuang followed the direction indicated by Frog and broke out of the encirclement of the ferocious beasts, picking up the exploded roulette wheels one by one along the way. However, when he reached the end of the road, what he saw before him was a deep and dense forest. Well, you want to go into the woods again? However, the boy had just finished mumbling, "No, no, master, it's underneath here." Under Chun Chuang was somewhat confused. In front of him was a forest, and below him was a concrete highway road. And below that, could it be underground? Unexpectedly, the frog jumped out in a hurry and jumped on the road in the moonlight. "It's right down here, down here." The boy looked suspicious. "Frog, please don't fool me, okay?" "No, no, right down here." "All right." "It's not that it can't be opened." He stood up slightly, and after making sure that there were no ferocious beasts chasing him, he raised his spear and stabbed it hard into the ground. Bang! The vibration caused the entire road surface to tremble, and the Xianhai Dragon Roar spear also emitted a long dragon roar, and the vibration lasted for several seconds. Fuck! So hard. The mysterious skeleton Dragon Roar spear is a yellow-level fine craftsmanship, and it can't pierce anything. Was it something that was mixed into the concrete when it was first built? Some kind of mineral that absorbed enough spiritual energy when Life Eater descended, causing it to mutate. Thinking of this, Chun Chuan changed his position and poked again. This time, the spear penetrated into the concrete road surface half a foot deep, and there was no obstruction. He repeated the same operation in several places around until the ground was poked into the shape of countless honeycomb briquettes piled together. And only then did he determine the size of that thing. Not too big, not too small, about the size of a wash basin. The young man poked the spear into the ground and used the principle of leverage to gently pull it. Then he heard a boom sound, and the middle of the road full of potholes suddenly sank. Since its shape had already been determined, it didn't take much time to remove it from the road surface. When the good stuff that Wawa mentioned was fully revealed, Chun Chuan realized that it was actually a piece of Starfish Spirit Titanium, or an ore that contains a large amount of spiritual power, with extremely high hardness and strong toughness and ductility, an excellent material for making weapons. Quality, purple. "Is this it?" Chun Chuang asked while holding the Starfish Spirit Titanium in his hand. "This is indeed a good thing. It should have good properties if used as a handle for a slingshot. But it's still some distance away from being very good, right?" "Really?" "No, no, it's still down there." "Going further down?" Frog nodded. "Yeah, it must be this big rock that affected my judgment." Frog didn't fool the master. Good. With Starfish Spirit Titanium as the starting point, Chun Chuang put all his effort into it this time, and managed to tear open a piece of the road surface, revealing the stone foundation underneath, half of which was already red soil. The area that Frog was pointing to was right inside the red soil. At this point, the boy has already made a bold guess. If the Starfish Spirit Titanium is just a gatekeeper, then the real treasure is probably, what the hell? Star Blue Ginseng. He just dug up a small piece of red soil, and the roots that just appeared made Chun Chuang's breathing heavier. Until the original, Star Blue Ginseng, a spiritual plant that grows with the essence of stars as nutrients. It is the main material for refining high-grade longevity pills above black. It has a very high spiritual power content and can be used as a life-saving elixir in life-threatening situations. Quality, purple. Year, 912. Oh my goodness! Starry Blue Ginseng, that is more than 900 years old? So, Starfish Spirit Titanium is just a channel for it to absorb the essence of the stars, right? Just like the green leaves of a pineapple are only for photosynthesis, its roots are actually underground. As for the year, I have already explained it in Chapter 39, so there is no need to explain it again. That's it. Frog jumped excitedly to the surface of the blue ginseng. The desire in her eyes was hard to hide. Or rather, she didn't even want to hide it. Star Blue Ginseng is the material for refining high-level longevity pills of black or higher grade. In other words, it contains the essence of lifespan of at least 1,000 years. It is a good thing for humans, but it is an even more fatal temptation for ferocious beasts or spiritual beasts. Chun Chuan quickly put it away. "I'm almost drooling. I can't just give it to you." The black longevity pill can increase one's lifespan by up to 10,000 years. If he can refine it, it will be a considerable early gain for him. "Ah, I just want a whisker, okay, master." The blue ginseng was put away, and the frog, who suddenly lost its place to stay, screamed in surprise. But in the middle of the process, it transformed into wind attributes and flowed with the wind onto the boy's clothes at the waist, clinging tightly. "No!" Chun Chuan refused sternly. "Even if it's just a whisker, The energy it contains is too much for you now. You have to eat your food one bite at a time. To put it bluntly, he couldn't bear to quack. Okay, stop looking so lost. I don't have any blue ginseng whiskers, but I'll just teach you the whole skill. Okay. Really? Master. Have I ever fooled you? Frog thought about it. Forget it. Let's just roast it and eat it. Babble. Master, I was wrong. The master and pet returned all the way to the location of the Wuling magic car. On the way, Chen Yichuan also collected some useful materials. This was the skill he promised to Wawa. The hidden secondary job special breeder certainly does not just give him the ability to tame pets. Raising does not mean feeding, but refers to nurturing and caring for animals. What's more, it has the word special in front of it, which not only allows it to subdue special creatures, but also gives him the ability to cultivate special creatures. What is the purpose of cultivation? Of course, success. Looking at the beast materials displayed in front of him, Chen Yichuan couldn't help but imagine. I can already imagine the scene that will happen next. Chapter 49, Gatling Frog. Master, what are these? Hearing Wawa's question, Chen Yichuan cleared his throat and pointed to the first one. One sack of the flame-bellied rat, 30 grams of fire flour. After introducing them one by one, he looked at Frog again. Frog, transform in a fire attribute, and then eat this sack first. Hey, this. What's wrong with this? It stinks at first glance. How come? Chen Yichuan started talking, and just as Wawa was about to refute, he heard him say right after, there are more stinky ones to come. Master, can I not eat it? The boy showed a devilish smile. Good boy, Frog, your master. Just want to train you into a Gatling frog. What's wrong with that? After eating the sack of the flame-bellied rat and chewing up the fire-stranded flour and swallowing it, then, be good and eat. The scheming frog was very reluctant. She was just a frog. Why should she eat mice? Was it because mosquitoes were not tasty anymore? Or was it because beetles were not sweet anymore? But under the tyranny of her master, she ultimately could not escape this disaster and had to do as she was told. And then a window popped up in front of Chen Yichuan. Advanced Plan 1 is being cultivated. 13 minutes and 59 seconds remaining. Time flies. Cultivation successful. The individual named Scheming Frog has grown accordingly. Skill acquired. Fireball explosion. Fireball explosion. Instantly ejects a fireball with a radius of 0.5 meters forward. Upon hitting the target, it will cause fire attribute explosion damage and has a 15% chance of causing burns, which lasts for 5 seconds. Burn. Reduces health by 3% per second. Strength and speed are reduced to 50%. The damage of the fireball explosion is 2.5 times the caster's spiritual attribute. Skill spiritual power consumption, 30 points. Skill cooldown time, 3.5 seconds. Why? Frog was puzzled and obviously sensed his own changes. You learned this already? Now you know that the master is not trying to harm you, right? Master, I want more. Okay. Chen Yichuan pointed to the second one. Then let's get this, a piece of the dark earth dragon's tail and a piece of the stamen of the rainy night narcissus. The materials of ferocious beasts and spiritual plants were basically collected by Chen Yichuan on the road. After taming the frog as his pet, all the information about the elemental spirit frog species was memorized in his mind. How to cultivate and the direction of cultivation are also recorded. Of course, you can also build your own. In fact, when Chen Yichuan knew this, he already had doubts in his heart. Life Eater had only been on Earth for 26 days. Where did these records come from? Could it be that this game is a reflection of the real world? If so, what are the channels mapped? But he didn't go into it deeply, and he didn't have the time to do so now. His future was still uncertain. Wouldn't it be putting the cart before the horse to care about these things? Advanced Plan 1 is being developed. 11 minutes and 59 seconds remaining. Cultivation successful. The individual named Scheming Frog has grown accordingly. Acquired skills. Linking water balls. Link water ball. Quickly spray 3 to 9 small water balls forward, and finally charge up to spray a giant water ball with a radius of 1 meter. The attack damage of a small water ball is 0.8 times the caster's mental attribute, and the attack damage of a large water ball is 1.6 times the caster's mental attribute. Skill spiritual power consumption, 45 points. Skill cooldown time, 8 seconds. Fireball, water ball, and then drill half of the porcupine's heart. Advanced Plan 1. Cultivation successful. Has grown accordingly. Skill acquired. Sand burial. Sand burial. Sand is quickly thrown to a 135-degree sector in front of the target. The target will receive a certain amount of earth damage and has a 12% chance of falling into the blindness state. The duration depends on the corresponding resistance. Blindness, loss of vision, perception range reduced by 90%. The damage of sand and dust is 1.8 times the caster's spiritual attribute. Skill spiritual power consumption, 45 points. Skill cooldown time, 8 seconds. The trunk of the Wuling magic car was filled with materials collected by Chen Yichuan. They were all materials of the most basic attributes, but they could all be used as preliminary materials for cultivating the elemental spirit frog. Over the next hour, following the fireball, water ball, and sand throw, there are wind pressure cannon, green ivy binding, swaying lightning, ice cone fall, and shadow sneak. Quack! I can't eat any more, master. When the frog could no longer eat 100 million points, the basic skills of the 8 attributes were finally arranged. Looking at the attribute panel again, it is completely different from before. Name, Elemental Frog. Nickname, Scheming Frog. Master, Chen Yichuan. Level 4. Blood, 1,300. Spiritual Power, 2,100. Strength 3. Spirit, 17. Defense 3. Speed 6. Skills, Elemental Transformation, LV1. Fireball Explosion, LV1. Chain Water Ball, LV1. Sand Burial, LV1. Wind Pressure Cannon, LV1. Ivy Binding, LV1. Flickering Lightning, LV1. Ice Cone Fall, LV1. Shadow Sneak, LV1. Combat Power, 629. TSK, TSK, TSK. Seeing the densely packed words on the skills item, Chen Yichuan, the owner, felt a little jealous. The prototype of the Gatling Frog, is this complete? Oh, I wish it was that easy for me to learn skills myself. Your fighting power is higher than my master, Frog. Hee hee. Isn't it all because of the master's cultivation? Frog has not forgotten his roots. If she relies on herself, let alone whether she can learn so many skills, the process cannot be so simple, right? In order for a ferocious beast to become stronger, it must eat and drink, and then rely on its body's autonomous digestion and absorption. But this method has a high degree of randomness, and it takes much more time than this. However, at this moment, except for elemental conversion, all other skills on Frog's panel are displayed in faded black text, with a small line of annotations below. Asterisk note, except for element transformation, all other skills must be transformed into the same attribute before they can be activated. Yes, if there were no such restriction, the elemental spirit frog would be too abnormal. But it's exaggerated enough. There aren't many people in this world who can master all 8 attributes, right? However, this also means that there won't be many such creatures. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a special creature. According to the brief analysis of the special breeder profession, a spirit beast that can be evaluated as a special creature must meet an absolute prerequisite: born and raised naturally. In other words, the elemental frog is not a mutation of a native species on Earth. Oh, what is the truth of this world? Chapter 50, it's simple. Just take it outside and spend it. Buzz! An engine sound was heard, and the Wuling magic car started slowly. In the driver's seat, the young man engaged the clutch with his left foot and the accelerator with his right foot, and started directly in 3rd gear with skillful coordination between the accelerator and the clutch. Although there is a hole going through the passenger seat, it's just a shell, so it doesn't matter. There was only a piercing scream as the rear wheels rubbed against the ground, and the next moment the blood on the ground was splashed with water as the car sped away. They encountered quite a few ferocious beasts along the way, but due to the majestic appearance of the Wuling magic car, they did not approach easily. Starting from a pool of blood, with sparks and blood all the way, which little cutie dares to get close? Do you think life is too long? That's not. Taking into account the time spent, when Chen Yichuan arrived, the sky was already turning pale. That's when all attributes plus 7 has expired. The attribute that accompanied him in the battle for 5 days eventually disappeared with time. Zhenjiang Defense Zone, Outer Perimeter. Huh? The sound of a car? A member in charge of outer guarding suddenly raised his head when he heard the sound. Nowadays, the sound of car engines was as rare as the roar of a South China tiger before the end of the world. It was hard not to attract attention. Not long after, this cry of doubt also attracted the attention of the people around. What the hell? What kind of magical car is this? It can still be driven even though there's a big hole in the passenger seat. Look at how ignorant you are. That's right, Haven't you seen the National Guard car? I don't even doubt that there will be 7 or 8 tattooed men coming down from it. While everyone was talking, the car did not drive straight in. After a slight sideways movement, a young man kicked open the non-existent car door and stepped out of the car. I'll go, Brother Chuan. It's true. Why is Brother Chuan back? In this Zhenjiang defense zone, Chen Yichuan is also quite famous. After all, the previous operation of one man and one slingshot was better than a sniper, even though he was not a sniper. Later, a pickup truck from the Liu family took the people away, and most people remembered it vividly. And those who leave the defense zone like this rarely come back. Brothers, have you seen that big guy Dongfang Yin? Chen Yichuan asked after getting out of the car. The people around him then realized that he was looking for someone, and they looked at each other, but no one said they had seen him before. Is it the big guy who left with you, Brother Chuan? Yes, it's him. Didn't you see him? Chen Yichuan asked back. He should have been here earlier than me. Hey, Brother Chuan, who would come back after leaving here? A man with a crew cut couldn't help but say, with a hint of sourness in his words. What do you mean? Chen Yichuan pretended not to know, but he already had the answer in his heart. He thought that the Liu family would throw Dianzi back to this defense zone, but he didn't expect that they would actually use him. To put it bluntly, the border defense zone is just cannon fodder. In terms of social class, they are only slightly higher than the life-eating maggots and are not much different from the vanguards who went to encircle and kill the lords at that time. They all work for various forces. However, the latter's fate is better than the former's. Sure enough, the man with the crew cut also gave a similar explanation next. Pretending to be relieved, Chen Yichuan stopped asking and asked, What about Brother Zhao? He won't leave too, right? Just as the words fell. Huh, Brother Chuan, do you still remember me? Just as the hearty laughter died down, Hao Zhao's figure came from not far away. Here. He must be here. How can you abandon my brothers? This guy is still the same, always with a beautiful girl by his side. In order to fill their stomachs, these women are willing to sacrifice their bodies. After all, in the eyes of some women, being played to death is better than starving to death. As he spoke, Hao Zhao had already walked up to Chen Yichuan. How's it going, Brother Chuan? Did you get anything good this time? Yes. Chen Yichuan didn't comment on Hao Zhao's actions, but he wasn't annoyed either. Besides, he also had a part in his success in getting off to a good start in the Zhenjiang defense zone. Do you want the roulette? Exquisite roulette? You wish. If I had that stuff, I would smoke it myself. It's a top-quality one. All right, Brother Chuan. Can you spare me a moment to talk? Hao Zhao didn't hesitate when he heard that and directly pulled Chen Yichuan to the side. It was obvious that the roulette wheel was not his core purpose. Under the watchful eyes of others, the two turned left and right and went into a ruin. Just arrived? Brother, let's not beat around the bush. When are you going to take me to spend some coins? The young man understood what was going on after hearing it. It turned out that this guy was thinking about the matter of time currency. It seemed that the injection he gave him last time had a strong effect. How much is saved? He didn't waste any time and went out if he didn't save enough. It was never enough to spend. When asked this question, Hao Zhao thought about it for a moment and then gave an approximate number. Not many, after all. They are rare, about 100 to 200. Minutes and seconds are more important. I'm afraid it won't be perfect without 2 white-level space rings. So many? The young man was a little surprised when he heard this. If they can fill up 2 white space rings, then that would be at least 500,000 pieces, right? Space rings are also divided into levels, and it is easy to distinguish them. Generally speaking, the level is determined by the color of the roulette wheel you draw from. The storage space of the white space ring is 1 square, which is a cube with a side length of 1 meter. However, the space inside will automatically organize and stack things. No matter how messy it is when you store things in, they will be neatly stacked. When you take things out, you only need to mobilize your mental power to communicate with your mind. The prerequisite is that you have an idea of what you store. If you forget what the item looks like after you store it, you won't be able to get it out. Unless, one day, humans can control the force of space inside. That's about right. Hao Zhao nodded when he heard this. If it's all converted into hours, it would probably be around 300 or 400. The young man listened and nodded in relief. 500,000 time currencies sounds like a lot, and you can imagine how big it is from 2 cubic meters, but their exchange rate is not comparable to RMB. 60-second coins are exchanged for 1-cent coin, and 60-cent coins are exchanged for 1-hour coin. If all 500,000 coins are second coins, there will be less than 139-hour coins. They're all cents. That's impossible. Most of the beasts in the border area are around level 3. It's great if they can drop second coins. There are very few minute coins, and time coins are even rarer. It took Hao Zhao more than 10 days to save this half bucket of time coins. God knows how many beast tides we have experienced. It's about 500 hour coins in total, not too much, but not too little. I also have about 100 hour coins here. Chen Yichuang has killed quite a few ferocious beasts these days, and of course some time currency has been obtained. However, compared with the ferocious beast materials, time currency is just like gold coins in online games. Just pick them up, and that's it. Who cares how much there is? He's not a bricklayer. So, brother, how should I spend this money? Hao Zhao obviously couldn't hold it in any longer. Hey, that's easy, just take it outside and spend it. Hashtag, Chapter 51. Is the son of a bitch planning to go to school as a day student? No. Hao Zhao couldn't hold back and was stunned. It's the same as if you didn't say anything. Everyone spends their money outside. Which outside? The young man couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard this. Who else is outside now? You mean? As he spoke, he looked up at the sky outside. Oh my God! Is there anyone doing business outside? Chen Yichuang was speechless. He was now certain that this guy was able to survive to this day only because of luck. Do you want to first think about where the time currency came from? Oh, it's a bit tiring to talk to people who can't think flexibly. Brother Zhao, how about this? Let's add each other as friends first. I'll find you when I'm ready to leave. As for now, I have other more important things to do. Anything else? Is there anything more important than this? Hao Zhao was now feeling anxious because he had money but couldn't spend it. It would have been fine if I didn't know. Now that I know, how can I hold it in? Yes, and it's much more important. After Chen Yichuan finished speaking, he asked casually, speaking of which, Brother Zhao, where do people who leave our place usually go? Out! Hao Zhao didn't think too much about it, and just told everything he knew. Generally speaking, they joined the Liu family's extraterritorial battlefield exploration team. Those who don't have much life left may directly join the Vanguard team. Expedition. Of course Chen Yichuang knew what it was, but he couldn't reveal it here. Ah, brother, you should also know that this crappy game called Life Eater has been around for so long, and humans still have very limited understanding of it. In short, it has been 26 days since the advent of Life Eater. What can you do in less than a month? Even the current social system is built up piecemeal, and there is a class like life-eating maggots. The social system is not perfect at all. In a perfect system, there will be no so-called useless people, and this can be attributed to a fundamental reason. Humans' understanding of the game Life Eater is too limited. In other words, I haven't fully adapted to it yet, and the existence of the expedition is the means by which humans adapt to it. Through exploration of battlefields outside the realm, you can gradually understand some basic principles of Life Eater, and then gradually adapt to it. This is a process, a slow but necessary process. This has been the case for more than 200,000 years of human evolution. So where is this expedition team? Brother, who are you looking for? Chen Yichuan waved his hand when he heard this. No, it's just the big guy who left with me before. I didn't see him this time, so I was just curious. I see. Then you can go north from here and follow the Sui River, where you should be able to find a few expedition camps. North? Okay, thanks. After that, the young man bid farewell to everyone and left the Zhenjiang defense zone. At this time, Liu Tianyuan's order had just been issued, and the reward given made some people with ulterior motives in the defense zone feel deeply annoyed. It was just a little bit short. That is the only family that can mass-produce longevity pills so far. Fortunately, because he was worried that other forces would see through Chen Yichuang's peculiarity, Liu Tianyuan did not send people to hunt him down, but only tracked him down in secret. With this, Chen Yichuang can be said to have had a smooth journey, until it popped up in front of him. Shi Xiuyu. The Liu family is looking for you. This is a chat system granted by the Fate card, which can only be carried out between official players. Beforehand, Chen Yichuang and Shi Xiaoyu had already reserved friend status with each other. Oh, are you planning to go to school as a day student? Then not long after, Liu Xinyu. The Liu family is looking for you. I wonder if these two people had made an appointment? Even the punctuation marks are the same? But in this case, the plan has to be changed slightly. The Explorer Camp is not open for the time being. Just go there first, that place is good. Jiangnan Settlement, northern part. A group of houses, more than half collapsed, stand against a turbulent river. In the river, countless ferocious beasts of various colors climbed out of the water. But no matter where they climbed out from, they would be fiercely attacked by several players. If they are injured, the players will immediately return to the residential area and take over from another team. After going back and forth several times, I can finally get a moment of rest. Because that river was the largest river in China before the end of the world. After the advent of Life Eater, countless ferocious beasts from the sea took advantage of it to attack inland, almost every moment. And now, the people who are blocking them are one of the founders of the Jiangnan settlement, Kowloon City. Kowloon City has a military predecessor, and its leader is also a general before the end of the world, and most of its members are former soldiers, police officers, etc. This group of people truly proves the saying, if there is a war, we will return when called. If it weren't for the Kowloon City that blocked the most turbulent sea beasts, the Jiangnan settlement would not have been established, and humans would not have as many survivors as they do now. With Life Eater at the forefront today, these official predecessors can only do this much. 26th day of Advent. Kowloon City headquarters, dang. Dragonhead, there's a car coming towards us. Ouch! Inside the camp, a middle-aged man who was resting with his eyes closed slowly opened his eyes, as if he was awakened from his sleep by the shout. Car? What car? A Wuling van that is about to be scrapped. The middle-aged man was stunned, and after a moment of thinking, he couldn't think of anyone among the current forces who would do this. How many people are here? One. One. Yes, just one. The middle-aged man thought for a moment after hearing this. It was unlikely that a person would come alone to attack Kowloon City. Maybe he is a refugee. Let him in. As a force that blocked the ferocious beasts in the river basin, Kowloon City was undoubtedly a first-rate force. After all, the more ferocious beasts you kill, the more roulettes, materials, and the like will drop, and the faster the strength of your players will increase. On the contrary, for second- and third-rate forces, the number of ferocious beasts in the areas they are responsible for guarding is obviously less than that of the sea beasts in the rivers and lakes. They collect resources slowly, and their strength naturally increases slowly. In order to obtain more resources, the forces below will inevitably fight for it, and conflicts are bound to occur. The leader of Kowloon City has dealt with such things more than once, but due to lack of manpower, he had to give up some tributaries and sacrifice the pawn to save the king. Yes. Not long after his subordinate responded, the middle-aged man heard the sound of a car engine outside the tent. After a while, the car stopped abruptly. Obviously, it had stopped. After a few breaths, a young man opened the curtain of the tent. Chapter 52. Excellent Killer Whale Blood Pills. Yu Zhanfeng raised his head slightly. A hint of suspicion suddenly flashed in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. However, it was still caught by the young man who lifted the curtain and came in. He immediately asked, "Young man, are you looking for me?" "General Yu." The young man said, "You still recognize me?" He is the descendant of the famous General Yu Fei, and a famous and meritorious general before the end of the world. Of course I know him. Yu Zhanfeng frowned when he heard this. Stop flattering me. If you want to join Kowloon City, you don't have to come directly to me. Just find a blocking battalion and speak with strength. But if you just want to eat and wait for death, you are not welcome. The implicit meaning is, I don't keep idle people here, not even life-eating maggots. Chen Yichuang was not surprised. After all, this is the iron-blooded man Yu Zhanfeng. In the early days of his arrival, it was this ruthless man who led the team to seize several hilltops from the group of ferocious beasts, and then the Jiangnan settlement was established. Zhanfeng, it's exactly what its name suggests. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have chosen to cooperate with Kowloon City at this time. Of course not. Upon hearing this, Yu Zhanfeng raised his eyes and signaled Chen Yichuang that he could start speaking. General Yu. There is no General Yu anymore. Just call me Dragonhead. Okay then. Lantu, before I start, there is something you might want to take a look at first. After saying that, Chen Yichuang directly displayed in a tribute panel. Job Change Altar. Use this item to set up a Job Change Altar at any location within the service area for players to use when changing jobs. Note 1. When using this item, the game will be updated. Note 2. The job transfers included are Warrior, Shield Soldier, Ranged Attack. Level limit, 0. Yes, Chen Yichuang chose to cooperate with Kowloon City because of this Job Change Altar. Although he could use it secretly and place the Job Change Altar anywhere he wanted, but that would... First, it is difficult to keep, and it is easy to be used as a tool for others. Second, benefits cannot be maximized. The significance of this thing, for a big power, is much greater than normal imagination. What does it mean that everyone can change their job? Isn't the reason why existing professionals are rare and in high demand because they have stronger combat capabilities? If the combat effectiveness of all members of the faction could be improved, this thing, Yu Zhanfeng's originally somewhat tired look disappeared in an instant, and he immediately jumped up from his seat. Yu, where did you get it from? In a purple roulette wheel. Chen Yichuan was lying here. After all, the unknown ruins #1 were too complicated and involved the shadow of the Jing family. If he said that this thing was taken out of the ruins, it would only cause more trouble. No matter what, the strength of the Jing family is as first class as that of Kowloon City. One occupied the river, and the other occupied the mountains. A river and a mountain created two first-rate forces in the Jiangnan settlement. Of course, many second- and third-rate small forces have also emerged. Moreover, he also offended that old guy Jing Chung. Calling it purple roulette is not too far-fetched and is more credible. Purple roulette? Yu Zhanfeng was inevitably surprised when he heard this. It's not that he had never seen it before, but there were too many complicated aspects to consider in Kowloon City, and he would not easily draw the purple roulette. What if you draw a bad option? The benefits of this job change altar are undoubtedly huge. But in comparison, there are also risks. It's a good thing, but boy, have you ever thought about what would happen if I set up this altar within the sphere of influence of Kowloon City? Without thinking, Chen Yichuan said directly, they will encounter the most exaggerated attack in history, led by the Jing family. Because it is impossible to set it up secretly. Once this altar is used, Life Eater will enter a major version update. At that time, all official players will know where the altar is. Do we still need to imagine the ending it will bring? Haha, you are very clear about the distribution of power in this Jiangnan settlement. Yu Zhanfeng smiled and said, that's right. They will definitely come to grab such a good thing, and if there are too many people, Kowloon City will not be able to stop them. By then, not to mention you, even I, along with this 9-dragon city, will probably be devoured by the ferocious beasts in the process of human internal consumption. After listening to this, Chen Yichuan nodded helplessly. This is indeed the most naked reality. The temptation of the career change altar is enough to cause such an uproar. In the previous life, the Jing family might have taken this into consideration and therefore delayed opening it, and did not choose to open it within the Jing family's sphere of influence. Although they didn't get the altar in the end, and it became shared by several parties, they still retained their absolutely strong strength. Since you know all this, why are you still cooperating with me? Yu Zhanfeng saw Chen Yichuan nodded, but did not express his opinion, so he couldn't help but ask. This time, the young man finally spoke. What if I can make Kowloon City withstand the pressure from all sides and finally master this job transfer altar? Oh, that's quite interesting. Yu Zhanfeng did not show any sign of looking down on others. If it were someone else, whether it was Lu Tianyuan or Jing Chung, they would probably directly mock Chen Yichuan for overestimating his own abilities. After all, that's their measure. What are you going to do? Long Tu, what do you think of the fighting power of Kowloon City? When talking about this, Yu Zhanfeng also had a sense of pride. I am the second. No one dares to ride on my head, but to face the impact of all other forces in the Jiangnan settlement, we don't have enough people. What if there is this? As soon as he finished speaking, the young man threw a glass bottle to Yu Zhanfeng. The latter quickly took over. Excellent killer whale blood pills. The raw material is taken from the fierce blood killer whale, and its flesh and blood are mixed with a variety of spiritual plant supplements and tanned. After taking it, it can temporarily increase all attributes by 25 points, and the effect lasts for 3 minutes. Due to the excellent production process, the drug resistance is neutralized, and the duration is not reduced when taken again. Level limit, level 5 to 15. Production technology, white, excellent. This, after reading it, Yu Zhanfeng couldn't help but take a few steps forward. He simply stopped trying and said, the effect is even better than Lihai Fan Yunsen. Does Long Tu know that? Chen Yichuan smiled. Damn it. Upon seeing his expression, Yu Zhanfeng laughed angrily. Don't pretend with me, kid. You knew I knew you the moment you entered this camp, right? Chen Yichuan smiled and said, then Long Tu is not going to tell Lu Tianyuan about my whereabouts? Humph. That old bastard relied on his endless supply of longevity pills and hasn't been very nice to me for a few days. If I didn't have so many people to support. At this point, Yu Zhanfeng raised his eyebrows and said, Chen kid, you have a grudge against the Lu family, right? Chen Yichuan couldn't help but twitch his eyes. If the Lu family's deeds had not been spread to the north, then it could only mean that Yu Zhanfeng had a poor eye for people. It's so damn accurate. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 53. Blue Flame Furnace. Can it be eaten? Not really, it's just a little bit of blood feud. Seeing Chun Yichuan shrugging his shoulders and looking nonchalant, and thinking back on what he said, Yu Zhanfeng couldn't help but let out a sigh. You young people are becoming more and more contradictory in your words. Chun Yichuan did not comment. But in fact, the hatred between Liu family and him, in the previous life, they forced him to death, which can be regarded as a blood feud, right? It's just that it's not that excessive in this life. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Can you mass-produce this thing? Chun Yichuan nodded and said, the meat of a fiery blood killer whale is enough to make 3,000 pills. As long as there are enough materials, it will be no problem to satisfy everyone in Kowloon City. Good. Yu Zhanfeng is definitely not someone who follows the will of his mother and mother-in-law. He has already determined that the advantage is in my hands, so what is there to hesitate about? Just do it. The fiery blood killer whale? I'll go find it for you this time. Once the entire army is equipped with these capsules, your altar will be built south of this great river. The flesh and blood of the fiery killer whale has such an effect, which also means that the population of this species is destined to be small. It's like a fiery red snake, full of treasures. But in such a huge beast tide, you can only see a few of them. Sometimes, you won't even see its name except in the roulette wheel. Most of the spiritual beasts, ferocious beasts, of the Fiery Blood series are like this. In his previous life, Chun Yichuan was an alchemist, and vaguely remembered that this was because they had a common ancestor, but he didn't know the details. After that, it only took Yu Zhanfeng half a day to get a blood killer whale that was over 5 meters long. It is said that in order to kill one of these, he personally dived into the river and followed the river flow into the sea before he finally found it. This operation is indeed risky. Although in the early stage of Life Devourer, the level of powerful beasts is not far from that of human beings, beasts have a few more days to develop than humans, so there are still stronger beasts. I still remember that in my previous life, on the 91st day of the Advent, a giant squid with a level of 81 rushed to the shore for some reason and slaughtered half of the base city. In the end, it took the combined efforts of powerful humans to force it back. Yes, just force them to retreat, not kill them. How many balls can you make with this one? Maybe 3,005 at most. Chun Yichuan made a rough estimate. In fact, it would be no problem to get nearly 4,000. But he couldn't hand it all over, right? The remaining materials can be used to increase the dosage to make a batch of capsules with stronger medicinal strength. These are all good things to save your life. Although increasing the dosage will inevitably destroy the degree of neutralization and cause the body to develop drug resistance, compared with the temporary increase in properties, that side effect can be completely ignored. Furthermore, as long as the technology is improved, the drug resistance brought by the excellent technology can be covered. Now that he had the alchemy furnace, he only needed to get a deputy alchemist position to improve his pill-making skills. By the way, speaking of the alchemy furnace, Blue Flame Shining Furnace, a top-grade alchemy furnace, made of blue flame black iron after thousands of rounds of forging. The medicines produced in this furnace are naturally of higher quality. Effect analysis. The medicine refining process is upgraded to a higher level. Level limit. Level 1. This alchemy furnace is obviously not a product of Earth. The only explanation is that it came to Earth along with Life Eater, and it had already existed for quite some time before it came. The excellent killer whale blood capsules that Chun Yichuan took out were refined using this blue flame shining furnace. Otherwise, the craftsmanship will not reach excellence. 3,005? When Yu Zhanfeng heard this number, he seemed to have done a simple calculation in his mind. Only enough for a small group to fight for 6 minutes. Well, you rub it first, and I'll have someone keep an eye out to see if there are any more blood killer whales. Chun Yichuan was stunned when he heard this. Kowloon City has so many official players? The initial estimate is around 6,500 people, and the number is increasing every day. Yu Zhanfeng nodded upon hearing this, and then added, but 70% of our manpower will be stationed along the river to defend against ferocious beasts, so the number of manpower available to resist attacks from all sides is about 3,000. 6,500? He indeed underestimated the level of the first-rate forces. Even if he hadn't been a bit corrupt, the capsules would not be enough for 3,000 people. It's impossible that everyone only has one chance, so they rush forward and shoot 3 points like a real man. But how about this, Dragonhead? You don't have to look for the fiery blood killer whale. I'll make a list for you and collect the materials according to the list. I have a better idea. A better way. Yu Zhanfeng was slightly stunned when he heard this. But since these words came from Chun Yichuang's mouth, the credibility of them increased immediately. Although his strength is occupying the mountain, he is not a fool. Combining the past and the present, if he still can't see that Chun Yichuang has a secret, he might as well give up being the leader and abdicate. Okay, then you go ahead and do that. I'll send someone to find the materials on the list. Okay. In the next few days, Chun Yichuang's life enjoyed its first regularity after reloading the game. He spent some time every day refining hundreds of killer whale capsules and spent the rest of the time doing his own things. What? Level up and become stronger. Another thing is to confirm your future path. My initial career has been decided to be a ranger, so I have to plan my future path. Simply put, with my past life's experience, can I still be an ordinary ranger? His slingshot is a unique route. The spear is only used for close combat and changing moves, and the main means of attack is still the slingshot. Just because... In the secluded room, on the left was the cut-up, bloody killer whale flesh, and on the right was the various prepared ingredients. In the middle, there is an emerald green, nearly circular three-legged furnace with a maximum diameter of about 90 centimeters. It is the Qingyin Yaoyan furnace. At this moment, orange-red flames were burning in the furnace, and the furnace cover was shaking continuously. The young man sat on the side, looking expectantly with a slightly eager look. The proportions are all correct. I should be able to refine it. He is not an alchemist now. Many things only have recipes. He cannot interfere in the refining process at all, and he has no means to interfere. Even if he fails, he can only accept it. There's nothing to do except hope. Finally, 3 minutes later, the flames in the furnace began to slowly go out. When everything calmed down, more than 10 lumps of earth came out of the furnace mouth. The main body of these lumps of earth were dark gray, but with irregular orange-red lines. A hot fire element energy turned the little frog on the boy's chest into a corresponding orange-red color. Master, what is this? Such a rich fire element energy. Frog sighed, and just as Chun Yichuan opened his mouth to answer, he heard again, "Can I eat it?" Chapter 54, Don't be afraid. It won't explode. You'll know whether you can eat it or not later. The scheming frog? Quack Carrot? A few minutes later, the man and the frog arrived at a camp on the shore to block the ferocious beasts from the rivers and seas. 3 or 4 soldiers in camouflage uniforms saw them and couldn't help but look at them. Of course, they couldn't see the frog hidden in Chun Yichuang's collar. Before his own strength becomes completely strong, he will not choose to expose Frog's existence, as that will only cause more trouble. Brothers, let's find a slightly higher place to try out the new weapons. New weapons? A soldier with 2 military badges on his shoulders responded to Chun Yichuan. Brother, you don't have anything with you, do you? But if you want a high place, go to the watchtower. With Yu Zhanfeng present, the soldiers had also heard a little about Chun Yichuan. Okay, thanks. After a moment, the boy climbed directly to the top of the watchtower in order to leave more vision for the lookout sentries. The wait wasn't long. At 3 o'clock, 9 Ice King crabs. Level 5-3. Suddenly a shout rang out. Level 5-3 means that among these 9 Ice Wall King crabs, there is an elite level 1 with an estimated level of 5, and the others are estimated to be 3. Normally, before contact is established, no information about the ferocious beast can be seen, and one can only rely on estimation. And this shout came from the watchtower. Not long after, first and second teams, put on your knives and kerosene. First team, follow me first. Second team, stand by and act accordingly. This shout came from the private with 2 legs who had just responded to Chun Yichuan. Ice Wall King Crab is a ferocious beast with natural ice attributes. Its shell is like 9 cold ice. Coating kerosene on a knife and then igniting it can effectively counter its defense. Of course, the most important means of output is still skills. Only, don't worry guys. On the watchtower, Chun Yichuan straightened his body, pulling the slingshot in his hand to its full length. Let me try out my new weapon first. These big spiders are just right. Ah! Private Tao, he looked back, but saw a young man pulling a slingshot, aiming at the Ice Wall King crabs. This? What's going on? However, the young man on the watchtower did not seem to be prepared to wait for his response. After he was ready, he released his right hand and let the bullet fly out. Phoo! It wasn't long before the sound of the bullets flying through the air was heard. Bang! On the bank of the river, a scorching heat wave suddenly swept up, making the air around it a lot hotter. Tao, E, and others who were close by had their foreheads wet. I saw that the shore had changed a lot at this moment. On the ground, in an irregular circular area with a diameter of about 5 meters, there were several areas separated by a field shape. Each piece looks like volcanic lava flowing slowly. As for the ice wall king crabs that were completely covered by this area, except for the largest one, the others were simply cooked on the spot. Moreover, the flowing lava was still burning the elite ice wall king crab nonstop. Even if it continued to release cold air, it was difficult to resist. The scheming frog and Chun each one's collar couldn't help but shudder all over. You can't eat it, you absolutely can't eat it. If you eat it, the frog will die. The soldiers were all dumbfounded. What the hell? This new weapon? A nuclear bomb, maybe? Isn't that radiation? You idiot. Did you see the mushroom cloud? The shocking discussions continued noisily and eventually reached Yu Zhanfeng's ears. Nuclear bomb? When he heard these two words, Yu Zhanfeng was also confused. Don't be ridiculous. Where's the live footage? Send me a copy using the game system. A few seconds later, when the scene appeared before his eyes. What the hell? It's definitely not that he hasn't read much, but when he saw this scene, he couldn't think of any other adjectives to express his feelings. Could it be that I should say, in a more literary way, "You're so awesome"? Who has the time for that? What is this? The soldier below responded weakly. Dragonhead, didn't I say? Nuclear bomb? Where is he? I'll ask him myself. Area 271. When Yu Zhanfeng arrived at the 271st area, in a hurry, Chen Yichuang had already been surrounded by a group of soldiers. As for the elite, ice wall king crab, it has already been dismembered. Chen Yichuang took away the most valuable pieces of crab roe and 3 pairs of large claws, claiming that he wanted to use them to make medicine. Chun boy! Yu Zhanfeng shouted from outside. Hearing it was his voice, the soldiers made way for him. In fact, they surrounded Chen Yichuang and wanted to ask him, did he still have the nuclear bomb? Who wouldn't want that kind of terrifying power? Dragonhead. The young man laughed and said, did it alarm you too? Nonsense. If you make a bigger noise, the entire Jiangnan settlement will know about it. Hey, stop it. What the hell is that? Nothing. Just a special bullet I made. After that, the young man directly shared a property panel with Yu Zhanfeng. Only he could receive this property information. Earth-shattering lava bomb. Refined product, disposable consumable. A refined product rich in fire and earth elemental energy, which can be used as a crossbow bullet, bow bullet, or projectile. Effect analysis. When it explodes on the ground, the fire and earth elements contained in it will attract spiritual power to affect the surrounding area, creating an irreversible flowing lava area, causing extremely high damage. Rated damage. The elemental damage during the explosion is 10 times the caster's spiritual attribute. The flowing lava will cause continuous burn damage to targets with fire resistance below 85% until the lava cools down and solidifies. Level limit. 10 or activated by spiritual power. Production technology. Yellow. Excellent. This. Yu Zhanfeng just felt numb. Was this the thing that caused the nuclear explosion scene? Especially when he saw the small ball of earth in Chen Yichuang's hand. His eyes widened and he took a small step back. If it explodes, don't be afraid. It won't explode. Puff! As soon as Chen Yichuang said this, a nearby soldier suddenly couldn't help but speak out. Yu Zhanfeng's face turned red. Who the hell is laughing at me? Armed cross-country, along the river. I want to receive your monster-killing report in Area 001 before sunset. The soldier was completely dumbfounded, but Yu Zhanfeng didn't leave him much spare time. Not even time to complain. He spread his legs and started running. It is now 10:11 in the morning. The sunset in the evening is 1856. Only 8 hours and 45 minutes. From Area 271 to Area 001, the coastal distance is 270 kilometers. According to the maximum speed of 10 points, it takes 450 minutes without eating, drinking, or resting, 7.5 hours. This is simply challenging the limits. Yu Thing. After dealing with the soldier, Yu Zhanfeng turned to ask Chen Yichuan, but before he could finish his words, he said, impossible, absolutely impossible. Unless... Chen Yichuan's eyes twitched. Oh my god, he spoke too quickly. Chapter 55. Some facts sound like a joke. Unless what? Nothing. Do you think I will believe it? The young man's mouth twitched, knowing that he couldn't get around it this time. After all, the noise he made was indeed a bit loud. There is no way around this. In fact, this is also the path chosen by Chen Yichuan. He calls it Special Bullet Ranger. Ranger, a profession that uses long-range weapons as the main means of attack. It is good at guerrilla warfare and swift attacks. It often cruises in the woods. Long-range weapons have special strength bonuses. That's a wide range. To put it simply, a ranger is a long-range assassin, but he doesn't use hidden weapons. He follows the approach of throw bombs, and kill you. Of course, you can also throw a spear. Some say this is an archer, but it's not. Archers are limited to bows and arrows, and they train the bows in their hands and specialize in bows. The gameplay of a ranger is similar to that of an archer, but he is not an archer. Perhaps it cannot compare to the archer in terms of specialization, but it is changeable, even versatile, because there are too many tools that can be used for long-range attacks. What Chen Yichuan has mastered can help him create a variety of tools with different effects, so he can deal with many more situations. That is Special Bullet, a ranger who specializes in special bullets. Special Bullet Ranger. Unless Yu Zhanfeng just stared at Chen Yichuan, as if he wanted to read something from his eyes. The latter also knew that he was waiting for his answer. Have no choice. Unless you can get enough roulettes with the alchemist profession on them, then you can get as many longevity pills as you want. If you can do that, you can get as many special bullets as you want. As soon as the boy finished speaking, the surroundings immediately became much quieter. Yu Zhanfeng's mouth twitched. Are you kidding me? Chen Yichuan shrugged. Some of the facts sound like a joke. Then why can you get it out now? Because I have a secret. Yu Zhanfeng. It's the same as saying nothing. Let's go, everyone. Come back next time when we have new weapons to try. Everyone wanted to stop him after hearing this, but when they thought of what Chen Yichuan had just said, they no longer had the energy to stop him. If there are so many roulettes with professions, Kowloon City will just draw them out? Okay. How can we save the money when there are so many people crying for food? There was nothing the soldiers could do. They could only watch him disappear step by step before their eyes. The lava on the shore that was still flowing was also reminding them that what happened just now was not a dream. 2 days later, it was the 28th day of Advent. Chen Yichuan deliberately found a wasteland outside the defense area, where there were occasional ferocious beasts, but not as frequent as along the riverbank. The purpose is naturally no longer himself. Not long after arriving, an iron-shelled silver crab seemed to smell the scent of prey and crawled out from the riverbank. Hey, are you here? Frog, it's up to you. Yes, this is step 2 of Advanced Plan 1 for frog training. Become familiar with and improve the skills you have mastered. Smart readers may have discovered that all the skills that have been mastered on the panel, whether for players or pets, have levels. If you want to improve the level of your skills, there is only one way. Practice hard. There are no shortcuts. Okay, look at me. As soon as the slightly childish voice in the boy's mind fell, the pattern on the frog's body turned orange-red, and as its little mouth opened, a stream of hot energy gathered inside it. The next moment, the frog's mouth opened, and the fireball expanded to a diameter of 1 meter at the moment of its ejection. This gradual process was almost impossible to see with the naked eye. The size of the fireball was in stark contrast to her body size. A simple explanation is that after the fireball was ejected from the mouth, it quickly reacted violently with the spiritual power between heaven and earth, causing it to expand. This is the charm of spiritual power. The next moment, bang! The fire attribute explosion engulfed the iron-shelled silver crab almost instantly. Minus 4,752. Kill. Experience plus 6. Seeing the damage, Chen Yichuan couldn't help but stare. Even though there was a difference in level, the damage might still depend more on the difference in combat power. Own combat power / other combat power equals final damage multiplier. Combat power increase / decrease is always the last one calculated. The most obvious area for improving combat power is skills. One skill increases combat power by 50 points, and if the proficiency of the skill can be improved, the increased combat power will increase exponentially. Every time skill proficiency increases by 1 level, the increased combat power is different. A simple and easy-to-understand formula is x add face y1, * 100, where x is the value and y is the current skill level. There is an error in the book review section. Please refer to this. In short, if a skill is refined to LV5, it will directly increase the combat power by 400 points, and it is cumulative. In other words, the combat power increased by 1050 points for just one skill when it is refined to LV5. But how can it be that simple? When Frog finished firing the fireball explosion, Chen Yichuan had already opened Frog's attribute panel and directly clicked on the skill proficiency item. The proficiency of all the skills that have been mastered is displayed in the form of a list. Element Transformation LV1, 46%. Fireball Explosion LV1, 3%. Linking Water Ball 1%. Shadow Strike LV1, 1%. It only increased my proficiency by 2%. Chen Yichuan originally held the idea that pets might be simpler than players, but unfortunately, it was just a pipe dream in the end. Look at his own. Piercer 1, 11%. Domain Moon Lake Silver Thunder LV1, 5%. The goal has not yet been achieved. Comrades still need to work hard. There is still a long way to go. Go on, Frog. The master is with you. Quack. Day 29 of Advent, early morning. The boy just opened his eyes. Hao Zhao. Brother Chuan, where are you? I got a lot of sky. Can we set off now? Got several pieces of sky. Chen Yichuan was a little confused for a moment, and it took him a while to realize that what Hao Zhao was talking about was the time currency, Tianbi, equivalent to 24-hour coins. However, the young man did not respond immediately, but instead set his sights on the blue flame furnace in the center of the room. At this time, the flames had dissipated, and some pills had accumulated at the furnace mouth. Undoubtedly, these are all excellent killer whale blood capsules, and the number is more than 100. The volume of the furnace is limited, and each furnace can only hold so many at most. At this moment, the fiery blood killer whale from 3 days ago has been completely refined into pills. Total number, 3,504. Hey, done. Chapter 56, Is it possible that I can see your ID? The fiery blood pills were refined, and what remained was the better way. Yu Zhanfeng had already sent people to find 70% to 80% of the materials listed by Chen Yichuan. The remaining few are spiritual plants, and according to the latest news, they have been collected. Estimated delivery. Today, Kowloon City is of such a large scale and has such a large population that it is impossible to rely entirely on armed off-road to travel. There are always means of transportation. Even in order to cope with the current environment, some old means of transportation have been taken out. It was only when Chen Yichuan was called to the square to receive the materials that he realized that the most representative of them was actually a propeller plane. Dragonhead, I'm U1S1. The young man pointed at the sky and said, Where on earth did you find those things? It's amazing that they can still move. Yu Zhanfeng couldn't help but twitch his facial muscles. You know nothing, kid. The takeoff conditions of this thing are not that harsh, and it saves fuel. Isn't the last sentence the key point? Nonsense. Do you think we still have crude oil? Before productivity is restored, all fuel will be used up by 1 liter less. While the two were talking, the propeller plane had already landed and glided, stopping less than 10 meters away. Don't say it, don't say it. The takeoff and landing conditions of this plane are indeed very lenient, and it does not need to fly that high. It can fly low under the ultrasonic beast-repelling tower. It is faster than a car to travel. An old plane is still an old plane. Your uncle is still your uncle. When the engine stopped completely and the propeller came to a stop, 2 soldiers in camouflage uniforms got off the plane. The 2 of them ran a few steps quickly and then stopped in front of Yu Zhanfeng. Salute. Report to the leader. The material collection mission has been completed. 029-12 Special Operations Team is now returning to the team. Please give instructions. Give the things to this kid. After Yu Zhanfeng returned the greeting, he tilted his head and signaled Chen Yichuan, who was standing next to him. Yes. Then a white-level space ring was handed to Chen Yichuan, and the young man imitated the salute before taking it. After a quick check, well, everything is ready. Yu Zhanfeng was slightly relieved when he heard this. How about we choose an auspicious day, or start now? Chen Yichuan shook his head. For humans who are rising up, every day when their strength is improved is an auspicious day, isn't it? When these words were spoken, many people around him expressed their deep agreement. Strength is so important in today's world. Let me get ready so we can start this afternoon. Good. Yu Zhanfeng didn't say much and didn't even ask what Chen Yichuan was going to do. After all, he can't give anything except trust. Moreover, after spending these few days together, he also discovered that Chen Yichuan was the same kind of person as him, sharing the same hatred and enemies. Maybe not, but he was willing to trust his intuition. After getting the materials, Chen Yichuan also sent a message back to Hao Zhao. Chen Yichuan, I'm in the northern part of the settlement, Kowloon City. Who would have thought that not long after? You have a friend request. Please check. The young man was startled when he heard this, and then he clicked on the notification, only to see that the other party's ID was Dongfang Yinyan. How come this big guy? Chen Yichuan chose to accept without hesitation. A moment later, a message came. Dongfang Yinyan. Brother Chuan, I am Dianzi. Yes, it's that big fool for sure. Chen Yichuan. Is there a possibility that I can see your ID? Dongfang Yinyan. Dongfang Yinyan, let's not talk about this, Brother Chuan. I heard from Brother Zhao that you are in Kowloon City. Shall we go find you together? Chen Yichuan. Yes, the area from 254 to 273, close to the downstream area. After replying, the boy also understood that Hao Zhao must have learned from other people that he had looked for Dongfang Yinyan, so he went to the expedition team to find him. But if this is not the case, then it can only be the Liu family's operation. But at this point, he is no longer afraid of exposing his position. After 3 days, the combat effectiveness of both him and Hua has increased a lot. The level alone has been raised to level 8. Properties panel. Name, Tin Yiquin. Profession, ranged attack, * ranger. Deputy position, hidden * special breeder. Level 8. Experience, 860/8000. Lifespan, 117 days. Blood, 4,677. Spiritual power, 1,700. Section Thunder. Strength, 25. Spirit 9. Defense 1. Speed 9. Skills, Penetrator, LV2. Domain Moon Lake Silver Thunder, LV1. Combat power, 483. Yes, in addition to the level increase, his Ranger unique skill Piercer has also reached LV2. Piercer LV2, 3.1%. LV2. When your attack causes penetrating damage to the target, an additional 15% of the target's health value will be added as damage. The penetration damage has increased by 5%, which may not seem like a big increase, but if it is a protracted war, this 5% is quite significant. Because Chen Yichuan has now refined a special bullet that can penetrate 100% of the time. Its basic damage is not high, but once it penetrates, it will be enhanced by the Piercer and become a powerful fixed damage killer move. However, when it comes to the panel, we have to look at frogs. Pet panel. Name, Elemental Frog. Nickname, Scheming Frog. Master, Chen Yichuan. Level, 8. Blood, 2,500. Spiritual power, 3,700. Strength 5. Spirit, 29. Defense 5. Speed 10. Skills, Elemental Transformation, LV2. Fireball Explosion, LV2. Combat power, 957. I never post duplicate panels with unchanged data. Old readers know it. Because of the need to refine Fireball Explosion, the proficiency of Frog's innate skill Element Transformation has also been raised. Element Transformation LV2, 14.9%. Change its own elemental composition according to the elemental environment, including but not limited to the 8 basic attributes. Skill cooldown time, 0.4 seconds. Hey, here comes the Gatling Frog. If it can't reload fast enough, can it still be called Gatling? Fireball Explosion LV2, 0.9%. After compressing the energy, a fireball with a radius of 0.7 meters will be ejected forward instantly. After hitting the target, it will cause fire explosion damage and has an 18% chance of causing burns, which lasts for 8 seconds. The damage of the fireball explosion is 3 times the spiritual attribute of the caster. Skill Spiritual Power Consumption, 25 points. Skill cooldown time, 3.2 seconds. Fireball Explosion has relatively more improvements, including larger fireball, higher burn chance, higher damage, lower spiritual power consumption, and shorter cooling time. Normally, when the proficiency of an attack skill is improved, the effects will also be like this. With the support of these 2 skills, this little guy's combat power is more than twice that of her master, but this is also attributed to the 8 basic elemental skills. Come on, waves! Chapter 57. The altar is established, the version is updated, and the storm is about to rise. It's noon this day. In the core base located in Kowloon City, Chen Yichuan has refined all the collected materials, but these are not for direct use. The materials he asked Yu Zhanfeng to collect basically had one thing in common. They were full of blood. What is blood? It is called qi and blood. In essence, whether it is human or animal, it cannot survive without blood. Blood is the root, the foundation, and the source of strength. In the past, because the fiery blood materials were too scarce, the alchemists racked their brains and used inferior materials to create an immovable, inedible, fiery blood product. The blood boiling array. Use spiritual plants that contain a large amount of blood energy as array points, spiritual minerals as array veins, and finally use pure, fierce blood materials as array eyes to activate this array. However, the fiery blood element, the material used as the core of the formation, must be rich enough. Otherwise, you won't be able to support this formation and all other materials will be wasted. Based on this, Chen Yichuan had no choice but to contribute the good things he had hidden away. Myocardial capsules of fierce blood killer whale. Made from the myocardial flesh and blood of the fierce blood killer whale. It is tanned with a variety of spiritual plant ingredients. After taking it, it can temporarily increase all attributes by 50 points, and the effect lasts for 8 minutes. Due to the excellent production process, the drug resistance is neutralized, and the duration is not reduced when taken again. Level limit, 10 to 15 levels. Production technology, purple, excellent. The reason why this thing exists is that the heart of the fiery blood killer whale is inherently superior to the flesh and blood of other parts and is considered a yellow level material. Therefore, it can be promoted to purple level only after being purified and refined in the Qingyan Yaoyan furnace. If Chen Yichuan still had the skills of an alchemist, it would not be impossible for him to make a black level refining item. Using this thing as the center of the formation is enough. The array points and array veins have now been completed, and all that is left is to activate the array center. Then the array will be set up. But before that, is this the place? In the Kowloon City camp, Yu Zhanfeng was with 2 of his trusted associates, and beside him was Chen Yichuan. The purpose of these people being here is naturally to set up the job change altar. Are you sure that the better method you mentioned will work? Don't worry, I can't possibly get myself into trouble. When the time comes, all the members of Kowloon City guarding here will feel their blood boiling. Yu Zhanfeng was full of doubt. Could it be so exaggerated? Whether it will or not, you will know when the time comes. Okay, in order to keep it secret, Yu Zhanfeng did not tell anyone about the job transfer altar, including his confidants. Now everything is just a matter of seconds. Let's get started. Chen Yichuan did not hesitate and immediately took out the small stone altar from his space ring. Without waiting for Yu Zhanfeng's 2 confidants to wonder what it was, he leaned over and pressed it to the ground. Are you sure you want to set up the job change altar here and announce its location to all servers? If you do, the game version will be updated. Confirm. The young man shouted softly upon hearing the sound. The next moment, the small stone altar that was pressed to the ground seemed to be embedded in the ground, no longer separated from the surrounding environment. Then it quickly expanded to the surrounding areas like a machine expanding. In less than half a minute, the stone altar, which was originally only the size of a palm, has grown to a diameter of more than 5 meters. Its overall shape can be described by equilateral geometry. Of course, it's just the outline. In the middle of the stone altar, there is a 3-sided stone pillar about 1 meter high, with a hexagonal stone platform on top, which is faintly flashing with a faint blue fluorescence. With this stone pillar as the center, circles of stone patterns extend outward to the edge. Each circle is half a side longer than the previous one, and looks similar to the place where this altar was produced. Unknown Ruins Number 1. At this moment, each of these stone patterns was flashing a faint fluorescence. This is the job change altar. Yu Zhanfeng stared at the stone altar, a little dazed, but the next moment he did not forget the key point. All members of the 3rd formation enter high-level combat readiness. Yes, the soldiers who heard the order did not know why they were preparing for battle, but executing orders had become their muscle memory. The next moment, notice, notice, notice. This sound appeared in the minds of all the official players of Life Eater at the same time, and it happened 3 times in a row. In the past, a noise like this would only occur when a Lord-level beast was killed for the first time. This time, the players are quietly waiting for the notification to come, and many people can feel that this matter may not be comparable to the first kill. Soon, the game will be updated for the first time in 5 minutes. This update is expected to take 10 hours. Version number 1.0.2, version code, big job change. 5 minutes later. This was repeated 3 times in a row, and the last word perked up all the players, who started discussing with the people around them. Big job change. What is a big job change? But before they could come to a conclusion, the voice in their head came again. After the version update, the job change altar, where all players can change their jobs, will be open to everyone. The coordinates are 115.4 degrees, east longitude 29.9 degrees, north latitude. After the version update. What? What? Everyone can change their job and become a professional? Where? Where exactly are the longitude and latitude? Can anyone explain it to me? As soon as the system notification sounded, all the players of Life Eater became excited regardless of whether they were fighting monsters or resting. Job changer. This identity was originally only available through roulette, but now everyone can get it. There is only one word to describe the mood of all players at this moment. Boiling. But not long after, the system notification sounded again. Congratulations to the player, Chinichuan, for finding the job change altar and successfully setting it up, achieving the hidden achievement facilitator. Rewards: 120 years of life, 50 sky coins, and 3 exquisite yellow roulette wheels. Congratulations to player Chinichuan. Congratulations, Chinichuan. In the Liu family mansion, Liu Tianyuan couldn't help but twitch his eyebrows when he heard the name. It's impossible. Same name, right? Chunichuan. Luo Shiyu's flawless face froze for a moment. Could it be a reward from the 1,000-star trial field? This guy. Shi Xiaoyu listened to the voice in her mind and picked up the idea that she had thrown away. Sure enough, compared to Lu Yunluo, you are more interesting. On the way to Kowloon City. Ha! My brother Chuan? Awesome. Brother, you are indeed capable. I'm looking forward to it more and more. Outside the settlement, a certain expedition team of the Liu family, under whose jurisdiction the Vanguard camp. The knife in the man's hand had just been pulled out from the corpse of a ferocious beast. His slightly cruel eyes were filled with jealousy because of the voice in his head. Why is it him? Why? Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 58 Special Physique. Life-devouring combat physique. Kowloon City, Dang. Yu Zhanfeng and others naturally also heard the system's broadcast, and it was only then that his two confidants fully understood the truth of the matter. Of course, we can only guess at the ins and outs of this. 10 hours. Yu Zhanfeng frowned slightly. Does it mean that I have to guard here for 10 hours? More than that. Chunichuan was rarely serious. From the moment the altar landed here, if you want to master it, you have to guard it forever. This is an indisputable fact. How could Yu Zhanfeng not know? So, we must start this battle, so loud that everyone will regard my Kowloon City as a thorn in their heart. I want to pull it out, but I'm afraid it will prick my heart. His words made many soldiers around him feel excited. It must be the words of the generals that inspire people. Even Chunichuan couldn't help but get excited after hearing this. He flipped his right hand, and a purple roulette wheel immediately appeared in his hand. Then let me give you a helping hand, Longtu. Good boy, you just got 100 years of life, and you're going to squander it? Although Yu Zhanfeng said this, everyone could tell that what shocked him was not the waste, but the purple roulette wheel in Chun Yichuang's hand. This thing can't be dropped by an ordinary ferocious beast, right? At least among the low-level ferocious beasts. Probably only the lord level can appear. But Yu Zhanfeng racked his brains and could not remember which lord was killed by Chun Yichuang. What about this purple roulette? Forgive his limited understanding, he really can't think of it. Hey, the young man chuckled. If all the stuff on it is good stuff, is it still considered a waste? After saying that, Chunichuan immediately raised the purple roulette wheel and shouted, "Smoke!" The soldiers on the side looked at each other and almost asked, "Why don't you pray to the gods first? At least say amen to give that old Western guy some face." How could they know that Chunichuan was already enjoying the heavenly music in his ears? Please specify the prize you would like. 1. Purple longevity pills, * 2. 2. 9 nether cold iron, * 800 kg. 3. 30 kilograms of fiery blood materials. 4. License to show off in the whole universe. 5. Spirit-driven flying vehicle. 6. Special physique. 7. Hidden career change card, * non-binding. 8. Yellow longevity pill recipe. 9. Spiritual weapon, * Tian Lai Bao. 10. 1,000 barrels of gasoline. 1 ton / barrel. TSK. All 10 options are excellent. It's really hard to choose. Is it really a fine purple roulette? None of them are bad stuff. The longevity pill is, needless to say, the roulette product doesn't even have a chance of success. One dose lasts for 1,000 years. White is 10 years, yellow is 100 years, purple, naturally 1,000 years. 2 means 2,000 years. If it were someone else, they would probably choose 1 without even thinking about this coveted number. Human history has only been around for a little over 2,000 years since the beginning of the Christian era. 2, 3, there is no need to consider them. If it's 4, I want to choose. Sincerely. 5, I didn't expect to see it so soon, but it doesn't mean much at this stage. In the previous life, this thing only gradually appeared after more than 100 days of Advent. To put it simply, it is a means of transportation, and the energy source is spiritual power, so it is called spiritual drive. 6, slightly more uncertain. 7 is purely a trading item, and 8 is even less of a consideration. He knows the recipe for the pill, and it is a black level one. What he lacks is the identity of an alchemist. After all, a high-level longevity elixir cannot be made just by knowing the elixir formula. 9 and 10 are simply excluded. After analyzing so much, in fact, all the thoughts just flashed through Chun Ichuang's mind. So it seems that we can only choose between 1 and 6. At least, when dealing with the current situation, only the benefits of these two are maximized. Not to mention lifespan. He has quite a few other roulette wheels left besides this purple one. There will definitely be more roulette income in the future. But option 6 has value too. The probability of a special physique appearing in the roulette is lower than that of a job transfer card bound to an ID. Among all the other roulettes Chun Ichuang owns, the most valuable one is the longevity pill. Constitution? To put it bluntly, you're just dreaming. Only at this moment did Chun Ichuang realize that being able to choose was also a headache. 1 out of 10 could be eliminated slowly, but choosing 1 out of 2 was really difficult. And his hesitation? Strange, it takes so long to draw a prize. Maybe it has been drawn out, but it's a place we can't see. That doesn't mean you're in a daze, does it? Although the voices around him were low, Chun Ichuang was not deaf and heard every word clearly. But this in turn helped him decide his choice. 6. Chun Ichuang shouted this out directly. Congratulations on winning the prize. Special physique. Life-eating combat physique. Life-devouring battle body. A lost ancient blood physique. It is said that creatures that inherit this physique can comprehend a trace of the origin of the world. Effect analysis. When you kill a target, there is a 1% chance of absorbing the remaining life of the opponent. If the opponent is in an abnormal state, this probability will increase to 3%. If he is afraid, this probability will increase to 10%. You can devour your own lifespan and gain attribute enhancement. The more lifespan you devour, the stronger the enhancement. The enhancement depends on the level. Currently, 1 day of lifespan equals 1% of all attribute enhancement. This physique is indeed a 6. Who knew that as soon as Chun Ichuang finished speaking? 7. Comrade. Why are you calling 7 when there's no count yet? The soldier next to him looked at his comrade with disdain and shook his head. Why? Done. Yu Zhanfeng also asked after hearing the sound. Yeah, not bad. That's fine. If you don't ask, I won't tell you. This is the best way to deal with a roulette lottery. Life-eating maggots. If you talk too much, it's all the blood and tears of an imperfect system. In fact, Kowloon City's approach is the best solution to deal with this kind of doomsday. Only when everyone is strong can humanity be strong. Only then can we resolve the crisis of ferocious beasts and rebuild the glorious culture of mankind. The game update has already started, but this update can be understood as a non-stop update and will not affect players who are already playing. Therefore, players can take advantage of the 10 hours of update to gather a team and come. Time flies. Soon it's the 2nd hour since the update started. The force closest to Kowloon City has gathered 1 kilometer outside the coordinate camp. These people are from the Jing family. In the camp, Yu Zhanfeng showed a mocking expression. Humph, that old fellow Jing Chung is always the first one to get restless. Hashtag. Chapter 59. 1 river, 1 mountain, 1 pavilion. Dragonhead, don't you want to say hello? A confidant said beside Yu Zhanfeng. The latter laughed lightly upon hearing this, and then said, this old guy wouldn't just rush in here, stupidly, and make things easier for others. He is waiting. When people from other forces come, he will gather a group of like-minded people to conquer Kowloon City together, and then fight for the ownership of the altar. On the side, Chun Ichuang smiled but said nothing. Isn't it a gift to others? Unfortunately, he only wore it once. It seems that this is not the right way to describe it. Let's get back to the topic. Don't worry, as long as they dare to step into the area I set, they will definitely regret it. As he spoke, Chen Yichuang had already taken out the myocardial capsule that he had prepared in advance, bent over, and pressed it into the array that had been prepared in the middle of the camp. Once the energy pill is pressed, a faint bloody aura suddenly rose within a radius of 800 meters in the entire Kowloon City camp. This great formation has been activated at this moment. Nothing. You feel anything? After feeling it for a moment, Yu Zhanfeng couldn't help but feel a little confused. The young man couldn't help but laugh and said, "If this is enough, then wouldn't others who come in also be able to get an increase in power? Then what advantage do we have?" Yu Zhanfeng was ashamed. It was indeed true. If he couldn't distinguish between friend and foe, what was the difference between that and no amplification? Then what else can we do? Simple. Chen Yichuan smiled and said, "This formation is called Blood Qi Boiling Formation. It can keep the blood factor in the body active at all times." Fiery blood element? Did Long Tu forget about those 3,000 plus pills? Yu Zhanfeng was stunned. "You mean, as long as I take the killer whale blood pill and stay within the range of this formation, the amplification will not be ineffective?" The young man smiled and nodded, and directly displayed the attributes of the formation. Blood boiling array. When in this array, the fierce blood factor in the body can be maintained and the effect is increased by 30%. It will be ineffective if unrelated people enter this array. Array range. A circular array with a radius of 800 meters centered on the array center. These few simple lines of words made Yu Zhanfeng overjoyed. Great, great, great. Pass on my words, all members of the third formation. Take the fiery blood capsule and stay within an 800-meter radius of the camp. Try not to leave and fight well to defend this hilltop. Yes, don't worry, Dragonhead. We are the best at occupying the mountaintops. While waiting, another half an hour passed. 1 kilometer away, Jing Chung, who had closed his eyes until this moment, suddenly opened his eyes, stood up, and jumped lightly to the first floor, looking over. The one who came as Fu Jianbai from Fengguotai, Brother Fu. At this time, behind the Yu Jing family, a team of about 200 people was rushing over. In the entire team, there was only one large truck without a roof, carrying more than 50 people, and the rest were rushing on the road. At the front of the big cart, a bald man with dark tan skin also looked over after hearing this. "It's Brother Jing." After bowing, he said, "It is me, Fu Jianbai." The large and small forces in the Jiangnan settlement have some overlap with the upper-level forces, and the Fengguotai and the Jing family have a subtle hierarchical relationship. Speaking of Fu Jianbai, Brother Fu, you are here for the job change altar this time, right? Jing Qing asked. "Yes," Fu Jianbai said in a deep voice. Ever since being squeezed out by the Liu family, the resources that Fengguotai can get have become less and less, and the level of the members has not been able to improve. "Let's cooperate," Jing Chung said bluntly. "It would be a bit difficult for me to take Kowloon City by myself. After all, there are many ferocious beasts over there in the mountains, and it is impossible to transfer all the personnel here. Things have come to this. How could Fu Jianbai not agree? Good. During the 8 days from the 9th to the 17th day of the Advent, the original settlements in the south of the Yangtze River can be said to be in a situation of one river and one mountain with pavilions and towers. Jiang means Kowloon City, and Shan means Jing family. The pavilions, towers, and pavilions are the 4 second-rate forces under the jurisdiction of Yijiang and Yishan. As the saying goes, Palm, the pavilions are located in the mountains, and the towers are close to the river. The Tai in Tingtai refers to the Fengguotai. The other 3 are Lanxin Pavilion, Nahai Tower, and Suixiang Pavilion. After the 2 forces merged, Jing Chung stood up and walked to the front. At this time, the 3rd team of Kowloon City had already lined up and was ready for battle. Let me try and see if Kowloon City still has the courage of the Kowloon army. After Qianqian pretended to beep, Jingqing took a deep breath and said, "You who occupy the mountain, come out and have a chat." This sound contained spiritual power, so much so that the entire Kowloon City camp could hear it clearly. This guy Jingqing obviously also mastered the spiritual power. It's not as simple as just unlocking it. The old man had already said what he wanted to say, so Yu Zhanfeng certainly wouldn't keep hiding. He opened the tent and went to meet him. About a minute later, he arrived in front of the Kowloon City formation. "Oh!" Yu Zhanfeng grinned and laughed heartily. "Old man, it's only been half an hour. Can't you sit still?" "Humph! who is like you, occupying the toilet without even moving. It's ridiculous. Who would move out if they already have the hilltop? If it were you, would you move out? Jing Cheng's old face twitched. Stop talking nonsense and give up the job transfer altar. You and I can still live in peace. Yu Zhanfeng rolled his eyes and said, Hey, I'll criticize you. Young brat, how could Jingqing still hold back after being scolded as an old fool? With a sudden movement, he used his two fingers as a sword and strode forward to kill Yu Zhanfeng. However, as he approached, Yu Zhanfeng turned sideways and moved out of the way, then used his right leg as a whip to sweep at his waist. Bang! There was a muffled sound, and Jingcheng was almost kicked to the ground, looking extremely embarrassed. Iron Ji Jingcheng? Yu Zhanfeng smiled jokingly, embroidered fists and legs. Jingcheng was so angry that his forehead was covered with veins, and the frequency of his attacks became more and more fierce, but Yu Zhanfeng dodged every attack. The difference between the two men's close combat skills is extremely huge. Jing Cheng's move was very effective against players who had no fighting experience, but it was obviously not enough against the soldiers before the end of the world. After so many fights, I haven't seen much improvement from you. The successor of the 10-finger sword skill. Is this all? Yu Zhanfeng dodged and fought back. Although he was hit by Jing Cheng, he had the upper hand overall. This guy was taunting me while beating me. It was so infuriating. Kowloon City and Jing family are first-rate forces. One occupies the river and the other has a backer. So of course there will be conflicts. But Yu Zhanfeng always has the upper hand. That's why he said what he just said. In the end, Jing Cheng simply flipped the table. Everyone attack. Chapter 60 Jingcheng. Degree. Upon hearing Jing Cheng's order, Yu Zhanfeng laughed coldly. The former couldn't help but feel suspicious, but the latter's offensive left him no time to think. He is not a professional. He only has a skill that requires spiritual power, plus his own fingering physical skills, so he has some strength. But in comparison, Yu Zhanfeng is a real professional. Boxer. There is even a level gap between the two of them. In terms of strength, Jing Cheng is no match for Yu Zhanfeng. But why are the two sides ranked as first class? Even if you can stop me, so what? In terms of overall strength, your Kowloon City is not as good as my Jing family. It's only a matter of time before you lose. Jing Cheng said this, but suddenly heard. A man in a t-shirt screamed and flew past him, landing on his, but in flying at least 10 meters away. Jingcheng. Degree. Impossible, this must be an accident. You have half a river to support tens of thousands of people. How can your combined strength possibly be? This one is worse than the last one, to face it first. Jingcheng. Degree. This? Jingcheng. Degree winky face. Impossible. This is impossible. The average level of my people is 3 or 5 levels higher than yours in Kowloon City. Good for nothings. A bunch of good for nothings. Although he shouted this, Jing Cheng had to believe it when Jing's men were beaten away or repelled one by one. Until, brother, something is wrong. These guys in Kowloon City are like crazy. Fu Jianbai jumped back several meters, stabbed the sword in his hand into the ground, and dragged it for nearly a meter before removing the remaining strength from his body. This power. No, that's definitely not right. He is the strongest Fengguo Tai. Even if part of his territory was taken away by the Liu family, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. How could he be blown out by a small soldier? At this moment, Jing Cheng finally reacted. What on earth are you guys up to? No. Yu Zhanfeng feigned innocence. What tricks are there? It must be that your men have neglected training and have become weak, right? Jing Cheng gritted his teeth in anger, but he could do nothing. He didn't expect Yu Zhanfeng to say it. After all, if it were him, he would also keep it to himself. Everyone, retreat temporarily. The situation was not right, so he could only grit his teeth and avoid the attack for the time being. Now we can only wait for other forces to gather together, pile up the numbers, and overshadow the quality before we can chew this hard bone. If they wanted to retreat, Yu Zhanfeng would certainly not stop them. After all, there is a job change altar to defend. Furthermore, if the blood-boiling array is used, the amplification will be ineffective. Anyway, with the version update and the altar as cover, the weakness of Kowloon City that cannot leave the camp will not be exposed for the time being, so let them retreat. Brother Jing, what should we do? In the temporary camp, Fu Jianbai asked worriedly. If we let Jilong City take control of the holy altar, their strength will sooner or later become the absolute number one in the Jiangnan settlement. By then, what will we have to do? You think I don't know? Jing Qing shouted angrily. Don't worry, we are not the only ones interested in that thing. More and more people will come here. But Kowloon City also has the personnel from the High Tower and Suixiang Pavilion, not to mention that the High Tower still has that woman. Snort. Jing Chung snorted. So what? My Jing family now has several professionals. Swordsman? Dare to come. Let me see if I can kill her. Fu Jianbai said no more here. After all, there is only one way to solve the problem, and we can only work hard for it. Otherwise, who knows what will become of the upper-class life that we have worked so hard to obtain. He was originally just a coal miner. When Life Eater came, he had weapons in his hands. So he worked together with a group of workers to kill several low-level beasts, and then slowly grew stronger. Later, as the level rose, he met Jing Chung and established the Wind and Fire platform. If everything goes back to the beginning, he didn't dare to think about it, nor did he want to think about it. For hours after the game was updated, people from Suixiang Pavilion rushed over after hearing the news, but were blocked on the periphery by people from Lan Xian Pavilion, and were unable to move in to provide support. 20 minutes later, people from Nihila contacted Yu Zhanfeng and said they had arrived. But the swordsman Mo Huaizhu was stopped by an assassin from the Liu family, and the others couldn't leave her alone. Oh, when enemies meet, they are particularly jealous, right? In the Kowloon City camp, Chen Yichuang shook his head in sudden realization. This was indeed an accident. Originally, the Liu family and the Jing family didn't have much in common, so there was no need to rush to the aid of old man Jing Chen. Who would have thought that a personal grudge would suddenly arise? That professional assassin is undoubtedly Shi Xiaoyu. With that woman's character, how could the Liu family hold her back? It was originally just a conflict of interest. Liu Tianyuan was strong enough, but he would not fall out with her easily. I had no choice but to let her do it. At this point, all members of Rivers and Mountains, Pavilions and Towers have already started to act around the job change altar, and the only ones left are some small forces that cannot be named. However, those people might have already set up camp around Kowloon City. There aren't many people, and the size is small, just enough to pick up some leaks. Of course, that's not all. Outside the Kowloon City camp, the Jing family's position. Southeastern Association? The name sounds impressive, but there are only a few dozen people in it. But whatever, at this moment, I want them. Jing Qing looked at the man who came to surrender with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Yu Dongnan's face showed no expression, but he secretly vowed in his heart. Do you underestimate me? Things change over time. Don't bully me. However, Jing Chung was too lazy to pay attention to him. Instead, he stood up and counted the number of people. Up to this moment, they have gathered more than 5,000 people in their position, which is much more than what Kowloon City can provide. It was afternoon, the update had been going on for 5 hours, and only half the time was left to complete. If they still can't seize the job transfer altar by that time, the number of professionals in Kowloon City will only increase, and their power will only grow stronger. This is not a possibility, but a certainty. Never underestimate the dominance of an army. Forever. Everyone fill up the camp of Kowloon City and grab the job change altar. Jing Chung clenched his fists. Success or failure depended on this one move. When Yu Dongnan heard this, his eyes rolled, and the next moment he shouted in the temporary team channel. OB on the edge, waiting for the opportunity. Kowloon City, dang. Yu Zhanfeng stared at the sand table in front of him, and a serious look appeared on his face for the first time. After all, the number of people surrounding the camp now increased by 5 to 6 times compared to 3 hours ago. Follow the prearranged tactics and hold on. After that, he looked at Chen Yichuan again. Boy Chun, your special bullets, are they enough? The young man chuckled when he heard this. Don't worry, they will definitely be impressed. Chapter 61. The battle begins. The ground-shattering lava bomb shows its power. The entire Kowloon City camp, with a radius of 800 meters. This range may not be so intuitive when looking at the numbers alone, but the area is larger than 281 football fields. Over 2 million square meters. 10,000 three-bedroom apartment. It doesn't matter if you can't imagine it. It's just big. Therefore, even with more than 3,000 people crammed in there, there is still plenty of space for movement. However, the sand table in front of Yu Zhanfeng was not filled with people in an entire circle, but was arranged in a staggered manner, with gaps between areas to facilitate rescue. As for the rear, because there is a formation guarding the river, there is no need to worry about sneak attacks. It's a pity that if there weren't so many ferocious beasts in the river and the fiery blood pills weren't enough, Why would they need to deploy troops to deal with a mere 5,000 people that the Jing family temporarily gathered? Just push it horizontally. As the final defensive battle began, Chen Yichuang had also reached his battle position, the simple lookout tower closest to the camp. With his ability, he can defend the job change altar in the camp by himself. But Yu Zhanfeng certainly would not be stingy with manpower. He deployed personnel within a radius of 50 meters around the altar, and in the middle, there was only Chen Yichuang. After all, the career change altar belongs to Chen Yichuang, and he chose to set it up in Kowloon City from the perspective of cooperation, not as a gift. Yu Zhanfeng did not do anything tricky in this regard. A serious and iron-blooded man would not care about these things. With the boiling blood formation in place, even though Kowloon City was at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, they were not too embarrassed when the battle first started. It was just because Jing chose to use a more aggressive style of attack, which resulted in many people fighting 1 against 2, or even 1 against 3, and they were overwhelmed and a gap was created. With the blood factor in his body, 2 fists can defeat 4 hands, but if there are more, Yu Zhanfeng had anticipated such a situation, so he did not place the various defense lines too far apart from each other. After discovering that the Jing family had attacked 1 point together, people from both sides and even further away rushed to support. Of course, not all of them came to help. About 10 people were left in the temporary stronghold. With the help of the surrounding strongholds, the front area of the camp was able to hold on, but gradually, as the Jing family increased their efforts and increased their output regardless of the damage. Dragon Cave. Calling Dragon Cave. In the camp, Yu Zhanfeng's chat channel was always in a receiving state, and at this time he also received the battle situation on the front line. The pressure on the front 086 stronghold is too great. We can't stand it anymore. Yu Zhanfeng frowned and was thinking about it when the team chat said, "It's okay. You can let someone appropriately." The voice comes from ID Chen Yichuan. Listen to him. Yu Zhanfeng gave the order immediately. Yes, 800 meters is not too far. And after a constant struggle within 10 minutes, Chen Yichuang on the camp's watchtower saw a vague figure. Hey, here it comes. The boy took out a new slingshot with a grin, and the Y-shaped opening was already aimed at the approaching target. Good. New slingshot. A brand new slingshot made with starfish spirit titanium as the bow handle and moon pattern silver tiger tail rib as the elastic rib. It's not that the previous one was bad. It's just it was too lame. At that time, Chen Yichuang made the slingshot on a whim. The materials he used were not the best. He just made the best of what he already had. But now that he had decided on the career of ranger, he naturally had to get some good materials to make weapons. This new slingshot aimed. As soon as he finished speaking, the boy immediately released his right hand. Special bullet. Earth-shattering lava. Swoosh. When a hot breath passed over their heads, the soldiers of Kowloon City all shrank their heads, not for any other reason, just because they had seen it before. Since the success of the first test explosion, he has changed several places in succession to test various special ammunition, and has used the earth-splitting lava bomb more than once. The Jing camp members who were chasing after them were a little confused when they saw this scene, and were about to take another step forward. Who knew? Tan! The terrifying heat instantly turned into a shock wave and exploded. The high temperature instantly burned the players who were chasing after them. The damage from the flame explosion, plus the burns from the lava moment, a player's health will be critical within 3 seconds. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Lava? Are you kidding me? The others were not feeling any better, and they all fled from the Luyan area, but what awaited them were the swords of the Kowloon City soldiers. It doesn't matter if you are not completely destroyed by the lava bomb. There are people nearby to finish you off. Even if I didn't kill him. Squeak! A sudden bolt of lightning struck the player unexpectedly, and his entire body was charred like charcoal. This is what the new slingshot is capable of. Double defense line is specially used to fill the gaps. I just want to ask you if you are ruthless. But the young man on the watchtower touched his chin and said, Tao E, record it for me. The instantaneous damage caused by the explosion of the ground fissure lava bomb is still low. It needs to be improved. Tao E, a superior soldier in District 271. After the last time, he directly became Chen Yichuan's deputy, specifically following him to test various special bombs. Good. A voice came. Many soldiers couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths and thought to themselves, are you still not satisfied with this? Do you have to kill people all at once? If Chen Yichuan could hear this sentence, I'm afraid he would directly respond, but I'm researching this thing just to kill people in one fell swoop. Why bother with this? Isn't it faster to hit stones? Guaranteed to be a cute little one in one shot, and three ugly monsters in two shots. Dispose of the body. Near the Luyan area, several soldiers stepped forward and cleared the few people whose health was already empty to one side, without any emotion on their faces. Dead? It is normal today when Life Eater comes. People are either torn to death by ferocious beasts or die in the struggle for interests among compatriots. Fighting for the job change altar. Casualties are inevitable. All I can say is that with the presence of Chen Yichuang, the alchemist from his previous life, Kowloon City can reduce a lot of deaths, but injuries are inevitable. Since Yu Zhanfeng accepted this cooperation, he naturally took this into consideration. In his heart, he is actually a warmongerer, but unfortunately, before the advent of Life Eater, the world did not give him a chance to fight. Until now, my fighting spirit has finally begun to vent. The soldiers had no feelings towards the dead, and Chen Yichuang was even less so. In his previous life, he had even crawled out of a pile of dead bodies. Point 012 on the west side, requesting support. Eastern Point 077, requesting support. The war broke out, and flames raged everywhere. The fighting entered a white-hot stage, but with Yu Zhanfeng as the mastermind, the soldiers were not in a panic. However, the pressure that everyone faces is much greater than usual. Chen Yichuang's earth-splitting lava bomb has shocked others more than once. Until, Lu Yuna. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 62. Thunder Sea Spirit Bow, Sword Bearer. Chen Yichuang held a telescope in his hand and saw the face of the man 600 meters away from him. Wasn't it Lu Yunluo? Isn't the Lu family entangled within a high tower? How come this guy appeared near the Kowloon City camp? Was the encounter over? But, since you're here, let me collect some interest first. He was rewarded by the game system for setting up the job change altar, and the altar was in Kowloon City. No matter how stupid the Lu family was, they knew he was in Kowloon City. In that case, it would be strange if you didn't come. Jing Cheng didn't know that Chen Yichuang was the person who broke into the unknown ruins #1. After all, he had only seen the person but didn't know his name. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to wait until half of the update time is over and would rush in early. Chen Yichuan glanced at the progress of the game update. Remaining 3 hours, 17 minutes, and 42 seconds. Forget it, I'll let you jump around for a while. The ownership of the job transfer altar has not yet been settled. It is too early to seek revenge on the Lu family now, and it will not help his plan at all. After his rebirth, he had the ability to designate rewards, and his goal was no longer just to take revenge on the Lu family. That is at most a pleasant experience on the journey. Nothing more. Time passed quickly, and more than an hour passed. As dusk fell, the world was shrouded in darkness, and the remaining time for the update came to the last 2 hours. Jingqing finally couldn't sit still anymore. What's going on? It's been 3 hours, and you still haven't gotten it. In the position, Jingqing couldn't help but yell angrily. During these 3 hours, the casualty rate on the front line has exceeded 30%. Out of 5,000 people, only less than 3,500 are left. But only 300 people were killed in Kowloon City. They're all low level. It's not that the Jing clan didn't attack near the main camp, but each time they went there they never returned, and most of the casualties occurred at the main camp. On the other hand, those in the fringe areas were mainly beaten back and injured. What kind of ghosts are there in this camp in Kowloon City? Jingqing only regretted that there were no satellites in the world. He did not bring a telescope this time. After all, who knew that the battle situation would develop into what it is now? Brother Jing, I'm afraid we can't wait any longer. We have to give it a try. Fu Jinbai said beside him that those who are now in the front are basically at levels 3 to 7. There are not many above level 8, and there is no one above level 10. In other words, Gao Zhandu is still hiding outside. What Fu Jinbai meant by taking a chance was also the entry of high-level players to fight the final assault. Jing Cheng clenched his fists, knowing that things had indeed come to this point. This is the only way. After that, he also gave an order in the team channel. All high-level and professional players, get off the field. In the last 2 hours, even if you can't take down the altar, you must kill all the people in Kowloon City. Driven by interests, Jing Cheng has temporarily put the threat of the ferocious beast behind his mind. Their status was not high before the advent of Life Eater, and now there is a high possibility that they will return to the period before liberation. How could they not care? It is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it is difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Life-eating era, the night of the 29th day of the Advent calendar. The robbery army, headed by Jing, has entered the final stage of the assault battle. High-level players above level 10, who have mastered spiritual power attributes, have entered the battlefield together. 20 minutes later, update remaining 1 hour 41 minutes 2 seconds. Chinboy, be careful. That old man Jing Chung can't sit still anymore. On the watchtower. Ah, I see. Chen Yichuan smiled and said, impressive meal, guaranteed to keep you full. Dragonhead, shrink the battle line. Good. After Yu Zhanfeng responded, a message appeared in the team chat. Everyone, shrink the battle line and retreat to within 300 meters of the camp. Prepare to surround and kill. The soldiers heard the order, although they were exhausted, but the sacrifice of their comrades made them act resolutely. Many of them were injured, but obeying the order had become their muscle memory. I'm afraid that only this group of people have the strongest fighting power in Doomsday. Big camp. There was no one on the watchtower, because in the situation that was about to happen, standing in an area with limited mobility would only increase the chance of injury. On the contrary, roaming can better unleash combat effectiveness. After Chen Yichuan arrived at a ruin, he suddenly lowered his head and said to the frog in his collar, Frog, it's up to you later. Quacky, don't worry, master. That's right, the impressive meal cannot be prepared by Chen Yichuan alone. For players above level 10, a distance of several hundred meters would only take 1 or 2 minutes at most, and those with good footwork could do it even faster. Not long after leaving the watchtower, Chen Yichuan sensed an abnormal fluctuation nearby. His spirit is at 9 points. When he concentrates his energy and rests, he can sense any unusual movement within 70 to 80 meters. Of course, it's not clairvoyance, but just the perception of breath fluctuations. This is also the effect of spiritual intention. As long as you have more than 1 point of spirit, all players can experience it, but among the 4 major attributes, ordinary players would rather point to defense than spirit. Who knows what it does if you don't understand it? After all, it is not as intuitive as the other 3. Let's get back to the topic. Not long after Chen Yichuan sensed the fluctuation, a swift figure passed by his side. The man was holding a Tang sword and was heading straight for the camp. That's understandable. After all, time is running out. This is probably what Jing Qing meant. The high-level players have already left the field, so there is no need to play roundabout ways. It is better to be more direct. He, being the 6th one, is what I like the most. The boy held a beast tooth and stretched the tiger tail elastic to its limit. The bow handle made of sea star titanium was slightly bent. During this process, a faint flash of lightning appeared on the animal form. From his new slingshot, Thunder Sea Spirit Bow, a slingshot, with a sea star spirit titanium handle and a moon pattern silver tiger tail as tendons. Due to the addition of thunder attribute materials, there is a 7.5% chance of lightning being attached when attacking. Basic attributes: strength plus 15, range plus 20m. Level restriction, level 5 and above. Production process, yellow rough. It's a pity that Chen Yichuan has no experience in refining equipment. Otherwise, this slingshot could be made even better. After all, the material is of yellow grade. As the sound of something hard cutting through the air was heard, the man in front holding the Tang sword suddenly stopped. He turned around suddenly and tried to raise his knife to block the bullet, but the animal fong was still flying too fast. With a soft puff sound, it passed through his left shoulder, bringing out some blood and flesh. Minus 240. Penetrate. Minus 918. Wow, there's a lot of blood. Chen Yichuan's penner is already at level 2. Penetration can cause damage equal to 15% of the opponent's total HP. This penetration caused over 900 damages, which means that his HP exceeded 6,000 points. The health value depends on 3 factors: strength, defense, and level. Judging from the damage of the bullets themselves, the opponent's defense is not too low. While the young man was thinking, the man holding the knife also shouted angrily, "Asshole! What's the point of sneak attack?" ##. Chapter 63 Special Bullet. Lightning Armor Piercing. The man holding the knife endured the severe pain of his left shoulder being pierced and glared at Chen Yichuan behind him. He was very confident in his defensive ability, and that one injury was the best proof of it. But the second one, penetrate? Are you a professional too? Chen Yichuan did not answer this question, but stretched his bow again. Brother, I advise you not to go in that direction again. Otherwise, you will die. The man holding the knife took a deep breath and looked at his left shoulder, which had already stopped bleeding. Sufficient defense value can improve physical fitness and speed up recovery. By you. He brandished his sword angrily. Defeat me fair and square first. Oh, the man holding the knife was a little slow to react. I said something so cool, and you said, oh? But at this moment, he saw Chen Yichuan suddenly loosen his right hand. But as we all know, with a slingshot, once you see your hand loosen, you don't have much time to react. For a normal slingshot, the initial launch velocity is around 45 to 90 meters per second, and the attenuation within 100 meters will not exceed 30%. For the human eye, it's just a blink of an eye. But we are talking about normal slingshots. Chen Yichuang's slingshot. Is it normal? If we only consider the initial velocity, the shooting speed of his slingshot is at least over 200 meters per second, which is close to that of a pistol bullet, and the difference is almost invisible to the human eye. As for attenuation, there is an additional 20 meters of range, at least 150 meters. If it was a special bomb, such as the ground-shattering lava bomb that exploded as soon as it hit the ground, the entire parabola would be at least 500 or 600 meters. With this shooting speed, how can the man with the knife dodge? I just saw Chen Yichuan's right hand loosen up, and the next moment I felt my heart suddenly stop beating. Squeak! The silver-blue electric current pierced through his chest like a spear, causing his whole body to stagnate, as if time had stopped. At this moment, the young man slowly spoke. Special bullet. Lightning armor piercing. 2 lines of damage entries popped up immediately afterwards. Achilles heel, minus 1836. Weak. Penetrate, minus 918. Fatal weakness. Hit the target's fatal weakness. If the defense is broken, the target's health value will be reduced to 1 point. If the defense is not broken, the target's health value will be reduced by 30% of the maximum value and enter a weak state for 5 seconds. This was obviously the result of Chen Yichuang's defense not being broken. But the electric current went directly through his heart, causing damage to this fatal weakness. However, this is not the end. How can it be so memorable if it is not excruciatingly painful? The next moment he raised his right arm, opened his 5 fingers, and pointed his palm at the man holding the knife. Sleeve cannon. Fire explosion. Pong! In a weak state, the man with the knife had poor speed and defense, and the sudden fireball was terrifyingly fast, making it impossible to dodge. Minus 1,347. Bang! The violent fire explosion blew the knife-wielding man into the air in an instant. Hey! The boy stretched his bowstring. Flying clay pigeons and the like, I like them best. If I'm not mistaken, you still have 823 HP. The man holding the knife in midair finally felt fear at this moment. At this moment, he just wanted to say, Newton, no, brother Nyo, Grandpa Nyo, Grandpa Nyo, can't you let me fall faster? I'm going to die. Don't. We can talk it over. Nothing to say. The young man raised his lips and said, the Beast Fong bullet will penetrate your kidney. The man holding the sword, who was in midair with nowhere to gain support, could only watch the animal tooth bullet flying towards him. All he would face was death. Just as Chen Yichuan calculated, he only had about 800 HP left. If the attack penetrated, he would be dead for sure. Even if it didn't penetrate, could he successfully dodge the next bout bullet after falling to the ground in a mess? At this moment, he seemed to be able to see the flight path of the Beast Fong clearly. The last bit of time that belonged to him seemed to be extended infinitely. On the 16th day of his advent, he bet his last 13 years of life. He first stacked 3 white roulette wheels and got nothing. Then, with the last yellow roulette wheel, he drew out the swordsman job change card. I thought my life would take a turn for the better and soar to the sky. But who knew today? I won't accept this. I won't accept this. Unfortunately, miracles are miracles precisely because they don't happen often. Minus 479. Penetrating. Minus 918. Killing. 2 lines of entries represent the death of a life, all in less than 5 seconds. This time, life devouring. Lifespan increased by 1 year and 52 days. Oh, I'm lucky, but it's a pity that I met a short-lived ghost this time. I guess I usually draw a lot of prizes. This life-devouring battle body is open for business for the first time today. On the corpse, Chen Yichuang also took out 2 high-quality white roulette wheels and 1 low-quality yellow roulette wheel. There's still some stock. Okay, let's find the next victim. After the voice fell, the boy gently stroked the little cutie in his sleeve. Well done, Frog. The sounds of battles around the entire Kowloon city camp were heard one after another, either the clanging of swords and spears or the muffled thuds of fists hitting flesh. The fight between high-level fighters usually takes a while, and Chen Yichuan can finish the fight in a few seconds. Wow, what kind of pervert is this? A Kowloon City high-ranking warrior not far from him had his mouth trembling violently. He felt that if it were him, he would only need a single carelessness to fall into Chen Yichuan's hands. But just as the thought came to an end, a message came from the team channel. Chen Yichuan, according to the plan we made earlier, gradually bring them together. Let's make a big mess. Tao E. There are already 3-0-11 bases on the west side. Chen Yichuan received. The set meal will be delivered soon. Hi. Looking at the information in the team channel, the senior fighter couldn't help but shudder. And in his heart he mourned for 3 milliseconds for the unlucky guy at the 0-11 stronghold on the west side. On the other side, shortly after receiving the message, Chen Yichuan also arrived at the location Tao Yi mentioned. Unfortunately, Chen Yichuan, the one who spoke was Lu Yunluo from the Lu family. Hey, Mr. Lu, I haven't seen you for a few days. I miss you so much. Stop being so sarcastic. I shouldn't have let you leave the team. That's when you got the altar, right? You're my living father, so I have to tell you everything? You have a life to live, but you were still stubborn, right? Lu Yunluo couldn't help but get angry when he heard this. Today I will make up for my previous mistakes. I will take your life now. After saying that, Lu Yunhe drew out the life-sucking sword from his waist and leaped up. Cross/kill. As soon as the shout fell, the sword in his hand drew 2 rays of light in the air, one horizontal and one vertical, and finally slashed out diagonally to send out the entire sword wave. Chen Yichuan couldn't help but stare at him. What a fast sword move. Hashtag. Chapter 64. As a medicine maker, you have to keep some secrets. If it was before, Chen Yichuan would definitely not be able to dodge this move, but now, sleeve cannon, wind pressure. The young man raised his right hand and blasted out the wind pressure cannon with his open palm, offsetting Lu Yunluo's cross sword wave in the middle. The two spiritual powers collided with each other, immediately forming a slight spiritual explosion that spread in all directions. Hey, that's all you are? Chen Yichuan put away his right hand, his eyes mocking. If you have any other tricks, feel free to use them. What? You changed your job too? Lu Yunluo had a look of astonishment on his face. He had never expected that a wrong decision at that time would create such an enemy for the Lu family. But it was just because he was too greedy and always wanted to dig out the wealth in Chen Yichuan's mind. In the end, all this guy needed was an opportunity. However, the root of everything was that Luo Shiyu gave Chen Yichuan this opportunity because of the scar on his face. If Lu Tianyuan knew about this, I wonder how he would treat his daughter. What the hell is your business? The young man just said coldly. If you don't make a move, I won't be polite to you. After that, a beast-bone bullet flew through the air. It was just that the terrain on both sides was not completely flat. Chen Yichuan was on high ground, and Lu Yunluo was on low ground, so the latter was able to capture some of the flight trajectory of the animal-bone bullet. The stress reaction made him raise the sword in his hand, and with a ping sound, he blocked the bow bullet. You bastard. Full bow bullet, shotgun. Bang, bang, bang. Ping. Damn it. 3 bursts. Beast Fong. Whoosh. Ding. It never ends. Special bullet. Lightning armor piercing. Lu Yunluo had used his sword to block the attack several times before, and this time was no exception. However, this time, at the moment he blocked the attack. Squeak! The bow bullet turned into lightning and pierced through the body like a spear, and 2 lines of damage entries popped up instantly. -25. Armor break. Penetrate. -2,653. Lightning armor piercing bullet. A refined product, a one-time consumable. A refined product containing the extremely unstable lightning element, which can be used as a crossbow bullet, bow bullet, or projectile. Effect analysis. When hitting the target, the violent thunder element contained in it will penetrate the target's body like a spear, and if the player's spiritual attribute is higher than the target, it will cause an armor-breaking effect that lasts for 3 seconds. Armor break. Defense value is invalid. Rated damage. The penetrating lightning elemental damage is 1.5 times the caster's spiritual attribute. Level limit. 10 or activated by spiritual power. Production process. Yellow. Excellent. Lightning armor-piercing bullet is this special bullet made by Chen Yichuan, which can cause penetrating injuries 100%. However, this special bullet has a fatal flaw. It must hit the opponent. In other words, if it doesn't hit, it's no different from a stone. The impact force is obviously not as good as the lava bomb. Moreover, the materials for making this lightning armor-piercing bullet were not easy to come by. He had previously mixed some of them into the list of materials for Yu Zhanfeng's blood and qi boiling array, and only then was he able to make a dozen or so bullets. He, as a medicine maker, there is no way I wouldn't be secretive. Lu Yunluo was holding the life-sucking sword, but he was half dumbfounded. This is not right, you guy. What's going on? What's going on? Lu Yunluo howled in anger. He was already level 15. How long had it been since Chen Yichuan got the life card that he could cause such horrific damage to him? He didn't understand, and even had a little fear. Seeing his expression, Chen Yichuan couldn't help but sarcastically say, "Hey, you idiot, you keep talking nonstop. It's really annoying. Damn it, stop being so angry and helpless. The only thing that makes you higher than me is your level. What else can you be proud of?" As he spoke, the young man shot an ordinary animal bone bullet at the latter, but the latter was now like a frightened bird. So how could he have the courage to block it with his sword? What's more, he is still in the armor-breaking state. Of course, in just 3 seconds, 2 breaths had passed. Chen Yichuan couldn't do anything for the time being. Unless the time and place were right, it would be difficult to take advantage of it. After dodging the attack, Lu Yunluo did not rush forward again. After a few breaths, he retreated back to the temporary camp. As soon as he arrived, he said to the people around him, "What are you waiting for? Let's attack together and defeat this group of people. Kowloon City will be almost taken." In a short period of time, there were more than the 3 people Tao Yi mentioned in the West 011 stronghold. Including Lu Yunluo, there were a total of 6 people, 2 of whom were professionals. High-level combatants generally refer to those with high combat power. Not all of them are professionals. Like Lu Yunluo, he is just a high-level player, and he can use spiritual power because he has learned relevant skills. After hearing what Lu Yunluo said, several people from different camps looked at each other and nodded. The sky is dark, updates will stop. Once Kowloon City possesses the career change altar and has more professionals, their current momentum will definitely be suppressed. The scope of activities will only become narrower and narrower. In addition, there is Jingqing's death order. Let's fight! The group of high-level fighters in front of him were about to attack together. Chen Yichuan was not worried, but happy. However, after a brief thought, he said to the several high-level fighters from Kowloon City beside him, "Don't fight them yet. Lead them to where there are more people." "Is it possible? How big do you want to play?" One of the senior fighters couldn't help but feel worried upon hearing this. After all, there is even someone who is higher than him in level. If it weren't for the blood-boiling array, he might have been defeated in the fight before Chen Yichuan arrived. Chen Yichuan was not being overconfident, but was at least 80% sure. Besides, if you can't handle it this way, there's no need to defend the altar. The senior warrior also fell silent after hearing this. Because it is indeed true. When the defense battle of the altar comes to the end, there will be such a wave of group attacks, no matter what. It will happen sooner or later. Moreover, if things really develop like that until the last moment, Kowloon City may not be able to withstand it. In terms of average strength and attrition warfare, Kowloon City is undoubtedly ranked first, but in terms of high-end combat power, it is not so impressive. After all, there are only so many resources, but the number of people who can share the resources is much greater than that of other forces. Moreover, Yu Zhanfeng doesn't use the life-eating maggots method. It is completely open-ended. If you want to play roulette, then you can do it yourself based on your ability and then draw lots to improve your combat effectiveness. In this way, the resources must be dispersed, and there is no inventory at all. As the battle progresses to this point, it all depends on how high the combat level is. Sadly, without the blood-boiling array, Kowloon City might not have been able to hold out for even half an hour. After deciding on the strategy, Chen Yichuan also shouted in the team channel, "Chen Yichuan, at Yu Zhanfeng leader, how is the battle line shrinking?" The channel responded soon. Yu Zhanfeng. 200 meters to the front of the main camp, Old Man Jingcheng is also there. Chen Yichuan. Oh, very good, I'll come. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 65, it's me, your. After all, it has only been 29 days since the release of Life Eater, and it has been more than 3 weeks since players figured out how to play. how many high-level players can be produced, generally refers to levels above 10. Those gathered in today's Kowloon City account for almost 70% of the top fighters in the Jiangnan settlement. Convert this ratio into a numerical value, and it becomes 34. There are only 48 records in total. Now, of the 34 people gathered in Kowloon City, more than half have gathered at the stronghold in front of the camp because of the tactics formulated by Chun Yichuan and Yu Zhanfeng. As the game update enters its final hour, you who occupy the mountain, do you have to go to this extent? Jing Cheng said with a gloomy face in front of the battle. The job change altar is of great significance to all of humanity, and it is not something that Kowloon City alone can afford. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Zhanfeng laughed. You shameless old thing. You failed to attack the first time, and you failed to attack the second time. Now that time is running out? You are playing the empathy card? What's the difference between your operation and that guy's surname Ma? You. Jing Cheng was suddenly speechless. This Yu Zhanfeng actually compared him with that fake martial artist? How outrageous. Since that doesn't make sense, then Rob. This time, Jing Cheng had just finished speaking when a clear young voice took over the conversation. Hey, old man, didn't you plan to do this from the beginning? Jing Cheng subconsciously retorted after hearing this. Where did this young man come from? His mouth. But at this point, his voice suddenly stopped, because the figure that kept him awake for several nights appeared in his eyes. It's you. The old man's shouting had just stopped when a man from the side and back started to shout angrily. Chun Yichuan, don't run away. When Jing Cheng heard the name, he looked at the young face in front of him again, and then combined it with the name that the system broadcast 9 hours ago. At this moment, everything comes full circle. It's you. It's actually you. Time goes back to the beginning of the big job change version. Jing family villa finally appeared. The holy altar, Chun Yichuan, took away my Jing family's fortune. Even if I have to die 100 times, it is not a pity to die. Master, the altar should belong to us. Yes, we even got the altar location, but in the end it fell to that kid named Chun Yichuan. Yes, the map and details of Unknown Ruins number 1 were all obtained by the Jing family in a roulette draw, that is the compass. So they knew that the earth-splitting python was just a guardian, and only when it died would the location of the ruins be revealed, and the compass was the key. Therefore, after finding the earth-splitting python, the Jing family led the big guy to an area that could be detected by human radar, and then quietly released the news. If they hadn't done it on purpose, how would the Liu family know about the existence of the earth-splitting python? A Lord-level beast is enough to attract the attention of all players near the ruins. Family forces or scattered soldiers will all be attracted there. Once the Lord dies, the Jing family guarding near the ruins will be able to rush there and explore as soon as possible. But who knows? There will be a show called Encounter later, and the team will include Jingza, a fool who exposed his encounter, and someone will share their experience of picking the locks of old-fashioned ruins doors. What's even more outrageous is that there is a person who has been reborn and has watched all of them. Jing Cheng listened to the words below, and the frustration in his heart had no place to vent. He was immediately furious. How dare you say that? Among the 4 people who appeared outside the stone altar that day, one must be Chun Yichuan, but in the end, not even one of them was left alive. Upon hearing this, everyone lowered their heads helplessly and did not dare to respond. But I also thought to myself, MMP, didn't you lose 2 of them yourself? How dare you blame us? You have no shame. Yes, after being blocked by Luo Shiyu when chasing Chun Yichuan, Jing Cheng lost even Luo Shiyu's trace in the end and had to return empty-handed. After all, the forest is so big, and there are countless ferocious beasts, including some lords, so it is difficult to track them down. This was Jing Cheng's self-excuse at the time. Humph, gather some people and head to Kowloon City. It's you. Jing Cheng's rage completely erupted at this moment. If it wasn't Chun Yichuan, why would he bother doing this? Although he might become the one guarding the altar, at least he wouldn't be so passive, right? Oh, yes, it's me. That's me, your hero Xiao Yichuan. Everyone nearby. What kind of broken thing is this that reveals its ancient age? Chun Yichuan had never been a serious person, but the resentment in his previous life and the situation of being a life-eating maggot when he was reborn had suppressed his nature. Now that I have set sail again, with a designated god hanging over me, my mentality is naturally different. At this time, Lu Yinluo, who was chasing closely, also had his pupils rolling, knowing that Jing Cheng also had a grudge against Chun Yichuan. Uncle Jing, Jing Cheng and his father Lu Tianyuan are the same generation, so it is not inappropriate for him to call him Uncle Jing. Just shouting, noisy, pun. As the slingshot in Chun Ichuan's hand bounced, a ball of black smoke suddenly exploded under Lu Yunlua's feet. The next moment, the other team, underscore Angle Wu. What? What is this? It stinks. Disperse, disperse, disperse quickly. Old 8, my 8th uncle. Please put away your magical powers. Underscore Angle. Underscore Pua. Yu Zhanfeng was confused as the situation developed. He turned his head and asked, Chin Kid, what did you throw over there? Nothing much, just secret caviar. Taoyi scratched his head, but they said it was smelly. Isn't caviar fishy? I'm talking about the sauce from the fish intestines. Isn't that just thanks? Vomit about. What we're saying is, there's no need to be so mean. Yu Zhanfeng's face was full of disgust. I won't be able to bring myself to beat him up later, but honestly, well done. Thief! Are you playing dirty tricks? Jing Cheng roared in rage and finally couldn't help but rush out of the black fog and attack Chen Yichuang directly. After him, all the high-level fighters in Jing's camp also rushed out. No reason, it just really stinks. Yu Zhanfeng was about to step in to stop them when he saw this. After all, he was the only one here who could fight with Jing Cheng, and both of them were close to level 20. Jing Cheng is level 19, and Yu Zhanfeng is level 17. But the latter is a boxer, who has exquisite application of strength, which makes him stronger than Jing Cheng. Professionals have such advantages. Otherwise, the job change altar wouldn't have attracted the entire Jiangnan settlement to gather here. But before Yu Zhanfeng could make a move, Chen Yichuang moved first. It seems that this is the moment he has been waiting for. The world is hidden in my sleeves, and the roots are tangled. Chapter 66 Feast. Puff, puff, puff. Just as the young man finished speaking, Jing Cheng and the others who had suddenly rushed out of the stinking smoke ran head-on into a patch of lush green vines, like a wall, making it difficult to avoid. Green ivy binding. Level 1. Concentrate with element energy to quickly create a 15-meter-long and 8-meter-wide green vine forest in front of you. The green vines are controlled and can bind or serve as a defensive green wall. They can regenerate once after being cut. The defense of the green vine is 2.1 times the spiritual attribute of the caster. Skill spiritual power consumption, 210 points. Skill cooldown time, 10 seconds. Yes, this vine forest is one of Frog's 8 elemental basic skills, green ivy binding. As soon as the green vine forest appeared, the young man clenched his fist fiercely. Fine, this is called Chuan borrowing frog trick. The protagonist Chuan is very skilled, and there is no difference from when he uses his own skills. From the time Fujibayashi appeared to the time he began to bind her, less than 2 seconds elapsed. None of the top fighters on Jing's side, including Jing Cheng, had time to react. By the time I thought of hiding, my hands and feet had already been entangled tightly by the green vines. What is this? Damn it! Damn it! Chen Yichuan, if you have the guts, stop using such cheap tactics and fight me with fists and blood, you bastard. The ground was covered with green vines. Not only the Jing camp was in a panic, but Kowloon City was also stunned. Wow, what is this? Magician? The sun, your mother's magic. This thing is magic, right? Just say it. Why are you cursing? Since the release of Life Eater, players' understanding of spiritual plants is less than 1%. How could they have encountered such a situation? Frog's green ivy binding move was cultivated by Chen Yichuang from a newly sprouted spiritual vine king in the secluded mountains and old forests, using other auxiliary materials. Speaking of which, I have to thank that old thief Jingcheng for his relentless pursuit. And at this moment, quit. The young man ignored his own shock and jumped straight to a high point. When the greed in your hearts rises and you run to this place, you can no longer retreat. Special Bullet Infinite Poison. Infinite Poison Bullet. A refined product, a one-time consumable, made from a mixture of several spiritual plants and ferocious beast toxins, can be used as a crossbow bullet, bow bullet, or projectile. Effect analysis. After touching the ground, a large area of biological toxic smoke will be generated, causing a poisoning effect to those who touch and inhale it, which lasts for 6 seconds. Poisoning. Blood gas value decreases by 8% per second, which can be fatal. Rated damage, none. Level limit, 10, or activated by spiritual power. Production process, yellow, excellent. Thick purple-black smoke exploded in an instant, filling the entire green vine forest in an instant. And then, poison. Last 6 seconds. Poison. Poison. Large numbers of poisoning entries popped up like mushrooms after a rain, and purple-black damage continued to pop up. 8% of health loss per second is not light, not to mention the physical discomfort when being poisoned. At this stage, players have little poison resistance, and basically have to take the full 6 seconds of poisoning time and 8% of poisoning damage. There is resistance to most abnormal states, which can also be called resilience. The higher the corresponding resistance value, the shorter the time the body will endure the corresponding abnormal state, and the less damage it will suffer. Quickly leave this area. Vine binding and poisoning appear one after another. Who knows what will happen next? Hearing this, everyone wanted to cut the green vine with swords, but their hands and feet were tied. So how could they cut it? Unless they used force to break free, like, drink it. In the green vine forest, a loud shout was heard, and a sturdy figure rushed into the air, as if it had broken through with brute force. But waiting for him, you're the only one who can dance? The universe in my sleeves, burial in the wild sands. Shaw. Chun Ichuan also jumped into the air with the strength of his feet. With a flick of his sleeves, a cloud of yellow sand fell from the sky. Because it appeared so abruptly, Jing Chung, who had just rushed out, was blinded by the dust. Wow! After he let out a loud yell, his body fell as if it had lost its support, leaving a line of words in the air. Blind. For 10 seconds. For details, please see Chapter 49. There was sand in his eyes. He had to go blind. The 15% probability was raised to 100% by him. The people who were still poisoned below were completely devastated, and they knew there were other programs. This person is simply evil. We all hack and slash with swords, and at most we'll use a skill to do a dash or something like that. Are you just throwing AoE? Be a human being. Jing Chung fell back into the green vine forest and was tied up by vines again in a moment. This time, not only his hands and feet, but also his neck, torso, legs, and thighs, his whole body was almost tied up like a green dumpling. Ah! 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 Jing Chung screamed loudly, but he couldn't use any strength. Looking at this scene, Yu Zhanfeng couldn't help but shudder. If he were in this situation, would he not be able to bear it either? Where on earth did this Chun Ichuan get all his skills? This is too outrageous. Frog, well done. Chun Ichuan praised Frog in his heart. Let him run away. If I don't tie him up tightly, wouldn't it be a waste of the skill my master found for me? Chun Ichuan also chuckled when he heard this. But this is only the case for now. When players start to have various abnormal resistances in the future, the impressive package will not be so easy to use. In fact, this time they were just caught off guard. After all, I have never seen this kind of attack method before. Next, Chun Ichuan, who was falling in midair, drew his bow again. Special bullet. Earth-shattering lava. Among all the special bullets currently made by Chun Ichuan, the earth-splitting lava bomb is the best in terms of damage and impact. When a small black that quickly enlarged in front of their eyes, all the high-level players who were restrained below were stunned. One of them even managed to escape from the green ivy forest due to his overwhelming desire to survive. Unfortunately, boom boom, the instantaneous explosion eventually turned the green vine forest into a sea of lava and fire. The instantaneous fire and earth element damage, which was 10 times Chun Ichuan's mental strength, caused many people to have terrible damage entries, and 2 of them died directly. The damage caused by spiritual power cannot be blocked by defense value alone. Defense can only offset 30% of the spiritual power damage, and it only works when the defense value exceeds the mental power output of the damage. For the rest, use your mental strength to block as much as you can. If you can't, you can only take the damage. To put it bluntly, defense is physical defense. It can only offset part of the damage caused by spiritual power, the damage to the body, and the spirit has the effect of magical defense. In the previous life, it was only after knowing this that players gradually began to pay attention to spiritual attributes, but now it is obviously not the case. I can't stand it anymore. I can't stand it anymore. Hashtag Chapter 67 Kill Lu Yunluo. Stench. Rot tan binding. Poisoning. Throwing sand. Finally, there was a volcanic eruption. In just a few seconds, everything they experienced was unprecedented. They just want to ask, what kind of devil's feast is this? Are there really no more skills? Are you still human? Are we really in the same world? Are we really playing the same game? I can't stand it anymore. I really can't stand it anymore. Run, run. Emma. A few high-level players who happened to have spirit points and slightly higher defense were lucky enough to withstand this round of attacks, but they almost crawled out of the lava area and then retreated quickly. The panic and helplessness of fear on his face, as if he had walked through the gates of hell, stared straight ahead, not wanting to take even a step closer. This impression is so deep that it penetrates into my bones. At this time, retreating is like a rolling stone on a mountain. Once the first stone is rolled out, there will be the second stone, the third stone, and there is no way to stop. In a short while, there were only 7 people left out of the dozen or so high-level fighters in the Jing camp, including Jing Cheng and Lu Yunluo. The outcome of this battle for the job change altar has been decided at this moment. Even if Jing Cheng wanted to snatch it again, he probably couldn't do anything. Check out the remaining time for the update. 0 hours, 46 minutes and 57 seconds. The moon is high in the sky, and the war is finally coming to an end. Of course, this does not mean the end. The countdown reaching 0 will only be the beginning of another protracted war. Let me go, let me go. Jing Cheng, who was unable to move, finally gave in. Even though he still had half of his health left, he already knew at this moment that if Chen Yichuan didn't stop, he would be worn to death sooner or later. Lu Yunluo also has the same understanding, but he did not beg for mercy. Instead, Chen Yichuan, you want to kill me? Then I will not let you off easily either. His body was tied up, and his eyes turned blood red at this moment, as if some irreversible amplification had been activated. Then, with a squeak sound, his upper body swelled, tearing his clothes apart, breaking the vines that bound him. And as his muscles swelled, there is nothing left. There was a woman among the remaining high-level fighters on Jing's side. Seeing this scene, her face instantly turned red, and she turned her head away and made a sound. Even if the muscles in some places swell, it won't help the fighting ability. It just burns the eyes. Jing Cheng's mouth twitched. You little brat, just admit you're a coward. On the other side, Chen Yichuan's eyes twitched slightly. It turns out that Hulk shorts are just to sell movie tickets to more people. You still have time to joke? That big guy looks difficult to deal with. Yu Zhanfeng couldn't help but complain. But in reality, Chen Yichuan only said this. His mind was already heavy with thoughts. The rise of the Lu family really has its reasons. A direct effect on the increase in blood? However, the side effects should be significant. He guessed in his heart, if not for this, Lu Yunlu would have used it at the beginning. Meanwhile, Lu Yunluo's transformation also came to an end. He raised his head and stared at Chen Yichuan with his scarlet eyes. Chen Yichuan, you. However, the only response to his crazy cry was an animal tooth bullet. Bite! With a crisp sound, the giant Lu Yunluo's head was hit to the left by the animal tooth bullet, but only a shallow scar was left. The boy's actions undoubtedly made him furious. Before the roar ended, his huge body leaped up like a frog. When he fell, he directly broke the ground with the sword in his hand, sweeping up a lot of rubble and bombarding it towards Chen Yichuan. Chen Yichuan was about to hide. Tongshou Mountain Collapse Fist. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Zhanfeng took a slight horse stance and punched out, suddenly appearing in the form of an air wall, blocking all the rubble one by one. Oh my god! Are you shooting at a bull from a distance? Chen Yichuan was shocked when he saw this scene. His impressive set is very frustrating, but when it comes to handsomeness, it has to be Yu Zhanfeng style, right? This punch, cool. It's not that mysterious. It's just a punch on the spiritual power wall in front of me. The young man fell into deep thought upon hearing this. Is there any difference between these two? However, the reality did not leave the two of them much time to rest. Seeing that his attack was blocked by Yu Zhanfeng, Lu Yunluo attacked again without stopping. This time, he stepped on the ground and cracked it. He jumped into the air, 7 or 8 meters above the ground, revealing, Okay, you don't take my slingshot seriously, right? Chen Yichuan instantly drew his bow. Special bullet, improvised version, a lightning pierces the bird. Skeet shooting and the like. I'm the best at it. Swoosh whoosh. The giant Lu Yunluo in the air tensed up all over and felt that half of his life was gone in an instant. The momentum of his forward fall was gone, and he fell directly to the ground. This is the so-called fatal blow. Minus 63. Armor break. Lu Yunluo's spirit is lower than Chen Yichuan's, so his armor is broken. Fatal weakness. Minus 5,307. Weakness. Deadly blow. Penetrate. Minus 2,653. As the pile of entries piled up, Chen Ichuan's smile turned cold. The Liu family owes me everything. It's time to collect some interest. As soon as he finished speaking, a metal round bullet was shot out from the slingshot. Special bullet. Meteorite drilling heart. Sky meteorite heart drill bullet. Refined item. One-time consumable. The outer shell is made of hard meteorite iron, and the inside is sealed with highly flammable materials. Can be used as crossbow bullets and bow bullets. Effect analysis. After hitting the target, the flammable material inside the round bullet will quickly self-ignite and break through the meteorite iron shell, generating extremely strong thrust to propel it forward in a spiral. Due to its sharp head, it can drill through something as hard as iron, and at the same time cause the armor-breaking effect, which lasts for 6 seconds. Armor break. Defense value is invalid. Rated damage. The instantaneous damage of the round bullet when it hits is 5 times the strength attribute of the ejector. Level restriction, above level 8. Production technology, yellow, excellent. Ton. As soon as the metal bullet hit the target, the highly explosive substance contained in it exploded immediately, forming a gorgeous fire flower in the spiral. The force of the slingshot and the flames even prevented Lu Yunlu from falling. And in the end, pun. The flame flower penetrated the huge body, and the spurting blood was instantly burned into black carbon. Minus 1,695. Armor break. Penetrating. Minus 2,653. Killing. The reason why Chen Ichuan chose this special bullet is because it causes physical damage and has nothing to do with spiritual attributes. While Lu Yunluo is in the armor-breaking state, the physical damage can be fully dealt. Puff! Lu Yinxuan died here. Chapter 68. You are so lucky. I am afraid. When the huge body fell from the sky and there was no movement, the morale of the Jing family was completely ruined. But the head of the family, Jing Cheng, had already given in a while ago. What else was there for them to insist on? Defeat was inevitable. In fact, if it weren't for Chen Ichuan taking the lead, the outcome would be unsure. After all, in the past life, the job transfer shrine was jointly operated by multiple companies, not just one company. Looking at Lu Yunluo, who had returned to his original appearance after lying on the ground, Chen Ichuan couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. This is just the beginning. Not long after, several soldiers took back all the things on Lu Yunluo. Mr. Chun, this is the other party's space ring and the sword that fell on the ground. Seeing this, the young man took a deep breath before reaching out to take the sword. Life Devourer World Drinker, long sword, single-edged sword, made of Shinshan tungsten iron as the main material and tempered through thousands of rounds. The embedded core contains a trace of the origin of the world. It is said to be made by a world master. Basic attributes: strength plus 16, attack speed plus 30%. Effect analysis. Life Devourer, asterisk if you kill a target with this sword, there is a 1% chance of absorbing the remaining life of the target. If the target is in an abnormal state, this probability will increase to 3%. If the target is in fear, this probability will increase to 10%. Drinking World, asterisk this sword is not a single item. It can resonate with any life-eating equipment ability to enhance the life-eating effect. Level restriction, level 1 and above. Production process, yellow, flawless. Chen Ichuan had seen the properties of this sword when it was first drawn. Looking at it again now, he no longer felt the same excitement as before. It's not only because of rebirth, but also because of the life-devouring battle body. But soon a system prompt sounded in my mind. The Drinking World of Life-Devouring Drinking World has been activated, and the life-devouring effect has been upgraded. The young man couldn't help but be stunned. My own life-eating combat body can also be considered a life-eating equipment? Can the Drinking World be activated? This? Check. Chen Ichuan silently chanted in his heart, and the details of the attribute of Life Devourer immediately emerged. Life Devourer, Drink World 2. If you kill a target with this sword, there is a 3% chance of absorbing the remaining life of the opponent. If the opponent is in an abnormal state, this probability will increase to 9%, and if there is fear, this probability will increase to 30%. Invalid after removing one of the equipment. The probability has actually increased 3 times? To put it bluntly, it's the effect of a suit. Since there is Drinking World 2, does that mean there will be Drinking World 3 and Drinking World 4? When he first drew this life-devouring Drinking World, it was snatched away by the Liu family just a moment later. He really didn't think about it carefully. In addition, In his previous life, apart from this sword, he had never heard of other life-devouring equipment. Oh, this is a pleasant surprise. Thinking of this, the young man put away his sword and threw Lu Yunhua's space ring into his own ring. This operation is commonly known as space trap. Abbreviation, SWEET. Afterwards, his eyes were also set on the remaining members of the Jing family. Under the Qingting Lin's bondage, these people were all very obedient. They stopped struggling and waited obediently for Chen Yichuang to come and deal with them. Long Tu, how do we deal with these people? Yu Zhanfeng, who was standing next to him, was stunned. He didn't expect Chen Yichuan to give him the right to deal with the matter. However, he was stunned for only a second before responding. You decide. I handle it? Of course. You were the one who arrested them. Chen Yichuang was a little uncomfortable with suddenly having the power of life and death over so many people. He had never had such experience in his past or present life. Jing family, Jing clan, the Tiger of South China. He was famous in his previous life and eventually became the successor of the Jiangnan settlement, one of the 5 major families in Longnan Bay City. Now life and death are all in his hands. While he was thinking, Chen Yichuang had already walked to the front of the green vine forest. When all the vines saw him, they made way for him like subjects seeing their king. This scene also made everyone in the Jing family feel hopeless. The vines are controlled by Chen Yichuang, so their lives are truly in the hands of others. But in fact, controlling these vines requires the frog's spiritual power. From the beginning to now, most of the frog's spiritual power has been consumed. At most, I can hold on for another 3 minutes. The young man came to Jing Cheng, who was tied up like a green dumpling, and suddenly asked, How is it, old man? Do you still want the job change, Alter? Jing Cheng's eyes were bloodshot, but he had to bow his head to him. No, no more. Humiliation, resentment, strong negative emotions lingered in Jing Cheng's heart. He was the head of the family and an old man over 50 years old. I was defeated by such a young man, and he even let him hold the power of life and death. But no matter how angry or humiliated you are, you have to admit defeat if you want to live. You don't want it anymore? That's good. Having said that, the young man raised his hand, and Jing Cheng and other senior players of the Jing family also had a hint of relief in their eyes. But what they waited for was not the green vines loosening their restraints, but, well, don't want. Suffocation, strangulation, twisted neck, pull it, broken waist. Among the remaining 7 people, Lu Yunluo died first, and then 5 more followed closely. No matter whether they were male or female, fat or thin, tall or short, beautiful or ugly, Chen Yichuang did not make any special arrangements. Kill them all? It's all because the Jing family will become one of the 5 major families in Longnan Bay City in the future. It doesn't matter if you are strong or lucky. These are all potential enemies. I'm sorry, I was far away just now and couldn't control it so finely. Otherwise, you wouldn't have to suffer the same punishment just now and die again. Thief! How dare you? Bang! A silver spear, a muffled sound, and the cold light of a firefly suddenly pierced through the chest of the person who made the sound. Unfortunately, Jing Cheng's defense was not strong enough to exceed Chen Yichuan's strength. Otherwise, even if he was tied up, the latter would be helpless. Fatal weakness. Defense broken. Minus 13,698. Near death. Fatal weakness. Hit the target's fatal weakness. If the defense is broken, the target's health value will be reduced to 1 point. The heart is undoubtedly the fatal weakness. Jing Cheng's mouth and nose were bleeding. The fear of dying quickly overwhelmed his anger at the annihilation of his own people. With blood bubbles flowing from his mouth, he kept begging for mercy. Mercy, mercy, mercy. Please spare me. Honestly, we don't have much hatred. Chen Yichuan took out the slingshot and aimed the Y-shaped fork at Jing Cheng. But you're too lucky. I'm scared. Bang. Kill. Life devouring. Lifespan increased by 97 years and 199 days. Current lifespan, 119 years and 2 days. Oh, the old man is quite afraid of death. After doing all this, the green vine forest lost its meaning. After Frog cut off the output of spiritual power, it quickly turned into spiritual power all over the sky and drifted away. All the space rings, weapons, and equipment were collected by Chen Yichuan. Then I returned to the Kowloon City camp. You let me figure it out on my own. I'll leave the rest of the game to you. Yu Zhanfeng. Stop watching and clean up the battlefield. Yes. Chapter 69. Isn't it great for a ranger like me to know some magic? Half an hour later. Bite, bite, bite. The three consecutive noises made the night much noisier. After, game version update completed. Version number 1.0.2. 2028.07.19.21.51.55. Game version. Game. As long as it is an important notification, the game system will basically notify you 3 times in a row. The completion of this system update means that the job change altar is officially put into use. The era of universal job change has arrived. However, the altar is located in the very center of Kowloon City. In other words, if you want to use it, you must join Kowloon City or get their permission. Unless you can capture Kowloon City and release the right to use the altar. However, before the players could think about their next plan, the system sounded again. Congratulations on the completion of the game's hot update. All players will double their experience points in the next 72 hours. I hope all players will actively play the game and find more version Easter eggs. Congratulations to the game. Congratulations. 72 hours, double the experience. Finally, something exciting. Let's form a team and go to the outer battlefield. We are in need of a ranged player. Anyone willing? Ranged? Are you thinking about that, Peach? The damage of the bow is so low. Why bother trying it again? Shoot it out to give the beast a scratch? They won't thank you. Damn, who said that? I've only seen one guy using a slingshot, and he was awesome. In the Life Card World channel, players finally found a channel to vent. The previous job change altar defense battle was really a bit depressing. Although not all players participated, everyone can imagine how intense the battlefield will be. The double experience for these 3 days can be regarded as a breathing time given by the system to Kowloon City. At least the player's attention won't be entirely focused on the altar. Kowloon City, dang. In front of the altar that was glowing with a bright blue light, Yu Zhanfeng, Chen Yichuang, and a group of top fighters from Kowloon City gathered there. The situation from now on will be even more dangerous than today. Danger can come at any time, and attacks may come from any direction. Now that we have obtained the altar, we must make use of it. After Yu Zhanfeng made a brief opening statement, he immediately tilted his head to indicate. Ling Feng, you first. This man named Ling Feng is Yu Zhanfeng's first assistant. Good. Chen Yichuang naturally had no objection to Yu Zhanfeng's arrangement. The losses in the battle for Kowloon City were considerable, and the casualties were not just cold numbers. Since they paid for it with their lives, they should use it. Before, Yu Zhanfeng had no objection to him directly killing Jing Cheng and others. Even from his perspective, he would choose the same approach as Chen Yichuang, and only be a little more ruthless. He was a soldier and knew that the world needed order. The Jing family, its affiliated forces, as well as various evil second-rate forces, including the Liu family, all of these are the cancer of order. Yu Zhanfeng just wanted to pull it out. A world where the strong are respected is certainly a strong one, but if the weak have no hope, then humanity will also lose hope. In a truly complete order, the strong need to be strong, and the weak also need hope. But if the cancer is not eradicated and the class of life-eating maggots is not eliminated, a complete order cannot be established. So at that time, even if Chen Yichuang was soft-hearted and did not kill Jing Cheng, he would still kill the old man before he could recover. Let's get back to the topic. When Ling Feng walked up to the job transfer altar and pressed his right hand on the stone platform, the originally faint blue light suddenly became dazzling. Then, a panel appeared before his eyes. You can choose from the following occupations. 1 warrior, 2 master, 3 shield soldiers, 4 long-range attack. Note, once selected, it cannot be changed. Just these 4? Yu Zhanfeng looked at the blue panel and couldn't help but ask. He also tacitly assumed that Chen Yichuang knew the inside story. After all, he was the one who took out the things. What else do you think? No boxers? Yu Zhanfeng was naturally referring to his own profession. That's what a fighter is. A boxer is a physical fighter. At this time, Ling Feng also received the basic information of each profession, turned his head, and said to Yu Zhanfeng, Dragonhead, these 4 professions are not difficult to understand. Warriors focus on strength, mages focus on spirit, shield soldiers focus on defense, and ranged attackers focus on speed. All 4 professions have secondary attributes, but it depends on the individual. After Ling Feng finished speaking, Chen Yichuan further explained. For example, Your boxer is a warrior who focuses on strength and then studies the secondary defense to improve his physique. My ranger is a ranged attacker who focuses on speed and then studies the secondary strength to increase damage. Of course, this is all based on the definition. Any player can add points at will if they have their own understanding. As soon as Chen Yichuan finished speaking, Yu Zhanfeng suddenly turned his head. You aren't a mage? No, but you have a cannon in your sleeve, the world in your sleeve, and Yu Zhanfeng was obviously referring to Chen Yichuan's methods of attack. Just the sound of the voice fell. Who says only mages can play those? Isn't it great for a ranger like me to know a few spells? Everyone else? There's shit in the river. The ranger we understand is simply someone who plays with bows and arrows, crossbows, throws a javelin, and a shot put, or at most is a little different like someone who plays with a slingshot like you. Who else would be like you with one slingshot shot out, either a volcanic eruption or a lightning gun drill? He also waved his sleeves and fireballs, water bombs, sand and dust buried. Why don't you just shout Buddha's kingdom in the palm? It's outrageous. In short, just choose a profession based on the attributes you are good at. The corresponding profession will have a bonus on the corresponding main attribute. Ling Feng spoke up, breaking the silence. Everyone came back to their senses after hearing this. Although it was a little different from the large professional wall they had imagined, it was still better than a whiteboard after all. After a moment of disappointment, Yu Zhanfeng immediately figured it out. Anyway, this is something that everyone can use. There's no need for a roulette wheel anymore. Just keep it general and don't be picky. Yes. Ling Feng, go on. Good. After answering, Ling Feng did not hesitate, stretched out his hand, and pressed the warrior option. Before this, he was a knife player, and the upgrade attributes were basically all about strength, so of course he chose warrior. In fact, many players are like this, either at speed. After all, the gains in strength and speed are the most obvious and the most useful in combat. After Ling Feng selected the warrior, you have chosen your warrior. Checking physical attributes. Strength qualified. Defense is qualified. Speed is not up to standard. Unable to change job. Chapter 70, where are you? I will go to you. There is such a thing? Seeing the prompt box in front of him, Yu Zhanfeng couldn't help but stare. Ling Feng. Is there a prompt saying how fast I need to change my job? Ling Feng on the stone altar seemed to have done something. Well, I can see that I need at least 12 points at my level. Does it have anything to do with level? Ling Feng nodded. I reversed the process. If it's level 1, the requirement for a warrior to change his job is strength 3. For each higher level, the strength requirement increases by 2 points. After level 5, there are defense and speed requirements. The starting point is 2, and each level after that is 1 point. Substituting my level, it needs 9 points. A simple calculation will show that Ling Feng's level is 12. Dragonhead, I'll come back later. I'll get one more level and speed up before I change jobs. After saying that, Ling Feng also walked down from the stone altar. His attributes could be changed to a shield soldier, but since he could choose, why should he settle for it? Okay, don't force it. Tao Yi. Upon hearing this, Tao Yi walked straight up to the stone altar. Then, without hesitation, he clicked on the shield soldier. Hey, Brother Chuan, I'll follow you from now on. Chen Yichuan smiled and nodded. Welcome. You have chosen the shield soldier. Checking physical attributes. Defense is qualified. Strength qualified. The job transfer task has been released. Please check it out. You can transfer to a shield soldier after completing the task. Mission? What kind of mission is it? Yu Zhanfeng is like a curious baby. Every time he sees something different, he can't help but ask about it. It's not difficult. I just need to kill 3 defensive beasts that are higher in level than me, and then collect the materials from them. It's not difficult indeed. All the shrimps, crabs, and turtles in the sea can be considered defensive types. Yu Zhanfeng nodded. With Ling Feng and Tao Yi leading the way, he also had a preliminary understanding of the job transfer altar, so he said, okay, next one. You have chosen your warrior. China, Jiangbei. The job change altar, is that right there? Under the moonlight, the middle-aged man looked out at the mighty river. There are many fierce beasts in this river, but the altar is not something that you, Jiangnan, can enjoy alone. Just as the middle-aged man finished speaking, a voice suddenly came. The Holy Bee Society will support you. Go ahead. I have only heard his voice, but have not seen him. It's not the right time yet. Wait a little longer. You are very wise. I should not have used the wrong word, right? The owner of the voice was looking at the middle-aged man below through a piece of transparent glass. with an expression close to amusement in his eyes. Then there was another complaint. When can I go back? My life is miserable. As soon as the words fell, another sound came from this space. Just like what people on earth say, when God wants to give a man a great responsibility, he must first sweep out of the house. No, it's Lao-Chi. Like cattle and horses? Hungry, 13 times thinner? Empty. Forget it. I don't want to bother with you, a pessimistic guy. Just keep an eye on it for now. I'll close my eyes for a while. Still squinting? Are you not going to investigate the previous disturbance? I can't find it. If you have the ability, go check it. The next day, at 10 o'clock in the morning, Chun Chuang sat up in the tent and let out a long breath. Thinking back to this time in his previous life, he was still struggling in the border area, fighting for one or two of the lowest quality white longevity pills. But now, everything seems like a dream, yet it is so real. 3 new messages. Dongfang Yinyan, Brother Chuan, we still have 2 hours to reach Kowloon City. Do you want to double the experience? The other person in the we that this fool mentioned is probably Hao Zhao. Hao Zhao, huh? Congratulations, Brother Chuan. You found the job change shrine. Can I shamelessly take some credit for it? Chun Chuang grinned and chuckled. Hao Zhao, when it comes to being thick-skinned, he is not vague at all. He is not a professional, so changing his job to the altar will naturally bring him benefits. He can get a chance by being thick-skinned, so why not? There's one more. Shi Xiaoyu. Where are you? I will go to you. Good, good. There is not a single useless word in the words, and the meaning is expressed directly enough. This also made Chun Chuang suddenly remember, I am still a virgin. Chun Chuang responded one by one. Fuck, I am also living under someone else's roof, Brother Zhao, so your words don't count. Kowloon City. If Chun Chuang really asked for the right to use the job transfer altar, Yu Zhanfeng would not disagree and would not say a word. But just for Hao Zhao, he didn't have to. It's not that he doesn't care about friendship. After all, this guy just helped him by accident, which can't even be considered a favor. But it hasn't been long since I replied, Hao Zhao, how about, when we get there, can you introduce me to someone? Sure enough, this guy won't give up easily. I'll try my best. After removing the chat interface, Chun Chuang also briefly thought about the double experience. It must be utilized, but where to use it is important. In any case, going to the battlefield outside the boundary is inevitable. That's much more dangerous than the previous forest. It is impossible to go alone again. A team is indispensable, and supplies on the battlefield are also very important. Thinking like this, 2 hours pass quickly. Dongfang Yinyan, Brother Chuan, we are here. Okay, send me the location. Kowloon City, dang. Long Tu, let me introduce you to these two. I met them somewhere else before. They are friends, right? Chun Chuan lifted the curtain of the camp, and the sound came in simultaneously. Yu Zhanfeng raised his head when he heard that, and the young man pointed and introduced them one by one. Dongfang Yinyan, Hao Zhao. Ha, on behalf of Kowloon City, I welcome you too. I won't say any polite words. This time I came here mainly to ask you for some people to use. Asking for help? Yu Zhanfeng really wanted to go off topic, thinking that Chun Chuan was bringing people to use the job transfer altar. Is it for the double experience? Ah, how can we miss such a good thing? How many do you want? Tao Yi, Sheng Tianxiang. This role is played by the top player on the list, Flying Blue Sky. He, and your sharpshooter, Tang Bei, you won't be reluctant to let them go, right? Wow, you really know how to pick? I only have a few high-level fighters, and you want to take 2 of them at once? Damn. With the altar here, you'll only have more and more people in the future, right? I really can't bear to let them go. Who can't bear to part with it? Take it away. Take it away. Upon hearing what Chun Chuan said, Yu Zhanfeng immediately waved his hand. But there is one thing. The 3 of them are all good fighters of my Kowloon army, so you have to bring them back the same way you took them away. Rest assured, in response to such an instruction, Chun Chuang had nothing extra to say. All we can do is to ensure we do our best. However, the people he wants are not unknown persons, but well-known figures in their previous lives. Such people may have a stronger ability to preserve their lives than him. Okay, I won't say more, everything goes well. At this point, he seemed to have suddenly realized something and asked Dongfang Yinyan and Hao Zhao. By the way, speaking of the altar, do you have a job? The altar is empty right now. How about, hey this? No. Hashtag, Chapter 71 people. Always remember some weird things. Dongfang Yinyan was stunned when she heard Yu Zhanfeng's unexpected words, but Hao Zhao immediately grasped the word benefit and almost went up to shake hands with the former. Dongfang Yin was confused because this sounded like, "Have you eaten? Or do you want to have something else?" That shouldn't be a table of food. There is no need to talk about Hao Zhao. This guy had been planning this before he even reached Kowloon City. Two people, two reactions. The latter made Yu Zhanfeng frown slightly. A person's subconscious reaction cannot be hidden. Even if they can hold back their words, the micro-expressions on their faces will betray them in an instant. Even so, he nodded. Of course, it's always available. Although Yu Zhanfeng is good at occupying mountains, he may be able to stabilize the previous Kowloon army and establish the current Kowloon City. How could he be a fool? Chen Yichuang took the initiative to bring the person over and introduce him to him. Even if he didn't say that explicitly, he still had to give him the right to use the altar. It's nothing, just emotional intelligence. After all, it was Chen Yichuang who brought the job transfer altar. Huh, I'd be very disrespectful to refuse. Where is the altar? Yu Zhanfeng greeted them with a smile, then asked a soldier to take the two to the altar. Chen Yichuang stayed in the camp, waiting for Tao, Yi, and others. After seeing the two of them walk away, Yu Zhanfeng spoke again. "Chen boy, where did you get this excellent friend?" "Hey!" Chen Yichuan knew he was talking about Hao Zhao, and couldn't help but explain. "He's not really a friend, he just helped me out before. Think of some affection." Yu Zhanfeng was relieved then. "Then I helped you by mistake and returned a favor? Of course, Dragonhead is a good man, right? Go away, this is bullshit." While the two were chatting and laughing, Tao Yi, Sheng Tianxiang, and Tang Bei arrived one after another. Since last night, the three of them have completed their job transfer tasks and have each become a different profession. Needless to say, Tao Yi is a shield soldier. However, Sheng Tianxiang was unable to escape the gears of fate in his previous life and changed his job to become a mage. Chen Yichuang still remembered that the owner of this name was a well-known alternative in Longnan Bay City in his previous life, Magic Swordsman, a man who changed his job to become a mage, but loves to wield a sword. The last Tang Bei is different from the warrior in his previous life. He changed his job to long-range attacker, which is why Chen Yichuang chose him. After all, this is a different point. He wants to know what will happen to Tang Bei. Of course, this could just be his sensitivity as a reborn person. Three of you. You all know about the double experience. I'm going to form a team and go to the battlefield outside the boundary. Are you interested? When the three of them arrived, Chen Yichuang didn't waste any words and got straight to the point. "I don't need to express my opinion, Brother Chuan. I'll just follow you." Tao Yi was the first to speak. Immediately afterwards, Sheng Tianxiang also said, "I just changed my job, and I do need a more complex environment to train." "No problem. To the end of Tang Bei? Go!" "Uh-huh." Chen Yichuang didn't react at first. Tang Bei turned out to be such a person? Don't mind it. This guy is a bit taciturn, but he's actually a warm-hearted person. You'll know it in the future. Yu Zhanfeng spoke up and explained. This was indeed beyond Chen Yichuang's expectations. However, this is very consistent with the rumors about Tang Bei in the previous life, whose nickname is the Silent Sniper God. Of course, this isn't just an ordinary sniper. It is said that it is his homemade, heavy artillery sniper. That's right, although he is a warrior, he did have this title in his previous life. Otherwise, Chen Yichuang would not be able to remember this name among the countless players. Just like Sheng Tianxiang's Magic Swordsman, it's very memorable. People, I always remember some weird things unconsciously. I see. While they were talking, Dongfang Yin and Hao Zhao had also received their job transfer tasks and came back. Their answers were surprisingly consistent. Warrior. After hearing about Chen Yichuang's next plan, they both expressed their willingness to follow him. There is no need to say much about Dongfang Yin. Ever since the Unknown Ruins #1, he has had a respect for Chen Yichuang. However, after he had known news about the latter, he joined the Liu family's expedition team. Hao Zhao's purpose was more direct. He was almost going crazy, wanting to spend money. However, just as they were about to set off, this temporarily formed team welcomed its last member, Shi Xiaoyu. Enemy. But it's great joy to meet old acquaintances. Sister Xiaoyu. It's Xiaoyu. Xiao as in unrestrained, Vayu as in consort. It's Xiaoyu's sister Xiaoyu. That's all. From now on, the team that will go to the battlefield outside the boundary will have a fixed number of 7 people. Captain Chen Yichuan, long-range attack ranger, slingshot soldier, and magician. Team members, Dongfang Yin, warrior asterisk undetermined swordsman. Hao Zhao, warrior asterisk undetermined swordsman. Tao Yi, Shield soldier asterisk war shield, also boxer. Sheng Tianxiang, mage asterisk magic swordsman. Tang Bei, long-range shooter, sniper. Shi Xiaoyu, warrior asterisk assassin, rope dart soldier. The 7-member team is tentatively scheduled to set off in the afternoon, and their destination is the battlefield outside the boundary in the lower reaches of the river. Jiangdong Battlefield. That is the area where the invasion of ferocious sea beasts is most exaggerated. Due to the large number of ferocious beasts from the sea coming ashore, the population of ferocious beasts there is also changing all the time. There are especially many amphibious ferocious beasts, and new ferocious beasts are reported almost every day. Of course, there are also the most opportunities there. However, danger and opportunity always go hand in hand. Jiangnan Settlement, southern part, Lu family mansion. You went to the Jiangdong battlefield? Yes. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianyuan clenched his fists and said, Chen Yichuang, I will avenge Luo. My Lu family will also recover everything you have taken away. I want to issue a reward for 30 white longevity pills to capture Chen Yichuan. If he is alive, the reward will be double. Master, isn't this too? Not much. Before Lu Tianyuan could speak, a slightly indifferent voice suddenly came from the side of the room. Then the floor-to-ceiling light-proof glass door opened, and a freckled-faced girl, no more than 1.6 meters tall, walked in. It's only 30. As long as we can do it, don't even think about doubling it. Even tripling it is possible. The man immediately stopped talking upon hearing this, but Lu Tianyuan suddenly turned around and asked, Why are you here? I feel so stuffy. I came out to get some fresh air. Where's my brother Lu? Lu Tianyuan glanced away, but didn't say much, only saying, The opportunity to double the experience cannot be missed. I asked someone to take him to the South China Sea battlefield. The freckled girl was stunned when she heard it. What did you say? Why didn't you tell me? What if brother Lu got hurt? Stinky old man, can you afford the compensation? Lu Tianyuan suppressed his anger and said, It's just on the periphery. Besides, you have your good brother's band-aid, so you won't die. I don't care, just let brother Lu come back. This. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 72. Outside the Anju realm. The defense zone of human civilization. The freckle-faced girl ignored Lu Tianyuan's difficulty and continued to be aggressive. I don't care. Just let brother Lu come back now. It's just to gain experience. There are so many life-eating maggots. We can just draw a beast tide, right? Hearing this, Lu Tianyuan was completely speechless. Life-eating maggots. After all, they are resources. They are everywhere, so why bother to draw them separately? But facing this lady, he had to compromise. All right, I'll call him back. After that, he quickly changed the subject. But you are willing to pay such a high price for Chen Yichuan? It's just a few balls, what's the price? The freckle-faced girl curled her lips and said, I just didn't expect that man to still be alive. He was clearly only breathing his last breath. Why not just swallow it? Lu Tianyuan felt a headache when he heard this. You are indeed just rolling the balls. But it is my Lu family who is looking for the materials? Even if it is just a white longevity pill, the materials are still hard to find. The only consolation is that one batch of materials can be used to refine more than one longevity pill. In this regard, our interests coincide. Who coincides with you? Fang Yining glared at him and said, Call my brother Lu back. Lu Tianyuan. Stinky old man. Why are you frowning? It's just itchy. Jing family villa. Dozens of players surrounded the compound at dawn, and the leader was a brown-haired man who looked no more than 27 or 28 years old. It was noon, and the villa had been surrounded for nearly 6 hours. The players gathered here either laughed playfully or stared at the women of the Jing family who were huddled in the corner out of fear, the light in their eyes revealing their meaning. At the main entrance of the villa, a man in his early 30s kept his eyes fixed on the brown-haired man who was a few years younger than him. And when a beam of blazing sunlight pierced into his eyes at noon, it seemed to burn out his patience instantly. Jing Ling, how long are you going to hold on? Jing Chung is dead. The 5 Jing clan members are gone. Your Jing family is no longer what it used to be. Don't you understand? Lilia, the same as Lip in ancient times, meaning fierce fire. My father has just passed away, and you scoundrels are so rampant. Aren't you going too far? The brown-haired man didn't feel any psychological burden. His face was full of joking. Jing Chung had gained a lot by guarding the mountains along the river, but he was determined to get himself killed and snatch the job-changing altar. Now you see, he has lost his life and his family. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Now, it is my turn to take control of this mountain. If you know what's good for you, hand over the Bazhang Mountain Gate, and I can consider letting you live. Jing Ling didn't believe it at all, and just had a gloomy face. Do you think I'm still in my infancy? If I give you the Bazhang Mountain Gate, will my Jing family still have a chance to survive? Why? Finally, when Jing Ling expressed his opinion, Yu Dongnan lost the last bit of hope. Forget it, if you don't give it to me, I'll have to find it myself. After that, he waved his hand and said, kill them all. You can play with women, but don't keep their lives. Jing Ling glared angrily. Everyone in the Jing family, follow me to fight against the foreign enemies. In yesterday's defense of the job change altar, it was not just the Jing family that suffered losses. The Lanxin Pavilion and Fenghuatai, originally belonging to the Jing family, also suffered a considerable blow. This has directly led to the two forces having to merge into one in order to fight against the ferocious beasts while resisting the encroachment of other forces. The other two pavilions, Nahai Tower and Suixiang Pavilion, also suffered varying degrees of damage, but they were slightly better off than the first two on the attacking side. It can be said that this incident is equivalent to a reshuffle of the Jiangnan gathering place. Some people lose, and some people gain. However, our instigator, now with a temporary team, officially embarked on the journey to the battlefield outside the boundary. Outer battlefield, the place outside human settlements. This is the concept of the out-of-bounds battlefield, but it is only a general definition. In fact, the entire Earth is now divided into several major areas. Out of bounds is just one of them. The Earth server. Originally, 71% of the area was ocean, now known as the Forbidden Sea of Beasts. The border between the remaining land and the forbidden area of the Sea of Beasts is called the landing edge. Of the remaining 29% of land, less than 16% was originally habitable for humans. Today, this area has been reduced to 5.69% because of ferocious beasts. It is called the Abode of Peace. Because it is called differently in different places, it is also called Paradise or Gathering Place. At least it has not been completely occupied by ferocious beasts and is a place where people can live. The area between the Unju realm and the landing edge, the half close to the Unju realm, is called the buffer zone, where the density of ferocious beasts is lower. The half close to the landing edge is the so-called out-of-bounds battlefield. The plan is called Human Defense Zone. This is the defense zone of human civilization outside the Unju realm. The remaining 13% are collectively called lifeless beast territory, for no other reason than that those areas have never been suitable for human survival. After the advent of Life Eater, the animals that originally lived in those areas naturally became stronger in the process of natural selection. How powerful is it? At least in his previous life, Chen Yichuang had never heard of anyone being able to come out alive after entering those areas. The forbidden area of the Sea of Beasts, the landing coast, the human defense zone, the buffer zone, the living area, and the life-extinct beast area. This is the map overview of the Earth's server today, east of the river, downstream. The 7-member team, led by Chen Yichuang, rode in the Wuling Magic Car and rushed out of the defense zone of Kowloon City, ignoring the buffer zone in the front and heading straight for the human defense zone near the sea. It is just one of the battlefields outside the boundary, Jiangdong Battlefield. The lower reaches of the river and its estuary are now sparsely populated, with only occasional small-scale expedition teams and few people. Those small-scale expedition teams were the few people left behind on the battlefield outside the boundary because they failed to join the main force and retreat in time after the advent of Life Eater. Because they are fewer in number and their targets are smaller, they are better able to deal with ferocious beasts, so their survival rate is actually higher. The 7-member team set out in the afternoon and arrived at the edge of the Jiangdong battlefield, along the remaining roads around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It's not that they don't continue to move in, only no more oil. Be careful, those beasts have discovered us and are surrounding us. Sheng Tianxiang, in the back seat of the car, suddenly spoke up. After changing his job to mage, his spiritual attributes increased to a certain extent, and his perception naturally became more acute. Chen Yichuang was not surprised because this was not the dense forest in the buffer zone outside the Longxi defense zone that day, but a real battlefield outside the boundary. What are you afraid of? We are all experienced people here. Get out of the car. Yes, fuck them. Hao Zhao laughed. He was still working on the job change mission to become a warrior, and was more active than anyone else. Chapter 73. mastering a new skill. Delayed spiritual explosion. The ferocious beasts living in the battlefield outside the boundary are far more bloodthirsty and manic than those in the buffer zone. Because their hunting range is not only humans, but also other ferocious beasts on the menu. Killing is happening every moment. And for them, humans equals rare tender meat. 7 people got off the Wuling magic car. Chen Yichuan stretched out his hand and patted it, saying, "Who has space in their space ring? Put the car away. This junky car is out of gas. What are you still doing here?" It was Shi Xiaoyu who spoke. Although she looked puzzled, her body was very honest. She put the car away with a wave of her hand. Her space ring was of yellow level, which was considered a rare item at this stage. Yellow level space ring. A cube with a side length of 10 meters. There's everything in the outer field, including gasoline. Chen Yichuan responded. Unless you are willing to rely entirely on your legs when you need to travel in a hurry later, otherwise you have to keep this car. While the two were talking, a small group of ferocious beasts had crawled up to the team, about 10 meters away. Careful. Tang Bei raised the sniper rifle and spoke indifferently. It's the saber-toothed crocodile, a mutated hybrid species. Sheng Tianxiang took out the big sword behind him, and a spiritual power was already flowing faintly. This guy is finally on the path of a magic swordsman. As for that spiritual power, it is a basic skill after changing to a mage, just like Chen Yichuang's piercer. The mage is a spirit releaser, and the effect is also very simple. No matter what weapon you use, even your fists, you can release spiritual power as a means of attack. To put it simply, it means magic damage attack. Of course, the damage will increase to a certain extent. Even though the effect is not as good as that of piercer, the requirements of piercer are not low. Not everyone has the means to easily penetrate the target, right? Let's get back to the topic. There were 13 saber-toothed sharks targeting Chen Yichuan and his group. Because they had a layer of camouflage scales on their backs, they were difficult to spot when they were crawling slowly. However, their signature sound of hulu, which is low and long, runs counter to this. Not enough points. Let's see how fast you can do it. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yichuan immediately shot a beast-tooth bullet forward, which accurately passed through the back of the skull of a saber-toothed shark crocodile, where it was connected to the spine. Fatal weakness. Defense broken. Minus 4,498. Penetrate. Minus 674. Kill. Experience plus 40. EXP *2. 3 lines of entries popped up one after another, and the group of saber-toothed sharks became even more agitated. The death of their compatriots made them realize that this group of tender meat was not easy to deal with. "Oh my god, Brother Chuan, you were trying to catch people off guard, aren't you?" Dongfang Yinyan couldn't help but complain when he saw this, and then he didn't care about anything else, and took a few steps forward with the sword in hand, and his lower limbs showed rough muscle lines. The next moment, a phantom appeared. One of the 3 phantom swords. It's not that he was anxious, but he was complaining that by now the rest of the team had already started killing. Although the saber-toothed shark is covered in scales, it is a powerful beast. It has some defense, but it is not particularly high. It is also the corresponding beast for the warrior job transfer quest. Dongfang Yinyan hasn't completed her job change yet. 2, 3. After 3 sword strikes, the tail of a saber-toothed shark crocodile was cut off, and the next moment, the back of its neck was stabbed by the sword. Kill. Experience plus 36. EXP *2. The level of the creature that Dongfang Yinyan killed was 1 level lower than his, so his experience points would be reduced by 10%, and the single value would only be 18 points. Seeing this, Chen Yichuan laughed and said, "It's just a low-level beast on the outskirts of the battlefield. Killing it won't give much experience." Sleeve cannon. Flame explosion. Kill. Experience plus 80. Dongfang Yinyan. Fuck, if you don't have much experience, then don't kill Brother Chuan. Leave it to me? No matter how small a mosquito leg is, it's still meat. __. Dianzi hung his head and didn't want to argue anymore. Soon, all 13 crocodiles were killed. Everyone had an expression of having some strength left on their faces, except Chen Yichuan, who was resting his chin on his hand. "My damage is still not high enough. I need to get a skill." "Skill?" Tao, next to him, asked. "How do we do this?" "Simple." As soon as Chen Yichuan finished speaking, a fine yellow roulette appeared in his hand. Undoubtedly, it was the reward given to him by the system when he achieved the Hidden Achievement Facilitator. The high-quality roulette produced by the system is even better than the best ones that drop normally. 10 options, all positive. You want to draw a prize? Shi Xiaoyu suddenly came over and subconsciously glanced at the prizes on the roulette wheel. You, are all 10 good? Tao Yi, no way. Tang Bei, what are they? When the others heard this, they couldn't help but come over as well. But even if all 10 are good, the chance of drawing the skills above isn't high, right? Look at the percentage. It's less than 3%, the smallest one. Sheng Tianxiang pointed to a prize on the roulette wheel and said. Hao Zhao waved his hands when he heard this and said, Hey, it's only 10 years of life, and there are no rubbish prizes. It's okay to draw for fun. He felt a little sour when he said this. But at this moment, the boy had already raised the roulette wheel in his hand and shouted, Draw. As doomsday approaches, people's hearts are unpredictable. Once you have taken out the good things, don't keep them with you for too long. As the saying goes, the longer the night, the more dreams one may have. The next moment, the sound of nature rang out. Please specify the prize you would like. 1. Yellow longevity pill, *1. 2. Lord level beast, sky swallowing purple anaconda, level 7. 3. Bone shaping flowers, *3. 4. Ningguang Yuan Tianquan Ver, 1/7 static figure. 5. Spirit driven speed boots, *1 pair. 6. All attributes plus 50, 8 hours. 7. Strength, speed plus 30, 12 hours. 8. Existing skill level plus 1, 1 random skill. 9. Directly master a new skill corresponding to the profession. 10. 10 barrels of gasoline, 1 ton/barrel. Different levels get different roulette rewards, and the value also corresponds to the current stage. Among the 10 rewards for Chen Yichuang, the one that brings the biggest improvement is undoubtedly the 6th. But in the long run, it must be the 9. So, there is nothing to hesitate about. 9, he responded in his heart. The next moment, congratulations on winning the prize. Mastered a new skill. Delayed spirit explosion. Delayed spiritual explosion. Attachment skill. You can add delayed spiritual explosion to bows, crossbows, projectiles, and other long-range physical attack methods. Effect analysis. After adding delayed spiritual explosion, the long-range weapon will produce a spiritual explosion within 1 to 3 seconds after hitting the individual, causing 3 times the damage of the caster's strength attribute. Skill consumes spiritual power. Each skill consumes 50 points of spiritual power of the caster. Skill cooldown time, 3.7 seconds. As soon as the skill attribute panel appeared, the boy's mind once again. Congratulations on winning the first prize. Chapter 74. Sure enough, people can't always be lucky. Congratulations on winning the first prize. You can choose an additional item from the following prizes as a hidden reward. Hey, sure enough, the one with the smallest area is the first prize, right? Chen Yichuan quickly looked over. 1. Yellow level dark attribute material *10 pieces. 2. Ancient Tang, sword *Feng Ho. 3. Fullness pill *30 pills/bottle. 4. All attributes plus 23 days. 5. Increase the proficiency of a specific skill by 50%. As soon as the 5 rewards appeared, Chen Yichuan ruled out the first 3 options. The dark attribute materials were not useful at this stage. He was not good at using the knife, and he did not need the satiety pill. 4 and 5. Choose one. Before making a choice, Chen Yichuan waved his hand to open the proficiency level of the skills he had already mastered. Piercer LV2, 11.31%. Domain Moon Lake Silver, Thunder LV1, 57.7%. Delayed Spiritual Explosion LV1, 0%. Increasing the proficiency by 50% is only enough to upgrade Domain Moon Lake Silver Thunder to LV2, and the benefit is not too significant. Now, the attributes are better in a short period of time. Pick 4. Rewards have been issued. 20 points of all attributes poured into his body, and Chen Yichuan immediately felt his soul sublime. I'm lucky. I got it. Wow, did you really get it? Sheng Tianxiang next to him couldn't help but say. It's just a little bit. Are you kidding me? Of course not. As soon as the voice came out, Chen Yichuan directly pulled the slingshot and aimed at the body of the saber-toothed shark crocodile, 10 meters away, using only an ordinary stone. Just when the others were curious about what he had done, a loud explosion of pong immediately attracted everyone's attention. Emma, where did you come from? Be it exploded? What the hell? An explosion inside the body. The young man put away the slingshot in his hand and said, "It's just a trivial skill, not worth mentioning." All. Convex underscore. Hey, wait a minute. Chun Chuan ignored the reactions of others and took out another piece of fine yellow roulette, raised it, and looked at it. Hey, this one is not bad either. It has body movement skills. This time, it was Hao Zhao's turn to be curious. He just waited for him to come over and take a look. My goodness, this is less than 1% of the area. How is it possible to draw it? How do you know if you don't try? What if you get lucky? Chun Chuan asked with a smile, then raised the roulette wheel and shouted, "Take a chance. Please specify the prize you would like." 1.99 for 5,000 liters of gasoline. 2. Lamborghini Supercar 1, Revuelto. 3. Choose one skill you have mastered and increase its level by 1. 4. 109.99 pure gold watch. 5. Body movement skill, lightning shadow step. 6. Purple space ring, equals 30 meters. 7. White longevity pills, asterisk 15 pieces. 8. Experience plus 5,000 points. 9. Increase the proficiency of a random skill by 95%. 10. Hidden dimensional made asterisk rem, 1/7 fragment. Of the 10 awards this time, Chun Chuan was most interested in 10 because he had never heard of it before, and it was actually a hidden award. Although the arrival of Life Eater destroyed human civilization, it has only been a month, and the fruits of human civilization have not been lost in the long river of history. How could Chun Chuan not know who Rem is? That's a character that exists in a fictional work. What would happen if I collected all the fragments? Could it be that 7 Rem fragments could summon little Rem? Degree. Looking forward to it. Moreover, the area on the roulette wheel is only about 0.3%, which is the smallest piece. There is no doubt that it is the first prize. But I choose 5. Even though 5 is not the smallest first prize, Chun Chuan still chose it. Because it helps the most. Ram and Rem, I should wait until my abilities are fully developed before considering them. Since they have already appeared in the roulette, there must be more in the future. Congratulations on winning the prize. Master a new skill, Lightning Shadow Step. Chasing Light Thunder Shadow Step. Body and footwork skills. Chasing the light, leaving only the shadow, following the light, as fast as thunder. Effect analysis. You can use all your speed attributes and add damage to your next attack. For every 1,000 meters you move with this skill, you can add 50% of the lightning attribute strength damage to your next attack. The increase is doubled when you are in a lightning environment. Rakeage Instantaneous Movement. Activate your own lightning power to communicate with the outside world. You can set up a lightning channel in advance to teleport once. The maximum distance is 300 meters, and it consumes 30% of the spiritual power at one time. No cooldown. Skills consume spiritual power. When maintaining physical movements, 3 points of spiritual power are consumed per second. Skill cooldown time. 75 seconds after the skill is released. How's it going? What did you win? Seeing that Chun Chuan had been standing there in a daze for a few seconds, Hao Zhao beside him asked hurriedly, "Lucky, I got it." Hearing the boy's words, everyone's expression seemed to say, "Do you dare to be calmer? That's the first prize, the first prize." In their view, the difference between 1% of option 5 and 0.3% of option 10 is not that big. It doesn't matter whether you can see the specific rewards above. You can't draw them anyway. Okay, next piece. Wow, still smoking? The system gave me 3 pieces. Why don't I just smoke them and let them get moldy? Everyone was speechless, but they could understand that if they had 3 roulette wheels, they wouldn't be able to help themselves. But let's be honest, can't you just smoke quietly? You have to sell lemons in public, right? Chun Chuan chuckled. The first 2 roulettes included hidden rewards, including attack skills, body skills, and temporary attributes. Next, the only thing that can improve combat power is, please specify the prize you would like. 1. Yunnan Baiyao Compound Dexamethasone Acetate Cream asterisk 10 pieces / 1 box. 2. Kang Shui Fu Laodan Pickled Cabbage Beef Noodles asterisk 1 box. 3. Level Up by 1. 10. Purple Longevity Pill asterisk 1 piece. Unfortunately, there is nothing here. However, Chun Chuan was not discouraged. After all, not every roulette will has good things. But he still chose to draw the money. Although he didn't make much, he definitely didn't lose money. 10. The best reward is undoubtedly this purple longevity pill. Congratulations on winning. 1 purple longevity pill. Purple Longevity Pill. A flawless longevity pill produced by Roulette, which can directly increase lifespan by 1,000 years. Level requirement, level 0. Production process, purple, flawless. Although 1,000 years may seem like a large number, think about it. Chen Yichuan once lived for 1,000,000 years in his previous life. A mere 1,000 years cannot make any waves in his heart. Sure enough, people can't always be lucky. Seeing the purple longevity pill that suddenly appeared in Chen Yichuan's hand, and hearing what he said, everyone present fell silent. Congratulations on winning the first prize. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 75, New Ability. Can I get more rewards by paying lifespan? Congratulations on winning the first prize. You can choose an additional item from the following prizes as a hidden reward. As the first prize, the purple longevity pill can naturally trigger the hidden reward. 1. Heroic Jade Ring, Huangzhong Ornament. Ju. Used for archery. When using it, wear the Ju cover on the right thumb to hook the string. 2. Thunderous Bullet * 10 rounds. 3. Strength plus 30, 7 days. 4. Yellow Longevity Pill Recipe. 5. Suboccupation Card * Alchemist. When the 5 rewards appeared before his eyes, even Chen Yichuan himself was stunned. Compared to this, he would rather have a choice among the 5 without any suspense, right? However, these 5, 1, 2, and 5 are all good. 1 is obviously equipment, and it is the most useful thing for him at the moment, which can directly improve his combat effectiveness. 2 is a special bullet that contains the power of natural thunder, and it is also produced by Roulette. Special bullets can be refined, and the system will certainly have them, and they are more powerful. Needless to say, if you consider the long term, it must be 5. The identity of a pharmacist is too necessary for him. Choose one of the 3. He doesn't want to give up any of them. Fuck, can't we separate? Do we have to be together as 3? Chen Yichuan yelled in his heart. It was so tormenting, too tormenting. At this moment, because of his hesitation, the rest of the team thought he was disappointed and started to complain. No, this is a purple longevity pill. Purple? Hao Zhao looked like you shouldn't give it to me, and he was about to snatch it away. Brother Chuan, you're going a bit too far. That's right. I'm not satisfied with the purple longevity pill. If a cultivator wants to live for 1,000 years, he must first cultivate a stone. Why? Tao Yi, Sheng Tianxiang, and Tang Bei expressed their views one after another. Then Shi Xiaoyu rolled her eyes and said, "This isn't the first time he's been so Versailles. Get used to it." I agree. Dongfang Yinyin seconded the motion naively. Chen Yichuan's mouth twitched. You know shit. There are some things you will never understand. Who knew that just at this moment, the boy's complaint had just ended? You can choose 2 hidden rewards for 66 years of life, or 3 hidden rewards for 666 years of life. Huh, there is such a thing. Chen Yichuan couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised when he heard this. He had the ability to designate rewards. As long as he had the capital, his lifespan would only increase. Therefore, paying for his lifespan to get more rewards was no different from getting them for free. Thinking of this, he swallowed the purple longevity pill in his hand. Others can only envy when they see this. Then, I pay 666 years of life and choose 3 rewards. 1, 2, 5. Rewards have been distributed to space storage equipment. After all, it's a life-threatening thing, so it's pretty humane. These 3 rewards are all physical rewards. If he gets them all out, Chen Yichuan is confident that he can put them into the space ring before others see them, so he will always take some action. Once it is leaked, it would be a crime to possess a treasure. He did not have absolute trust in any of the 6 people he was traveling with. Of course, this also includes Dongfang Yinyin. Although he is a good friend in the previous life, who knows whether enough benefits will bend his back? Some things are better to be avoided if possible. Now this can save a lot of trouble. Sensing that there were 3 more items in the space ring, Chen Yichuan also quickly checked the details. Heroic Soul Jade Ring, Huangzhong, a jade ring that seals a wisp of heroic soul. It can be worn as a necklace or a ring. Wearing it will gain the blessing of the heroic soul and gain attribute gains. Blessing of Heroic Spirit * arrow breaks the sky. Activate the heroic spirit to attach to yourself, increasing the power of long-range physical attacks by 23.3%, the damage by 233%, and adding a knockback effect. Knockback. Inevitable knockback. Consumption and cooldown. Each activation of the heroic soul consumes 233 points of spiritual power and can last for 23.3 seconds. Each activation requires a cooldown of 233 minutes. Thunderbolt Bomb. Special bullet, disposable consumable. Special ammunition containing natural thunder can be used as crossbow bullet, bow bullet, or projectile. Effect analysis. After hitting any target, the natural lightning energy contained in it will be released instantly, forming a temporary lightning array. The natural lightning will automatically lock onto the target in the array, causing large amounts of lightning damage. Rated damage. This damage is the rated damage of the natural thunder, which is not affected by the caster's mental attributes. Level limit. 10 or activated by spiritual power. Production process. Purple, flawless. Suboccupation card Alchemist. Use this card to directly switch to the suboccupation Alchemist and gain related abilities. Level limit. Level 0. Production process. Black, flawless. These three things, in exchange for 666 years of life, are undoubtedly worth it. Even if you go to the lottery normally, you may not be able to draw the same reward if you consume the same lifespan. In one word, value. Okay, let's keep going. Although they were devastated by Chani Chuang, the team still cleaned up the battlefield neatly and continued walking down along the riverbank. When traveling in a hurry, of course, the maximum speed is 10 meters per second. No matter how high the density of ferocious beasts in this out-of-bounds battlefield is, it is impossible to fill every area. After all, ferocious beasts also have territorial awareness. When they walked about 3 kilometers down the riverbank, a foul smell suddenly hit their noses. On the ground, some broken limbs were even more disgusting. In the team, Tang Bei leaned down to take a quick look and said, "It's still warm. It just died not long ago." Hearing this, Chen Yichuan suddenly thought of something. Everyone spread out. As soon as Chen Yichuan finished speaking, the ground beneath the 7 people's feet suddenly loosened and shook. Finally, just before everyone left, bang! The 2 pieces of ground suddenly closed together like the jaws of a giant beast, causing the violent shock to cause the nearby ferocious beasts to retreat quickly. Because that thing, Chen Yichuan, who had already changed his weapon to the Xian Hai Chenin gun, wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Damn it, there are ground-mouthed monsters in the middle and lower reaches?" Fortunately, we ran fast. The rest of the people were still in shock, but the 3 from Kowloon City did not show any surprise on their faces. Because this earth-mouthed monster is not uncommon in Jiangdong battlefield. Just like the traps in the forest, it will hit you suddenly if you can't dodge in time. Not to mention meat patties, it will most likely be beaten into meat paste. And everything that was photographed was the nutrients of this earth-mouthed monster. But in the final analysis, this thing was not some kind of ferocious beast, but some other existence that controlled the ground. Everyone, get out of the way! Sima Dongshi, you dare to scare me, your father? Sleeve cannon. Fire explosion. Chapter 76. Very handsome. I am impressed by his handsomeness. Ground mouth monster is actually a general term used by players to describe its attack method. In fact, it is a mutated lichen, that is, a lichen that has absorbed spiritual energy, that is, a spiritual plant. But those that are classified as spiritual plants are basically not very aggressive. Their way of self-defense is often to attract nearby ferocious beasts to protect them. There are not many species that will actively attack, and this ground-mouthed monster is a common one in the Jiangdong area. Dense lichens and spiritual plants will grow a layer of protective color, blending in with the environment. Whether it is land, ruins, or even animal bones everywhere can simulate the fusion. Their roots are intertwined about 1 foot underground, entangled with each other, facilitating the rapid reproduction of male and female plants, while also digging out the ground in the area. When people or ferocious beasts pass by, and they happen to need nutrients, these lichen spirit plants will pour their strength into the roots in a short period of time, and then generate instantaneous elastic force to pop the 2 pieces of ground out. The 2 pieces of ground that were popped out would bite the prey like a bloody mouth, smash it into a meat paste, and absorb the nutrients in it. The attack basically takes no more than 3 seconds from start to finish, so the hit rate is not low. If he hadn't noticed the slight trembling of the swelling root in advance, even Chen Yichuan would have been embarrassed. Puff! Chen Yichuan ordered the frog to suddenly hit the ground with a fireball explosion, which ignited the camouflage layer of the lichen spirit plant almost instantly, and the surrounding fire immediately spread out. The speed is so fast, just like the oil flowing on the ground being ignited. The damage entries all over the ground are enough to drive people with trypophobia crazy. Obviously, the number of lichen plants is very, very large. I'll go. Shisiyu, who had never seen such a scene before, couldn't help but exclaimed, "What is this?" "It's just a bunch of weeds." Chen Yichuan ignored the scene in front of him. When the fire died down, he raised his hand again. Sleeve cannon, flame explosion. One more shot. This time the lichen spirit plant, Earthmouth monster, finally couldn't sit still anymore. The entire ground was visibly bulging, and then countless brown filaments suddenly emerged from the area in the middle. "Brother Chuan, be careful, that's its taproot." "Ah, take care of yourself, and try to keep your distance." Of course Chan Yichuan knew it, but he still responded when he heard Tao Yi's reminder, and he felt inexplicably touched. Whether it's sincere or fake, at least it's concern, right? Most spiritual plants cannot move, and their attack methods are through roots, stems, and leaves, and this lichen is obviously included. After the young man gave the order, he also started throwing ordinary stones. When fighting against ferocious beasts, you must be cautious at all costs. No matter what means you use, the best strategy is to first establish a connection with the ferocious beast to obtain the attribute panel, and then further attack it. Pong! The stone hit, and a gap suddenly appeared on the main route, and the damage entry popped up immediately. Minus 830. Chen Yichuan's goal had naturally been achieved, but name Mimic Lichen. Level: Elite Mutation. Level: 11. Blood: 10168/10998. Strength: 31. Spirit: 42. Defense: 19. Speed: 2. Skills: Dancing Roots, Wandering Wilderness, Draining the Earth. Combat Power: 579. With over 10,000 HP, it's an elite mutated one. It's difficult, but as long as I can kill this guy, I should have a lot of experience. Chen Yichuan frowned slightly. "Do you want to do it?" "Hey, why not?" Hao Zhao was already gearing up for a fight, and as soon as he finished speaking, he slashed the lichen in front of him with his sword. However, the damage that popped up the next moment was not at all from an elite-level mimic lichen. Obviously, only by attacking the taproot can you really hurt it. Is this not possible? Seeing this, Tao Yi said, "That's a piece of mimic lichen, of course not." Not only that, but it won't take long for them to be repaired. In the Jiangdong battlefield, the ground-mouthed monsters are the most difficult to subdue. Sheng Tianxiang added, "Unless you can use remote means to remove its taproot." Hao Zhao was a little discouraged when he heard this. He was playing a warrior, not to mention that the job transfer task had not been completed yet. Even if the task was completed, he would already be a warrior, and he still lacked long-range attack methods. Someone mentioned remote means? Chen Yichuan chuckled and raised his right hand. Bang! Oh, I haven't even fired yet. Item: -322. Fixed damage: -235. It's me. The one who spoke was Tang Bei. It's just the weapon he used. Wait, this is M99? M99, a 12.7mm large caliber, semi-automatic high-precision sniper rifle with great power, small recoil, and high shooting accuracy. If you use full power bullets, you can take the enemy's head even from 1,000 meters away. Nowadays, it is difficult to resist non-defensive beasts below level 20. But there is one thing. Productivity is stagnant now, and every bullet used is one less. Does Lontu really want to give it up? I use steel balls. Tang Bei had no expression on his face, and the next moment, he pulled the trigger again. Bang! Fixed target, boring. Chen Yichuan's mouth twitched, but he subconsciously pulled the bow and shot. Pong. Indeed. Others, you two are the only ones who can hit the main root in the middle, yet you complain about the target? Can you bear it? I can't bear it. This time, it was Sheng Tianxiang who spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned the handle of the great sword and dragged it forward, creating sparks. At the same time, a sword energy was also released by him. Release the spirit. Seal the demon. -117. Others, what a Chinibiamu. U1S1. I'm not mad at all. The operation is as fierce as a tiger, but the damage is... Chen Yichuan. Very handsome. I am impressed by his handsomeness. Sheng Tianxiang. Duck. Come on, fight, fight. Just when the others thought he was complaining, he heard another sentence. Anyway, I have gained experience, The four people who hadn't caused any harm yet. Okay, let's play it this way. Shi Xiaoyu said yes repeatedly, then grabbed the end of the rope dart. spun her body lightly half a circle, and threw it violently. Boom! Minus 188. Dongfang Yin. Okay, Sister Xiaoyu, you are pretending, right? Tao Yi. That's right, this is a bit infuriating. Hao Zhao. Fuck. An exasperated Hao Zhao grabbed a stone and threw it over, but the main root of the mimic lichen suddenly shook, deflecting the tip of Shi Xiaoyu's rope dart. And then a root smashed the stone thrown by Hao Zhao, and even followed the parabola of the stone and hit him. Pia. Chapter 77. It is like a long drought before a rain. A short separation is better than a new marriage. Blah, blah, blah. When Hao Zhao crawled out of the rubble, his face was filled with indignation, and he could not hide it at all. Why? Why did you hit me? I'm so. The angry Hao Zhao even wanted to rush in and fight with the main root of the mimic lichen for 300 rounds, but he stopped halfway with a long knife in hand. Because he suddenly remembered that the thing was now fully activated, and it wouldn't even take a second to kill him. Wouldn't it be a pure gift if he rushed in? Let you go first. Okay, stop playing and fight seriously. Chen Yichuan's original intention of taking the initiative was just to get the attribute panel. Now that he has the information in hand, he will not be restricted in the fight. Mimic Lichen has 3 skills: dancing roots, wandering in the wild, and draining the ground. Root Dance is obviously a physical root attack. Earth Drain is a health recovery skill that most spiritual plants have, but Chen Yichuan is a little unsure about Wandering Wilderness. In Life Eater, the species of spiritual plants are more numerous than those of ferocious beasts. Even if he was reborn, it is impossible for him to recognize them all. He can only judge that they probably have skills that affect a large area. The specific effect can only be seen after it is forced out. Next up, Delayed Spiritual Explosion. The young man shouted, and as he pulled open the bowstring, a stream of spiritual energy penetrated into the bag like a thread as he released his skill. Beast Tooth Bullet. The speed of Mimic Lichen is only 2 points, but what can be said is its reaction speed because this guy can't move. And a reaction speed of only 2 points is equal to 0, in Chen Yichuan's opinion. A Beast Tooth Bullet, after applying the Delayed Spiritual Explosion, directly crashed into the rhizome connecting the main root to the ground, and the Mimic Lichen had no time to dodge. Puff! The bullet penetrates, basic physical damage occurs first, followed by a spiritual explosion 1 second later. Minus 830. Minus 2,100. Delayed Spirit Explosion can cause damage 3 times the caster's strength attribute. Chen Yichuan's panel strength is 25 points. The temporary attribute increases by 20 points, and the Thunder Sea Spirit Bow increases by 15 points, for a total of 70 points of strength. The basic damage is 700, tripled, 2100. Hey, with more than 10,000 HP, it's not that hard to beat. What the hell? Dongfang Yin exclaimed. Brother Chuan, is this your new skill? Just as the words fell. No time for flattery, retreat. Tang Bei held the M99 in his hand and fired a steel ball bullet. He used the recoil to instantly retreat more than 10 meters until he climbed onto a high ground of ruins and stopped. The others were not slow either, and soon they all opened up the distance. It turned out that after Chen Yichuan's delayed spirit explosion knocked off nearly 3,000 points of the Mimic Lichen, health, this immobile creature began to grow wildly, as if it had gone mad. It's true that it can't move, but can it grow? If it is given enough nutrients, it is only a matter of time before it covers the entire Earth. The area was originally about 20 meters in diameter, but now it is more than 30 meters. It sounds like it's only 10 meters longer, 50%, but if you calculate the area, it's more than twice as long. The Mimic Lichen branches that grew wildly after their roots penetrated the ground quickly absorbed spiritual energy and sent their rhizomes deeper into the ground. Just like a long drought finally brings a downpour, a short separation is better than a new marriage. Everyone wants to go deeper. Chen Yichuan finally realized that this was probably the second skill of Mimic Lichen, tracing in the wild. Regional expansion is just the first step, and at this point, there is no way to withdraw. Attack the ground and stop this thing from taking root. Quick! Good! The others responded in unison, especially the 3 people from Kowloon City. They quickly reacted after seeing this scene. If the mimicry lichen was allowed to grow wildly and take root, that mouth will become too big to be managed. The moment after Chen Yichuan gave the reminder, he no longer concealed his incompetence. He immediately grasped a ground-splitting lava bomb in his hand, fully drawn the bow, and shot it downwards. Minus 2073. A sea of fire suddenly arose, and the instantaneous damage of the explosion was 10 times that of Chen Yichuang's spiritual attribute. He originally had 9 points, and after taking into account the temporary attributes and multiplying it by 10, it was 290 points. Unfortunately, the main attribute of Mimic Lycan is also Spirit. The original 42 points of Spirit seem to have doubled under the influence of the skill Wandering in the Wild, so that it can withstand a lot of damage. With such a huge amount of instant damage, the Mimic Lycan simply placed all its hatred on Chen Yichuang, and its dense roots attacked him like whips. No matter how fast the boy is, he is bound to be picked. But after a while, the molten flames from the earth-splitting lava bomb turned many roots into ashes, leaving them completely devoid of vitality. Except for special ones, the fire resistance of spiritual plants basically does not exceed 85%. This burn cannot be avoided. 7 or 8 entries of minus 330 also popped up in succession. That is, in the burn state, 3% of the blood value is lost per second. In addition, the strength and speed are also weakened by 50%. Sure enough, you still need fire to burn grass. I always feel like we are a little redundant. Hao Zhao also stopped the knife he raised halfway, his eyes never leaving the lava flowing from the earth-shattering lava bomb. Stop, don't lie down yet. There are not enough nests in Kowloon City, and we can't even use them ourselves. Sheng Tianxiang hurriedly called for a stop. This is just basic exercise. Sit. No, stand up. Dongfang Yin. Stand still. Brother Chuan, when did you learn this skill? I've learned it a long time ago. Tang Bei said expressionlessly. Actually, I wanted to ask you this when the fireball came out of your sleeve just now. The third person, Shi Xiaoyu, who had never seen the earth-shattering lava bomb, followed closely behind. What the hell are you? Chen Yichuan. I'm not a thing. Bah, you're a thing. Your whole family is a thing. I'm an east-west person, Shi Xiaoyu replied as a matter of course, from the eastern suburbs of Suidong. The lichen has shrunk back. Now's the time. Perhaps because of his sensitivity as a sniper, Tang Bei was always the first person to speak up to remind people of the current situation, and every time he opened his mouth, the M99 in his hand would fire a steel ball. He is a long-range attack class, and after changing his class, he also has a class-specific skill, Bombardier. The fixed damage entry he had previously played was brought by this exclusive skill. Seeing this, some people may ask, shouldn't it be Pinner? No. Piercer is the unique skill of Ranger, not Ranger Attack. In short, Ranger is Ranger Attack, but Ranger Attack is not necessarily a Ranger. Seeing the Mimic Lycan retreat, Chen Yichuang certainly would not agree, because this is a mutated elite monster. It's worth the money. Hey, you want to leave? Not that easy. Special Bullet. Lightning Armor Piercing. Chapter 78. The man bathed in thunder and lightning suffered over 10,000 injuries. Squeak. Minus 15. When the lightning armor-piercing bullet hit, a silver electric current immediately shot through like a spear. The damage caused by the spiritual attribute itself was not high, but it had penetrate. Minus 1,649. Penetration damage. Once a penetrator reaches LV2 and inflicts penetration damage, no matter how thick your health is, it will directly reduce your health by 15%. Treat everyone equally. All beings are equal. Injured again, the health of the main root of Mimic Lycan has dropped by 30%, entering the dangerous level of being killed. The next moment, its roots were flying with an overwhelming desire to survive. It not only attacked Chen Yichuang, but also stimulated some common mimicry lichens to grow rapidly, trying to block the attack like a wall. The speed is not slow, so it looks like a green wall is rising up visibly before your eyes. Immediately afterwards, the third skill of Mimic Lycan Earth Draining was also used. The thick rhizome burst into thin filaments and drilled into the ground frantically. At the same time, its blood energy value is also recovering rapidly. There are 1,000 points per second. In just 3 seconds, the 2 bullets Chen Yichuan fired beforehand were wasted. This thing is a bit of a cheat. Shi Xiaoyu frowned. It's okay to have too much blood, but the blood is restored so quickly. Bang! A steel ball bullet suddenly penetrated the green wall, but Tang Bei, who fired the shot, shook his head slightly. It can penetrate, but the taproot is hiding. It's like no fight. Brother Chuan, what should we do? Tao Yi asked. Why? Chen Yichuan sighed at this moment. I wanted to keep a low profile, but now it seems I have to act cool. Huh. Just after the 2 sounds were heard, Chen Yichuan suddenly stomped his right foot on the ground. Domain Moon Lake Silver Thunder. The lightning array with a radius of 3 meters suddenly expanded with a shout, and some of the mimic lichens that happened to be at the edge of the array were directly turned into charcoal by electricity. I'll show you what a man bathed in lightning means. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man took out a silver spear and walked towards the growth area of the mimic lichen. Every time the edge of the array touched the lichen, lightning attacks came as expected. Occasionally, lightning would strike, shattering the green wall made of lichens. Unfortunately, since most of the lichens are between level 1 and 3, they are all sinking experience points for Chen Yichuan. Even if they're doubled, they are only 6 to 18 experience points. What he needs is experience. 4688/8000. Why? This kind of low-level monster really can't gain much experience. I won't waste my time with you. Chasing Lightning Shadow. When the light shout came down, Chen Yichuan directly used the domain Moon Lake Silver Thunder to perform a body movement skill, but he did not move forward, but circle step. His speed was originally 9 points, but now with a temporary attribute, his body skills can allow him to reach a speed of 29 points to the limit, which is 29 meters per second, equivalent to a force 11 wind. That is a typhoon. The speed of the circle was not so fast that the person could not be seen, but it still brought with it gusts of wind and thunder. The coolness makes you feel a little numb all over. What about the flash? This sudden scene made everyone present look shocked. After all, the speed was a bit outrageous. In the early stage of Life Devourer, there were very few physical skills, and those who could increase the speed to more than 10 were like the lonely stars. Anyone would be dumbfounded by Chen Yichuan's actions. During this period, the boy had circled the territory of the mimic lichen countless times, and the damage of the lightning attribute had even reached the 5th level. At this moment, he suddenly took a big leap with the help of his body skills, and after landing, he leaped into the air again. Delayed Spiritual Explosion Triple. Lightning Armor-Piercing Bullet. Swoosh. A lightning armor-piercing bullet, mixed with silver-white electric current, blasted downwards at the moment the young man jumped over the green wall. The idea of delaying the spiritual explosion to the triple level was also a sudden inspiration of his. Just because of the description of skill consumes spiritual power, each edition consumes 50 points of spiritual power from the caster. It's once per append. Instead of deducting the amount each time it is cast, Chen Yichuan thought, can I add it a few more times to allow the power of the delayed spiritual explosion to be stacked a few more times? It turns out, it is possible. As for why it was only triple, the reason was very simple. He couldn't hold it any longer. After stacking it to the 3rd layer, he felt that if he stacked it again, the bullet would definitely explode in his hand. That would be a waste of time. The triple delayed spiritual explosion, plus the 5th level of Lightning Shadow Step in the lightning environment, domain Moon Lake Silver Thunder, also has penetrating damage. This one is bound to be earth-shattering. Squeak. There are many details to explain, but in reality, it only takes a moment from the burst to the hit. The next moment, -22, -830. This is only the first wave of damage for a moment. The upper part is spirit and the lower part is strength. It is the basic damage of the bullet. Because the spirit attribute of Mimic Lichen is slightly higher, the first wave of damage is not too high, but snap! A flash of lightning, like a ripe wheat ear in autumn, suddenly exploded from the point where the bullet hit, and in an instant pierced through the main root of the Mimic Lichen. 5 layers of superimposed lightning attribute power damage, the explosion damage of the triple delayed spiritual explosion, and the penetration damage of the lightning armor-piercing bullet. 3 damages erupted at the same time. -2,768. Thunder attribute explosive power damage. -4,982. Damage of triple delayed spiritual explosion. Penetrate. -1,650. All in all, the damage was over 10,000. The earth drain of the Mimic Lichen did not fully restore the health value, so the damage caused by this shot. Kill. Experience plus 4,400. Congratulations on your upgrade. Level 9. Free attribute points plus 5. At this moment, not only Chen Yichuan, but everyone else who had caused damage to the main root of the Mimic Lichen had received some experience. However, they did not kill, so the experience gained was only about 1/10 of Chen Yichuan's. Of course, the point is not the experience, but, oh my god, Brother Chuan! Tao Yi raised his head, looked at Chen Yichuan who had landed hastily, and then looked at the mimic lichen that was gradually withering, and could not help but be stunned. Really, really killed? Although he had no experience, he had seen the scene when the mimic lichen died. The experience has been shared, it can't be fake. There was an expression of surprise on Sheng Tianxiang's face. That was a mutated elite. It's not an ordinary ferocious beast. Tang Bei pondered for a moment, then suddenly said, "One day, I will be able to kill an elite beast with one shot. One day, that day." Shi Xiaoyu tilted her head slightly, her high ponytail sticking up like a head of aloof hair, one hand on her chest, the other holding her face. Well, very strong and handsome. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 79. Jing family comes to an end and leaves the stage. This, Dongfang Yinyan and Hao Zhao were both completely confused. Compared to the other four people, they were even more unfamiliar with Chen Yichuang's methods. Between the two of them, Dongfang Yinyan at least knew a little, while Hao Zhao really knew nothing. Hey, call it a day. Following Chen Yichuang's slightly complacent voice, the two of them came back to their senses. Awesome, Brother Chuan. Are you so strong now? Dongfang Yinyan asked immediately. How did you do that? I also want to kill an elite monster with one sword. Before, he was just shocked when Chen Yichuan killed a ferocious beast with a slingshot. Now, why not just upgrade it to admiration, okay? Just practice, and you'll become stronger as time goes by. Faced with this question, Chen Yichuan simply made up something. What else could he say? Am I cheating? Huh? No. Dongfang Yinyan obviously didn't believe it, but since Chen Yichuan didn't say anything, he had no way to get to the bottom of it. He could only stand there stupidly, wanted to say something, but stopping himself. The three people from Kowloon City didn't think there was anything wrong. After all, they were already shocked enough during the first few days when Chen Yichuan arrived in Kowloon City, so they wouldn't be surprised even if he killed a lord with a slingshot now. For a man who can make lava, lightning, and poison gas bombs, what else can he do? Don't just stand there, cut up the body, and then keep moving forward. There's still plenty of time to double your experience. As Chen Yichuang spoke, he walked to the main root of the mimic lichen. He suddenly raised the Xinhai Longyin spear, and an emerald green bead appeared in the middle of the main root. There is no doubt that it is a spiritual pearl that can only be produced by a mutated ferocious beast. If this condition is not met, no output will be produced even if a lord is killed. If it is met, even an ordinary ferocious beast can be produced. Apart from the spirit beads, the rest of the materials were also good, including a yellow roulette wheel with 3 options on the front, reaching the medium quality level. Chen Yichuang didn't take it all for himself, but since he had made the greatest efforts, the roulette wheel naturally belonged to him, and everyone got a share of the rest of the materials. Even the 3 people who hardly contributed anything had a share, just a smaller one. Let's go. Keep moving forward. Not long after Chen Yichuang and the others left, a group of men and dogs poked their heads out from a location about 300 or 400 meters away from them. Boss, it's confirmed. He's the one who can move for 300 years. A yellow-haired man with a crew cut spoke excitedly. But just as he finished speaking, the man he called boss scolded him. Bullshit. Those 30 white life-extending pills are at best excellent, the kind that randomly add lives. If we're unlucky, it might just be 30 years. Not that unlucky, right? The guy with the crew cut thought that the boss was a little pessimistic. He randomly added 1 to 9 years. How could it be possible that each one would have the minimum of 1 year? Whether you carry it or not is none of our business. Mei Tianfu said indifferently. After all, we are just here to explore the way. Let's report the news to the Southeast Association. At least they can give us ready-made things. Besides, even if you want to work on your own, you should consider your ability, okay? What he was referring to was naturally the scene not long ago when Chen Yichuang killed the mimic lichen in one shot. After hearing this, the yellow-haired guy with the crew cut shuddered all over and finally gave up. All right, Jing family villa. The offensive and defensive battle had ended several hours ago, and the Jing family plaque at the gate of the villa was knocked to the ground and smashed into pieces. The once prosperous Tiger of South China, Jingshi left the stage early in this life because of Chen Yichuan. Of course, it is just a cancer of the new order, so just withdraw from it. In the main hall of the villa, Yu Dongnan rested his chin on one hand, listening to his subordinates' reports. Okay, got it. After roughly understanding the progress of the matter, Yu Dongnan waved his hand and asked his subordinate to leave for the time being. Then, he looked at the sky in the distance and said, Sir, you have heard the matter clearly. What do you want us to do? After a while, the side door of the main hall was suddenly kicked open. What kind of surveillance camera is this? I can't even hear any sound. Yu Dongnan's mouth twitched. Ahem, maybe there is no pickup installed. Then I will repeat it. The man who suddenly rushed in was about 50 years old, with a few strands of silver hair on his neat crew cut, and looked a little fake and gentle. After hearing what Yu Dongnan said, the man regained his serious expression and nodded. Next, the former recounted the key points of what had just happened. After a while, to die. Yu Dongnan was stunned for a moment. Sir, what did you say? Just when he almost thought that the other party really meant it, the middle-aged man finally added, the president said that the magnetic field of that guy is a bit strange. Your people will not get any good results if they go there for the time being. It's no different from committing suicide. It would be best if he survives, but we have to stop him now. Once we find the cause, we can take further action. But that's not. Yu Dongnan didn't say the next sentence, but the middle-aged man could hear it. Being cannon fodder? I did not mean that. Okay, this isn't that well hidden, and I'm not stupid. The middle-aged man waved his hand and said, Aren't there still some people from the Jing family left? Why don't we just let them go? Yu Dongnan was about to say something when he heard this, but finally nodded. I understand. Although they were originally from the Jing family, how could he be willing? The purpose of annexing the Jing family and recruiting the Jing family's personnel was to strengthen the Southeast Association, not to collect more cannon fodder. No matter what, official players are a scarce resource nowadays. There is nothing to complain about. The Holy Beast will give you everything. A lifespan of 1,000 or 10,000 years is nothing special. If you make more contributions, even 100,000 or 1,000,000 years won't be a problem. There was no expression on Yu Dongnan's face, but he was already twitching in his heart. This is just empty talk. He chose to rely on this Holy Beast Society only because of some interests, and also because what it provided was indeed helpful in winning people's hearts. In today's world, the value of interests in human hearts is far higher than anything else. Interest can enhance strength, and people's hearts can consolidate strength. Yes, Yu Dongnan responded, and then called his men over. You, gather a few brothers and go to the Jiangdong battlefield together. Kill that for 300 years? Right? Yu Dongnan hesitated for a long time before nodding, then waved his hand to let the people leave. In his heart, he also drew a cross for this Holy Beast Society. Conclusion, not a good thing. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 80, you really just say everything. As the sun sets, the sky takes on an eerie orange-red hue. Jiangdong Battlefield, Central Part. After killing the mutated elite Mimic Lycan, Chen Yichuang and his party went deeper into the battlefield for about 50 miles. Although there were more battles along the way, they were no longer so thrilling. The deeper you go, the denser the elite beasts become, which means one thing. There is a Lord-level beast nearby. After so many days since the advent of Life Eater, people have figured out some of the obvious rules, including the levels of ferocious beasts. First of all, the birth of a ferocious beast must start from the ordinary level, and then gradually advance to the elite and Lord. Only when there are enough ordinary-level beasts will elite-level beasts be born among them. By the same token, only when there are enough elite-level beasts will Lord-level beasts be born. But there is a variable in this process, which is mutation. The conditions for mutation are not certain, but one thing is an inevitable prerequisite: a high concentration of spiritual power. Without enough energy, what can the ferocious beasts use to mutate? As more and more elite beasts appeared nearby, Chen Yichuang subconsciously slowed down his pace and finally chose to set up camp in a dwarf forest area 5 kilometers away from the river. Rest here tonight? Although everyone has a certain level of qualifications, they are still far from the stage of fasting and concentrating their spirits. After all, they will get hungry and tired and need to eat and rest. After that, the orange red of sunset was replaced by a deep blue, and the flames around the tent also went out. After all, lighting a fire while resting in the wild is like telling the ferocious beasts, "Come quickly, there is fresh tender meat here." Isn't it? Wild beasts are afraid of fire? That was a thing in the Qing dynasty. Let's take turns keeping watch. I'll go first. Tang Bei hammered the last rivet into the ground, then found a slightly higher position, holding the M99 sniper rifle in his hand and closing his eyes to rest. Among the 7 people, except for Chen Yichuang, he may have the highest mental power, and naturally the widest perception range. When it is late at night and everyone is asleep, a certain amount of mental power can make night watch more efficient. Okay, I'll take your place from now on. Taoyi nodded and said. Sheng Tianxiang also took over the night watch mission for a period of time afterwards. Perhaps because they were soldiers of the Kowloon army before the apocalypse, the three of them were already used to taking on the task of keeping watch. With these three people doing so, the others did not hesitate and went into the tents to sleep. It is impossible to distinguish between men and women. In this world, there is no such thing as removing makeup and taking a bath in the wild. No one should complain about the strong smell of blood on someone else. Separate camps will also affect the speed of response when emergencies occur. Shi Xiaoyu also knew about this. In the tent, she wrapped herself in her sleeping bag and stuffed herself next to Chen Yichuan. There was only 30 centimeters of space left, but she squeezed in. This will lead to, what's so soft? Breasts. You really say everything straight. A little small. Shi Xiaoyu. Taoyi took a deep breath and changed to sleeping on his side, with his back to Chen Yichuan, saying, I am air. Sheng Tianxiang. I am grass. Hao Zhao blinked. Then I am a tree? Dongfang Yin concluded. No. What are you talking about? I don't understand anything. Can someone explain it to me? Tao Sheng and Hao. You are such an idiot. Chen Yichuan. You guys deserve a beating, don't you? Just because today is Chinese Valentine's Day, we can't treat all male and female pairs as couples or husband and wife, right? It could also be the younger son of your seventh uncle's daughter's cousin's aunt and the eldest daughter-in-law of your seventh uncle's grandmother's son's cousin's aunt's aunt. It really is. I'm ugly. After Chen Yichuan finished speaking, Shi Xiaoyu next to him suddenly spoke. It's not that ugly. The boy subconsciously retorted. It's just a little fishy. With blood, how can it not smell fishy? I'm so. Chen Yichuan was about to say something, but his brows suddenly furrowed. The air, the grass, the trees, and that silly guy, the ferocious beast is coming. Taoyi stood up and walked out of the tent. What a ferocious beast. Is it affecting my brother Chuan's work? I can't stand it. I can't stand it. What if my brother can't get up in the future? Hao Zhao also went out. Tang Bei, did you see what kind of beast it is? A large group of magic rats. Tang Bei jumped down from the tree, pulled the bolt of the M99 in his hand, and automatically stood behind Taoyi with his back to him. Not long after, the other four people also came out of the tent. Chen Yichuan took out his slingshot and aimed in a direction. Be careful, there's a big one. Brother Chuan, you can actually finish the job first. Stop talking nonsense. That guy might be a Lord level 1. Don't let your guard down, surround him, and don't go to open areas. Ferocious beasts like the demonic sound, rat rely on numbers to suppress quality. There are not many Lord level or even elite level ones in the population. In other words, something is fishy. Hearing what Chen Yichuan said, Taoyi also put away the expression on his face and immediately clenched the steel shield in his hand. In the other hand, he held a short knife with a wide blade about 2 feet long. Shield soldiers are not only capable of defense, defensive counterattack is the mainstream. Yerikome. Tang Bei's voice suddenly came from Chen Yichuan's side. The next moment, a deafening tremor sound suddenly roared. The sound was like the sudden high-decibel explosion when an airplane takes off, which made people feel their brains become a mess, and even their vision blurred. Obviously, the attack arrived before the magic rats. At this time, Taoyi, Sheng Tianxiang suddenly roared under the devil's voice. When Taoyi heard the shout, he seemed to understand the former's idea instantly. He stabbed the ground with the steel shield in his hand and shouted, Guardian! Guardian, LV1, Shield Soldier exclusive skill. You can gather spiritual power to set up a guard area. During this period, your defense value increases by 300% and consumes 1 per 1,000 of spiritual power per second. Selfless Guardian. When your HP is greater than 35%, you can activate this skill to attract all attacks within a 3-meter radius to yourself. Spiritual power consumption, 100 points. Skill cooldown time. Guardian has a 12-minute cooldown after being released, and Selfless Guardian has no cooldown. Selfless Guardian. When Taoyi shouted this, everyone felt their ears were quiet for a moment, but the former's mouth and nose suddenly exploded with blood. But Sheng Tianxiang was not slow either. In an instant, he inserted a stick of ink-colored incense about as thick as a finger right in front of the team and lit it. The next moment, a light ink-colored shield suddenly opened, And Tao, he quickly canceled the selfless guard and wiped the blood from his mouth and nose. Damn, Angel, your movements are zero point 0.3 seconds slower than last time. You're killing me. Angel, Sheng Tianxiang's nickname when he was in the Kowloon army. Chapter 81 Sleeve Cannon. Gatling Mode. If you call me an angel again, I'll be zero point 0.2 slower next time. Do you believe me? I was in a hurry and wrote it wrong in the last chapter. It was a nickname, not a code name. I have changed it QAQ. I was wrong this time, Brother Xiang. Father Xiang, okay? Tao, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This was the third time the two of them had cooperated like this since entering the Jiangdong battlefield. To put it bluntly, Tao Yi was the one who caused the damage, while Sheng Tianxiang used the Ink Guardian to create a shield. Ink Guardian, special incense, disposable consumable, defensive incense. After lighting, a circular shield with a radius of 5 meters will be deployed with the incense as the center. Effect analysis. The shield has a health limit of 30,000 points. Outputting spiritual power from the inside of the shield can restore the shield's health. If the shield is broken, it will cause 1,000 points of fixed damage to all individuals within 1 meter of the edge. Level limit. Level 7 to 15. Production technology. Yellow. Excellent. The craftsmanship of an item depends on the material base and the maker. Even the roughest craftsmanship will not reduce the quality of the base material. As soon as you see the excellent quality, you can tell that this thing was undoubtedly made by Chan Yichuan. It is also found in the roulette, but if it is produced by the roulette, how can it be excellent? As soon as the light ink-colored shield appeared, the surrounding sound waves immediately stopped, but the health value on the shield continued to decrease, about 50 points per second. So, it can only hold out for 10 minutes at most? What a huge group of rats this is. Sheng Tianxiang put his hand on the shield and frowned slightly. After such an operation, the group of magic sound rats has appeared in everyone's sight. What are you afraid of? There are enough black guards. Chen Yichuan took a step forward and said, the most urgent thing is to find the biggest one. If we don't kill it, the rat swarm will not retreat. The magic sound rats, the bottom layer of the rat tide, cannot be of a high level and may not even have a level at all. People of that level are simply impossible to kill. How many rats can there be in one rat tide? No one has counted them, because there is no way to count them. Hundreds of thousands? No, millions or even tens of millions are possible. After they transformed into the vicious beasts devil sound rats, their reproductive capacity had long been enhanced. Yes, this magic sound rat is the transformed brown rat that used to be found in every corner of the earth. That is to say, everyone has one or two of them at home. The rats and vermin that were pests before the apocalypse will only get worse after the advent of Life Eater. How do I find it? The one who spoke was Tang Bei. If he could see, he wouldn't be so passive. The M99 is powerful, and the damage from the steel balls he fired plus the skill bonus of Bombardier is not low. But faced with such a large group of ferocious beasts with no leader to be found, he was a little dumbfounded. Simple. This time it was Chen Yichuan who spoke. Hit them hard, and the biggest one will come out. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his right hand. Hey, are we going to start? Tao, he wiped the blood off his face, and the emotion in his eyes changed to admiration. The next moment, sleeve cannon, fire explosion. A fireball with a radius of nearly 1.5 meters blasted out a light, ink-colored shield as Chen Yichuan waved his hand, creating a gap in the group of magic sound rats. However, this gap was filled in an instant by the magic sound rats that followed. The situation did not change because of this fireball. It seems that we have to work harder, Frog. Seeing this, the boy communicated with the frog in his sleeve in his mind, and the latter immediately responded. It's ready. Hearing this, Chen Yichuan twisted his mouth and said, Tianxiang, keep charging the shield. I have to give these big rats some strong medicine. Okay. Then, the young man raised his right hand and made a pulling the bolt gesture, which stunned Tang Bei, who actually held a gun. Sleeve cannon. Gatling mode. Immediately, his right foot suddenly emitted lightning, and he jumped 5 meters high. His left foot released another lightning that shot straight to the ground, and he used the downward momentum to keep hovering in the air. Undoubtedly, this is the light-chasing Thunder Shadow step, but the usage is different. For most of the skills in Life Eater, there are no rules for how you should use them. Once you have mastered them, you can use them however you want. Then, Chen Yichuan raised his hand downwards. Fire explosion. A huge fireball crashed down. Serial water bombs. Pun, pun, pun. One water ball after another slammed around the edge of the light ink-colored shield, and finally, Water cannon. Pun. Sand rains down from the sky. Crazy sand burial sleeve cannon version. The sand burial, thrown out in a fan-shaped area, falls from the sky, so the area covered is much larger than if it is thrown forward while standing on the ground. These sands are also harmful and are enough to kill some magic rats, without levels instantly. Next, wind pressure cannon. A wind cannon hit the ground, and the wind pressure impact that followed also blew away hundreds of magic sound rats. The scene was much more exaggerated than the launch on the ground. Electromagnetic thunderstorm. As the voice fell, a lightning chain immediately surged out from the boy's sleeves, and he grabbed it again, circling around the light, ink-colored shield. Circle Violent. This skill undoubtedly comes from Frog's skill that has never been shown to anyone, Flickering Lightning. But this doesn't mean that Chen Yichuan hasn't practiced it specifically. Flickering Lightning, LV1, condenses lightning element energy to generate a lightning chain with an infinite straight distance. The lightning chain can be dragged and causes damage to individuals swept by the chain. Effect analysis. The effective attack distance of the lightning chain is 15 meters, and the attack damage is 4.5 times the caster's mental attribute. The length after 15 meters can only cause a short-term paralysis effect. Skill Spiritual Power Consumption, 30 points per second. Skill Cooldown Time, 12 seconds after release. Although he could keep using it, Chen Yichuan didn't do so. He just turned around and changed to other moves. Ice Cone Array Falls. The young man swung his right hand sideways, and an ice cone fell into the group of magic sound rats. After knocking a wave of magic sound rats away, it also froze the nearby individuals into ice sculptures. Ice Cone Fall comes from Frog's ice attribute basic skill. Ice Cone Fall. Ice Cone Fall. LV1. Connect the water element energy between heaven and earth and cool it down, generate an ice cone, and then smash it forward. Effect analysis. The individual hit will suffer the explosion damage of the ice cone, which is 3 times the spiritual attribute of the caster. The explosion will produce an ice attribute shock with a radius of 3 meters. The individual affected by the shock will suffer half of the explosion damage and fall into a frozen state for 5 seconds. Freeze. Unable to act. Defense drops by 15% after release. Skill Spiritual Power Consumption, 285 points. Skill Cooldown Time, 11.6 seconds. Wow, is this seriously? Sheng Tianxiang, who stretched out his hand to continue charging the Ink Guardian, was stunned. How about you become a wizard? Chapter 82. Brother Chuan, are you still in need of a thigh pendant? Hey, it's not over yet. As soon as Chen Yichuan finished speaking in midair, he opened his 5 fingers into a palm again. Fire explosion. Fog day. Is this cooling down? Brothers, you can start a moment of silence for the demonic sound rat group. I feel that Brother Chuan will not stop. Taoyi said with his mouth twitching and his face full of admiration. Although this is not a special bullet, it does not affect his admiration at all. But why does he need to explain the situation on the scene? Chen Yichuan kept his feet in the air with a flash of lightning. Every time he raised his hand and waved it, he threw out a skill, perhaps not as exaggerated as the Gatling guns, but in terms of rate of fire, this is definitely fast in terms of skills. Take advantage of the different cooldown times of each skill and use them alternately. After each skill is used up, a new skill will cool down before being connected. The speed at which the magic sound rats were replenished gradually could not keep up with the speed at which he killed them. This is truly one person supporting an entire group of rats. My God, you beast! Sheng Tianxiang pressed the shield and sighed continuously. He suddenly felt that he, as a mage, was a joke. I can't even beat a fucking ranger. Although he knew that Chen Yichuan was outrageous, it was not until today, at this moment, that he truly realized what outrageous meant. When Hao Zhao heard what he said, his mouth twitched. If you say so, then we are not even as good as animals, right? However, while the two were talking, Chen Yichuan in midair stopped the lightning under his feet and suddenly fell down. Get ready. Everyone is living in Bengbu. When Taoyi heard this, he immediately took out his steel shield and said, Want to move north to Anhui province. It's not possible for me to move physically, but I can consider helping with my brain. Just as the words fell, do you want to see how big that thing is? Tang Bei put down the sniper rifle in his hand, but there was some excitement on his face. At this moment, he grabbed a new magazine in his hand and pushed it upwards. With a click, it loaded. Chen Yichuan smiled when he saw this. Didn't you say you wanted to collect it? This new magazine is equipped with M99, but the ammunition inside comes from Chen Yichuan. The team killed many ferocious beasts along the way and passed through several safe areas. Chen Yichuang used those gaps to replenish the consumed special bullets and refine some new toys. This includes the previous in Guardian. I have decided to follow you with Mao Tao. From now on, you will be my ammunition warehouse. Neo Teo Yiskoodnim. You are so rude, kid. Chen Yichuan laughed and scolded. But it doesn't matter. It's just something that comes easily. Tang Bei's words did not make Chen Yichuan very happy. But if this can earn someone's loyalty, it's not bad provided that it's true loyalty. His trust in anyone right now is not full. Even Dongfang Yanyan is the same. In his previous life, he did not trust others too much because of the relationship between the Liu family and his ungrateful sister. He had the ability of a pharmacist but did not recruit followers. As a result, he was later surrounded and killed by the Liu family. He doesn't want to make the same mistake again in this life. Yerikome. Thinking of this, Tang Bei suddenly shouted, Tianxiang, withdraw your spiritual power output. What's left is a tug-of-war between the lords. If you can't kill the big one, all your efforts tonight will be wasted. Good. Sheng Tianxiang put down his hand after responding. In fact, even if Chen Yichuang didn't say anything, his remaining spiritual power would not last long. Then he threw a pill to restore his spiritual power into his mouth. Heavenly Soul Rami Extract. This is an extract made from the essence of Heavenly Soul Rami. After taking it, it can restore 30% of the spiritual power per second for 3 seconds. Level restriction. Available below level 10. Production technology. Yellow. Excellent. Undoubtedly, this is also Chen Yichuang's masterpiece. As the cool liquid medicine entered his stomach, Sheng Tianxiang's almost empty blue bar instantly filled up, and the recovery of his spiritual power restored his mental state a little. Even the fatigue of the day disappeared. Spiritual power is originally related to the spirit. The recovery of spiritual power is naturally equivalent to the recovery of the spirit, and vice versa. So cool. Well, Brother Chuan, are you still in need of a thigh pendant? Chen Yichuan smiled and said, the thighs are full, but there's still room for the calves. Do you want to come? Come. You must come. As he was speaking, Tang Bei suddenly pulled the trigger, and a blazing flame suddenly shot out from the muzzle of the M99, and even the barrel was burned red. However, after all, it is the crystallization of postmodern technology and will not be completely melted. In the next moment, the Dark Knight was also ignited with a blazing red. Woji! Tang Bei, who fired the gun, was shocked himself. Is this the feeling of shooting out a piece of magma? Brother Chuan, you'll be my god from now on. Ha ha ha. After this scene, the taciturn Tang Bei was so excited that he forgot about his aloofness. This time his magma also hit the bullseye, Magic Rat King. There is no doubt that this was made by Chen Yichuang. The material is the same as the earth-splitting lava bomb, but it is a liquid version, and the container is naturally the shell of the M99 special bullet. Normally, it cannot be installed. But after going through the Qingyin Yaoyan furnace, it was maintained in a special stable state. Only when the outer shell was subjected to a violent collision would it explode completely within a few seconds. This gap is just right for a sniper rifle to fire. Chen Yichuan smiled for a moment after hearing this, but quickly reminded him, don't get excited yet, the demonic sound Rat King is coming to kill us. Really? One peanut can't fill you up, right? After saying that, Tang Bei fired the M99 again. But this time, the magma exploded among the rats, leaving behind an irregular area with an edge length of 2 or 3 meters. This is the defect after it is made into a bullet. It is very likely to explode before hitting the target. After all, it is made temporarily, so how can it be perfect? Tang Bei's eyes fixed, but he was holding his chin, thinking about something. In contrast, your peanuts are too small. Let me give you a bigger one. As soon as he finished speaking, the slingshot in Chen Yichuang's hand also broke. Due to the excellent material, the lethality of his slingshot was no worse than that of M99. In the case of short distance, the initial velocity of the explosion is already close. Pun! The familiar sound of explosion rang in everyone's ears. In the next moment, a magma field that was several times hotter than Tang Bei's suddenly took shape. And this earth-shattering lava bomb also hit the demonic Rat King's chest. Minus 6,430. Burn! Burn! Minus 596. The instantaneous damage of such a bullet is 10 times that of Chen Yichuan's spiritual attribute. Of course, It is impossible to be like this throughout the process, only at the moment of explosion, and at the exact center. But this is enough to defy the will of heaven. Brother Chuan, you call this peanuts? Roasted chestnuts? Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 83, just tell me whether you have command or not. I don't have time to be shocked. This big rat still has more than 10,000 HP. Let's attack together. Everyone nodded immediately after hearing this. The remaining health of the demonic Rat King could also be calculated from the health points deducted from its burn state. Burn reduces health by 3% per second. Strength and speed are reduced to 50%. I put the team frequency on the attribute panel. The one who spoke was Tang Bei. He was the one who took the first blood of the demonic Rat King, so of course he had a good panel. Name, Magical Rat King. Rank Lord. Level, 12. Blood, 12, 743/19, 887. Strength, 57. Spirit, 69. Defense, 41. Speed, 19. Skills, Rat Swarm Leader, Deafening Magic Cannon. Combat Power, 1128. Hey, it only has 2 skills, so it has a lot of health. Let's get it. When Hao Zhao saw this, he immediately swung the long sword in his hand. He had no range skills and could only fight in close combat. He had to get the assist value first so that he could gain experience. Since the start of the trip, he has gained the least experience points. Chen Yichuan is already level 9 and almost level 10. The highest level Sheng Tianxiang is now level 12, and he is the only one who is still level 7. Once upon a time, he was one of the highest ranking people in the Zhenjiang defense zone. Of course, now I go back and still, it's just because comparison makes one feel dreadful. But he rushed out. Hey, don't be impulsive. Tao, he wanted to stop it, but couldn't. He could only watch as Hao Zhao was slapped back into the Ink Guardian by a huge black hand, and his body was injured to the point of being on the verge of death. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed up a mouthful of black blood, his eyes wide open. Oh shit, doesn't it only have 2 skills? Yeah, only 2. What about this? Skill 1, Rat Swarm Leader. Tao, he spread his hands. What's the problem? It's the damn thing. It's controlling so many magic sound rats. It's slapping me. Just tell me whether you have a leader or not. Hao Zhao. Fuck. Chen Yichuan was also helpless at this moment, and he just said, use skills and attack normally to fight the Lord. Do you think you were a bald cape hero? Hao Zhao felt a little embarrassed after hearing that. But he was indeed a bit reckless. I get it, but my skills are also for close range. Can you guys create some opportunities for me? As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yichuan sensed something was not right. Is it because you can't save face and feel a little resentful? This Hao Zhao. No problem. Dongfang Yin didn't hear anything. He just waved the sword in his hand and responded, and the next moment he rushed out. It's because the Devil Sound Rat King has already attacked. It would not just stay there and wait for Chen Yichuan and the others to discuss countermeasures. It knew that the strength of the Ink Guardian had been weakening. What's more, Chen Yichuan caused it great losses. To replenish the casualties caused by that wave of Gatling bombing, the rat colony would have to reproduce nonstop for at least 10 days, and the amount of food needed would be astronomical. The territory that was taken over with great difficulty might even change hands. This vengeance must be avenged. 3 phantom swords. Dongfang Yin rushed out, gripping the hilt of the sword tightly. His figure disappeared from the spot after a short shout, as if he had really become a phantom. Suddenly, what? The first sword, the sound was long and far away. 2. The second sword, the sound was loud and close. 3. The third sword hit the ground with a heavy sound. In the end, 3 sword marks were carved into the body of the Demon Sound Rat King. It was completely unable to dodge such a swift attack. After continuous training, Dongfang Yin's 3 phantom swords has even reached the critical point of LV2 to LV3. It was originally a relatively fast position-changing slash, but now certain body movement techniques have been added. Otherwise, that instantaneous flash would be impossible. After Dongfang Yin, Tao Yi, who was also only good at close combat, also took his own stance, raised his steel shield, and knocked away many magic rats that blocked his way, and finally jumped up in front of the magic rat king. Heavy shield, 3,000 pounds of attack. 3,000 pounds, more than 2,720 kilograms, 1.3 tons, is equivalent to 2 chopped pepper fish heads stacked on top of each other. Not too rigorous, just providing an imaginary range. The demonic Rat King wanted to dodge, But at this moment, the two directions on the left and right were locked tightly by others, so he could only withstand this attack. Heavy shield attack. This is the shield soldier, the battle shield attack method. Shield soldiers have two directions of battle shield and protective shield. The former is mainly for strength, the latter is mainly for defense. Boom! The Demon Sound Rat King directly took Tao Yi's shield with his head but did not lose immediately. Instead, he held on. Seeing this scene, Shi Xiaoyu and Sheng Tianxiang, who were locking the Rat King on both sides, moved. Shadowless Flower Spear. As the girl cried out, the soft gun in her hand immediately produced a blade shadow as gorgeous as flowing cherry blossoms. It was obviously a weapon that needed to be used back and forth, but in her hand it seemed as if there were thousands of darts attacking continuously. The damage each time was not high, but it caused the health of the Demon Rat King to drop rapidly. On the other side, Sheng Tianxiang was unwilling to admit defeat. After changing his job to mage, the spiritual attributes that he had already dabbled in were now sublimated into spiritual power. As he turned the hilt of his sword, streams of spiritual power were swung out. Devil Sword, 1,000 punishments, hundreds of fierce kills. Although the shouting was accurate, this move was actually a skill that Sheng Tianxiang had modified based on the spirit releaser of the mage profession. To put it bluntly, it's just crazy basic attacks. However, while Spirit Releaser is similar to a normal attack, it is also a basic skill, which means it has basic damage. After 10 or even 100 consecutive slashes, the damage inflicted was not much worse than that of Shi Xiaoyu. Seeing that everyone was causing damage, Hao Zhao finally couldn't bear it anymore. He swung his long sword and rushed directly towards the Demon Sound Rat King from the center. Only when he got close did he release his skill. Drag Sword Technique. Earth-shattering pick. Hao Zhao's left hand, holding the knife, suddenly dragged the knife on the ground until it was in front of the Rat King. Then he took a small step and jumped up again after landing. At this moment, all his skills were released. The blade chopped off the Demon Sound Rat King, leaving a deep wound on its front abdomen. Minus 1,101. Bleeding. Minus 596. The damage is not low, and the bleeding effect is icing on the cake. Bleeding reduces the health value by 3% per second, which can be fatal. But the flaws of this move are obvious after all. It's too close, and the pre-swing is quite big. If not used properly, both sides will suffer. At this time, after enduring 4 consecutive attacks, the Magic Sound Rat King finally. Squeak! Hashtag Chapter 84. 3 consecutive promotions. The sudden sonic boom was deafening, instantly blasting the 4 people surrounding it away. Magic Sound Deafening Cannon. Have you seen the sonic chariot that attacks the Hulk? Sonic waves with high enough frequencies can even blast a person's brain into mush, turning him into a complete fool. The 4 people who were blown away didn't end there, but deaf, blind, for 5 seconds. Deaf, blind, deaf, lose. Obviously, the damage of the Rat King's Magic Sound Deafening Cannon is secondary, and the main damage is the 2 abnormal states of deafness and blindness. If you are in these 2 states and become a human-shaped lobster and then thrown into a group of rats, what will be the consequences? Do you need to think about it? I'm afraid that in a short while, it will be eaten up by the endless swarm of rats. The demonic Rat King is also preparing to do so. The rats, which had been calm for a while, began to stir again at this moment. But how could Chen Yichuan let it go as he wished? Domain Moon Lake Silver Thunder? A flash of lightning flashed in the young man's eyes, and then a circular lightning array with a radius of 3 meters unfolded under his feet, and in an instant it came to the side of the 4 people who were blown away. All the demonic rats that came close were electrocuted into charcoal by the flowing thunder pool. Squeak! Squeak! After the demonic Rat King noticed the loss, he quickly stopped the attack and fixed his hateful gaze on Chen Yichuan. The next moment, after a howl, a large number of Magic Sound rats gathered together frantically. Just like when he dealt with Hao Zhao at the beginning, he piled them up into a giant hand and pretended to take down. Hey, Chen Yichuan sneered. You think I can't do anything to you, right? After saying that, the boy immediately took out a metal bullet from his space ring and shouted. Delayed spiritual explosion. Sky meteorite drilling heart? The heavenly meteorite heart-piercing bullet with the delayed spirit explosion attached hit the palm of the hand composed of countless magic sound mice before it fell. Pun! The impact of the special bullet and the spin of the meteorite were enough to resist the downward force of the giant palm in an instant, and even had a tendency to push back. However, the 2 sides did not remain in a stalemate for long. as the spinning sky meteorite heart-piercing bomb exploded. Because it was still spinning 1 second before the explosion, the range of the spiritual explosion was much wider than when it was applied normally, and it directly blew off half of the giant palm. Bang! Minus 4,656. Armor break. Instant damage to the magic mouse with a defense value of only 1. Minus 4,656. Large pieces of damage popped up, among which was a piece of damage belonging to the demonic sound Rat King. Minus 3,446. Armor break. Not only that, because a large number of low-level magic sound rats died in this way. The boy also heard a system prompt in his mind. Congratulations on your upgrade. Level 10. Free attribute points plus 5. Quantity piled up to create quality, directly pushing his level into the single digits. Hey, you've upgraded? Looks like you killed quite a few. Chun-Yi Chuang smiled jokingly. With his previous level of 9, how much experience could he gain by killing those magic sound rats, most of which had no level? After all the cuts, even if it is doubled, it is only single-digit experience. It's all based on sheer numbers. Seeing that his move failed to kill Chun-Yi Chuang and instead helped him level up, the Demon Sound Rat King was a little overwhelmed for a moment. What does it mean to lose both the wife and the army? That's it. But it was even worse. It was almost dead. This is the true interpretation of doing evil is fun for a while, but the whole world will end up in the crematorium. After the giant palm was stabilized, Tang Bei in the back put down the sniper rifle in his hand and said, "Brother Chuan, this guy is trying to run away. Don't ask him why he holds a gun. It's just to better concentrate. Your mental strength is quite high." Chun-Yi Chuang was surprised when he heard this. When the spiritual attribute reaches a certain level, it is indeed possible to predict the next move of the ferocious beast. Therefore, don't underestimate spirit just because there is no actual increase in strength. Tang Bei smiled upon hearing this and said, "This attribute is very good." The young man smiled but said nothing and did not talk further. After all, he had a big rat to deal with right now. Facts also proved that Tang Bei was right. The magic sound rat's palm that had regrouped did not choose to attack, but suddenly collapsed and fled in all directions. Under the moonlit night, the sky was like raining ink spots. But a sky meteorite heart-piercing bullet with a delayed spiritual explosion has already crippled the demonic sound Rat King. So Chun-Yi Chuang should naturally take advantage of the victory and pursue him. If a Lord Monster wants to escape, it will be difficult to stop it without some impressive skills. Coincidentally, Chun-Yi Chuan has Rakeage Instant. Rakeage Instantaneous Movement. Activate your own lightning power to communicate with the outside world. You can set up a lightning channel in advance to teleport once. The maximum distance is 300 meters, and it consumes 30% of the spiritual power at one time. No cooldown. Squeak! Like a flash of lightning, the boy passed through thousands of rats in an instant and arrived above the Rat King. He fired another slingshot. Special bullet. Lightning armor piercing. The lightning armor piercing bullet can only exert 1.5 times the spiritual attribute, which is not enough to break the defense of the demonic Rat King. But don't forget that the real killing point of this special bullet is not broken. -1. Penetrate. -2,983. This injury finally became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Squeak. Kill. Experience plus 22,000. At the same time, the system notification sound that had just calmed down came again. Congratulations on your upgrade. Level 12. Free attribute points plus 30. The levels kept piling up, and the joy of upgrading was so great that Chun-Yi Chuang almost cried out in joy. More than 20,000 experience points allowed him to level up twice. Originally, it took 15,000 experience points to upgrade from level 10 to level 11. But after reaching level 10, the redundant experience points that Chun-Yi Chuang gained from killing a large number of magic sound rats plus this one just happened to break through the required experience points. At this moment, experience 86 20ths 000. The reason why it is difficult to upgrade after level 10 is that after each upgrade, the experience points required to upgrade again are 5,000 more than the previous level, which is not something that can be easily earned. The difficulty of upgrading Life Eater is several times more difficult than those template online games where you can level up to 999 with one sword. But the difficulty of upgrading also has its advantages. That is, for each level up, the free attribute points obtained will be 3 times the previous one. That is 15 points per level. At the same time, if you are a professional, the corresponding leading attributes will also be additionally improved. Like Chun-Yi Chuang, The Ranger focuses on strength and secondary speed. Therefore, after level 10, each level up can increase an additional 3 points of strength and 1 point of speed. This time, he has upgraded 2 levels in a row. The additional improvement, plus the 30 points of freedom, has brought him to a new height. 18 points of strength, 8 points of spirit, 8 points of speed, 1 point of defense. That's right, it's defense. After level 10, even if you are not a defensive profession, you still need some defense to improve your physical fitness. Otherwise, in the end, some skills cannot be released at all. Adding points successfully. Chapter 85. Rare. Indeed rare. The 4 basic attributes of Life Eater seem simple and easy to understand. In fact, each one has its own meaning. Strength is the strength of the body. It includes the limbs, trunk, muscles, tendons, and bones, which are the external parts. Spirit is the energy of consciousness, including thoughts, perceptions, reactions, energy, etc. All intangible things are under the control of the spirit. Defense is constitution and resistance. The higher the defense, the stronger the physique, the greater the body's ability to withstand, and the stronger the resistance to external forces. The higher the defense, the higher the resistance and toughness to abnormal states. The mastery of resistance and toughness also requires a certain level of defense. Speed means agility and burst. The higher the speed and agility, the stronger the body's elasticity, and many evasive actions also require muscle rebound to support. The higher the speed, the stronger the burst, because the faster the speed, the greater the mass. So superspeed also equals supergravity. To give a simple example, a 50 kilograms hammer will cause more damage than a hammer accelerated to 20 kilometers per hour. This time, Chen Yichuang chose defense in order to improve his physical fitness and resistance. The 22,000 experience points that allowed him to level up twice seemed outrageous, but in fact there was a harsh condition, which was to kill a Lord-level beast in order to gain 100 times the basic experience. At this point, his attribute panel has also undergone a major change. Properties panel. Name, Tinya Quinn. Profession, ranged attack, * ranger. Subjob, hidden * special breeder, alchemist, subjob card in front. Level, 12. Experience, 86/20,000. Lifespan, 423 years and 1 day. Blood, 15,212. Spiritual power, 3,000. Section Thunder. Strength, 52. Spirit, 18. Defense, 2. Speed, 20. Skills. Newly added * delayed spiritual explosion, LV1. Newly added * lightning shadow step, LV1. Combat power, 942. Special physique. Life-eating combat physique. See Chapter 58 for details. Hey, this is a normal attribute panel. Chen Yichuang smiled in his heart. When he was just reborn, he only had half a year to live, which gave everyone a headache. Now he can finally be said to be free to draw lots. At the very least, he no longer has to think about whether to draw the good yellow or purple roulette wheels. As long as there is something good, he can draw it on the spot. For example, oh my god, Brother Chuan, the goods have been delivered. There is a purple roulette. After the demonic Rat King died, Tao Yi, who was in charge of drawing the prizes, suddenly shouted, and everyone's attention was drawn to him. It's a pity that the Devil Sound Rat is a relatively common ferocious beast, and the first kill of the species leader has long been gone. Really? How's the quality? Taoyi looked carefully after hearing this, but after a moment he looked bitter. Blame me. My hands are so damn smelly. Middle quality? Asked Sheng Tianxiang next to him. Low quality. Ah, this. Purple roulette, low quality. This is not the low quality white roulette. You can still try your luck with the white one, and at most you'll lose a year of your life. But a single draw with the purple roulette will cost you 100 years of life. It can't be said to be a world of difference, but there is a difference as great as gold and silver. It's okay. It's purple anyway. Your brother Chuan, am extremely lucky. Even if there's only one, I'll show you. Soon after the words fell, Chen Yichuan also came to the body of the demonic Rat King and took the roulette wheel from Tao Yi. There is indeed only one positive option, but it is glass hard armor. It's actually protective gear? How rare! What he lacks most now is defense. After all, he didn't even have any points in the first 10 levels. However, after hearing what Chen Yichuan said, the people around him were not so optimistic. Hao Zhao was the first to say, it's rare, it's really rare. It only occupies a little over 1% of the area. Ahem, Dongfang Yinyin couldn't help but cough lightly. Brother Zhao, the rare thing you said should not be the rare thing I understand, right? Brother Chuan, you're not going to smoke, are you? There's something on it. What the hell? Life-eating bone-grinding disease? In Life Eater, things that coincide with the name of the game are either extremely good, such as Life Eater Combat Body, or extremely bad, like the Life Eater Bone Grinding Syndrome in front of you. There is nothing in between. This disease appears quite often because it often appears in the white roulette wheel. The effect is just as its name suggests. The disease is like devouring life and grinding body bones. Moreover, there is no medicine that can treat this disease so far. What are you afraid of? The area is only 13%. It's not that easy to win. Chun Yichuan smiled and said, and even if I get sick, can a mere illness defeat me? No. What do you mean even if? Brother Chuan, hurry up and say Pa. Pa, Pa. You can't help but believe in Murphy's Law. But at this time, Shisiyu said, why do I feel that he will definitely not be able to draw this, and the probability of drawing the hard armor is higher? Chun Yichuan couldn't help but twitch his lips when he heard this. Is this a woman's sixth sense? But U1 S1, if he didn't have a cheat, this Murphy's Law really has to be believed. He didn't dare to say a word like, even if it's successful. That's no different from risking your life. Because when it comes to lottery draws, Murphy's Law will not let go of any blindly confident person. In addition to hanging on the wall. Never mind. Hesitation will only lead to failure. Decisiveness will lead to success. Draw. Others? No. Neither losing nor giving up for nothing is good, right? It's fine if you don't do any tricks, but you're also doing a passive lottery. 2 negatives equal a positive. Chun Yichuan had already turned a deaf ear to it at this time. Please specify the prize you would like. 1. Life-eating bone-grinding disease. 2. Early stage of blood cancer. 3. Level down 3 levels. 4. Broken Demon Slayer. Kimetsu no Yaiba asterisk Agatsuma Zenitsu figure 16:1. 5. Mysterious Garbage asterisk One Piece. 10. Glazed Hard Armor. Chun Yichuan did not hesitate. I choose 10. Congratulations on winning the prize. Glazed Heart Armor. When a piece of armor as thin as a veil, yet crystal clear appeared in Chun Yichuan's hands. What the hell? Is it true? Ha! Here you go. Chun Yichuan, who was enjoying the shock of others, suddenly raised his eyebrows. The next moment, the armor in his hand disappeared and was replaced by the Xian High Dragon Roar Spear, which swung out bursts of dragon roars. Ah! Boom! A dull sound was heard, and a pair of iron fists smashed into the gun barrel, causing a momentary tremor. The young man holding the gun was knocked back several steps, and finally he could not help but do a somersault backwards, which relieved all the force. It was only then that he realized that the person who came was a man with limbs as developed as an orangutan. The kid's reaction speed is not slow, but unfortunately his strength is a little lacking. Chapter 86, Decisive Kill, the sneak attacker who turned around. After being hit so hard, Chun Yichuan's hands felt numb, but he managed to block it. After he stood firm, he put away his spear and raised his eyebrows slightly. I was wondering why there was such a discordant sound coming in. It turned out to be an orangutan making a monkey noise. The gorilla man immediately became angry when he heard this. Kid, show some respect to your mouth. Huh, how interesting. You want to kill me, and yet you want me to respect you? After a few words, the others finally reacted. Tao Yi was the first to speak. He pointed forward and said, That's right, you're just stupid. The other party was clearly coming for Chun Yichuan, so why should he retain his respect for the strong? Sheng Tianxiang and others were also on high alert at this moment, holding their weapons tightly in their hands, guarding against the other party suddenly rushing forward. During this gap, several people who were traveling with the gorilla man also arrived one after another. Once he had his confidence, the gorilla man also became more confident. You have a sharp tongue and won't shut it up. I'll help you. After saying that, he clasped his hands together, and after a dull sound, he turned around on the spot, and then suddenly blasted out, Wind and Thunder Vajra Fist. Chun Yichuan glared at him. I said you were an orangutan. You really are? Although he said this, the boy's hands were not slow, and he immediately filled the slingshot and ejected a bullet. Special bullet. Lightning barrier. Don't ask. The answer is this is a new toy made by Chun Yichuan. He had to come to the Jiangdong battlefield to collect a lot of materials. Of course, it is also inseparable from the alchemist's secondary profession. There are many things that cannot be made just by having a recipe. Lightning Barrier Bullet, a refined item, a one-time consumable. It is made by shrinking it in proportion with a special structure and incorporating lightning attribute spiritual power into it. It can be used as a crossbow bullet, bow bullet, or projectile. Effect analysis. After this bomb is thrown, a barrier will be opened instantly. The lightning elements in the barrier will form an electromagnetic barrier and block all passing objects and spiritual power. The barrier will disappear after 5 seconds. The maximum threshold for blocking is the caster level plus 10 levels. Rated damage. The individual touched will receive lightning damage equal to 3.5 times the caster's spiritual attribute. Level limit. 10 or activated by spiritual power. Production technology. Yellow. Excellent. Under the night sky, the lightning barrier seemed to illuminate the world. After it suddenly exploded, it completely blocked the Gorilla Man's Wind, Thunder, Vajra fist. Until it is completely eliminated, the barrier still exists. What? It would be impossible for the Gorilla Man not to be shocked. His Wind and Thunder Vajra fist has been honed to the 3rd level. Looking at the Jiangnan settlement, there are probably not many LV3 skills. There's nothing to be surprised about. Your father has plenty of things like this. Special bullet. Earth-shattering lava. A bullet landed at the Gorilla Man's feet before Chen Yichuang could finish his voice. The firing rate of the Thunder Sea Spirit Bow is not comparable to that of the previous Snake Tendon Bow, and the terrifying initial velocity does not leave the opponent with much time to think. The red magma immediately exploded in the shape of a 10. The Gorilla Man's eyes widened. Oh my god! Magma? Are you kidding me? Can a human create something like this? The burst damage at this moment is even more. Minus 30,374. Burn. Minus 1,126. Fog day. The horrible injury made the Gorilla Man no longer have time to care about the pain. Driven by the desire to survive, he jumped out of the lava area. Then he took out a pill and swallowed it. The overwhelming energy immediately restored the injuries on his body. All abnormal conditions were eliminated, and his blood energy value was instantly restored to full. Undoubtedly, this is a healing pill from the roulette wheel. Needless to say, it is precious. If he wasn't scared enough, the Gorilla Man wouldn't have taken out the pill. Life Eater is a game, but everyone has only one life. Ha! 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 Jinkwai, how are you? The sudden scene not only frightened the Gorilla Man to the point of half paralysis, but also shocked the others who witnessed it. None of them had experienced the unforgettable feast of the battle for the Job Change Altar, nor had they witnessed the battle between everyone and the demonic Rat King just now. So naturally, they didn't know about the existence of such a thing as the earth-splitting lava bomb. After the shock, fear follows. Crazy! Yu Dongnan is absolutely crazy. How could we? Before Jing Kuai finished speaking, Chen Yichuan had already walked to a place not far in front of him. Jing, Kuai, hey, you are the son of that old guy Jing Chung, right? Why? You want revenge? You don't stand a chance. After saying that, Chen Yichuan fired a beast tooth bullet, which directly hit Jing Kuai's right shoulder joint. Dislocation? It's not that simple. The right arm fell off directly. After a moment of shock, Jing Kuai's mind was instantly filled with intense pain, and his roars resounded through the night, causing waves of beast roars. We were only sent here by Yu Dongnan, not to avenge the patriarch. The young man next to Jing Kuai shouted hoarsely, with a flash of hatred in his eyes. Judging from his appearance, he should be Jing Kuai's son or nephew. Chen Yichuan just sighed when he heard this. It's useless to say more. You can't save this life. As the young man finished speaking, scattered bullets passed through the heads of the people in front of him. His strength is now 87 points, and none of the people in front of him can have a defense higher than this value. Strength. Basic 52, temporary 20, slingshot plus 15. If the attack hits the head directly, the person will definitely die. I didn't expect you to be so decisive. After those people died, Shi Xiaoyu suddenly spoke up and broke the silence. Dongfang Yinyan and Hao Zhao didn't think there was anything wrong, but the 3 people from Kowloon City had served in the army in their previous lives, so they couldn't be too decisive when it came to killing their compatriots. Of course, the guarding battle was an exception. After all, those people wanted to kill them, so how could they just sit there and wait to die? Therefore, Chen Yichuang's actions still made them a little stunned. When Brother Chuan killed Jing Chung, he was just as decisive as he was just now. Taoyi took a deep breath and spoke as if explaining. Hearing this, Chinichuan turned around and said, "After all, they..." Swoosh! Ah! A sudden flash of cold light hit Chinichuan's right knee at the moment he turned around, piercing his entire knee. There is blood everywhere, and bones are everywhere. But in the next moment, the young man pulled the bow to its full extent and shot out a spiral fire bullet. Halfway through, the rotating fire turned into a firebird and flew away quickly. Beep! Everyone seemed to hear the cry of a phoenix. The name of this bullet is Spinning Flame Phoenix Bullet. Damn it, where do you get all these weird things?